The story begins with a familiar SOS message that our protagonist, Shen An, sends to his ride-or-die best friend, Sun Ming. Hey brother, emergency in the martial arts world, send me some financial aid. What did you do? Again, I beat up the principal's nephew and just got expelled from school. In a fit of anger, my parents cut off my living expenses for 2 months. Can you support me a little bit first? I will pay you back once I find a job. My brother, how many times has it been now? Next time I suggest using your brain before trying to be brave. Okay, I had no choice. That brat was harassing a female student in my class. If I just ignored it and did not care, would I still be a man? Well, you did not have to go as far as beating people up, right? I transferred the money to you. Remember to go to the hospital and get checked out. Do not get yourself hurt. Right after that, a transfer notification popped up on the screen. Ding ding, 40,000 yuan. Shen An breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was truly lucky to have a brother like Sun Ming. Being a hero these days is really not easy. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. Shen An only glanced at it absent-mindedly, guessing it was another message demanding management fees, but a notification unexpectedly caught his eye. Jojo sent you a friend request. Shen An's gaze suddenly froze, and he could not help but be astonished when he recognized the profile picture of the person who just sent the invite. Is this not the hot internet girl who has been famous lately? To think she would actually take the initiative to friend him. Shen An hurriedly messaged the girl he just friended. Are you Jojo? Are you really that Jojo, who has been very hot recently? Sorry, I am just a fan of Jojo. I am Shen An. But his excitement was met with a bucket of cold water and a tone full of anger. Are you kidding me? If you are Shen An, then I am your father. Before Shen An could even compose himself, another message from someone also named Jojo appeared. What a coincidence, brother, we share the same first and last name. I am actually you. I am you from 10 years in the future. You are an illegitimate son, currently poor as dirt. I came here to help you get rich overnight and reach the peak of life. If you do not believe me, go downstairs and look. In 5 minutes, there will be an earthquake where you are, and the Mulatang shop downstairs where you often eat will collapse. The message left Shen An stunned. How did this person know he was an illegitimate son? I have never told anyone about this. He turned away, muttering, forget it, total psycho, probably obsessed with some system Manhwa. I should just go out and eat first. Outside the city at this moment, Shen An was stopping by a familiar stall. Boss, the usual, add extra coriander. Okay. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet shook violently. What? Why? Is there suddenly an earthquake? Shen An froze, the text message from earlier replaying in his mind. Was he starting to question his entire existence? Wait a minute. That person just said there would be an earthquake here in 5 minutes. Thinking fast, he rushed off. The phone screen displayed 10:26, and not long after a real earthquake actually occurred. He rushed into the middle of the street as the ground began to shake violently. It turned out to be real. Shen An hurriedly messaged that brother Shen An back. My brother, you are truly magical. An earthquake actually occurred right here. But how did you know? As I told you before, I am your future self from 10 years later. It was simply you who refused to believe it. Do you trust me now? All right, let us discuss business. That tremor earlier was not a true earthquake, but rather the expansion of primordial yang causing tectonic disruption. In 10 days, the world will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. You absolutely must grasp this decisive opportunity. Otherwise, 10 years from now, you will not even have a corpse left to bury. I am not deceiving you because I am you. As night fell, Shen and gasped for breath while hiking according to the mysterious instructions. Today marks the very first release of primordial yang into the world. While the masses are still unaware, you must head to the west suburbs of Tianlin Mountain before midnight tonight. To the north of that area lies a small lake. The center will emit a faint gaseous substance, which is the primordial yang, and you will be able to smell it immediately once you arrive. You just need to remain at that lake without leaving, then sit quietly and inhale that gas. Remember, do not be late, and you must follow my instructions to the letter. Shen An was exhausted and berated himself for being crazy enough to actually listen to some internet charlatan and come all this way. How could there be a lake in this desolate place? Forget it. I will just treat this as a moon viewing trip. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. Team 1, seal off the mountain. Team 2, ascend with me for inspection. At this very moment, a special ops team was patrolling the mountain. Stepping down from a specialized vehicle was a female police officer with a sharp, intimidating presence. She issued a command forbidding any unauthorized personnel from entering. Yes, ma'am. Shen unhurriedly hid in a rock crevice covering his mouth. His heart was full of suspicion. Why were armed police here? Could it be that this remote place really had some primordial yang releasing tonight? Regardless, I need to go in and check first. Thinking this, he quickly bolted forward. Turning on his flashlight as he moved, he ventured deep into the forest at the foot of the northern mountain. This must be the place. Fortunately, taking the small path allowed him to avoid those armed officers. Although it was not quite a lake, there was indeed water here. He stepped toward the stream, dipped his hand into the cool liquid, then closed his eyes to begin sensing his surroundings. It smells incredible. Is this the primordial yang that the charlatan mentioned? Before his eyes lay a crystal-clear body of water, shimmering with a beautiful emerald green hue. Shen An quickly messaged the other person. What exactly is this primordial yang expansion? Also, if you really are me, are you currently alive or dead? Primordial yang is the essential resource for human cultivation 10 days from now, when the world changes similar to spiritual energy in a system Manhwa. As for me, I am already dead. During my process of ascension, I was betrayed, and my soul became trapped in the void, which is the only reason I am able to transmit messages to you like this. The person on the other end continued typing a response. My energy is running low, so remember my words well. This release of primordial yang is a precursor to the massive changes occurring in 10 days. Wait until you have absorbed the primordial yang tonight, and I will contact you again. Seize this opportunity. Shen An read the message and let out a faint smile. Shen An mutters to himself in disbelief, questioning the concepts of ascension and primordial energy, wondering how a simple small puddle could possibly lead to such a bizarre situation. It feels like he has truly encountered a ghost, witnessing a version of himself emerge from the lake for the first time. Yet he decides to follow the advice to absorb the energy, regardless of whether it is real or an illusion. Shen An immediately sits cross-legged to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy, triggering a series of notifications in his mind that announce the activation of the Devour Talent Grade B with a value of 1 out of 10,000. The system continues to unlock abilities, activating the Spatial Talent at Grade S with a value of 1 out of 1 million and the Hidden Future Connection Talent at Grade XA with a value of 1 out of 0. Just as the Devour and Spatial Talents initiate, a voice suddenly calls out from behind, asking who he is, startling Shen. And so much that he loses his balance and plummets straight into the water. He flails his limbs in panic, screaming for help because he cannot swim, while the rescuers shout for him to stop moving. But at that exact moment, a mysterious power surges from within him. The Devour Talent activates instinctively, creating an invisible vortex that sweeps the police officers into the water, granting him 1,000 talent points before Shen An completely loses consciousness. In his subconscious, he dreams of wandering into an empty dimension, realizing that this strange scenery is identical to the vision he had previously witnessed at Tianlin Mountain. He hurriedly scoops up a handful of water to drink, gaining 10 talent points instantly, which makes him exclaim with joy that he has struck gold and is about to become incredibly wealthy. As the talent points increase by 1,000 repeatedly, Shen An splashes the water happily, wondering if he has finally awakened as the main character of his own story. He laughs maniacally, realizing that after enduring 20 years of bad luck, he is actually the male protagonist, though he remains curious about what these increasing talent values in this system Manhwa scenario actually represent. A holographic system panel appears before him, displaying his profile as Shen An, a male of 20 years, possessing the Devour Talent at Grade B, with a progress of 1 out of 10,000. The status screen further details his Spatial Talent at Grade S, with 1 out of 1 million points, and the mysterious Future Connection Talent at Grade XA, showing a total of 15,000 usable talent points. Shen An stares at the system panel in confusion, musing that the Future Connection Talent might allow him to communicate with the person who claimed to be him earlier, since they are technically the same entity. He hopes that his future self could help clarify the current situation, but decides to dismiss the thought for now and focus on researching how to best utilize his newly acquired talent points. As soon as he interacts with the system interface, he screams as the ground shakes violently, and after the tremors subside, Shen An finds himself jolted back to the reality of the physical world. Clutching his head in confusion, he asks what just happened, only to find a beautiful female police officer standing right in front of him, sternly demanding to know his identity. When asked what he is doing there, Shen An begins to act awkwardly and reaches out inappropriately, prompting the officer to shout that the mountain is sealed and demanding to know how he managed to enter. Shen An, clearly terrified, stammers that it is all a huge misunderstanding and claims he was merely there for a picnic, But the police officer smiles continually, realizing he is definitely hiding the truth. She remarks that the brat is obviously refusing to be honest and demands an immediate confession before she considers releasing him, causing Shen-an to wave his hands frantically in a desperate attempt to explain. I swear I really just came here for a picnic, but I was careless and fell into the lake. I don't know how to swim. It was your people who saved me. The female officer immediately questioned him. You say you saw a lake, claiming a very large lake was right there. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. He pointed straight ahead. But at that moment, the lake from before had completely vanished. Where is the lake? He trembled with fear and said, Beautiful miss, please believe me. There truly was a huge lake right there, just a moment ago, and it even gave off the scent of pepper. The officer's face hardened as she ordered the patrol team to take him away. Yes, ma'am. Finally, Shen-an was escorted off. Inside the vehicle, the officer continued her interrogation, asking, Full name, I am Shen-an, 20 years old. This year, a sophomore student who just dropped out of school. Why did you drop out? I'm too poor. I couldn't afford to pay the tuition fees anymore. Hearing this, the officer spoke with thick sarcasm. You can't afford tuition, yet you have enough money to come out here for a picnic, Shen. And forced an awkward smile and replied, Ha, I just came here to walk around and clear my mind. The officer checked his bag and found only a flashlight, commenting, You seem to have prepared quite thoroughly for a walk. Shen-an could only sit there and sigh. He knew early on that this trip wouldn't go smoothly. Fortunately, he hadn't brought anything that could prove his identity. However, the officer still couldn't shake the suspicion in her mind. Does this guy think he can fool me? With that thought, she drew her gun, pointed it at Shen-an's head, and said, Don't move. Tell me the truth, honestly. What exactly are you doing here? Seeing that the gun was loaded, Shen-an panicked and stammered. Miss, beautiful miss. Please don't use violence. I'll talk. She pointed to the badge on her cap, warning him not to play games. Someone like me doesn't necessarily work according to standard regulations. On the police officer's cap was a gold badge, stamped with the letter L. Shen-an gritted his teeth in fear, thinking, Wait, that's not right. The badge on this woman's uniform isn't from the armed police force. Who are they? I'm willing to talk, but can you at least tell me who you guys are first? You have some nerve daring to question me like that. I advise you to get a clear grip on the current situation. Right now, you are the one with a gun pointed at you. Once back at Shen-an's home, he tossed his bag aside and slumped into a chair, letting out a breath of relief. Damn it, that was seriously bad luck. I had no choice. Dealing with people who can casually pull out a gun is no joke. He held the officer's business card in his hand and said, Ha, no job title listed at all. How mysterious. Bywei. Just what do these people actually do? Or perhaps he has a death wish. Shen-an recalled the intense situation he had just escaped. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll go to the internet cafe to distract myself. Arriving at the net cafe, Shen unglued his eyes to the screen, where someone fell from a high-rise building and then mysteriously vanished. Weird, so tonight wasn't just about the strange occurrences at Tianling Mountain. Things are getting tragic everywhere. Previously, the me from the future mentioned that in 18 days, the world would undergo a massive shift, like the plot of an awakening manhwa. This earthquake isn't a true tectonic event, but the result of primordial yang expanding and disrupting the earth. 18 days from now, the world will undergo a massive transformation that will change everything. You must grasp this decisive opportunity, or else 18 years later, not even your bones will remain. I am not lying to you because I am you. Could this actually be real, and what am I supposed to do now? Although I have absorbed the first wave of primordial yang, no one can guarantee that I can withstand the massive changes that will follow. He rubbed his weary eyes. And as for what kind of changes that primordial yang will actually bring to my body, I still do not fully understand. Forget it, I need to figure out my living situation for the next few days first. He hurriedly grabbed his phone, and upon opening it, he saw a message from Sun Ming. Are you there? Have you checked the trending searches? Countless strange things have been happening lately. Shen, and look at the news immediately. Brother, where did you go? There was an earthquake at my place. Where are you, bro? I am fine. Sun Ming, just find a random place to stay for the night. Is your place still standing so I can crash there for a few days? Hearing Sun Ming's backhanded concern, Shen-an clenched his fist and shouted, Can this guy not wish me well for once? Right now, you are the only sworn brother who can help me. On the other end, Sun Ming poked his head out and yelled, Damn it, listen to yourself, that is my house. If I had not been forced to give up my address, I would not have to go through all this trouble. Shen began searching online. Bywei looked like a member of the armed police. Yet she was not exactly armed police, and her profession was not listed clearly on the web. Her badge only bore the letter L. Could they be agents from a special department typical of an awakening manhwa setting? Officer Bywei had held out a piece of paper requesting him to leave his name, address, and contact number before leaving. Unable to find any content related to the letter L, Shen slammed the table in frustration. Damn it, I cannot find a single thing. What exactly do these people do? Meanwhile, on a screen monitoring him, someone reported. Throughout the process, this brat has been searching online for special events, occurring in various places. He even searched for our bureau's logo. Should we cut off his internet connection? Officer Bywei immediately replied. Do not alert the snake. There is no way he can find any information related to us. So just continue the surveillance. I do not believe we cannot track down the person behind the scenes guiding this kid. After searching for a while, at the internet cafe, Shen hurried out to meet Sun Ming. Hello Sun Ming, you are here. He draped his arm around Sun Ming's shoulder and said, thank you buddy for making a special trip all the way here to pick me up. Sun Ming frowned and removed Shen's hand. You brat, that is my new house. I have not even brought a girlfriend home to stay yet, so do not go making a mess in there. Shen climbed into the vehicle, turned his head back and smiled saying, do not worry, if my house was not shaking so violently, I would not have bothered running. There is no way I am going to wreck your room. However, his mind was still cluttered with thoughts about that police officer. That strange armed female officer knows my home address, so staying there is no longer safe. It seems that for a very long time, I will have to hide out at Little Ming's place. Upon arriving at Sun Ming's house, Shen let out a gasp of amazement. Sun Ming, I knew you were flush with cash, but I never expected you to be a second-generation rich kid. Sun Ming opened the fridge, tossed a water bottle to Shen and laughed. All right, just do not trash my room, you brat. Hurry up and find a job. Stop wandering around aimlessly. Okay, anyway, thank you for taking me in, young master Sunday Shen. And lay in the room obsessively studying the panel like a protagonist in a system manhwa, having not yet meticulously analyzed the item he absorbed earlier, nor knowing what it could do. Devour talent grade B. Talent value 1 out of 10. 1000 space talent grade. S talent value 1 in a million. Hidden talent future connection grade. Unknown talent value 1/0. Usable talent value 15,000. Forget it. Let us test the effect of this thing first. He tapped on Devour. The system instantly activated, and suddenly, a massive dimensional vortex appeared, sucking him inside. Hey, what is going on? Are you kidding me? At that moment, Sun Ming pushed the door open and asked, Shen, I am here to bring you pajamas. He was stunned to see Shen sitting on the bare floor. Sun Ming grabbed Shen by the collar, eyes bulging with rage, and screamed in his face. You, where is my bed? Where did my giant bed go? Sun Ming kept grimacing, while Shen, unsweated buckets, trying to explain. Is it possible? Maybe you forgot to put a bed in here. Do not lie to me. That was a Versace bed worth 32,000. Think carefully, since you bought this house. How many times have you actually stayed here? Hearing this, Sun Ming loosened his grip. Could it be that I really forgot? Sun Ming listened and suddenly remembered. Right. Now that you say it, today seems to be the first time I have entered this house. I must have confused it with another property. Scratching his head, Sun Ming walked out. I am saved. Before he could finish, Sun Ming threw the door wide open and shouted, scaring the living daylights out of him. Right, sleep on the floor tonight. I will figure out the bed situation for you tomorrow. Early the next morning, Shennon's phone rang. Which grandson is disturbing my sleep this early? Shennon's eyes widened when he saw the message from the Shennon of 10 years later. Damn it, it is him. Future Shennon, well. Do you believe me now? Did you absorb the primordial essence yet? Did you awaken any abilities? I believe you. I totally believe you now. I have absorbed that primordial essence you mentioned, and my body feels different than before. That is right, I also awakened an ability, but I currently do not know what these powers do. Tell me first, what ability did you receive? Weird. I told him the ability ages ago. Why has he not replied yet? What is wrong? Is this ability of mine considered weak? Ha ha ha, my brother, you have hit the jackpot. No, both of us have hit the jackpot. So this ability is actually top tier. Tell me about it. I do not understand it well myself, but my initial judgment is that this power is very special. Do not celebrate too early. Tell me everything that happened to you last night. Bywei, this person is the earliest awakener, and based on what you said, it seems she has not awakened her ability yet in this timeline. However, at the northern suburbs manor the very next day, when Bywei arrives to investigate, she encounters an ambush by an unknown force, and in a stunning display, she actually catches a bullet with her bare hands. Hearing this, Shannon screams in excitement. Whoa, that is so thrilling. She is really that powerful. Hey, you have to tell me, does this girl end up becoming my wifey in the future? Future Shen? Anne sighs. Was I really this shameless? Back in the day, although I am your future self, and I possess knowledge of many events from the exact moment I chose to establish contact with you, the trajectory of the timeline has already shifted. However, cataclysmic extinction-level events like the Primordial Yang outbreak are constants that will not change. Listen closely, in just over half a month, this world is going to undergo a massive transformation. That is when the spiritual energy awakens, and you need to be fully prepared to become stronger in this real-life awakening Manhwa scenario. Falling behind by even a single step could mean you meet the same fate I did. If that happens, every bit of our effort will vanish into thin air like smoke. The present-day Shen grins with delight and replies, just put your mind at ease. With a cheat code from the future like you here, I have no fear about finding a way to power up. I just have to do my best. And I definitely will not die a second time. Back at Sun Mingfeng's house, with only 17 days remaining until the world changes forever, Shen suddenly jolts upright, thinking that if his future self is telling the truth, he must seize the initiative immediately. What is something I can actually accomplish right now? Bywei. She is one of the initial awakeners. Based on the intel, it seems she has not awakened her abilities just yet. However, tomorrow at the northern suburbs manor, when Bywei goes to investigate, she will face an attack from an unidentified group, and she will catch a live bullet with her bare hand. Could it be that another Primordial Yang outbreak is set to occur tomorrow at the northern suburbs manor? He decides to stop overthinking it. He will just go and see for himself when the time comes. He stands up and stretches, deciding to fill his belly first. Shen is in the middle of eating when his phone notification chimes. Looks like myself sent another message. Meanwhile, the beautiful Dan is currently hosting a live stream. On the screen, a young woman dressed in a very alluring outfit appears. Hello, hi everyone, I am Dan. I am going to perform a sweet song for you all right now, called Light Rain in Spring. Not bad at all. She sings really well. The chat explodes with praise, calling her wifey and complimenting the spring vibes. Suddenly, a spam message appears. Everyone hurry and join me in room 564,241. There is someone there performing fire breathing that looks completely real. The spam continues. Everyone quick, come with me to room 564,241. There is a hyper-realistic fire breathing performance there. Chat users get annoyed. Who is that guy above? Can you stop being so annoying? Reported fire-breathing Shen. And frowns and yells out. These advertisements are getting way too aggressive. Is nobody going to do anything about this? It looks like everyone would rather watch the fire breathing. Fine, I will go take a look as well. The spammer persists. Everyone hurry to room 564,241. The fire breathing looks exactly like the real thing. Is that true? Then I'm going to check it out. Is the room moderator asleep? It is total chaos in here. Why is nobody managing this? I am curious. Now I am going to go see what the fuss is about. The crowd begins to flood into livestream room 564,241. A young man is performing a fire-breathing act. Looking at his complexion, it definitely does not look like he has been drinking alcohol. Could it be that he has also awakened a special ability, much like the main character in an awakening manhwa? Suddenly, the livestream cut out. What happened? Was his account banned, or did the power go out? When did the fire start? It was peaceful just a moment ago. People are gathering down below that burning building. A massive fire is gradually consuming everything inside it. Shen unhurriedly ran toward the fire. Wait, something is wrong. There is an aura of Primordial Yang. That fire breather's livestream room was locked, and now the outside is burning. This is truly too much of a coincidence. I have to go check it out. A strange aura is radiating from the surroundings of the building that is blazing with intense flames. Sensing the energy, he placed his hand on the wall and felt the aura terminate right at this spot. The traces on this wall are fresh. Could it be that the guy's broadcast room is right here? He began walking toward the building, but his steps faltered, and he stopped abruptly before the ruins of the structure. Peeking out from inside was a man with eyes burning like fire. Upon seeing Shannon, the man became furious and unleashed a strike of fire. The flames swept past Shannon. Sure enough, the person is here. The man using the fire ability clutched his body in pain and asked Shannon, Are you also here to capture me? Let me tell you, I, Su Yuan, will not be going anywhere with you people. The powered individual stared intensely at Shen An, awaiting an answer from him. As expected, he is the person who was just live streaming. But how much time has passed since the stream ended? Why is he so heavily injured? Shen An hurriedly raised his hands to explain. Do not misunderstand, brother. I did not come here to capture you. I was just curious. If that fire-breathing livestream was really you, right? Who is trying to catch you? The powered man propped himself against the wall and questioned, so you are not in the same group as them? Then, regarding the earthquake last night. I know about the earthquake. I want to know where you went last night. Suddenly, the sound of strange footsteps approached from above. Both Shen An and the powered man immediately went on high alert. The footsteps were getting closer, and two strangers entered fully equipped with guns and ammunition. Shen An and the fire-wielding man shouted out the moment they saw them. Oh crap! The two strangers immediately pointed their guns directly at Shen An. Then, they began to fire continuously. Shen An and the fire user hurriedly dove into a corner to dodge the bullets. These two men do not look like police officers at all. On the contrary, they look like terrorists from somewhere. Strange, why are they chasing this fire breather? Hey brother, wait. By this time, the fire user had already scrambled away and fled long ago. Shen An yelled in panic. That guy really runs fast, and he did not even know to call me to run with him. If I had known earlier, I would not have come. Out of options, Shen An stepped out to reveal himself. He raised his hands to greet the two strange men. Two big brothers, please do not shoot. I am not the person you want to catch. Can you let me go? The two strangers immediately opened fire on him. The group of strangers continued to fire their guns while chasing Shen An. Big brother, do not kill me. I was just passing by. Spare my life. This brat has been running away for half the day without fighting back. It is possible he is really just a normal person. Killing a normal person will bring us trouble. Damn it. We just let one slip away. Could it be that little brat over there? One thug pointed his gun directly at Shen An and shouted, Hey kid, drop the weapon, hands on your head, and walk over here slowly. Big brother, I hear you, just please don't shoot. Listen kid, behave yourself. This gun doesn't have eyes. If you dare to run, I might just blow these two legs off. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have been so nosy. Curiosity really does kill the cat. One guy kept his gun trained on my head, while the other slapped iron handcuffs on my wrists. After securing Shen An, they resumed their search for the escaped Esper. Phew, looks like I dodged a bullet for now. Suddenly, Shen An's phone started ringing. Who could that be? Unfortunately, with his hands bound behind his back, he had to squat down, performing a somersault to make the phone fall from his pocket, so he could catch it. It's here, it's finally here. Sure enough, it was a message from his future self. The text from the future Shen An read, I forgot to mention, aside from the Special Affairs Bureau, do not trust any other organization. It is best to avoid contact altogether. Shen An read it and gave a bitter smile. Haha, a bit late for that. Future Shen An, my brother, couldn't you have said so sooner? I was just being chased and now I'm captured. What do I do? Don't panic. I am sending you something right now. Read it quickly, memorize every detail, and cultivate according to the instructions. He turned off the screen and began absorbing the aura immediately. This was a cultivation method accompanied by a breathing technique. Originally, this awakening Manhwa-style power-up was meant for after he absorbed the energy from the second pure yang location. But given the current situation, the plan had to be advanced. Remember, protect yourself well. After absorbing enough aura, he exerted force and snapped the iron handcuffs. A surge of energy enveloped him, granting him a new wave of power. This force was actually remodeling his physique. Shen An lashed out, punching the stone wall hard, causing the surrounding rock to crumble and collapse. How was that? How does it feel? Absolutely incredible. I feel vitality coursing through my entire body right now. The two strangers stood aside watching, and one of them remarked, Damn it, that kid from before got away. How are we going to explain this to the higher-ups? Shh, boss, that captured kid has some guts playing on his phone when death is knocking. Suddenly the blonde thug rushed forward, pointing his gun at Shen An's head again. Hey brat, I'm in a bad mood because I lost a target. Didn't you like meddling in other people's business? Perfect. You can entertain me by going to hell and meddling down there. The blonde thug prepared to pull the trigger, but Shen An shot him a sharp glare before launching a kick straight into the guy's throat, making him scream, Ah, pain, pain, so much pain. This is bad. He is an awakener. That kid tricked us. Boss, kill him quickly. The other thug saw the situation and immediately started rapid firing his sniper rifle at him. He quickly leaped into the air. The two strangers combined their efforts, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at Shen An. He gritted his teeth, barely dodging each shot. This couldn't go on. The frequency of the gunfire was too dense. Sooner or later, he would be turned into a sieve. Immediately, he activated his Devour talent and Space talent. Hundreds of bullets shot out from within the spatial tide. The spatial tide swirled like a massive tornado, dragging the two strangers inside. Run, hurry. Shen An began to show signs of severe exhaustion. I'm done for. I can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, the terrified attackers took their chance to flee. The vortex is shrinking. Run for it. That guy's ability is unknown. We need to return and report this to the organization immediately. After driving the two strangers away, Shen An felt dizzy and clutched his head. They're finally gone. Humph. He stumbled and collapsed onto the ground like an exhausted protagonist in a leveling manhwa. The time on his phone was 10:23. After waking up some time later, he picked up his phone and checked the screen. It was already 11:47. What, I was out cold for more than an hour. He immediately sent a message to the future. Shen An. Brother, I passed out earlier. What is going on? Your earlier cultivation consumed too much mental energy. You just need to wait until you absorb enough primordial yang. Your current strength is insufficient to overuse your abilities. Otherwise, you will face serious trouble when your mental reserves run dry. So, what should I do? Tomorrow, I still need to go to the West Village outskirts to devour primordial yang. Don't worry, devouring primordial yang not only doesn't consume mental power, but it actually increases it. By the way, where are the people who were chasing you? There were two of them, but they have both fled for now. You had better be careful. They will find you again very soon. The next time you encounter this kind of situation, kill them without hesitation. I hope you will be able to pull the trigger when the time comes. Shen An. Remember this well. The world has changed. You must discard your fear and weakness if you want to survive in this future world. Sure enough, I am the one who understands myself best. I was still too soft-hearted earlier. He stood up, recomposed himself, and shouted loudly, I don't care if the future world is full of ghosts or demons. Let them all come. Shen An has grown up this much and has never been afraid of anyone. Meanwhile, a fire ability user was observing from a corner. Is this the person you mentioned? To think he could actually drive them back. Interesting. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Jing. Are you interested in this guy? Let's observe him a bit more. There is no rush. If he really is that formidable, then we will have him join the organization. Shen An walked a few steps before suddenly turning his head back. Why do I feel like there is a strange gaze on me? No, that's not right. With my future self helping me, there is no need to be so cautious. I just need to be prepared in advance. Suddenly, someone sneaked up from behind and attacked him with a club. Shen An took the hit and collapsed. When he woke up, he found himself tied up in a corner. Damn it, that hurts. What is going on? Hell, be honest with me. Where exactly did you go this afternoon? Shen An hurriedly explained. Big sister, what does my going there have to do with you? Do I need to report to you, even when I have a stomachache and need to use the bathroom? The policewoman laughed teasingly. So it was just diarrhea. Or perhaps you saw how handsome this young master is, and you have taken a fancy to me. Officer Bywei untied Shen An, her face turning red, and she turned her head to the side, saying, You are so dishonest. You had better be careful, brat. Sooner or later, I will catch you red-handed. Shen An rotated his wrists and smiled in response. All right. I will follow Big Sister's teachings. As soon as he was untied, he leaned in and asked, Hey, Big Sister, what exactly are you doing? Come on, tell me. Officer Bywei hurriedly stepped back and said, Do not ask, knowing too much is not good for you. By the way, has the person who told you to go to Tianling Mountain contacted you recently? Shen An shook his head and replied, If you happen to meet him, remember to tell me. That girl really has ambition. I will need to be even more careful in the future. He began to enter a meditative state, and then a different vision appeared before him. He picked up a fragment of a gun, pointed it toward the stream of water, and wondered, I do not know if every time I enter this space, what state is my physical body in? Back in Sun Ming's bedroom, Shen An had fallen asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, he found he was holding the gun in his hand. Speaking of which, if I have already sucked items inside, does that mean I can also take them out? Let's give it a try. Suddenly, a small stream of water emerged from within the gun. Wow. I can actually take it out. I will store it for now and research it more another day. Saying that, he poured that vital water into an empty Coke bottle nearby. Shen An stretched his body happily and smiled, saying, Next, I should repay the debt of the bed to Sun Ming. Just as he began using his technique to conjure up a new bed, Sun Ming suddenly opened the door and walked in from out of nowhere. Hey brother, the bed. Seeing this, Shen An broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He scratched his head, gave a sheepish smile, and asked, "Did you think you bought a new one? I managed to snag it from the second-hand market. Ha ha." Then Sun Ming grabbed the bottle intending to open it and drink, saying, "You are a good kid, knowing to bring a bottle back for me." Standing beside him, Shen screamed in fear to stop him. "Hey, that is not." Sun Ming immediately took a long swig and then exclaimed, "Hey, why does the taste feel a bit strange? You did not even check what it was before drinking it." At this moment, Sun Ming's expression changed, his hand clutching his stomach as he realized things had gone wrong, and then he dashed straight into the restroom. "Brother, take care of yourself." Shen held the water bottle, which had only a little bit left in it. "Sigh, this kid Sun Ming is going to suffer enough tonight. I do not know if it is safe for a normal person to drink this water. It would be better to take advantage of this time to cultivate for a while." He continued to meditate to increase his aura. Outside at this moment, a girl walked up and said, "So that is how it is. It turns out to be the fierce tiger breathing method, passed down by the eternal ancient sect. It seems this kid has some destiny upon him. It is a pity that this breathing method is incomplete." After wrestling with the toilet for a while, Sun Ming groggily stepped out. "Brother, I have had diarrhea until I have lost all my strength. What on earth did that bottle of yours contain? Can you still hold on? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No need, no need. I just need to rest for the evening. This stuff of yours is too terrifying." Shen An breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "What are you doing? Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Haha, I am leaving right now." Wow, the security is truly strict. Shen An, in the future, when you arrive at the manor in the western suburbs, go directly to the forest outside. From the edge of the forest that connects to the other side of the manor. Fortunately, thanks to the reminder from my future self, a classic leveling manhwa trope, I was able to perfectly evade those cameras. He walked into the manor. Standing before a fence, he then used all his strength to bend the fence open and crawled inside. It is said that quite a few wild beasts are raised freely in this place. I wonder if this is real or fake. Future Shen, did you make it inside? There are 10 minutes left before the transformation. By then, a steel forest will emerge from the manor. That is when the primordial yang is at its densest. Remember, not to miss it. What is that? Is it not a lake this time? Suddenly, a wild wolf approached from behind, growling, "Crap, run. I cannot run. I cannot outrun it. Fleeing will only trigger its instinct to chase me faster." He swallowed hard to regain his composure. The hobbies of the rich are truly twisted. Raising wild beasts for hunting like this. What should I do? It looks like this monster has mutated. The mutated wild wolf growled, rushing straight toward Shen An. Its speed was too fast. It was hard to shake off. He sprinted toward a tree, stepped on the trunk for leverage, and leaped high into the air. Unable to turn its body in time, the wolf crashed headfirst into the tree and died. Goodness, the blood stench is awful. I had better clean this up so I do not get discovered. He opened his phone to check. There were 5 minutes left until the outbreak. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Shannon bolted away, crying, "Mommy, it is another earthquake." He then scrambled onto a nearby branch. Climbing this high should be safe, right? Below him, panic ensued. "Everyone do not panic." Shannon saw Officer Bywei and said in surprise, "Why is she here?" Bywei held a megaphone to warn the crowd. "It is just an earthquake. Everyone, stay calm. Stand still and await orders. Anyone disobeying will be dealt with according to martial law." Wow, quite a few people showed up. Strange, how did they know about this place? He closed his eyes to think, better be careful, and not bump directly into that demoness to avoid trouble. Then he took out a monkey mask and put it on. The phone rang again. "Brother, this place keeps shaking. Just like last time. What is going on? Calm down. This is a sign before the primordial yang outbreak. The stronger the earthquake, the closer it proves the outbreak time is. You just prepare to absorb it. So that is how it is. The primordial yang is starting to erupt. What is happening?" At that moment, the roadside trees began to move. Good heavens, the wooden trees suddenly turned into steel in an instant. It is actually steel. Initiate devour. Initiate space. Potential value plus 1,000, potential value plus 2,000. He hugged the branch in joy, shouting, I am rich, but how long will I have to devour this steel tree? I have been devouring for over 10 minutes. Speaking of which, Is this place not significantly larger than it was last time? Could devouring Primordial Yang cause the space to upgrade? Does that mean skills can also level up, just like in a system Manhwa? The interface appeared Talent Devour Grade B, value 1 out of 10,000. Talent Space Grade S, value 1 out of 1 million. Hidden Talent Future Connection Grade S, a value 1 out of 1 million. Usable Potential Value 32,000. It is only Grade B. Then let me try using Devour. System, I want to upgrade Devour. Congratulations, your Talent Devour has successfully leveled up. Talent Devour Grade A, value 1 out of 50,000. Usable Potential Value 22,000. He laughed with pure joy, saying, "Excellent. The Devour talent is an A-rank ability, found in only 1 out of 50,000, providing 22,000 points. In this system Manhwa." An officer walked over and pointed it out to Captain Wei, saying, "Ma'am, look over there." Shen An was sitting in a meditative posture, radiating a powerful aura of magic. "You guys continue the inspection. I will go check it out." Understood. Suddenly the policewoman was scratched by a stray tree branch. "Wait, Captain, shouldn't you bandage that up first? It is fine. You guys go over there and chase him away. Do not let him cause trouble here." "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, the wound on her arm vanished completely. My wound just healed automatically. Out of nowhere, stray bullets flew wildly, striking the male officer. "What is going on? Bang, bang, bang. It is deafening. Watch out." A bullet was speeding toward Captain Wei with the velocity of light. In a split second, she sensed the danger and caught the bullet with her bare hand. "Captain, did you just catch that bullet with your bare hands?" "What did I just do? I actually blocked a bullet." At this moment, Shen finally realized the situation. He was surrounded by two factions pointing heavy weapons at each other. Damn it, what a mess. After a brutal massacre, stray bullets had caused people on both sides to fall, leaving bodies scattered all over the ground. Strangely, a portion of these people had committed suicide, and no clues whatsoever could be found on their bodies. They appear to be professional assassins. It is possible they were sent by some secret organization. An officer holding Shen An approached to report. "Captain, how should we handle this guy? Who is this?" Captain Wei asked immediately. "Hey brat, who allowed you to enter this area?" Shen An replied nonchalantly. "My legs are numb. Could you let me go first?" "Release him." "But Captain, his identity has not been verified yet." "Ouch, my legs are so numb." Taking advantage of her lowered guard, Shen and lunged right into Captain Wei, causing her to blush in embarrassment. "You brat, do you want to die? Sorry, I did not mean to do that. Please move." The other officer angrily swung his fist. "You little punk, get away from the captain." Shen An immediately stood up and delivered a kick that sent the man reeling back with a bloody nose. Ouch. Young people are so impatient. What if I had kicked a beauty instead? To think this kid could actually kick Bai Liang away. With that thought, the policewoman swung her leg to kick Shen An. "Do not use guns. I will handle him personally." "Captain?" Shen An had already caught Captain Wei's leg. He began to analyze the strength flowing through her body. "Your strength is decent, but your speed and accuracy are lacking, and your temper is quite poor. You rotten pervert." The policewoman shifted her stance, spinning to clamp her legs around Shen An's head. However, he was quick enough to grab her leg, trying to lock me down. Too bad. He used his strength to throw the captain far away, resulting in a loud crash. Damn, that snake is enormous. Then right next to it, a massive wild boar appears charging at breakneck speed. This is incredibly dangerous, but fortunately my physique has been reconstructed by the Primordial Yang, drastically increasing my reaction speed. The wild boar sprints wildly before smashing headfirst into a nearby boulder and rolling over dead. It turns out to be a mutated boar that delivered itself right to my doorstep. Well then, let us collect it into the dimensional space. He reaches out to sense its aura, but nothing happens. Why is there no reaction? Could it be that I cannot devour living creatures? After clearing the scene like a pro in a system Manhwa, Shen An returns to the bustling city streets. Being busy all day has left me starving to death. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. "Everyone, remember to vote for Dan Dan in the Ming gourmet event tomorrow, okay? Love you all." Oh. Shen An immediately walks over to strike up a conversation. "Are you Dan Dan?" He holds up his phone screen. Hey, I am a hardcore fan of yours." The two of them sit down to chat in front of the live stream. "That little brother is so handsome. Please marry Jojo right here on the spot. Since he is so good looking, we will forgive him for suddenly barging in. Little brother, please date me. Move aside. He likes Dan Dan. He already said he is a hardcore fan." Dan Dan thinks to herself that this young man has a rather handsome appearance, though she does not know what his character is like. Let us get to know each other first. Suddenly, a stranger lunges toward Dan Dan. Hey, what are you doing? Ah, what is this? Dan Dan, run quickly, there is a monster little brother. Hurry and protect Dan. Dan, protect her. What is going on? Help me. Inside the restaurant, a group of zombies is frantically tearing at flesh. These people have suddenly gone mad. Dan Dan screams in terror. Then runs toward Shen An for help. Save me, please. Do not be afraid. I am here. Tell me, where do you import your meat from? One person replies. These people all turned out like this after eating the meat. This meat was delivered by a man yesterday. I thought about saving some money, so I accepted it. That is right. The man had a very distinctive feature, which was his horizontal eyebrows. Horizontal eyebrows. Could it be Su Yuan, whom I met in that abandoned house? Shen An immediately requests, can you give me this batch of meat? I also want the portions remaining in your kitchen. The restaurant owner smiles and agrees. No problem, I will go pack it up for you. I just beg you not to leave a bad review. Please take care, customer. In the future, if you come to my shop, your meals will be free of charge. Dan Dan pouts and says, sigh. I was so close to asking for his WeChat just now. Shannon walks down the street and snaps a photo of the mutated meat to send to the future. Shannon, brother, I just saw a pile of meat containing yang energy. Everyone who ate it turned into something like a zombie. It is exactly this type. The future. Shen An replies. This is the meat of a mutated beast. Ordinary people cannot eat it. Cannot eat it. Why is that? Wild beasts are naturally inclined toward violence. If ordinary people consume them, it will damage the brain, infinitely amplifying negative emotions and leading to mental chaos. Serious consequences that could pose a danger to society. It causes mental chaos, so if we consume it, is there a chance we might end up like that too? However, we are different, as our physiques have already undergone transformation through yang energy. Eating this type of food can actually boost our power, much like a mechanic in a leveling manhwa. So, that is how it works. They mentioned that this batch of meat was provided by a man. I suspect that man is the fire-breathing user named Su Yuan. I definitely have an impression of the person you are talking about. There is a very mysterious organization backing him up, so you need to be cautious around him. They possess heavy weaponry and are also competing for the yang energy. Just then, Sun Ming suddenly called. Little Anne, I have some business to attend to this evening, so I will not be coming home to sleep. Take good care of yourself. Damn it, is this guy drunk or something? But the truth was, Shannon, I am sorry, it is not that I wanted to keep secrets from you, but I have mutated. I now carry the burden of saving the world and can no longer continue being a slacker. At this moment, Sun Ming's body transformed, becoming much more sturdy and powerful. Where is he? He spotted a motorcycle snatch thief. Sun Ming immediately rushed over and delivered a flying kick to the robber. Damn it, stand right there, Sun Ming said smugly to himself. Shen An, do not blame your big brother. I am different from you now. Who goes there? A stranger walked up. Let me introduce myself. I am Hong Jiu from the Special Response Bureau. Young man, come with us for a trip. Huh. Back in Sun Ming's living room, Shen An was crying while he ate. After all that drama, he realized he still had not had a proper meal. If he had known earlier, he would have just let that restaurant treat him to dinner. But in the end, he still had to pay out of his own pocket. 3 days later, another point of yang energy eruption will occur at Mount Wanyuan, a location that cannot be found on any map. You should find Wuan Village and make good preparations, because the people from that organization will also be heading to Mount Wanyuan. I do not know exactly what that organization is up to, but given my current abilities, it is better to keep a low profile. Suddenly the phone rang, and the voice on the other end said, Hello Shen, and it is Zhou Wang, your university classmate. Do you remember me? I heard that you have been looking for a job recently. Shen unlistened and pondered, wondering if his old friend was about to introduce a job opportunity to him. Tomorrow my site is hosting a culinary event, and we are short on security. Can you come? I remember you were pretty good at fighting. Shen An nodded his head, frantically. Enjoy. I will come definitely. Where is it specifically? Where? 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at Yuming Pavilion. The call ended. Yuming Pavilion. Isn't that the place Dan Dan mentioned during her live stream? He suddenly thought of Dan Dan and put on a delighted expression. This is great. It looks like I might get to see Dan Dan tomorrow. Meanwhile, Dan Dan was sitting there thinking about the young man she had met earlier that day. That older brother from the daytime could fight well and was handsome too. She really hoped she could get to know him a bit. As a fan, perhaps there would still be a chance to meet him again. At the festival, Shen An ran over smiling and waving at Dandan. Dandan, it is me. Are you here too? A strange man walked up smiling and said, Brother, you have arrived. The job this time is mainly to be responsible for protecting Chu Yushi, and it will last for a few days. There is an interview later, so do not be nervous, just perform normally. Chu Yushi? Do you mean that massive celebrity? Why would I lie to you? Countless people have begged me for this slot, but I have none to give. Listen, kid, you better fight well later. Do not embarrass your old classmate. Shen An replied. Rest assured, it is merely a bodyguard interview. With my current strength, it will not be a problem. A man with a tense expression interrogated them. Boss, so is this monkey-like guy really the person you found? One look tells me he has never trained a day in his life. This kind of damaged goods will not do. Chu Yushi immediately explained. Please do not be like that, Captain Lao. This is an old classmate of mine, and he is quite formidable in a fight. If you do not believe me, you can test him right now. Captain Lao retorted. My word alone is not enough here. Only if Han Feng admits him can he actually enter. Hey kid, hurry up and go over there. Are you kidding me? Do not think I am unaware that this is just a simple interview. It basically does not require the general manager like myself to personally step onto the field. I do not care about that the regulations are set in stone, and even a person you introduced cannot bypass Han Feng. Hearing this, Chu Yushi could no longer endure it and gritted her teeth in a sudden fit of rage. This guy is clearly being difficult. Everyone else just had to go through a simple formality. Why is it like this for you? Shen An quickly stopped her. It is fine. Just do as he says. Do not worry. Dandan thought to herself as she touched up her makeup. I heard this head of security is a 7th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Can this little brother really handle it? Two guys nearby were whispering. Wait, will he not get beaten senseless by Han Feng? This guy looks frail like a weak character in an awakening manhwa. One look is enough to tell he will not make it. Dandan walked over and retorted, You guys should not look down on others. He is actually very formidable. Shen An smiled and said to Dandan, Thank you for putting in a good word for me. A redhead walked up and asked Shen An, So, are you the one who wants to fight with me? That is correct. Everyone is in a hurry, so let's finish this quickly. The redhead immediately rushed forward, executing a sweeping kick. Shen An quickly dodged, bracing his hand against the ground to counterattack with a kick of his own. He took the hit and tumbled backward. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. Do you acknowledge my skill yet? That was good, young man. You are even more formidable than I am. The job of protecting Chu Yushi is officially yours. Thank you, Brother Han. Dandan cheered loudly in delight. Wow, look, sister, look, he actually won. The crowd behind them could not stop cursing. Damn it, Han Feng did not even put up a real fight. What the hell? I want to add him on WeChat. The group of men in the back wailed in envy. To think Dandan would actively ask to add him on WeChat. What kind of dumb luck did that guy step into? Damn it, I am so envious. Captain Lao was over in the corner making a report. Boss, a small issue has occurred. The person I arranged was replaced by a brat who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Are you saying the newcomer managed to defeat Han Feng? Correct, he was introduced by a guy named Joe who happens to be one of the organizers. Fine, just proceed with what we decided earlier. We will make our move after everything is finished. Old Lao, remember exactly who you are working for. Yes, I follow the orders of the organization and will absolutely never betray you. After saying that, he immediately rushed away. Hey, right then a girl in a luxurious red dress stepped out of the car. Sophie, watch your step. Sam rushed over but was immediately blocked. Who are you? What do you want? Hello, I am Sam. I am in charge of her security detail. Dana struggled to reach through the suffocating crowd. Hey, my fan just ran off with someone else. She stumbled backward and screamed, ah. Suddenly a hand caught her by the waist. Be careful. Thank you. Standing nearby, Sophie saw this and gave a faint smile. Oh, Mr. Sam is certainly enthusiastic. Even as my assistant, you still have time to protect other random girls. Sam replied cleverly. It was just on the way. If it were you, I would do the same. Sophie scolded him, so unfocused. Is there really a bodyguard like you? Sam replied. Sorry, I did not sleep well last night. Besides, how I am really does not matter. Keeping you safe is what counts. Sophie rolled her eyes. This guy. This was a chat log from the future version of Sam. Future Sam, my brother, do you know Sophie? I am currently working as her bodyguard. She is a living superstar. You are talking about that event at Moonlight Pavilion, right? Back then, Joe approached me too, but unfortunately, I could not beat Hank, so I was eliminated. You need to be careful. Sophie gets kidnapped at the venue. It seems she is connected to some incident, but I do not know the specific details. Looks like I need to get serious. At the gourmet festival. Sophie, look at me, wifey. Sophie, I want to marry you. Dana tried to squeeze through the crowd. There are too many people. She looked towards Sam and thought sadly, if only he were by my side right now. Sam was working hard to complete his mission and could not come over. Sophie glanced at him thinking, why is this guy suddenly so serious? Thank you for earlier. It is just part of the job. I need to use my sensing ability to check for threats first. What is in that crate? Some prizes for this competition. I heard they are fruits brought out from the mountains. From the mountains, haha, probably just sweet wild berries. Sam looked at the crate suspiciously. These fruits radiate yang energy, like a rare item in a leveling manhwa. The attackers are likely targeting these fruits. I just do not know why. They would also kidnap Sophie. Could it be? She is connected to this whole situation. At that moment, Sophie was giving a speech. Hello everyone, I am Sophie, it is a pleasure to meet you. Down below, a guy holding a sign screamed, Sophie, I love you. Han rushed over to stop him. Suddenly, the guy glared and shoved Han away violently, then lunged toward the stage, shouting, I love you, Sam. Sprinted in, yelling, get lost. Careful, this guy's strength is very. Before Han could finish, Sam delivered a powerful kick to the fanatic's face and demanded, who sent you? The security team appeared from nowhere. That is enough, take him away, behave yourself, do not move, let me go, let me see, Sophie, damn it, I almost succeeded. This guy's physical intensity has surpassed that of a normal human. Sophie, are you alright, just a bit spooked? I am fine, let us continue. Sam walked over to Han and said, follow me. Humph, it is highly likely that Chu Yushi will still encounter danger. What do you mean? This team cannot be trusted. With so many people at the scene, chaos is inevitable. And I fear that relying on me alone will not be enough. Brother Han immediately responded. All right, I trust you. I will personally arrange the security for the outer perimeter. You just need to protect her closely by her side. Back in Shennon's room, he was relaxing under the cool water of the shower when his phone suddenly rang. Fortunately, aside from that fan earlier, no other dangers had appeared today. But it was still best to check one more time before sleeping. He began using sonic waves to scan the surroundings. Chu Yushi was not in her room. This was bad. Shen, An, sensed something ominous, approaching a dense killing intent. From behind a knife, flew straight in, and embedded itself in the wall. The guy from this morning was rushing forward, aggressively holding a blade. Damn it, you little brat, ruin my good deed, go to hell. This was the man named Bai Tian. However, unexpectedly, Shen pulled a gun out of nowhere and aimed it right at him. His face turned pale with fear. What the? Where did this brat get a gun from? Damn it, I need to retreat first. It looks like I can only find another opportunity to complete the mission. Thinking this, he immediately ran for his life. He really runs fast. However, the gunshot will definitely alert the police, so surely they will not dare to do anything else today. He continued to use sonic waves to scan. Phew. Finally, she was asleep. Meanwhile, outside, a girl with purple hair wore a furious expression. You really should not have gone and provoked him, you know. Bai Tian clutched the wound where he had been shot and growled. I only wanted to test his actual strength. The organization wants to test him to make a better judgment. The purple-haired girl immediately said, remember this, the power of this person is very strong, so do not provoke him no matter what. The organization does not hope to gain another enemy like that. Yes, though I heard Su Yuan say that the higher-ups are considering letting him enter the organization. The purple-haired girl turned to leave and spoke. That is not something you should concern yourself with. We should not care much about that little girl Chu Yushi, but regarding this Shen An, you must pay more attention. Do not let him die. Regarding the affairs of Halmon, it is not convenient for us to show our faces, so perhaps you know what needs to be done. Yes, yes. He sneered with a disdainful expression and staggered away. On the street at this moment, the host was introducing. All right, today will be the final round, which is the award ceremony. Shannon immediately stepped in front to shield Chu Yushi. The crowd below whispered, damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. Be a little patient. Our mission is not just her alone. We also have to get that item into our hands. Does that even need to be said? It is just that this brat is truly a troublesome character. Wait for the prize distribution. One of us will impersonate the staff member handing out the awards, and the moment we get the item, strike immediately. Understood, understood, understood. Each of these people seemed brave and powerful, speaking with hidden meanings. Moreover, their actions were synchronized and uniform just like soldiers. Soldiers. If Bywei can mobilize special police, this matter is certainly not simple. Just like a twist in an awakening, Manhwa. The host shouted the name of the first person to receive the award. That is me. I am right here. Something was wrong. The voices of these two people did not belong to the same person. Shen-an frowned in deep thought, sensing the aura of death. Had the first victim already fallen? Suddenly, a platinum-haired fellow ran over his face, beaming with joy, shouting, I finally got the reward. Ha ha ha. However, right after receiving his prize, the man's expression twisted instantly. I secured it. The item is in my hands. Commence the operation. He lunged toward Chu Yushi to harm her, just as a massive crowd swarmed forward. The mob charged violently toward Shen-an and Chu Yushi. Shen-an immediately reassured her, saying, Do not be afraid, I am right here. Just close your eyes and sit down, trust me. She nodded, okay. Chu Yushi immediately covered her ears and shut her eyes, leaving Shen-an to face the attacker rushing at him. Suddenly, the enemies collapsed one by one. It was the work of silent anesthetic needles. At that exact moment, a needle flew rapidly toward Shen-an. He glanced over and saw Bywei. Why was she unable to distinguish friend from foe? She was actually attacking him too. In this perilous moment, straight out of a leveling manhwa, he activated his spatial talent and pretended to faint, falling to the ground to observe what their true intentions were. Shen-an, what are you guys doing? Is this work? What on earth happened here? While Shen-an continued feigning unconsciousness, Chu Yushi asked, with evident concern in her voice, What is wrong? Is he going to be okay? Officer Wei replied calmly, He is fine, it is just a coma. It seems you are quite worried about him. Chu Yushi immediately denied it, no way. Sister Wei, he truly knows nothing, so why did you have to arrest him? I even heard rumors that you have successfully awakened an ability. Wei furrowed her brows and said, Little girl, do not ask questions you should not ask. You claimed this kid was formidable, so I was merely curious. Walls have ears, and you know very well how advanced modern technology is. It would be bad if someone overheard us. Who does not know that the children of the Chu family are wildly capable and can obtain any information they want? Chu Yushi let out a long sigh. Oh, everyone is just deceived by your appearance. Look, very few people outside know you are the daughter of the Chu family, but those two clearly did not know. Shen-an lay there and heard the entire conversation. The Chu family, oh my god, could this be the supreme family among the 4 great clans of Silver City? Chu Tianba was a legendary figure in all of Silver City. His business empire spanned the entire nation with immense wealth. He also owned numerous entertainment companies under his name. And rumor had it that Chu Yushi was a signed artist under the Chu family's Silver City agency. This meant Chu Yushi was not just an ordinary entertainer in the industry, but actually the princess of Silver City. The entire local entertainment world was practically her backyard. How did you handle those people outside? It is mostly wrapped up. The elites I sent out are competent. There will be no issues. Matters here are resolved, so I should head back. Suddenly, the wall cracked open, and a stranger smashed through, punching the bodyguards outside. What? Chu Yushi screamed in panic. Sister Wei, be careful. She rushed forward to kick the intruder. The man used brute force to throw Chu Yushi back, causing her to scream in pain. Ugh. The man demanded, Where is the spirit fruit? I do not know what you are talking about. He then swung his fist at Wei. You girls are pretty tough, the brute sneered, before launching a kick straight at Bywei's face. She took the full force of the attack, thinking, his power is too strong. She fought back, landing a sharp kick to his stomach. Shen-an watched intently, analyzing the situation. Seeing no fluctuations of primordial yang, he realized this opponent wasn't an awakened one. But how could he possess such overwhelming physical strength? Suddenly, the man scoffed. I am bored with this game. He blurred into motion, rushing Vivi and burying his fist in her stomach. Die. He raised his leg, preparing to stomp Vivi into the ground. Chu Yushi screamed out in panic. Stop. The man froze mid-motion as a strange object whizzed past his face. Shen-an suddenly sprang into action, scooping Vivi up and retreating to safety. Still alive. The man eyed the projectile. Vivi looked up groggy. You are awake. I was not in a coma, just teasing you girls. So he had heard every word they said earlier. Shen-an gently set Vivi down. Take a rest. He immediately began transferring his aura into her body to stabilize her. His hand felt warm against her skin, and the pain began to subside instantly. Is he healing me? You have to leave. You are no match for him, she pleaded. This has nothing to do with you. The man was not giving up. Kid, where did you come from? You look like small fry, hardly worth my time. Shen An just smiled. No need to guess my background. I am just an ordinary handsome guy. Even if you kill me, no one will come looking for trouble. Vivi and Chu Yushi dropped their jaws in shock. Is he an idiot? Now the guy won't hold back. Shen An simply raised his middle finger at the enemy and grinned. If you want to kill me, I am afraid you will need to crawl back into your mother's womb and cultivate for another few decades. The man roared in fury. Brat, you are seeking death. That was the fluctuation of primordial yang. This man had completely concealed the power he had absorbed, letting none of it leak out. It seemed the breathing technique he practiced was anything but simple. The man lashed out with a punch, but Shen An managed to dodge the blow by a hair's breadth. Shen An countered with a punch of his own, smashing it squarely into the man's face. The attacker spat blood, but immediately retaliated with a fierce kick. His power is being drained by me. It turns out my ability works like a cheat in a system Manhwa. I can not only devour the energy from his attacks, but also store it. The man stumbled back, gasping for breath. The sounds of fighting outside had faded to silence, and there was no aura of death. It seemed everyone was just putting on a show. It appears this operation, using the spirit fruit as a reward, was a trap set by the Chu family to lure out thieves. They just did not expect to catch a shark this big. The military, partnering with the Chu family, did not want to offend this unknown force. They were waiting on the sidelines to see the outcome between the Chu family and this intruder. The man gritted his teeth. Kid, who exactly are you? Do you realize who you have offended? Shen An replied calmly. You talk too much for a fight. All right, you have lost. Shen An threw another punch. The man threw a counterpunch simultaneously. Do not get too arrogant, brat. Boom. Their fists collided, releasing two massive waves of energy. No, impossible. How do you know my surging wave force? I absorbed plenty of it from you earlier. I paid him back everything in a single blow. Sarah Chu suddenly spoke up, explaining that Ray King was a top-tier expert hired by the Chen family, rumored to be an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists actually exist in this world. Now that the primal energy has appeared, those known as ancient martial artists are likely starting to gradually reveal themselves from the shadows. It seems they possess special methods for absorbing primal energy, and these techniques passed down from ancient times provide significant assistance with cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to know cultivation methods immediately after awakening. Sarah Chu continued, mentioning that Ray King's mentor is the renowned Grandmaster Yan. Rumor has it that his strength has reached a godlike state, and currently, the awakened individuals known to the public are no match for him, so you must be careful. If he finds out you killed his disciple, there is a very high probability he will seek revenge against you. However, I will shoulder this burden and claim you are a member of our Chu family, so if he wants to start trouble, it will be against the Chu family instead. Sam, I apologize for dragging you into this. Originally, I thought you were just an ordinary expert. I never expected this. Sam quickly interrupted her, insisting that since he killed the man, she did not need to worry on his behalf. He added that if this Grandmaster Yan wanted to come kill him, tell the old man he was waiting impatiently. Sarah argued that since Sam acted against the opponent for her sake, she could not let him face the risks alone. Besides Grandmaster Yan, he also needed to be wary of the Chen family. Although they suffered a loss this time and gained no benefits, your situation is different because you do not belong to any specific faction or power. When that time comes, they will certainly devise a way to deal with you. Vivi, hearing their discussion from the side, jumped up and suggested that Sam should return to the military with her. She claimed they would not be able to touch him there, but Sam thought to himself, remembering that she was the one who ordered people to knock him out earlier. He vowed to beat them up sooner or later to vent his anger. He decided not to exhaust himself further that day and announced he was going home to sleep. Outside, Sam turned on his phone to reply to messages. Joe was asking if he was all right. Joe messaged, saying to reply if seen, and to let him know if they were giving Sam a hard time. Han also asked if he was okay, to which Sam replied that he was fine and no one was troubling him. Haha. Sarah Chu is concerned about ancient martial artists like Grandmaster Yan, implying they are not easy to deal with, so I might as well ask my future self. The response was not to worry about him, as the items passed down by a bunch of stubborn old men are not worth his concern. Strengthening his own power is the only thing that matters. Sam remarked smugly, looking at that pretentious attitude, noting that it was worthy of being the protagonist of a system manhwa. He went back to rummaging for his house card, HM-fa. However, his pocket was completely empty. He suddenly remembered that he had treated the house card as a hidden weapon and threw it earlier, focusing only on looking cool and forgetting to retrieve it. He hurriedly called Tony for help. He needed to make a phone call to Tony. But Tony suddenly called him first, saying, "Yo, I was just about to call you, kid." The voice on the other end apologized, explaining that a major issue had occurred at his home, so he could not live with Sam anymore. He asked Sam to look after the house for him, then asked where Sam was. "Did something happen?" "No, nothing at all, just put your mind at ease. Who do you think I am? If there was actually an issue, I would definitely tell you." "Alright, I am just letting you know that I will not be in contact for a little while." "That is right, keep an eye on me. Get lost, here you go." "Okay, now that the handover is complete, your training mission for today is increasing by double." The moment the man stepped into Sun Ming's house, he tossed a bag right at him. Sun Ming saw this and immediately panicked, thinking, "I am done for. There is a chance I will not even survive until I complete this training mission. I do not want to save the world. I just want to live as a mortal." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen An was thinking to himself, "That brat seems to be hiding something, hopefully he is alright. Oh crap. My house key card, I am doomed. Absolutely doomed. If I do not get inside soon, I am going to soil my pants right here." 1 hour later. "Thank you, take care." Finally, Shen managed to get inside thanks to a locksmith. Suddenly, a strange number called his phone. "Hello. Hello. Are you doing okay, Zuzu?" It turned out to be Don Don calling. He. "I did not expect you to be able to recognize my voice. It looks like you are not a fake fan after all." "That is a given. I'm the one who watches your live stream every single day." Dandan continued speaking, saying that earlier she heard from a friend that he had been taken away and she was afraid something bad had happened to him. So she asked him for his phone number. "Looking at the situation now, it seems like everything is fine, right? You can hear how resonant my voice is, so naturally, I am perfectly fine. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding." "That is right. They did not come to make things difficult for you ladies, did they?" "It is fine, I have already returned home. I asked the leaders for a leave of absence for a few days, so I will be staying at home to rest during this time. By the way, where is your home located?" Dan happily replied, "Wuan Village. Though even if I say it, you have probably never heard of it, because none of the fans in the livestream room know about it, so you are not allowed to tell anyone else." He immediately remembered the message from the future. Shen An. 3 days later. Another point where the primal energy will erupt is at Wuan Mountain, a place that cannot be found on any map. You need to locate Wuan Village and prepare yourself thoroughly. When that time comes, people from that organization will also arrive. Talk about speaking of the devil. This world is truly small, considering where I live is so hard to find. However, the scenery is beautiful, so if you have time, you can come here to enjoy the view. Shen An replied, "Well, if I actually come to Wuan Village, surely you would not refuse to host me, right?" Hearing this, Dandan asked back in surprise, "Hey, you are not telling the truth, are you? Is this considered a date? Ha Zuzu? You have to be very careful." Then, trying to save face, she replied, Alright, if you dare to come, I will definitely host you. You said it, so you have to do it. Consider it a promise then. You are not allowed to regret it later." Hanging up the phone, he sat back and relaxed in his chair, deciding it was time to cultivate a little. Half an hour later, it seemed there was still a significant amount of primal energy remaining. Cultivating like this was not yielding much progress, especially if he had to deal with those powerful experts. The phone bell rang, and he looked at the screen and smiled. I still have to rely on myself. It was the future Shen, unsending the secret manual for the drunken star saber technique. Early the next morning, Shenan got up to exercise by playing badminton. "You ask who I am? I am the saber tyrant, Shenan." He talked to himself with the narcissism typical of a hero in a leveling manhwa. "I have fully mastered the techniques of the drunken star saber arts. Yet, without an actual blade in my hand, the experience still feels like it is missing a crucial element." Sensing that something was lacking, Shen silently decided it was high time to acquire a proper saber. He turned back to survey the house, which was now utterly wrecked by his own hands, and sighed with emotion. "Oh damn, how did I manage to trash the house like this?" 1 hour passed, and after consoling himself, he was just relieved to have caught the earliest bus. Wuan Village in Hezhou, here I come. Shen departed immediately for Dandan's location. During the journey, his mind kept circling back to the ironwood tree, pondering that this metallic flora appeared to be excellent crafting material. No sooner had he spoken than he used an iron branch to refine a sword within his space, leaving him stunned by the result. To think, I can actually forge real swords here. Does this mean I can manifest whatever I desire within this internal dimension? Next, he brought out the existing spiritual water and discovered something truly miraculous. This spiritual water moves according to my will, and I can even tread upon its surface without sinking. He shouted excitedly while gliding across, ha ha ha, witness my wave-treading steps. With an imposing aura, he levitated all the remaining timber, transforming them into hundreds of swords, and confidently declared that he was now invincible. Manifest a giant mountain for me. However, this command failed to materialize. It appears this internal space works like a typical system Manhwa, where I cannot create matter from nothing, but only transform objects that already exist. His train of thought was interrupted by a voice calling out, "Stop sleeping, we have arrived. We are at the stop. Wake up." A woman was shaking him awake. Shen An woke up to see the woman frowning at him, so he quickly apologized. "Sorry, my bad." Once he arrived, Shen An observed the surroundings, noting that this location was situated in a desolate area. However, the scenery itself was breathtaking. Seeing that not a soul was around, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity and shot forward like a loose arrow. Upon entering the village, he saw everyone busy with their daily tasks. "Excuse me, uncle, is this Wuan Village?" the older man retorted, with a question of his own. "Are you an outsider visiting here?" "That is right, I am here to visit a classmate." The uncle immediately went on guard. "Ha, buddy, do not try to fool me. You are with that archaeology team, aren't you? You people love bullying us honest folk." The last guy also claimed he was looking for someone, yet last night he led a person behind the mountain to dig up artifacts. "It seems someone else has beaten me to the punch. I felt something was off early this morning when a group of people carrying tools was wandering around there. They assume our village lacks culture, and that we do not understand their methods. You tell me, what are you guys looking for? Can you not just say it straight, instead of acting all mysterious?" Shen An hurriedly asked, "Who else has been here?" The uncle crossed his arms and replied, "Buddy, look at you asking me about your own people. You are really good at pretending." "Dad, I am done buying groceries." Jojo and Don Don recognized Shen An and asked in surprise, "Ah, how did you manage to find your way here?" "My daughter is your classmate." "Yes, sir." The uncle froze upon hearing this, then turned aside to answer his phone to avoid the awkwardness. "Oh my, I do not have time to talk right now." Burning incense. "Are you kidding? The fire is already singeing our eyebrows." "What did you say? Your daughter is about to be snatched away by someone else." Dan hurriedly said to Shen An, "I did not expect that you would actually find this place and so quickly at that." Shen An replied, "Well, as long as you have the heart, it is not difficult to find." Just then, the silhouette of a woman suddenly appeared on the roof. "Ha, sure enough you came too." Shen An turned to Dan, smiling. "Let me show you a magic trick." Dan was surprised. "You know magic as well. Count to 3 and do not blink." "Okay. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a bracelet featuring a small angel appeared in Shen An's hand. Dan saw the cute bracelet and smiled happily. "Ah, how did you do that? It is so beautiful, but it looks too precious." Shen An smiled gently. "I made it myself, so it is not worth much money. As long as you like it, that is enough." Dan accepted the bracelet looking shy. "I really like it, but next time you must not give me any more gifts." Shen An pretended to cough a few times, and Dan immediately panicked to explain, "Oh no, I did not mean it like that." Suddenly, a bad premonition struck. Killing intent. "What is wrong with you?" It is nothing." It turned out Dan's father was standing there, glaring at the two of them. "Are you two finished talking yet? We should go find your mother." "Why are you still here?" Shen An smiled and replied, "I will look for a place to stay in the vicinity." Before he could finish speaking, a gaze filled with killing intent shot straight at him, making him shiver. Dan had to turn and follow her father, but she did not forget to signal Shen and "Contact you later." Shen An stood there in a daze for a while. When Dan had walked away, he turned toward the empty road and called out, "Who are you?" From that open space, the figure of a woman gradually emerged. "How did you discover me?" Shen An replied, "Intuition." "So why are you following me?" The woman with mysterious purple hair approached. "I cannot say I am following. After all, you are the one who arrived later. I want to discuss cooperation with you. Follow me. Perhaps you sense the fluctuations underground, so that is why you came here, right? It seems our goals are the same, and I feel that we can cooperate." With that, both of them walked into a secluded corner. The mysterious woman continued, "After all, the two of us can count as having collaborated once before. At that moment, the fire element user from last time suddenly popped his head out. We meet again. Shen-an frowned in contempt. Ha! Do you feel that you are a reliable partner? The situation became a bit awkward, and the man hurriedly explained, that time was because I was too scared, but this time will definitely be different. I swear, it seems there is history here. Shen-an, still bitter about the last incident, turned his head to the side and said, on what grounds should I trust you? The fire ability user replied, the flames in my body are about to go out of control. I came this time hoping to find an opportunity to control the energy within my body. The ability of an awakened one must be used constantly, otherwise there will be a backlash. However, if I release flames at will, I will be very easily discovered. The mysterious woman also chimed in. I am the same. I have to use my ability all the time. Then, the fire user asked, do you mean to say you do not have this sensation? Shen-an turned away to reply. My abilities are not exactly flashy. However, I've received intel that between 6 and 7 this evening, there will be tremors underground, which might just birth some hidden primordial yang. Do you have any leads, Shen? And remained silent, deep in thought. Dealing with this organization is not easy, but having partners is not a terrible idea, especially since they have shown their sincerity. Yuan Mountain, to the southwest. Believe it or not, it is up to you too. Say what? Even with our current technology, we cannot pinpoint the specific direction like that. However, I am choosing to trust you. When the time comes, I only want the primordial yang. I could not care less about the rest. The fire ability user suddenly spoke up. If it is that simple, then we have no problem. We will need the coordinates once the transformation begins. Deal. Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a fierce fire erupted in a corner of the village. That was exactly where Zhou was staying. Shen-an's face went pale as he shouted in panic, that is the direction of Wuan Village. Zhou, realizing the blaze was spreading uncontrollably. He did not hesitate for a second and dashed toward the village like a streak of lightning. Mu Lingxiu stood off to the side, analyzing the situation. How could houses without gas lines possibly explode like that? It is possible the primordial yang has already started to erupt. I wonder if this village will be wiped out. The red-haired Sun Yuan just laughed nonchalantly. If this backward dump gets destroyed, then so be it. Who cares? Hearing this, Shen-an shot him a look as sharp as a dagger, before continuing his mad dash toward the village, engulfed in flames. Damn it, what is with that brat's attitude? Let us just see if he can even make it out alive. There was no helping it. Too many factions were converging here this time. If we want to secure any benefits, we are forced to cooperate with him. I heard he defeated Lei Qing, and the kid also has some connections with Bywei from the government. I do not care what he wants to do, but he had better not ruin our plans, or he knows the consequences. Sun Yuan frowned upon hearing this. That rotten woman, sooner or later, I will teach her a lesson. Shen-an hurriedly texted Zhou. Is there a fire over by your side? Are you all right? I am fine. It is just one house that suddenly caught fire, and we are all helping to put it out. Then you be careful. Shen-an immediately used sound waves to check on Zhou's situation. She seemed a bit frazzled, but there appeared to be no serious danger. Suddenly, his phone rang with a message, future Shen-an will Wuan Village be implicated in the disaster. It seems that in the original timeline of this manhwa recap, Wuan Village was completely incinerated, and Dan was never seen live streaming again. After reading the message, Shen-an froze in shock. He anxiously called Dan right away. Oh, brother Shen. And Shen-an gritted his teeth and shouted, can you return to Silver City? Go back tonight. Get your whole family away from this place immediately. Dan was confused and kept asking, what are you talking about? But at this moment, Shen-an just kept relentlessly urging her to return to Silver City. The world has changed, and your village is done for. Starting with this fire, do you not feel that something is seriously wrong here? Hearing Shen-an's urgent pleas, Dan softened a bit. She then honestly confessed that in fact a warehouse had also caught fire last night, in addition to the incident just now. Before this, Wuan Village had not seen a fire for several years. Do you know something? Shen-an replied. It is difficult to explain to you, but essentially, I just hope you can trust me. Shen-an then gazed toward the village. Meanwhile, Dan and her father were arguing about returning to Silver City, but her father did not believe Shen-an's words and walked away, leaving Dan standing there alone. She hurriedly messaged Shen-an about the current situation. I need to discuss this a bit with my parents, but thank you for your concern regardless. He began to ponder. That is true. Why would people move just because of a single sentence from me? Perhaps the time is near. This is the location with the most primordial yang energy that my future self mentioned. And furthermore, there will be unbelievable changes. Suddenly, people began running in panic as the ground started shaking violently. Earthquake, run quickly. Multicolored beams of light shot straight toward Wuan Village. A massive fire erupted and continued to spread. The phenomenon has begun. Everyone assemble shortly after. A group of people dressed in black formed a circle in front of the blazing fire, when suddenly, a figure dashed out. It turned out to be the beautiful police officer Bywei. Suppress the firepower first, before worrying about anything else. Just then, a ferocious voice boomed. You have a death wish. Who told you to extinguish the fire? The fire ability user Sun Yuan stepped out with glowing red eyes and a furious expression. You are disturbing my cultivation. In this awakening, Manhwa fire ability, users can absorb energy from the flames to upgrade their strength. Metal attribute ability. Bywei. I did not expect it to be you. The group in black knelt down and began transferring their aura to Sun Yuan, making him stronger. Sun Yuan absorbed the stream of aura, causing his power to skyrocket as he attacked Bywei. You woman, you love meddling in other people's business, what? Before she could react, he spewed a torrent of fire toward her. Your body might be able to withstand my flames, but I wonder about your clothes. If you continue to interfere, I will burn every stitch of clothing off your body. However, Bywei unexpectedly removed her outer jacket. She threw the coat to the ground and stood up with a blazing fighting spirit, retorting, You scum, you are looking for death. With that, Bywei charged straight toward him. You came just in time. Sun Yuan clasped his hands and breathed out a roaring flame. It is so hot. She nimbly dodged to the side, moving with great agility. I wonder if you are this flexible when you are in bed. Come out here. Let the two of us keep playing. You have such a filthy mouth. Sun Yuan laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. My mouth can be even filthier. Suddenly, Bywei swung her arm and hurled stones at him. At the same instant, she appeared right below him, poised to attack. Cough. He took the full force of Bywei's punch. Sun Yuan stumbled back after the blow. He wiped the blood, trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said, trembling, You actually dared to hit me. Prepare to die? Bywei glared back and replied, That is perfect because we are just getting started. Just then, Mutation appeared, faintly thinking to himself, This guy is incompetent unless he is concealing his true strength. Shen An was standing on high ground, observing the situation below. The surrounding temperature was rising higher and higher. Shen An utilized his sound waves while dashing away like lightning, but the flames had already reached him. Good heavens, the fire is already at my feet. It burns, everyone scatter immediately. Scatter immediately. The flames have already spread to this location. The primordial energy has arrived. Shen An begins to open a massive vortex, activating the space around him to initiate the devouring process. Potential points plus 1,500. 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 His potential points and ability stats are rising incessantly. It seems his strength has doubled compared to before, a classic trope in a leveling manhwa. But suddenly, he detects something suspicious. A puff of white smoke erupts, and Mutation materializes, asking Shen An, Where is the cooperation you promised? Didn't you say you gave them the location? What happened? Why aren't they here? Your sincerity wasn't sufficient, yet you still have the nerve to lecture me. Where is that teammate of yours? She turns her back in silence. No way. Did he abandon you again this time? Forget about him, let the two of us work together. We are surrounded by fire on all sides, and the concentration of primordial energy is rising. It will attract high-level experts, so I want to deploy a concealment formation nearby. I need your assistance. Shen An turns to her, recalling the 8 trigrams mirror, and asks, Set up a formation. What exactly can I help you with? I can cast a stealth array to cover our immediate surroundings. That way, no one will detect us while we absorb the primordial energy. However, I need you to supply me with energy. Are you blushing? How exactly am I supposed to provide this energy? Could it be? His mind immediately drifts to a scenario of the two of them in an intimate embrace. Mutation grimaces and clarifies. You just need to sit cross-legged behind me and place your hands on my back. Just kidding, don't get so angry. He then proceeds to transfer energy to her. Mutation flushes red and lets out a soft murmur. She then begins to conjure a magic circle, enveloping a large portion of the forest, including herself and Shen An. Alright, we are now invisible to the outside world, so we can absorb the primordial energy with peace of mind. She then turns to glare at Shen-an. Hey, you can take your hands off me now. Shen, and awkwardly replies, right, okay. She begins to absorb the energy, but finds herself wondering why is her absorption speed so sluggish. She slowly opens her eyes and glances to the side, only to see Shen-an, absorbing the primordial energy as well. How is this possible? How can his absorption speed be so terrifyingly fast? Is that an A-grade talent? The primordial energy circle, protecting them, begins to crack after 1 hour. By this time, Vivi is starting to feel the exhaustion, panting heavily. The fire-wielding Sun Yuan also looks distinctively unhappy. Damn it, this wretched woman is truly hard to deal with. There are people over there. Shen-an. Shen-an and Mu Lin-Qiu approach. Mu Lin-Qiu, she is a member of the Shadow Organization. Mu Lin-Qiu turns back to Shen-an and says, take care. With that, she vanishes in an instant. A figure completely covered from head to toe rushes in to attack Shen-an. Go to hell. He quickly dodges the attack. The assailant wildly swings his weapon in all directions. Shen-an simply smiles faintly. Splat. The attacker glances at him, thinking this guy is in cahoots with her. Vivi rushes over, shouting, don't, it seems we still can't underestimate that girl. That glance she gave earlier was intentional, meant to mislead others into thinking they were on the same team. The black-clad figure swings his blade, rushing to kill him. Shen-an simply gives him a gentle slap. Don't let him get away. Shen-an looks over toward Vivi. 2 pairs of eyes met in silence, words unnecessary. Do not let him leave, Bywei growled. Where was your help earlier when we were dealing with that fire-breathing maniac? He was traveling with Mu Lin-Qiu, and she belongs to the Shadow Organization. This guy is clearly up to no good either, so capture him immediately. The group of men in black continued their charge toward Shen-an. Bywei hurriedly shouted to stop them. Chen Ziliang, I order you to return to the squad right this instant. Chen Ziliang merely turned his head and replied, Bywei, that brat killed the expert my Chen family hired. I have not even settled that score with him yet. I suggest you stop opposing my family right now. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. Bywei gritted her teeth in anger. It seems all these people belong to the Chen family after all. No wonder nobody briefed me on the specific details of this operation from the start. You saw me fighting that fire-breathing youth and refused to help. Yet you seem so focused on dealing with Shen-an instead. Shen-an smiled faintly and mocked. If you disregard friendship, what exactly can you do? Are you going to talk me to death? Then he turned to speak to Bywei. If I kill them, you will not hold a grudge, right? Do as you please. The Chen family, was it? Come at me then. Oh, that is right. If you have any last words, you better say them now. Shen-an kept waving his hand in provocation, and Chen Ziliang stepped forward to meet his doom. With that, Shen-an instantly materialized a sword. He simply swung the blade one time, causing a massive explosion to erupt instantly. Chen Ziliang also raised his sword and charged straight toward Shen-an. Go to hell. No thanks. You go first. At that moment, Chen Ziliang took a heavy hit from Shen-an right in the ribs, collapsing in front of his cohorts. The remaining men began to tremble in fear of this overwhelming power. Meanwhile, the fire in Wuan Village began to spread across a much larger area. That is the direction of Wuan Village. TSK. I do not have time to deal with these guys. I need to go check the situation over there and see what exactly has happened. Wuan Village seemed to be drowning in a sea of fire as Sun Yuan relentlessly launched flames at the houses. That bastard Shen-an rushed over at breakneck speed. Help me, cough cough. Do not be afraid, saving lives is the priority. He immediately used his aura to rescue a mother and child who were in danger. Suddenly, he heard a familiar cry for help. Save me. It was Zhou's father. He dashed straight over. Uncle, are you all right, cough? Thank you, I am saved. But where is Zhou? She could not sleep and said she was going for a walk. I lost sight of her. Please save my daughter. He continuously used sound waves to scan for any trace of Zhou, but even his perception skills could not locate her. Where on earth did she go? Suddenly, a scream rang out. Help, Tisk. I will have to search for her while rescuing others. A group of survivors gathered in one spot. Bywei ran over and called out, Shen-an, do not worry about me. Get these injured people to the hospital, hurry. Understood. Finally a reaction. My God, is he a deity? He saved me. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, where a god descends, with a whoosh Shen, and dashed away like lightning. Shen-an kept running, frantically searching for any trace of Dan, but he was puzzled, because he could detect the aura of Zhou and wondered why she would wander into a place like this. He came to a halt in front of a massive cavern, glancing around cautiously before stepping inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, easily wide enough for two people to walk shoulder to shoulder. Something felt off, and suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes lit up the darkness of the cave. Shen An glared back, but before he could react, a colossal brown bear charged straight at him. Holy crap, that is one massive bear. Your size is definitely a violation of the rules. Wait a minute. This creature's strength is absurd compared to the mutant beasts I faced before. It seems like it mutated a long time ago. I told it to wait, and it actually stopped. Does this thing understand human speech? Shen An lowered his voice and said gently, "Hey, big guy. I do not have any malicious intent here." The brown bear kept its sharp, glowing eyes fixed on Shen An, and he had not even finished his sentence when the beast swiped its massive paw, sending him flying backward for nearly 100 meters. He crashed into the side of the cave wall, cursing in frustration. "Damn it, you giant furball, that was a dirty move, but congratulations, you have officially caught my undivided attention now." The brown bear charged at Shen An once again, so he immediately flared his energy, ready for a clash in this intense awakening manhwa scenario, shouting, "Fine, if that is how you want it, let's see who has the greater brute strength." Both sides swung their fists at each other in a violent collision. The bear growled incessantly, but unfortunately for the beast, Shen An was able to easily overpower it. The recoil sent the bear smashing into the rock wall several meters away, and while it roared in fury, Shen An did not give it a break and continued his relentless assault. After a brief struggle, the massive brown bear was reduced to sitting there and crying while covering its face. Suddenly, it rushed over and hugged Shen An's leg, sporting a few fresh bumps on its head. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The entrance to the demon realm. Shen An asked, "Is that you, my future self? How are you able to speak directly into my ear? I am not entirely sure myself. My consciousness seems capable of perceiving whatever you see, almost as if I am engaging in a direct telepathic connection with you. Does this mean my abilities have leveled up? That makes sense, as I suspected something like this might happen earlier, but I did not expect the effects to be this efficient. It appears that due to the abundant energy present right now, what we see is unified, allowing us to communicate seamlessly at all times, without needing a deliberate link." Shen An felt like he had been struck by lightning as he thought, "Damn it, does that mean you watch everything I do, even when I am eating or using the bathroom?" "The future?" Shen An replied helplessly. "Do you think I would despise my own self?" Shen An pivoted back to the topic, asking, "Fair point, but what is this demon realm you mentioned just now? If I remember correctly, this zone did not exist beneath Mount Wanyuan before. It must have appeared recently, and as the world changes, places like this will become increasingly common. When that happens, humanity will enter an era of unprecedented danger. This bear most likely came from the demon realm, so how does its strength compare to my current level? This is merely a common little demon. As for your current realm, your strength is only at the 2nd grade, and the realms are divided from low to high, ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade, with the 9th being the peak. Your talent is currently A rank, but I have faith that this harvest will push you to an S rank awakening." As he spoke, the massive brown bear began to shrink down. Why is it shrinking? Size manipulation is a fundamental cultivation ability for spirit beasts, allowing them to expand or contract at natural will. Naturally, different species possess varying elemental attributes. Shen An glanced toward the soul light source in the cave and spotted Jojo lying motionless atop a stone. "It's Zojo." Shen An turned to look at the bear, which was bashingly covering its face like it had been caught red-handed. Wait, did this giant furball actually have a crush on her? He rushed over and shook her gently. "Jojo, wake up." Shen An. She suddenly shrieked at the sight of the looming shadow. There's a bear." Terrified, she threw herself into Shen An's arms. "Shen An, Jojo, are you all right?" The brown bear fumed with jealousy, feeling like its potential mate had been stolen. Shen An simply smiled to comfort her. "Don't worry, I've already tamed this guy." He then pointed at himself, signaling to the beast. "She belongs to me, got it?" The brown bear glared back, its rage intensifying. Shen An stared right back. "You got a problem? Keep looking at me like that and I'll beat the crap out of you, shove your face in it, and then use that same crap to slap you around." Terrified, the bear's attitude did a complete 180 as it flashed a thumbs up. Grew. It knelt at Jojo's feet, forcing a toothy, overly friendly grin. Holding back a laugh, he asked, "How did you end up here anyway?" I was thinking about what you said and couldn't sleep, so I came to the back mountain for some fresh air. Then I was grabbed by this thing. Shen An glanced at the bear, which was sheepishly scratching its head. She suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, you said you tamed the bear earlier. Are you an awakener? Can you fly in the sky? Or tunnel underground? Let's go," he interrupted. Her family was likely worried sick, and if he didn't sever these ties now, she would only face more trouble down the line. He picked her up and walked away, leaving the bear in a state of heartbreak. The beast sobbed dramatically while waving goodbye. She murmured, leaning against Shen An's chest. After we talked, I looked it up online. There are so many people saying the world is changing, mentioning awakened cultivators. But a lot of that news disappears in the blink of an eye. He is an awakener. He might even achieve immortality. We simply don't belong to the same world anymore. Upon returning to Wuan Village, Shen An spoke softly, "Zhou, we're home. You can get down now." But she kept her arms wrapped tightly around him. "You aren't an ordinary person anymore. I just want to hold you a little longer, because we probably won't have anything to do with each other in the future, will we?" Her father rushed over frantically. "Zhou, where have you been? You scared us to death. Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Dad." She turned back, watching Shen An's retreating figure. Shen An walked alone into the forest. Suddenly, Wei appeared and asked, "Where are you going? The Chen family will stop at nothing to kill you. It's too dangerous." Shen An replied, "I haven't figured that out yet, so I don't care. One moment he is weak and cowardly, the next, he is brutal and powerful. What kind of person is he really?" While she was lost in her own thoughts, Shen An waved a casual goodbye, though he did make sure to thank her for the warning before heading back to the city. He reviewed his attributes: devouring talent, an A-rank ability found in 1 out of 50,000. Spatial talent, an S-rank rarity of 1 in a million. And the hidden future connection talent, an XA-rank power seen in only 1 out of 10 million. His available talent points stood at 80,000. The talent shop menu opened up penetrating vision for 100,000, spirit master ability for 500,000, and the primordial body tempering art for 1 million. Wait a second. Since when was there a talent shop? Does this mean I can buy entirely new talents? For now, I should prioritize upgrading my devouring ability. The system deducted 50,000 points for the upgrade, leaving me with a balance of 30,000. The devouring talent has been promoted to S rank. Reaching 3rd grade combat power this quickly is a pace that rivals even the fastest progression in a leveling manhwa. Now you can enter the lake, inside your spatial dimension, to farm points. Shen An immediately submerged himself in the mystical lake, watching his score rise. The notifications flashed repeatedly. Talent points plus 1,500 talent points, plus 1,500. Another alert chime talent points, plus 1,500. With his hidden future connection talent, that XA rank anomaly of 1 in 10 million, his total available talent points surged to 98,000. He eyed the shop list again. Penetrating vision costs 100,000. The spirit master ability is 500,000, and the primordial body tempering art is 1 million. Just you wait, penetrating vision. I am coming for you. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Bywei was knocking on a door. Enter, a commanding voice called out. She pushed the door open to find a man seated behind a desk, who immediately ordered Bywei report on the incident at Wuan Mountain, specifically regarding Shen An. She shot a sharp glare at Chen Ziliang, who had arrived before her. On that day, I witnessed him with a young woman amidst a sea of flames. Afterward, a conflict arose between our groups. That is exactly what transpired. Suddenly, a blonde woman stepped forward and interjected. There are no issues here. Everything she stated is the absolute truth. Bywei eyed the stranger with suspicion. She realized this woman had been standing right next to her the whole time, yet she had completely failed to notice her presence. How was that even possible? The blonde woman then approached to introduce herself. "Greetings, I am a psychic spirit master. I simply utilized a technique to mask your perception earlier, so please do not take offense." However, Bywei simply turned her face away coldly. The spirit master awkwardly retracted her hand after the snub. The superior continued Chen Ziliang for disobeying Captain Bywei's orders, and for engaging Shen An without verifying his stance, and arbitrarily ordering subordinates to attack him. You are hereby expelled from the military. Chen Ziliang slammed his fist on the table in a rage, shouting, "I refuse to accept this. Why is this happening? Old man, do you hold no respect for the face of the Chen family?" Before he could finish, a guard delivered a heavy punch that sent him flying. The man in the chair waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. That settles it. Drag him out of here. He was nothing but a rotten apple spoiling the barrel." Bywei watched with indifferent eyes, knowing full well that the Chen family would certainly not let Shen-an off the hook for this. If the masked figure you described truly is Shen-an, then the Chen family is out of their depth. That kid probably doesn't even view them as a threat. The Chen family has committed many transgressions, and it is time they paid the price. Inform Shen-an that we will not intervene in this matter, nor will we assist the Chen family. We only hope that he does not harbor any ill will toward our organization. While walking down the street, Shen-an suddenly spotted the familiar silhouette of Chu Yushi. Hey, what are you doing out here? Get in the car, hurry. Shen-an quickly hopped in as they sped away, asking, how did you know where to find me? Where exactly are you taking me? Shen-an asked. Chu Yushi retorted. What, you think I'm spying on you? My family owns this hotel. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Shen-an laughed it off. She continued, the hotel is surrounded by experts. The moment you step outside, someone will be waiting to kill you. The Chen family has issued an order that you are not to leave Silver City. If you stick with me, they won't dare to make a move so easily. Our family hasn't openly torn faces with the Chen family yet. Since Lei Qing died, they've suffered a heavy loss and won't easily confront us. Shen-an, come home with me. Shen-an politely declined. Forget it. I can handle my own problems. Thanks for the offer, though. Stop the car on the side. I'm home. The car pulled over. Chu Yushi sighed heavily. Suddenly, an argument broke out nearby. Are you blind? Since when was eating our boss's food free? A thug was shouting at the shop owner. If you keep running your mouth, I'll smash this shop to pieces. The owner tried to keep her voice steady. No, you can't go. You have to pay for the food. Chu Yushi asked Shen. Anne, do you know her? That's Sister Qing. She runs a Malatang stall, divorced and raising a daughter alone. She's a good person. I'll go check it out. I'll go too. The thugs were relentlessly mocking the owner. What is this mistress staring at? This woman clearly doesn't understand the rules. Drag her to the Imperial City brothel as a gift for young Master Chen. Isn't the boss short on mature women right now? One of them grabbed Sister Qing's hand with a lecherous grin. Hey, Brother Tiger is right. You delivered yourself to our doorstep, so don't blame us. Suddenly, a bottle smashed into his head, shattering instantly. Ouch. Which blind brat was that? Shen-an and Chu Yushi teamed up like a system Manhwa duo to throw bottles at his head, then looked at each other, feigning innocence. My hand slipped. What about you? What was that for? I'm on my period. The thug rolled up his sleeves. Hey, are you tired of living? Meddling in other people's business is looking for death. Before he could finish, his subordinates collapsed, leaving him stunned. What the? The leader's face turned pale with fear. You've got some skills, kid. Do you know who I am? Before he could introduce himself, he took a punch to the eye from Shen-an. He fell down screaming, I'm a friend of young Master Chen, you're dead meat, kid. I'm telling you, you're finished. Shen-an turned to Chu Yushi, just another dog of the Chen family. I already have a grudge against the Chen family anyway. You go first. The friend of young Master Chen screamed, scared now. Want to leave? I'm telling you, I've memorized your face. You and your whole family, Chu Yushi simply replied. Oh no, what should I do? He remembers my face. Kill him for me, won't you? I'm leaving. She smiled her glance, leaving a deep impression. If there is anything you can't handle, call me anytime. My word always carries weight. Shen-an said 7 yuan. A bowl 5 people. Makes 35 yuan plus damages. Mental damage is 500 yuan. Pay up and get lost. The gang leader, his face swollen with lumps, clutched his money and hissed in resentment. Fine, I will pay. Enjoy your little victory for now, but wait until I report back to Master Chase. Master Chase will make sure a brat like you wishes he were dead. Then the three of them slunk away. Sarah immediately turned to Sam and said, Sam, you need to leave right now. They will definitely come back. You just beat them up. They are not going to let this slide. Sarah, I am fine, but you should be the one leaving this place. Meanwhile, over at the nightclub, the gang leader ran straight to Master Chase to snitch. Damn it, Master Chase, you have to seek justice for me. Kill that brat for me. Inside the Chen family estate, Chase Chen asked, what exactly happened? We were just having a meal, and then it ended up like this. Chase had already pulled up the surveillance footage as a subordinate, brought over a tablet computer. Just a kid. Blake, go with him, find out where that brat lives, and bring his people here. I want to see who in Silver City dares to disrespect me, and even dared to beat up Tiger. Yes, Master Chase. Tiger, did you hear that? The brat is in this building. Sam was taking a shower when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Ugh, why is it so noisy? In the middle of the night, Chase's goons had already barged into Sam's home and made themselves comfortable. Blake, that is him. is the one. Help me kill him. Blake just scoffed. He is an awakened one. Master Chase told me to bring you back, so come with me. Sam replied cheerfully. Perfect. I wanted to meet him too. Lead the way. Back inside the nightclub, a voice cooed. You are so annoying. Stop hiding, and come here, let me give you a kiss. There is news, wait a second while I check. All right. An urgent notification was sent to the Chen family recipient, Chase Chen. No disciple of the Chen family is to act rashly or provoke this individual recently. Unless you are 100% certain you can kill this person. Chase listened and thought, it is him. Isn't he that guy who beat up Tiger? If I take him out, won't I gain some serious face with those old fogies? Blake decided he would kill the target right then and there. Chase immediately ordered Bolt and 4 others to go reinforce Blake and bring back that guy's head. Yes, sir. Back at Sam's house. Blake saw the kill order notification from Chase and smirked. Suddenly, he pulled a sharp knife from his clothes and lunged at Sam. Die. The blade slashed across Sam's neck. Tiger laughed and said, our brother Blake is truly efficient when he strikes. The knife had slashed, yet it remained clean. Sam was staring him down with a grim expression. Blake was shocked that Sam had dodged so instantly. Impossible, when did you? He slashed again. But Sam seemed to turn invisible. Blake stared in surprise, his arrogant gaze instantly turning to bewilderment. The gang leader went limp, fell to his knees, and begged, Big brother, please spare my life. The only response to his plea was a terrifying silence. As Sam slowly drew his sword, his face was as cold as ice, without a single ripple of emotion. A sword stroke flashed, sending fresh blood spraying to paint a bright red line in the air, forcing the remaining thugs to retreat in terror like a scene from a brutal leveling manhwa. The terrifying display of raw power shattered their will to resist, forcing them all to their knees as they smashed their foreheads against the ground, begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong, I shouldn't have. When Jin's apology was cut short, replaced by an ear-piercing scream. Ah! The sound echoed through the room as fresh blood sprayed once more. The slash was so sharp, it cleanly sliced through the fruit sitting on the table. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Ahu began to tremble violently, stuttering his plea. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Shannon replied calmly. Relax, I'm not going to kill you. Before the sentence even landed, the guy was already scrambling, running for his life with every ounce of strength he had. Unfortunately, he stepped right on a banana peel, crashing headfirst into the wall with a loud thud. What the hell? Shannon was baffled by this anticlimactic ending. He hadn't even touched the guy, yet he knocked himself out. I still need you to lead the way to young Master Chen, he muttered sarcastically as he approached. Hey, surely your life is worth more than 5 cents, right? With that, Shen unleashed a flurry of slaps across the man's face, calling out between hits. Wake up, come on, wake up. Suddenly, a cold wave of killing intent swept through the air, causing him to narrow his eyes. A shuriken tore through the wind, grazing Shannon's cheek by mere inches, a classic ambush scene you'd expect in an awakening manhwa. He frowned, thinking to himself, I recognize this hidden weapon technique. If this person isn't an awakened one, they must be an ancient martial artist. Immediately after, not just one, but 2 more projectiles came flying from a different angle. He hurriedly leaned back to dodge, but those shurikens seemed to have eyes of their own. They constantly anticipated Shannon's movements and adjusted their trajectory. They can actually predict my actions. He quickly analyzed the situation. It seemed there were at least 3 attackers, maybe more, and the weapons were coated in poison. Without knowing their hiding spots, I'm a sitting duck here. Another shuriken was launched his way. This time, he stood motionless, not dodging, but opening an invisible barrier, allowing the weapon to pierce right through. He had a plan. Looks like I need to lure them out first. Activate Devour. He feigned being poisoned and collapsed to the ground. A voice echoed from the shadows. The brat finally took a hit. He lay there, his whole body convulsing as if in excruciating pain. The hidden assailants began to whisper among themselves. This kid's vitality is surprisingly tenacious. He's been hit with poison but still isn't dead. He's just delaying the inevitable. Finish him off. Young Master Chen promised us 5 million for this. They burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, amidst their triumphant cackling, a voice cut through. Just a little theatrical performance. Shen An sprang back to his feet, joining in their cheerful atmosphere with a loud laugh of his own. Ha ha ha. The group froze in shock. You, how are you still? Shen An smoothed back his hair, restoring his handsome demeanor and spoke. Are you surprised? Are you having fun? As he spoke, he stomped hard on their feet one by one. The assassins screamed in desperate agony. Wah! You guys were having so much fun shooting earlier, I wanted to play too. Though my technique isn't great, this is about all I know. Shen An said, holding a shuriken with a gaze as cold as ice. Shen An moved as fast as lightning, launching a projectile toward them. The group was startled humph as the dart flew with a whistling sound. The bald guy in the group couldn't react in time and took the dart straight to the middle of his forehead. He only had time to let out a single cry before collapsing and kicking the bucket. Shen An calmly walked over to another guy, smiling as he said, "This lucky audience member. Would you be willing to take me to see young Master Chen?" At the same time, in another location, young Master Chen was frantically making phone calls. Hundreds of outgoing calls were made, but the other end remained silent. Damn it, why won't anyone pick up the phone? He was furious. Oh, back to the scene. The room door burst open and Shen An walked in nonchalantly, carrying an unconscious guy in his hand. He tossed that guy onto the floor. Seeing this, young Master Chen screamed aloud in terror. You want to meet me? Shen An sat down on the chair, not forgetting to strike a pose to show off his dashing, handsome looks. We've met now, so how is it? Am I handsome? Young Master Chen could only resort to flattery. You are handsome. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? I admit defeat in this match. Today, what will it take for you to overlook me? However much money you want, just say it. I am just a useless second-generation heir. Waiting to die, killing me, has no meaning. You might as well let me go. I can guarantee the family will not pursue you. He thought to himself, let you be smug for a little while longer. Wait until Butler Zhou arrives and you are finished. He is a super-level expert. Shen An just turned his head and replied, why don't you be quiet for a bit? Stop making noise. Are you stalling for time, waiting for help to arrive? Just wait. I also want to see who the Chen family can recruit that is actually talented. A deep, muddy voice resonated. Youngster, you actually have some guts, but today, I am afraid you will not be able to walk out of this door. The butler told Shen An. That is Zhou Fa, the second-ranked expert from Chen Ziliang's maternal family. He is not easy to deal with. You had better dodge first. As soon as Zhou Fa appeared, without saying a word, he rushed in to attack Shen An. Shen An did not flinch at all, stepping up to respond. Pretend I didn't say anything. The strength of this old man is very potent, totally unlike the awakened ones I encountered earlier in this awakening manhwa. The old man glanced at Shen An and said in a deep voice, sure enough, you have some skill catching a punch. With 3 parts of my strength, you are worthy of dying at my hands. Once again, he rushed to attack. Shen An just gently parried with his hand. Humph. The old guy immediately tumbled to the ground due to a hand throw from Shen An. Interesting. Suddenly, the perversion in the old man rose up, and he immediately tore his shirt open. Shen An screamed in fear. What are you doing? I do not have that kind of taste. Zhou Fa seemed to explode with power at this moment. His eyes turned bright red, looking toward Shen An. Surprised by his momentum, Shen An shouted, whoa, what the hell? This is his second form. I told you already, asked you to avoid the sharp edge first. Young Master Chen excitedly cheered at this moment. Get him for me. Kill that bastard. Zhou Fa growled. Youngster, do you dare to take another one of my punches? Shen An immediately joked cheerfully. You throw a rock, I throw paper. Finished speaking, the old man punched again. Luckily, Shen An threw paper to block in time. It really was an evolved form. The power had not just increased by double compared to earlier. It is not over yet. The old man suddenly leaped up and launched a kick straight at Shen An, who immediately blocked it with his hand. The old man laughed arrogantly. Go reincarnate into a better family next time. As he spoke, he drove his knee hard into Shen An's stomach, sending him flying across the room until he crashed violently into the wall. Young Master Chen laughed and praised him. Old man, chop off his head and bring it to me. Amidst the rubble, Shen An scrambled to his feet. Hey Gramps, you have no morals at all. How can you use your feet in a game of rock, paper, scissors? Terrified, young Master Chen hid behind the old man and screamed, what is going on? Why is he still alive? Shen An dusted himself off and said, come on, let's try that again, but no cheating this time. I'll finish you. With those words, old man Zhou Fa, confident in his fists, once more rushed forward. But keep dreaming, darling, because this time, Shen An blocked the attack with ease. The force of the previous 3 strikes had been absorbed and was now gradually flowing back into him. Why is your strength exactly like mine? The old man struggled, but couldn't pull his fist back. Young Master Chen was acting like a frightened puppy, shrinking back and yelling, damn old man, what are you doing? Cripple him quickly. Hearing Chen's ungrateful words, Zhou Fa glared back in anger, thinking to himself, "Can't this piece of trash see that I'm at a disadvantage here?" Suddenly, Chen pulled a pistol out of his pocket, aiming it straight at Shen. "And damn it, I still have to do it myself." Zhou Fa suddenly screamed in panic. "Ah, don't shoot, you idiot." But it was too late, as the ungrateful young Master Chen fired multiple shots continuously into the old man. He collapsed to the ground. Chen was terrified, his hands shaking, mouth stuttering, unable to speak. However, old man Zhou Fa was not dead, yet his body still trembling on the floor. Young Master Chen begged for his life in fear. Please don't spare me." Shannon just smiled softly and replied, "I refuse." Suddenly, Shannon delivered a solid punch to him. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Elsewhere, watching from behind a screen, a man was angrily gripping the edge of his table. "Turn it off, it seems. Shannon's strength has reached the peak of rank 2. In this leveling Manhwa world, the strongest public figures are only at rank 2, so we cannot let him continue to develop. Give me a plan to deal with him." "Yes, master." After dealing with that group of thugs, Shannon immediately left the nightclub. Suddenly hearing a noise near his ear, he shouted, "Eat this." Unexpectedly, Mu Lingqiu stepped forward. "What are you doing? Is your memory bad due to old age? Have you forgotten how you trapped me? Are you still angry? How about this? I'll let you hit me twice to make up for it." Saying that, she turned her backside towards Shannon. Shannon was not used to such a display, and shouted in fear, You, who exactly are you?" Mu Lingqiu shouted back angrily, "Do you have a death wish? If the organization didn't value you so highly, and ordered me to use all my resources to recruit you, do you think I would do something shameful like this? I am so pissed off. Do you even know? Actually, starting from the moment those thugs came to cause trouble at the shop, it was all a setup. Chen Zilan was just a human tool used to test your abilities. The footage of you fighting those people has been transmitted to the Chen family's high command. They are currently negotiating a plan to deal with you. The head of the Chen family is terrifying. They did not hesitate to sacrifice their own son. Now they intend to mobilize the full might of the clan against you, placing you in grave danger. You should consider collaborating with us. The military strength of the Chen family is not something you can withstand alone. Let us assist you." Shen and scoffed. "Since you arrived, have you actually accomplished anything of value?" Mu Lingqiu replied, "I understand your dissatisfaction, but please trust in our sincerity. The Chen family is undoubtedly devising a comprehensive strategy, a single decisive strike, to eliminate you. All of the Chen family's forces are regrouping. They possess unorthodox methods, and you are currently completely exposed to their surveillance. How exactly do you propose we cooperate?" he asked. She replied, "It is simple. We force the Chen family to strike at you first." Shannon pondered this. It appeared this organization had long desired to move against the Chens, but they had reservations that prevented direct action, so they wanted to use him as bait. He replied, "Acceptable, but I require a token to prove your sincerity." "What is it you desire?" "I want your people to bring me the severed head of the Chen family patriarch." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingqiu's expression instantly turned grim. The organization's goal was not to expose themselves to the public eye, but to leverage Shen An's power to eliminate the Chen family. By making such an outrageous demand, was it possible he had seen right through their scheme? She replied, "Impossible. The organization could never agree to those terms." Without another word, Shen An turned and walked away. Then there is nothing left to discuss. The following day, carrying a bag of supplies, Shen An stood before the nightclub from the previous night, deep in thought. Her logic held some weight. A massive clan plotting against him was indeed a threat. It would be safer to provoke them into making the first move. He pulled out a can of red spray paint and began spraying the nightclub's entrance. Suddenly, a squad of security guards rushed over. "Who are you? What is the meaning of this graffiti?" One guard chimed in. "Captain, he wrote the character for demolish. I do not care if it spells break or ruin." Shannon simply replied, "This door is an eyesore. I intend to tear it down." The captain gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "You have some nerve. Wang Meng turned him into mincemeat for me." The subordinate raised his baton to strike, but Shannon simply snapped his fingers, and the weapon instantly vanished into thin air. "Huh, where did my baton go?" Suddenly, another guard ran up, panting, Captain, that is Shen, and he is the expert who killed the young master of the Chen family. Do not provoke him. Why did you not say so?" Sooner upon hearing this intel, the captain's attitude shifted from hostility to fawning admiration. "What? You are? That expert, the one who handled the Chen heir. You want to demolish the door. Allow me, the captain then yelled at his subordinate, Wang Meng, are you crazy? Wang Meng just glared and said, move aside. The captain collapsed to the ground, trembling under the intense pressure. It was the kind of latent aura you see before a major breakthrough in an awakening manhwa, though not yet fully realized. Wang Meng grinned broadly idle. Is there anything else you need done? Shen An pointed at the large man. Are you willing to follow me? Wang Meng replied instantly. I am. From now on, I will follow your lead. With a single strike, he shattered the door. Follow me, Shen? Uncommanded, as they headed to the next location. Wang Meng asked boss, do you know why I wanted to follow you? Because I only respect the strongest. That second young master Chen committed so many atrocities. I heard he even drove a shop assistant to her death. I've wanted to cut him down for a long time, but I held back because they could easily track down my family. Shen An looked at him with a serious expression and said, however, following me is going to be dangerous. After all, I just killed the young master of the Chen family. Aren't you afraid? Wang Meng proudly slapped his chest and replied, not at all. Boss, you possess such immense strength. And since you dared to provoke the Chen family, you must have some powerful backing. Shen An countered, I don't have any backing. It's not too late for you to regret this. Wang Meng immediately put on a pouting face and said, boss, if you don't have backing but still dared to take on the Chen family, it proves you have exceptional decisiveness. Following you is definitely the right choice. Shen An just gave a faint smile upon hearing this. Ha ha, is this Shen An? It's class monitor how. Everyone is hoping you can make it to the class reunion today. You aren't busy, are you? I've heard the rumors that you currently have no job. So I have no interest, and I'm not going anywhere. A message from Zhou Wang popped up, and he tapped to open it. Brother, this reunion is actually being led by Cheng Wei. And I don't know who he's connected with now, but he seems very wealthy and powerful. I really can't afford to offend him. Besides, I heard that Lu Jing is already dating him. And didn't you two have a falling out back in the day? He came to me saying he wanted to reconcile with you, and I simply couldn't refuse him. So we are currently in the VIP room at the Grand Emperor Hotel. Can you make it? After reading this, Shen An clenched his fist until it trembled. Lu Jing fell in love with Cheng Wei. He recalled an incident from the past. It was just a little kiss. Why are you crying? If you keep crying, I'll touch you next. At that moment, like a scene from an awakening manhwa, Shen An appeared like a hero. Apologize to her immediately, or I'll rearrange your face. What? Who the hell are you? Suddenly an old man walked over and shouted, Shen An, what do you think you're doing? Are you hitting a classmate? It's because he was harassing Lu Jing. Grandpa, save me. The old man asked Cheng Wei, did you harass her? The girl, feeling aggrieved, lied. No, that didn't happen. Thinking back on this, Shen An felt a surge of rage, wondering who I got expelled for back then. Doesn't Lu Jing know the truth? Yet she's dating Cheng Wei, and their class reunion is clearly a setup to humiliate me. Just you wait and see. Seeing Shen An deep in thought, Wang Meng asked boss, do you want to attend the class reunion? The Grand Emperor Hotel happens to be a property of the Chen family. Then that will be our next target. The Grand Emperor Hotel. You just wait for me outside. Boss. Shen An stepped inside the massive hotel and immediately saw a group of people chatting. Zhou Wang waved to call him over, but a guy standing next to him suddenly blocked the gesture, saying, hey, don't call out to him just yet. The waiter hurriedly approached and said, I apologize, but this is the VIP floor reserved only for high-level members. That guy mocked him, laughing incessantly. It looks like Shen An can't get in. So do I need to go over there and help invite Mr. Shen inside? The group suddenly shouted, what, Manager Zhou? Isn't this place strictly a membership-only establishment? Can non-members actually enter too? Shen An shot them a sharp glance, causing the waiter to cover his mouth in fear. Suddenly, a blonde young man walked over from out of nowhere. Can't you tell that Shen An is currently a VIP guest at the Grand Imperial Hotel? Or did he perhaps just stumble upon a lost membership card somewhere? It would be unlike him not to pocket lost property. Shen An turned his head and asked, who are you, security? The blonde guy grimaced in anger. Lu Jing spotted Shen An and spoke up. Shen An, long time no see. Your personality hasn't changed a bit. Shen An retorted, indeed. I see you're dating Zhang Wei now. Not bad at all. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Zhang Wei immediately darkened his face and let out a cold harumph. Standing beside him, Liu Jing also scowled and grunted in agreement. Director Zhou, this guy isn't a member. Didn't you read the corporate memo? He's that disaster who beat up the Imperial City technician? Then turning to the group, he added, I'm treating everyone today so order whatever you like. Wow dishes, costing over $1,000. Shenan walked over and said, do none of you know how to order properly? Let me handle it. We'll start with 2-headed abalone, one for each person, and Australian lobster, plus some caviar and sashimi on the side. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth in fury and said, good, very good. It seems your ordinary life isn't so bad after all, Shenan, since you know how to order such delicacies. Shenan simply replied, I can't compare to young Master Wei. Normally, I can't afford to eat things like this. But since you're treating us, if I didn't order something nice, I would feel like I was mistreating myself. Judging by young Master Wei's expression, surely it can't be that you can't afford the bill. If that's the case, I should probably leave and grab some street food instead. Zhang Wei forced a laugh and said, how could that be? It's just pocket change. As long as my classmates enjoy the meal, that's all that matters. However, I recall that back in our school days, your physical skills weren't half bad. I've recently started practicing boxing myself, so why don't we spar a little? Unless, of course, you don't dare. Standing beside him, Liu Jing tugged on Zhang Wei's arm and said, come on, Wei, we're all classmates here. Zhou Wang also waved his hands to mediate. That's right, that's right. It's rare for classmates to gather like this. Getting physical would really spoil the mood. The blonde guy chimed in, interrupting them. Young Master Wei isn't actually going to beat Shenan until he's crippled. So what are you all so afraid of? Shenan heard this and chuckled. Surely young Master Wei isn't that petty. Just ordering a few dishes makes him want to cripple me. It doesn't matter though. Why don't you and your lapdog attack me together? By the way, what is your name again? The lackey raged. Shenan, are you tired of living? At that moment, Zhang Wei shoved his chair aside and stood up, burning with aggression as he shouted, eat my fist. With that, he charged forward to attack Shenan. However, Shenan simply tossed him aside with a gentle motion and then threw a counterpunch. R, he screamed, clutching his face in pain. Feigning concern, Shenan asked young Master Wei, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to attack my fist with your face? Enraged young Master Wei swung his fist at Shenan once more, but Shenan effortlessly dodged and countered with another punch. Splat blood sprayed from his nose as he cried out, you guy, why are you trying to frame me? I don't have any money to pay for your medical bills. He continued to mock. What is Zhang Wei doing? Is this a suicide attack? Is he practicing the legendary Iron Face technique? Clutching his bloody face, Zhang Wei realized that this guy's strength far exceeded his own, and he had completely humiliated himself today. Shenan then addressed the crowd. It looks like we won't be eating today. I should probably withdraw first. It is better to avoid young Master Wei calling his grandfather out here. Suddenly, the phone buzzed. Boss, you need to leave quickly. The eldest young master of the Chen family, Chen Ziliang, has arrived. Shenan immediately used sound waves to scan for the position of the injured Wang Meng, who was calling out for Shenan to save him. Two powerful forces slammed into each other as Chen Ziliang approached, radiating murderous intent. Who the hell are you? Perfect timing for me to regain some face. Chen Ziliang offered a slight smirk and spat, what, get lost? Chen Wei screamed in rage. You, and aggressively charged at Chen Ziliang, only to be kicked flying by him instantly. Clearly overestimating his own abilities, he was sent soaring through the air, plastering against the wall like a lizard. Young Master Wei. How did Chen Ziliang's power level skyrocket so drastically? Chen Ziliang glanced over at Shenan and spoke. Shenan, you cost me my military rank and killed my younger brother, so you can go join him in hell now. Saying this, he reached out to strangle Shenan, who hurriedly dodged to the side. Too fast, what the? Then he took a solid punch to the gut, but he unexpectedly broke free, spinning around to counterattack Shenan. His speed and strength have leveled up several times over what is going on here. Judging by his appearance, it looks like he used some kind of enhancement drug found in a leveling manhwa. He darkened his face and said, you really do have some skill. The warm-up ends here. At that moment, Chen Ziliang erupted with a power completely unlike his previous weak self. Prepare to die. Shenan stared blankly at Chen Ziliang, thinking, did you people from the Chen family read too much Dragon Ball or something? Transforming at every little thing. The future, Shenan, appeared and said, what are you afraid of? Charge in and go all out against him. Chen Ziliang glared and shouted, go to hell, rushing in to land a heavy punch on Shenan's cheek. Shenan also swung his fist to counterattack. Shen, and immediately covered up to block, thinking, damn, that actually hurts. But at this level, I don't even have a bruise, while that guy is in much worse shape than you. Do you see it now? Even though his speed and strength have increased, his physical defense is unstable, so we just need to smash him head on. At this moment, Chen Ziliang was clutching his face, which was covered in purple bruises. With that, Shen An charged forward for a frontal assault. He drove a knee straight into the guy's midsection. He grunted and coughed up blood, before being kicked far away by Shen An. Not stopping there, Shen An immediately rushed towards him, striking a bit of fear into Chen Ziliang. He hurriedly grabbed Lu Sheng, who was sitting nearby. Chen Ziliang used Lu Sheng as a human shield, and called out to Shen An. Shen An, admit you are powerful, but since everyone here is your friend, if you dare to make a reckless move, I will kill her. Shen An, save me. Shen An kept a straight face, and said, we aren't that close, so kill her if you want. Otherwise, I can even lend you a weapon to do it. Lu Sheng heard this, her voice trembling slightly. You. As he spoke, he suddenly wound up and threw a dart straight at Chen Ziliang. Immediately, he released his grip on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng suddenly ran over, intending to hug Shen An, but he stopped her just in time. Shen, move aside. Zhou Wang, lead the classmates away from here first. Zhou Wang supported young Master Wei and replied, we'll head out first, while Chen Ziliang, who had been beaten to a pulp, slumped to the ground. He gritted his teeth, recalling the past events. At that very moment, a senior member of the Chen family spoke up. Ziliang, your younger brother has perished, and Shen An is the one responsible for his death. Our family's business operations have been thrown into utter chaos by that scoundrel, and since our clan lacks enough top-tier experts right now, I want you to step up and deal with Shen An personally. Chen Ziliang stammered with hesitation, but I am not his match. The elder interrupted, handing him a vial. This is a newly developed elixir, capable of forcefully elevating your abilities by a significant margin. All you need to do is wound him. I have devised a method to finish Shen An off, and furthermore, I have already arranged for reinforcements to support you. Although this substance comes with certain side effects, once you succeed, I will hand over the management of the majority of the Chen family's business to you. Agreed, I will take him down. With those words, Chen Ziliang grabbed the box containing the mutagenic drug and swallowed the entire contents in a single gulp. A primal scream erupted as Chen Ziliang began to transform, causing Shen An to panic internally as he realized his opponent was undergoing a terrifying mutation straight out of a leveling manhwa. It was as if Chen Ziliang had been buffed with tenfold power, his physical form warping to become significantly larger and more muscular. With bloodshot, ferocious eyes, he roared, "Kill," before vanishing from sight in a blur of speed. Before Shen An could even process the movement, a heavy blow struck him square in the face, causing him to stumble back and swing his arm to counterattack. But he hit nothing but air, damn it. Suddenly, Shen An let out a startled cry as he was ambushed from behind, and although he tried to unleash a flurry of attacks on Chen Ziliang time and time again, his strikes failed to connect. The enemy launched a high kick straight at Shen An, who gritted his teeth to endure the impact, realizing the speed was too immense to predict the mutant's movements. Even his sensory perception failed to lock onto the target as he yelled, "Future Shen An, think of something fast, I am about to get beaten to death here. Hey, where did you go? TSK. I guess I have to rely on myself. After all," muttered Shen An, as he materialized a sword, instantly generating a defensive circle around him. Chen Ziliang, eyes burning with madness, screamed kill and charged, but Shen An's shield proved too sturdy, sending the attacker flying backward upon impact. Shen An smirked, thinking this was getting interesting, as Chen Ziliang suddenly froze, leaving him open to receive a rapid succession of slashes that made him howl in pain. Glaring ferociously at Shen An, the mutant kept muttering "die die" before delivering a single powerful palm strike that shattered Shen An's defensive shield instantly. Caught off guard by the overwhelming force, Shen An took the hit and was blasted into the distance, crashing to the ground, covered in injuries. At best, I am only at the peak of the 2nd rank, but after taking that drug, his strength has skyrocketed to the 3rd rank. How am I supposed to fight against these odds? Future Shen An suddenly materialized and exclaimed, "What the hell? I just took a quick nap. How did the situation turn into such a mess?" Chen Ziliang grabbed Shen An by the shirt from behind. Realizing the danger, he immediately hurled Shen An through the air to create distance. On the surveillance side, the man from the Chen family watching the monitor remarked, "Shen An is critically injured, and the forbidden drug will not last much longer. Bring Chen Ziliang back now. If we delay, he might completely lose his mind. Huan Yu, make the arrangements to ensure that guy is killed, but try your best to avoid engaging with that entity." "Understood, family head. Everyone follow me. Kill him." Chen Ziliang was taken aback. Suddenly Shen An sprang to his feet, grinning as he said, "All right, all the cameras have been destroyed. They are approaching, so you should prepare yourself." Mu Lingcha, currently invisible, spoke to Shen An. "I have been ready for a while. I will handle those hiding in the shadows. Viper, it is your turn." Chen Ziliang looked around in confusion, unable to pinpoint the source of the voice. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man wielding a knife approached, and upon seeing him, Shen An immediately started complaining. "Screw your grandfather. Isn't this the guy who ambushed me with throwing knives last time? Damn it. Is this guy one of yours? And crap, when did that girl slip away? I will have to test your skills sooner or later." The knife wielder then charged forward to clash with Chen Ziliang. Chen Ziliang's speed had visibly decreased. It was no wonder they called this man Viper. So he actually uses poison. Can you stop showing off like that? You refused to reveal your grade 3 strength earlier. Spitting out that blood was just part of your act, wasn't it? Heh, how would you rate my acting what it is about on par with mine from back in the day? Meanwhile, in the building across the street, it turned out he had an accomplice. A young man was observing through binoculars, muttering, "We must extract young Master Liang immediately, but I need to notify the family head first." Suddenly his face twisted in pain. He spun around with a grunt, yet saw no one there. The Shadow Group. An invisible user. "You are openly opposing the Chen family." The disembodied voice replied, "What? I am not part of the Shadow Group." As she spoke, she delivered a barrage of punches to his face. Besides, what exactly is the Chen family supposed to be? We are done for. Young Master Chen is finished. Why would the Shadow Group suddenly interfere? He clutched his face in agony. But reinforcements had arrived. A group of men in black from the Chen family approached, and their leader emitted a sonic wave to scan the area. Not good. The Shadow Group has made a move. We must rescue young Master Liang immediately. Suddenly, Sun Yuan appeared behind the men in black and asked, "Who gave you permission to leave?" before unleashing a torrent of fire toward them. "Who is that?" With his hands engulfed in raging flames, Sun Yuan retorted, "Your grandfather says you are staying right here. Break." Suddenly, his flames were extinguished by an ice element user. "Is this the ice element?" Two women wielding ice abilities scoffed. "You dare to ambush us with such meager skills." They then launched a combined attack, straight at Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan fired back, with more flames. Shen An, watching from the sidelines, thought, "Does this idiot genuinely believe he is invincible? He is playing with fire, only to run into his natural nemesis, the ice element." He turned to watch Chen Ziliang fighting against Mu Lingqiu's subordinate, thinking, "This Viper character has some real skills. Just like in a leveling manhwa, I will need to be cautious of him in the future." The men in black were then intercepted. "Allow me to play with you guys for a bit." Meanwhile, on the side of the building, the Chen family members were still observing the situation. To think this guy actually made contact and joined forces with the Dark Organization. It seems this move has completely exceeded Chen Longhai's calculations. How interesting. However, for him to single-handedly face 10 second-rank experts from the Chen family is undeniably a bit too bold. Let's see just what kind of true strength he actually possesses. Standing nearby, Bywei listened with a somber expression. "Shen An, what exactly is your relationship with that girl from the Dark Organization?" Returning to the guy who was beaten on the rooftop earlier, he had now fallen down in fear, saying, "You were distracted during the fight. If you don't die, then who should?" Saying that, she immediately delivered another kick to him. Mu Linzu coldly threw him off the building. At this moment, Shen An conjured a sword and said, "Come at me all at once." One guy pointed his finger and shouted, "Shen An, to think you would collude with the Dark Organization. They have evil intentions. I advise you to turn back immediately." Hearing this, Shen An retorted, "Evil intentions? Chen Ziliang uses forbidden drugs. When he loses control and goes crazy killing people, how does your Chen family intend to explain that? Since that's the case, you can die too. Attack." The group of men in black from the Chen family rushed forward one by one, and one of them unleashed a wind ability like a scene from an awakening manhwa. The wind formed two massive tornadoes, swirling toward Shen An, leaving him struggling to resist. Then, that masked guy increased his strength 5 times over, and immediately threw a punch directed at Shen An. Hit Shen An also used his ability to strike back. Ha! The opposing abilities collided, creating a massive beam of yellow and red light. What is this? This guy's strength has increased again. At this moment, Shen An seemed to boost his power by 10 times, burning with intensity. Earth sank. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred beneath his feet, and the floor suddenly cracked open. Shen An hurriedly jumped high, but gravity took effect once more. He was immediately pressed down, losing his balance and fell heavily below, crying out, ah. After a bout of torture, he lay motionless. Bywei, worrying for him, called out loudly, "Shen An." She continued to watch with a look of concern on her face. He's finally dead. This guy was truly strong, but unfortunately, he had to face our siege. Go help the young master. Over on Chen Ziliang's side, the knife wielder fighting him saw the group running over and hesitated. This is bad. There are no longer any aura fluctuations coming from that area. Sun Yuan grit his teeth and cursed Shen An. That guy is so useless. How could he die just like that? Retreat. Sun Yuan immediately spewed a massive fire to break the siege for Shen An. Deep within his subconscious, Shen An now steadied his mind, his heart unmoved by external things. Shen An, imagine yourself becoming a sharp weapon, incredibly piercing. Lightning poison dragon drill. Utilizing his strength, he rotated the weapon in his hand at high speed. The sword in his hand glowed, and suddenly there was movement from within the pile of rubble. The boss in black was surprised. Break. Before his surprise could end, he was blasted away by Shen An, who didn't miss a single beat. The people standing nearby were also stunned by Shen An's strength. I have returned from hell. Over on Bywei's side, the silver-haired man laughed in surprise. Oh. Mu Linzu also walked over at this moment and asked, "Do you need any help?" "Forget it, let him handle it alone. While he pins down the Chen family experts, we will go deal with Chen Longhai." A turbulent whirlwind blew towards them. Shen An chuckled lightly and asked, "Do you think you are the only one who knows how to manipulate the wind?" The opponent screamed in surprise, as Shen An blasted a gust of wind right back at him. The wind ability user fell, but stood up in an instant, his power increasing 5 times over. What is this? Everyone attack him together. The crowd surrounding Shen and unleashed all their abilities utilizing earth traps and freezing binds. Shen An laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you guys arrived at the perfect time. Members of the Chen family were now kneeling at their feet, pleading, "Shadow Organization, please spare our lives, do not kill us. We withdraw from the Chen family and we can tell you all the dirty secrets of the Chen clan." Mu Lingqiu simply signaled, "Get lost." The group immediately scrambled away in fear. Chen Longhai instantly cut them all down with a single strike, declaring that such cowards did not deserve to survive. Chen Longhai drew his blade and said, "It has been a long time since I touched this old bone. I have been in hiding ever since the first great change of heaven and earth. I have always been waiting for someone who dared to confront my Chen family, and I thought it would be that Shen An. It is a pity that the ones who arrived are you people from the Shadow Organization. Then I will simply kill you all first before I go and kill him." Saying that, he began walking towards Mu Lingqiu. Mu Lingqiu stepped back in surprise and said, "Something is wrong. This is not right. His strength is at the 3rd rank. He is a 3rd rank cultivator." After speaking, the old man lowered his head and swung his blade at the Shadow Organization group. Meanwhile, on Shen An's side, the Chen family members began to panic, screaming, "Monster! A monster! You are truly a monster!" One of them pulled out a gun. Bywei observed, "That looks like a weapon synthesized from the monster beast that appeared in the western suburban manor earlier. It seems to be something the Chen family recently developed." The silver-haired old man beside her replied, "We cannot underestimate them. If not for this situation, we would not have realized how many trump cards the Chen family actually holds. Just watch." Bang! The gun fired, but Shen unleisurely swung his sword and sliced the bullet in half, causing the shooter to widen his eyes in absolute terror. Every shot he fired was effortlessly blocked by Shen An. Overcome with fear, he slumped to the ground and begged, "Please spare my life, do not kill me, please no." Before he could finish, Shen An sliced the gun in half. Shen An smiled and said, "As expected of myself, my sword technique has improved significantly, worthy of a top-tier leveling Manhwa character." The leader of the Chen family group said, "Shen An, you forced my hand." He took a strange object from his pocket and threw it towards Shen An, screaming, "Go to hell." Shen An was surprised and lightly touched it with his hand, asking, "What is this thing?" The members of the Chen family were instantly affected by the attack as well, crying out, "Ah, we are done for." They were covered in a cloud of tiny pink dust particles, screaming miserably in pain before collapsing. But 1 minute later, they sat up and began staggering around like zombies. It is a virus, a deadly virus. The future version of Shen An appeared to warn him. Shen An stopped them quickly. They have been infected by the virus and turned into the undead, and their blood is highly contagious. If that happens, the entire Silver City will turn into a living hell. Shen An took a deep breath. Bywei flew down to intervene and said, Let's go. We need to leave as well. This was no longer just a personal grudge between him and the Chen family. By resorting to a virus, the Chen family had declared war on humanity. Before them, a twisting horde of the undead advanced their encirclement speed, increasing by the second. The blue-haired girl shouted a frantic warning to everyone nearby, telling them to protect their skin lest the virus transmit through a wound. However, a zombie seized the moment she was distracted and lunged straight for her face. The creature had completely lost its reason, driven only by the instinct to bite the living. The blue-haired girl showed no panic. She immediately swung her arm toward it in a decisive strike. Her powerful punch successfully sent the zombie flying into the distance. Not stopping there, the blue-haired girl instantly dashed forward to engage her second target. Her strong hand clamped tightly around that zombie's throat. With immense force, the blue-haired girl pinned its neck and slammed it into the ground, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode upward from the impact. Witnessing this fierce combat, someone in the surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "That little girl is way too violent." Another person added, "She has such a domineering aura, I like it." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the living were locked in endless combat with the walking dead. Suddenly, a zombie managed to sink its teeth into a survivor's calf. The viral load surged from the bite mark through his entire body, leaving him just enough time to scream, "Damn it." Immediately after he collapsed, his body completely overtaken by the toxin. The white-haired girl beside him panicked and shouted loudly, "This is bad. It looks like he has been infected." Shen An did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately swung his sword to eliminate the man while shouting a warning. "Everyone maintain your defenses. Their blood can invade your bodies through open wounds, and if that happens, you will turn into zombies too." Hearing this, those around him immediately concentrated the power within their bodies, their eyes filled with extreme vigilance. On the other side, the blue-haired girl continued fighting with intense determination. Her strikes were decisive, obliterating every zombie in her path. However, even after being knocked down, the undead struggled to rise again, their bodies twisting endlessly on the ground. At this moment, Lord Chu of the Chu family walked forward slowly, his tone somewhat low. It seems that physical attacks on the flesh cannot kill them. On the contrary, many experts are getting infected by the blood. The situation is unstable. Hearing the reminder, Shen An immediately thought to himself, "That is right. How could I forget about that? Do I not still have that ability at my disposal, the fire of Yuan Mountain?" As he thought this, he focused his power into his fingertips. Immediately, a flame appeared and completely incinerated the zombies before they could react. Shen An watched the effectiveness of his move, a classic power-up moment in this leveling manhwa, and his lips curled into a smug smile. The fire seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, chasing down the zombies to burn them to ash. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Shen An's actions. They began whispering excitedly, "This guy can actually control fire, and it seems even more powerful than that person from the Dark Organization. Just how many hidden abilities does he have?" The blue-haired girl narrowly escaped the flames, rushed over to bump his shoulder, and snapped, "Are you trying to burn me to death?" Shen An felt absolutely no guilt as he coldly remarked, "Who told you ladies to watch the drama for so long without helping? Consider your burnt clothes as the interest paid to me." Hearing his provocative words, the blue-haired girl furrowed her brows and glared back, while the flames continued to smolder quietly for another 30 minutes. Shen An and his companion stood silently watching for that entire time. But then he suddenly turned to leave with decisiveness, a move that startled the blue-haired girl into asking, "Where are you going?" Shen An didn't even look back as he walked away, explaining, "I'm going to see if that old man from the Chen family is dead yet. I need to kick him a time or two. I'll leave this place to you." The blue-haired girl crossed her arms, watching his retreating figure with a frown, thinking to herself, is he actually worried about that hidden agent from the dark unit? The surrounding crowd immediately got excited, eager for more gossip, and shouted, "Go follow him, follow him. That guy is definitely heading to the Chen family." As the scene shifted to the Chen manor, loud noises echoed through the space, shattering the tranquility of the exterior scenery, while everyone inside the manor had already been beaten back. They collapsed onto the staircase steps, gasping for breath in sheer exhaustion, while the purple-haired girl suffering from serious injuries breathed heavily with great difficulty. The white-haired man held his sword, swinging it with an incredibly arrogant posture as he mocked them. "The strength of the dark unit is truly pathetic. Try cultivating better in your next life." Immediately after the blade slashed forward, right in front of the shocked and helpless purple-haired girl, who had no strength left to dodge and had fully accepted her tragic ending. "Is it finally over?" The purple-haired girl closed her eyes, forcing back the tear forming at the corner of her eye, though her heart was filled with unwillingness and lingering regret. The sharp sound of the blade rang out and then vanished abruptly, plunging the space into silence, causing the purple-haired girl to slowly open her eyes in suspicion while muttering, "Why doesn't it hurt at all? Am I already dead? Or is this just a dream?" The white-haired man stared at Shen An, who had suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but exclaim, "To be able to forcefully block my sword energy head-on, you certainly haven't disappointed me." The white-haired man flashed a crazy smile and sighed with admiration. "It wasn't a waste of time observing you for so long." Shen An raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his tone turning mocking as he replied, "You understand me that well, better than my own mother." The white-haired man didn't get angry, but instead laughed loudly, saying, "I have plenty of data on you here, young in age, yet you grasped the current situation in such a short time. You went from a brat with absolutely nothing to a peak powerhouse possessing third-rank strength, rising just like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa." The hat-wearing man behind him listened to these words. He was immediately shocked to the point of blurting out, "Has he really reached the third rank?" The crowd outside also peeked their heads in, buzzing with discussion and awe. "Did I hear that wrong? Chen Longhai," said Shen An, "is at the third rank? Is he really that terrifyingly strong?" Shen An neither refuted nor admitted the claim. He simply smiled and said, "You seem to know quite a bit." Chen Longhai suddenly spoke up and praised Shen. "And I really appreciate you, but your immense power makes me feel uneasy." As the white-haired man spoke, the blade in his hand shifted slowly into position, and he shouted with a look of utter disdain. He dismissed his opponent as nothing special and lunged at Shen An, aiming to strike him down, but Shen An's face showed no panic. Instead, a smirk appeared. "Knowing too much only hastens your death," he sneered. But the moment the blade thrust forward, Shen An raised his sword and successfully blocked the attack. Watching the blade tremble from the impact, Shen An scoffed. "You think you are strong? In a leveling manhwa like this, you are nothing but a beginner in my eyes." Shen An exerted a powerful force, swinging his sword to knock the white-haired man flying back, then followed up with 2 slashes while questioning him coldly. "You are trash for making your own son use banned drugs. You deserve to die," he declared, forcing the man to block the incoming sword energy, which shredded his clothes. It was not just the fabric that tore. The skin beneath ripped away to reveal a layer of cold metal, causing Shen An to let out a gasp of surprise. He quickly formed a hypothesis, then leaped into the air to unleash a flurry of sword strikes, shouting with determination, "So what of it?" The white-haired man saw the simultaneous attacks rushing toward him and screamed in panic. What before the sword energy slashed into him? The impact slammed his body against the wall behind him, and he craned his neck to see cracks forming on the surface from the force of the blow. He clenched his jaw, hissing in anger. Damn it, the attack density is too high, while his mind raced to find an escape route. He slammed his body into the wall to create a hole for his escape, while Shen An watched the fleeing figure with an unnervingly calm demeanor. "You still want to run?" Shen An asked, immediately channeling power into his arm and throwing his sword with a decisive, powerful motion. The blade grazed the white-haired man and plunged deep into the ground at his feet, forcing him to freeze as cold sweat dripped down his face. His voice trembled as he whispered Shen An, but then seeming to lose his fear, the white-haired man reached down and pulled the sword from the ground. He turned back with a twisted look of excitement to mock him. "Shen, and you threw away your blade?" But before he could finish, a hand clamped onto his wrist. The laughter died in his throat as Shen An appeared behind him, his voice calm. "Did no one tell you that my blade is not to be touched?" While the white-haired man was still stunned, Shen An acted quickly, snapping his arm and causing him to howl in pain as the metal beneath was fully exposed. Shen An reclaimed his sword, while the white-haired man shook so violently from the pain that his voice became a shrill screech. "Shen An." With his face twisted in agony, the white-haired man's trembling hand brought a red pill to his mouth, and the moment he swallowed it, something unexpected occurred. A crimson aura enveloped the white-haired man's arm, slowly knitting the flesh back together until it was fully restored. Shen An watched with mild surprise, thinking to himself, "So his arm has recovered as well." The red energy expanded, shrouding the white-haired man's entire body, as his eyes turned pitch black. His voice dropped to a menacing gravelly growl. "I really didn't want to have to use this, but you forced my hand." With that, he lunged at Shen An, with explosive speed, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. The spectators on the sidelines watched with bated breath, their excitement peaking, as they glued their eyes to the intense battle. One onlooker, however, voiced a terrifying realization. "This is bad. Old Chen used the forbidden drug. If he loses his mind and goes on a rampage, none of us stand a chance against him." Another person shouted out in support, Shen, An, hang in there. Cutting back to the heart of the action, the white-haired maniac had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of our protagonist. While the attacker was overflowing with confidence in his newfound power, Shen An remained stoic. Even as the enemy's claw inches from his face, this hero from a leveling Manhwa simply scoffed. Your strength is actually quite pathetic. In a blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow, Shen An casually reached out and clamped his hand tightly around the white-haired man's throat. With terrifying force, Shen An slammed the man's neck into the ground, the impact shattering the earth and sending rocks flying. He stared down coldly at the struggling figure beneath him, his voice calm, yet chilling to the bone. You ordered your lapdogs to unleash a virus wasting human lives for nothing. Having delivered his verdict, Shen An slowly raised his leg. Before the man could even process what was happening, Shen An stomped down with brutal force. An agonizing scream instantly pierced the air, sounding as if it would tear the very atmosphere apart. Seeing the white-haired man's body stomped deep into a crater, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in awe. He is too powerful. Is this guy even human? Suddenly, a man stepped forward to introduce himself. Shen An, I am Tian Ming, from the Zhicheng Pharmaceutical Company. It is a pleasure to meet you. Seeing someone approach so quickly, the crowd was startled, but after hearing his introduction, they all shared the same thought. That is right. We need to recruit him immediately. If we can establish a connection with someone of his caliber, who would dare offend us in the future? Hearing this, Shen An glanced at the man with a teasing look and asked, exactly how much of a pleasure is it? Tian Ming had not expected such a question and immediately stammered, unable to find the right words. He hesitated, muttering, well, that is. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure appeared behind him and called out, Mr. Shen. Chu Dongwang immediately stepped forward, introducing himself in a friendly tone. I am the father of Chu Yushi. Hearing the familiar name Shen An immediately smiled and replied, hello Uncle Chu. I am indeed friends with Chu Yushi. When I have some time, I will definitely come to visit you and Yushi. The man nodded repeatedly, saying good, good, while internally evaluating the young man. Shen An's attitude suggests he could very likely help our Chu family become the overlords of Silver City. After the brief exchange, Shen An calmly walked away. The crowd of onlookers watched him leave immediately, breaking into whispers behind his back. It seems this Shen An does not even consider us worth his time. He only showed a good attitude toward the Chu family. Is he trying to ride their coattails? Chu Dongwang overheard these hushed remarks. He voiced his strong disagreement and retorted, asserting that considering the power Shen An displayed, is he really any weaker than the rest of us? He already possesses the strength to dominate an entire region, a feat typical of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. As Shen An took the lead, with the group trailing behind, the purple-haired girl hurried to catch up, calling out his name. His voice remained perfectly calm as he replied. He replied nonchalantly, I respect your decision, just make sure you don't regret it later. Noticing the purple-haired girl hadn't spoken, Shen An turned to her and asked, well? After a moment of contemplation, the purple-haired girl raised her head to look him straight in the eye. Her tone was resolute as she said, fine, I can serve you. However, the dark organization certainly won't let me off the hook. When the time comes, Shen An, are you sure you can protect me? Hearing this, he cracked a slight smile and asserted with supreme confidence, of course. In the future, you'll be glad to realize just how correct this choice was. 3 days later, in a lavish urban district filled with massive luxurious buildings, the purple-haired girl gave a serious report. Boss, these are the details regarding the Chen family's assets. Everything has been transferred to your name. Please take a look. Shen An, who was preparing to leave, immediately issued instructions upon hearing this. You can review and handle these matters yourself. If you can't, ask Wang Meng to help you out. I'm heading to the old Chen family estate for a bit, so I'll see you later. Witnessing his arrogant behavior, the purple-haired girl shouted in frustration, do you really think of me as your secretary? You're going to be the death of me. The scene shifts to the manor, where the atmosphere had returned to its usual tranquility. Shen An descended into a basement area, looking around before exclaiming in surprise, so this is the secret chamber. Standing before the entrance to the secret chamber, the affirmation of the mysterious voice resonated in his mind again. Back then, I also discovered this place purely by accident. I only stood outside and took a glance, but it left quite an impression on me. Approaching the circuit breaker, Shen An decisively pulled the lever down. He muttered incessantly. It seems when he died, he looked in this direction. I wonder what his intention was. Immediately after, a gigantic stone pillar suddenly emerged. He asked in confusion, what is this? The mysterious person immediately explained. This is a sealing stone pillar. I never expected this seal to be located within the Chen family estate. Then the earthquake shattered the seal, causing that lake to manifest on its own. Hearing these words, Shen immediately asked out of curiosity, so why is it just a lake, and not something else, like an extension of the land? The mysterious figure replied, those cracks caused by the earthquake were merely small seals, but this one right here is a major seal. And if this seal were to be destroyed, I fear the affected area would exceed 100 miles. In that scenario, even the Chen family manor would completely vanish from sight. He slowly approached the stone pillar, letting out a soft scoff of disdain. Shennon's face was filled with curiosity as his darting eyes observed everything before asking, what should be done with this seal in the future? Should it be opened or not? The mysterious figure followed his gaze and explained, it cannot be opened right now. Your strength is insufficient, and furthermore, activating the seal requires a great many things. So you can start preparing in advance, but for now, go back to being a good boss. His eyes immediately swirled with dizziness. Damn it, what a headache. Upon leaving the secret chamber, Shen unexpectedly ran into the purple-haired girl again. Startled, he asked, why are you here? The girl gestured toward the person standing beside her and introduced him. This gentleman stated he has a major business deal and needed to speak with the boss urgently, so I brought him here. Ming immediately spoke up to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Boss Shen, I am Ming from Jicheng Pharmaceutical Company. Shen extended his hand to shake his and asked Mr. Xu, may I ask, what brings you here to find me? The man flashed a friendly smile, yet his words carried an underlying threat. It is like this our company and the Chen family previously had a partnership, and we hope to continue that cooperation. After all, every pharmacy and hospital in Silver City uses our medicine, so cutting ties would be rather inconvenient. Shen immediately realized his intentions. His expression darkened, and his tone became significantly colder. Are you trying to threaten me? Ming showed no signs of panic, maintaining his friendly demeanor as he explained, Boss, Shen, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of threatening you. I simply wanted Boss Shen to understand the true strength of our Jicheng Pharmaceutical Company. Shen immediately waved his hand, dismissing the conversation. For corporate matters, please discuss them with Miss Mu. The man remained perfectly calm, a practiced smile still fixed on his lips as he handed over a business card and said, Boss Shen, I trust that we will meet again. He took the business card, but gestured with utter indifference to the purple-haired girl behind him. Miss Mu, please see Mr. Xu out for me. 10 minutes later, Shennon leaned against the wall and seeing the purple-haired girl approach, asked, what is your assessment of him? She calmly replied, he is likely an awakener, though it is not my place to judge his exact strength. The purple-haired girl then asked curiously, Boss, do you sense something wrong with him? He crossed his arms over his chest, analyzing the situation like a pro in a leveling manhwa, and said, he is at the peak of the second rank. This man is far from simple. The purple-haired girl exclaimed in shock, that's strong. Shen immediately issued an order. Go and investigate the details of the cooperation between the Chen family and Jicheng Pharmaceutical that he mentioned. She responded instantly, I understand. As time slowly drifted by, the glow of the sunset cascaded over the entire house, painting a breathtaking picture. Inside his home, Shen answered a call from the purple-haired girl, asking immediately, any discoveries? She promptly reported, Boss, your guess was not wrong. The business operations of Jicheng Pharmaceutical involve manufacturing banned drugs in collusion with the Chen family. Leaning against the railing, the purple-haired girl continued speaking slowly. They provide the technology, while the Chen family handles the cover, leveraging all their connections during the development of the main pharmaceutical factory in Bywei Village. Also, I took the liberty of sending Viper to scout ahead. I hope you won't blame me. Shennan listened and offered encouragement. You did a great job. Come pick me up now. We will go take a look together. The scene shifts to the factory in Bywei Village, where a sudden fire had broken out, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. The man in the hat rushed to the scene of the blaze, cursing furiously. Damn it, they acted so fast. He immediately activated his innate ability, quickly scanning the situation inside the factory and spotting countless people lying prone amidst the flames. When he noticed a shadow climbing over the wall, the man in the hat instantly locked onto his target. Over there. He sprinted toward the spot where the person was climbing out, shouting urgently for them to stand down. The figure in black, fleeing ahead, suddenly froze. Seeing this, the man in the hat immediately raised his guard, slowing his approach. The The figure in black turned slightly, casting a sharp, cold glance backward, his fist clenching tight. In the next instant, the figure in black lunged at the man in the hat, gripping his arm so firmly that the man gasped in panic. The gripped hand of the man in the hat trembled, sweat breaking out across his face as a warning bell rang loudly in his mind. This was not good. The hand of the man in the hat began to emit a purple energy flow. The figure in black immediately detected this anomaly, looking down at the hand and letting out a soft sound of surprise. The figure in black instantly lashed out with a kick, sending the man in the hat flying before he could even react. Pulling out a small knife, the man in the hat made a quick judgment, realizing this person's strength was likely not inferior to Mu Linshu, and that he had to stall for time until Boss Shen arrived. However, the figure in black did not continue the attack, but turned to flee. Startled, the man in the hat quickly gave chase. He leapt into the air, lunging toward the figure in black, while swinging the knife in both hands, shouting, "Don't you dare run." The figure in black glanced at the approaching shadow with cold eyes, his voice threatening, "You have a death wish." The scene shifts to the exterior of the factory, where a car arrived at extreme speed and stopped right in front of the gate. Shannon stepped out, his eyes fixed on the fire as he issued a command. "Wait outside. Without my direct order, no one is allowed to enter." As he walked into the burning factory, his steps were incredibly calm, and he simultaneously unleashed his devour skill. As soon as Shannon finished speaking, the flames were sucked inward, a display of power fitting for a leveling Manhwa hero, swirling into a single point before vanishing. From the outside looking in, the factory had been engulfed by countless large and small fires, but in the blink of an eye, the entire inferno disappeared simultaneously as if it had never existed. Only the desolate workshop remained with lingering plumes of smoke that had yet to dissipate. Watching Shen slowly emerge, the purple-haired girl could not suppress the questions rising in her heart. The flames had vanished in the blink of an eye. What exactly was this situation? He held the object in his hand, up to the purple-haired girl, signaling her. She gazed at it and asked curiously, "What is this?" He explained, "This is powder I found inside the incinerated equipment." Shen An leaned down slightly, sniffing gently as if analyzing the scent before offering a conjecture. "Unknown composition. Take it back for chemical analysis first. It is highly likely to be a banned substance." The girl in purple scanned their surroundings as she made a suggestion. "Viper is quite knowledgeable in this field. We can let him take a look first. Speaking of which, where did he go?" Shen An immediately utilized his sensory abilities, speaking with a hint of worry. "There's the aura of a second-rank expert here. Go find Viper immediately. He might be in danger." Hearing this, the purple-haired girl instantly turned to search the area. A sudden noise broke the silence, prompting the purple-haired girl to rush toward the railing and shout, "Over there, in the bushes, it is the hat-wearing man we were looking for. He has been beaten unconscious." Shannon approached and carefully inspected the subordinate's body. His injuries were severe, but not life-threatening. The man in the hat woke up gasping for breath, as he reported with difficulty, "Boss, I couldn't hold him. I let him get away. I tried my best. Please don't punish me." Hearing this, Shen An softened his tone to reassure him. "It is fine. Focus on healing first." Then he inquired about the situation. "Did you get a clear look at his face?" The man in the hat replied regretfully, "No, the opponent was dressed in black and masked. His strength was immense. I was not skilled enough." Shen An suddenly reached his hand toward the hat-wearing man's face. The subordinate stammered in fear, "Boss, you." Terrified that he would punish the man, the purple-haired girl squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, daring not to look. But the hat-wearing man's voice rang out full of gratitude. "Thank you, boss," causing the purple-haired girl to turn back in astonishment. Shen An calmly ordered, "Don't speak for now. Your internal organs are seriously injured. I will treat your wounds first. We can discuss everything else after we return." Tears welled up in the hat-wearing man's eyes, and he thought with deep emotion how back in the dark organization failing a mission meant nearly being executed. Yet Boss Shen not only refrained from blaming him, but was also personally treating his injuries. Watching this scene, the purple-haired girl's eyes flashed with tenderness, and her lips curled into a joyful smile. While healing the hat-wearing man, Shen An calmly arranged their next steps. "Someone capable of defeating you is certainly no nobody. His strength must be on file. Miss Mu, help me monitor the movements of Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals, especially that guy Xu Tianming. Everyone needs to be careful lately." The purple-haired girl immediately responded respectfully, "Understood." The scene shifts to another location where a small village appears behind the forest. A man in black slowly walked into a house. He reached up and pulled down his mask, revealing a scar stretching from his nose to his chin, and called out respectfully, "Leader." Looking at the person before him, the man in black immediately reported, "The mission is complete." The white-haired figure, his face concealed behind a mask, asked with a hint of suspicion, "This mission took quite a long time. Did you run into any trouble?" The man in black explained with a touch of guilt, "Boss, I ran into Viper. However, I didn't use my ability, so there is no way he recognized me." The white-haired man exclaimed in surprise, not expecting a run-in with one of their own. He then cautioned carefully, "All right, you head back first. Don't show your face around them for the time being." The man in black responded respectfully, "Understood." Once he had departed, the white-haired man slowly retrieved a mobile phone, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. After sending a message to an unknown recipient, the phone in his hand instantly detonated. Yet he remained perfectly calm, merely tilting his head to the side. He tossed the burning device onto the ground and leisurely walked out of the house. Moments after his exit, the building itself erupted in an explosion, completely obliterating any trace of their presence. The scene shifts to another location, where the message was received. The man reading it smirked with triumph. That person was Tian Ming. He was immensely satisfied that his plan had succeeded without a hitch. Time passed, and 3 days later, at a luxurious hotel, the blue-haired girl and Shen An were conversing in a room. She muttered, "Your place is fast becoming a hub for the awakened, almost like a guild base in a leveling manhwa." With a look of supreme confidence, the blue-haired girl probed, "So what is the plan? Are you trying to recruit your own team of talents?" He calmly crossed his arms over his chest and smiled faintly, explaining, "I just want to gain access to some data. It is beneficial after all. I hope that a portion of the information you guys register can be shared with me. That would save me a significant amount of investigative work." The blue-haired girl raised an eyebrow and scoffed softly. "You are thinking too simply. Sharing data with the government. That is something even the 3 great families have failed to achieve." Shen An paid no mind to her skepticism. As he rummaged through his pocket, he said, "Do not be so quick to refuse. I still have something I need you to investigate for me. Take this and analyze its composition." He produced a small object and slid it across to the blue-haired girl, offering his own deduction. "I have a strong feeling it might be an ingredient for a banned drug." The blue-haired girl was so shocked, she sprang up from her chair, her voice rising uncontrollably. "Banned drugs? Where did you get this?" Shen An looked at the object on the table and spoke slowly. "There is a pharmaceutical factory among the assets I took over from the Chen family. It was recently gutted by a fire, and quite a few people died. I have already handled the situation, but I hope the government can help suppress the news. I am still investigating a few things and do not want a public uproar." The blue-haired girl furrowed her brows deeply, but eventually acquiesced. "Fine, I will take this powder back for testing." She added a condition, "However, I have to report this back at headquarters. My authority is not that extensive." Suddenly, a piercing shout rang out. "You say no means no. What kind of registration is this? Do you have any idea who I am?" Shen and the purple-haired girl moved closer to the railing, their eyes drifting down to the main hall with curiosity. Down below, the receptionist was explaining with the utmost politeness. "I apologize, sir, but the second floor is reserved exclusively for guests who have already registered with the owner. It is temporarily closed to outsiders." The green-haired man pointed arrogantly at the receptionist and scolded her. "I am a premium member. What kind of registration do I need?" Upon seeing the troublemaker, Shen An immediately looked amused, and his sarcastic voice rang out. "To think this guy still has the nerve to show up here." The purple-haired girl observed the drama with the intensity of someone reading an awakening manhwa. Down below, the tension was rising, as a blonde man suddenly rushed forward, shoving the receptionist aside and declaring with extreme arrogance, "Why are you even arguing with her? Wouldn't it be better to just walk straight up there? I would like to see who dares to stop me." Witnessing the outrageous attitude of the other party, the short-haired woman Chief Bai frowned with impatience. "I really should be going now. So how about I conveniently take care of this little annoyance for you, Boss Shen?" And hurriedly waved his hands and laughed politely. No need. I wouldn't dare trouble Chief Bai. It just so happens that this brat has a bit of a grudge against me from back when I was in university." Before he could even finish his sentence, the short-haired woman stroked her chin in evaluation. "So that is how it is. Well, then you handle it yourself. Who knows, stepping up might even reignite an old flame." Hearing this, Shen An immediately shouted in anger. "What are you talking about? There is no way I would ever." Seeming completely unconcerned, the short-haired woman casually turned to leave. "Just don't cause a murder scene. Bye-bye." At the same time, over in another direction, the female employee was trying to stop the intruder. Sir, you really cannot go up there. Even though she was trying her hardest to hold him back, the man in the red shirt mercilessly shoved her to the ground. Get out of my way. Fortunately, just as the female employee was stumbling and losing her balance, a steady hand suddenly reached out to catch her. Are you all right? Along with that polite voice, the man in the gray shirt continued to caution them. You just stay back. I will handle this. Sir, please do not cause trouble. Upon hearing this, the man in the red shirt could not hold back his temper and raised his fist. You have a death wish. Faced with this sudden situation, the man in the gray shirt quickly blocked the attack with his bare hands out of reflex. However, a few seconds later, he was secretly startled to realize there was a problem with his injury. This is bad. My arm is paralyzed. While the man in the gray shirt was still looking at his arm in confusion, the man in the red shirt once again violently launched a kick at the back of his neck. Even as the man in the gray shirt lay paralyzed on the cold tiled floor, the attacker still casually maintained his superior posture. To think something like you dares to block my path, I see you are nothing terrifying. At that moment, the subordinate behind him immediately laughed in agreement. How could a normal person possibly block a move from young Master Zhao? Fortunately, at the very moment, the man in the gray shirt was struggling and clutching his wound tight. Shen An slowly walked forward to mock the group of villains. Is this young Master Wei trying to climb up the high branches or something? As expected, the group of people around them gasped in tension as soon as they saw him, Shen An. At this point, the green-haired guy widened his eyes in total fear. Why are you here? The female employee standing nearby replied softly. Allow me to introduce our big boss, Shen An. Upon hearing this, the man shouted in sheer surprise. Say what? Meanwhile, the brunette girl began to voice her confusion. Did he actually take over the Emperor Hotel? Unlike the wary demeanor of the surrounding crowd, the guy in the red shirt suddenly raised his voice in a provocative manner. President Shen, or whatever you call yourself. I'm going upstairs right now. Do you have the guts to stop me? The moment these words were spoken, the man in the gray shirt immediately shouted, You dare speak to our boss like that? I will cripple you. The red-shirted guy looked him over and laughed with disdain. You think you can stop me? Go ahead, try flipping me off. Let's see if your arm can still move. After getting hit by my frost energy. Just then, a rough hand gently rested on the gray-shirted man's shoulder, followed by a reminder, close your eyes now and center your mind. Even though the man still wore a bewildered expression, completely confused Shen, and patiently explained, use your imagination. You are a commander, a king. They are all just insignificant pawns and small fry beneath you. How should you deal with such trash? As he finished speaking, his gaze became colder than ever before, as if the lesson had been fully absorbed. The man in gray took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused. I am the king, and they are nothing but insects. Meanwhile, on the side of the troublemakers, the guy in red couldn't stop mocking them. What is this? Some kind of spiritual victory method? Did your classmate read too much? System Manhwa? In the blink of an eye, the gray-shirted man's expression shifted as he glared at them. Does a piece of trash like you deserve to run his mouth in front of me? Startled by the sudden killing intent in his eyes, the guy in red couldn't help but tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat. What are you trying to prove? I'll beat you senseless. Before he could even finish his sentence, the man in gray gloomily unleashed a torrent of latent magical power. Will you not obediently submit? Witnessing this scene, the red-shirted guy began to stammer. You, son of a... The moment the profanity left his lips, the man in gray didn't hesitate for a second before delivering a powerful slap across his face. Just like that, every time the guy in red tried to speak, he was met with a relentless barrage of slaps. Stop it. Meanwhile, the gray-haired onlooker witnessing the scene from a distance began to feel equally terrified. I was wrong. We apologize. President Shen, please let us go. Shen, and then leisurely stepped forward, patting the man in gray on the back a few times. That's enough, let them leave. As if switching between two different personalities, the man in gray looked cheerfully at the person in front of him. You got it, boss. Then he turned around and glared fiercely at the group behind him. Get lost. Just like that, immediately after being shooed away, the brunette girl hurriedly stole a few glances at Shen An, before quickly departing with the blue-haired guy and the one in the red shirt. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly whispered in Shen An's ear. You triggered the pressure to force his awakening early. But isn't that rushing things a bit? After all, in this state, he can only deal with low-level awakened individuals. What happens if he encounters a true master? Shen An chuckled inwardly and replied, Meng Zi has been following me for quite some time now, and I can tell that he isn't the type to be arrogant or boastful. Just as Shen An was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a voice. The technique employed was incredibly sophisticated. It turned out that the figure catching his eye at that moment was a gray-haired elder. I suppose this is the first time we have officially met, is it not, Shen? And paused for a few seconds as the gray-haired elder smiled politely. Greetings, young friend Shen. Please forgive the sudden intrusion. Standing beside him, Xin Yue spoke with unconcealed arrogance, making us come to your door personally. You really are conceited. Shen and merely looked at them with indifference. Who is this? The short-haired woman politely made the introduction. This is Elder Ji, the mastermind of our faction. Since Elder Ji happens to be here, you can speak your mind directly to him. It saves me from getting scolded later. Without showing a hint of impatience, the gray-haired elder smiled with crinkled eyes, looking at him. Does young friend Shen have some earth-shattering proposal to make? Shen En immediately replied with an enthusiastic tone. Greetings, Elder Ji. In that case, I will be blunt. I hope to share common resources with the government. Taking advantage of the moment he was distracted, Xin Yue's eyes suddenly began to glow secretly. At the same time, just as Shenan spoke, his gaze abruptly became glazed over and dull. Looking incredibly disoriented. Seeing this scene, the short-haired woman instantly shouted in anger. What do you think you are doing? Xin Yue calmly replied, giving him a preemptive strike. She then continued her control, commanding, now start dancing. As expected, right after the order left her lips, Shenan's entire body immediately began to dance like a puppet. Witnessing this spectacle, the short-haired woman became more anxious than ever. She hurriedly looked over at the gray-haired elder, pleading for assistance. Elder Ji. On the other side, Xin Yue suddenly vaguely realized that Shenan's body was making some unusual movements. In just a few short seconds, her entire body was suddenly hoisted high into the air by Shenan. What are you doing? Put me down. But less than 2 seconds after she screamed, Xin Yue was unexpectedly retorted by Shenan, tossing her far away. Completely failing to anticipate this counterattack, she screamed furiously. What is wrong with you, Shenan? Pouted with a mischievous expression. Didn't you want to see a dance? But if I dance, I require a partner. Unfortunately, your technique isn't quite up to par. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but crack a sarcastic smile. Don't try these cheap mind control tricks on me. They are prone to failure. Observing his arrogant attitude, the small, mysterious figure quietly evaluated him. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have lost face, yet you're still posturing. Du Xin Yue, a mental-type user, typical of a high-stakes awakening manhwa, certainly possessed some genuine skill. Returning to the scene before them, Xin Yue was now grinding her teeth in fury. Before matters could escalate any further, the gray-haired elder reminded them in a stern voice. Do not be rude. Young friend, Shen, this subordinate of mine is young and reckless. Please do not take offense. Earlier, you mentioned hoping to share something with us. Hearing this, Shen An silently questioned, You old fox, when that girl was hypnotizing me just now, I didn't see you stopping her, and now you want to put on an act with me. With this thought in mind, he immediately tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. The number of awakened individuals currently in hiding is certainly far greater than those who have been exposed to public view. I am hoping we can establish a mutual intelligence sharing agreement with the government, as I have managed to gather some valuable intel of my own, Shen An proposed. Du Xingyu stumbled forward, tossing out a few sarcastic remarks. What kind of intelligence could you possibly possess that is worth the government's time? Are you boasting without a shred of shame? Without wasting a breath, Shen An delivered a sharp steel-edged retort. Du Xingyu is a psychic-type awakener who formerly worked as a psychologist. After the initial global transformation, a staple event in any awakening manhwa, she discovered her ability to hypnotize others with her spiritual power growing stronger every single day. Currently, she is capable of trapping victims within illusions, effectively suppressing all 5 of their human senses. It is just a pity that her dancing skills are truly atrocious. As if her embarrassment had boiled over into rage, Xinwei screamed in annoyance. That is enough. I do not need you to say another word. The gray-haired elder suddenly interjected, taking charge of the conversation. Young friend Shen, you certainly possess the skills to justify a partnership with the government. Your request for shared intelligence is open to negotiation. However, I also have a matter requiring your assistance. Of the 4 great families, only 3 remain. The Chen family currently possesses forbidden drugs and the virus. As for the status of the other families, I remain in the dark. Just as anticipated, the moment Shannon heard the elder's words, a satirical smile curled upon his lips. So you require me to investigate the secrets lurking behind them, Elder G, you are overestimating my capabilities. The gray-haired elder tilted his head, his voice brimming with patience. My judgment is rarely wrong. I suspect the energy you harbor, young friend Shen, far exceeds what you are currently displaying. Does it not? Rest assured, I would not ask for your help in vain. Accept this as an initial greeting gift. Gazing at the map scroll being handed to him, Shen An could not help but widen his eyes in sheer surprise. Is this a treasure map? What exactly is hidden here? Contrary to his expectations, the gray-haired elder remained silent, merely recalling the intricate and elaborate details drawn within the map fragment. Maintaining his composure, the elder finally replied with a voice full of hidden implications. Trust me, it will not disappoint you. To further demonstrate our sincerity, I will assign an assistant to accompany you. Without a moment's hesitation, the gray-haired elder issued a directive. Bywei, starting today, you are to follow young friend Shen. You will follow his commands. The short-haired woman cried out in shock. What but Elder G? Upon hearing this, Shen An immediately stroked his chin, smiling with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Does that mean I can make absolutely any request? As if instinctively guessing the intent of the man before her, the short-haired woman lunged forward to warn him. Shannon, I will absolutely not agree to any of your unreasonable demands. Observing from a distance as the young man and woman bickered incessantly, the gray-haired elder unconsciously cracked an amused smile. Any reasonable proposal is acceptable, but anything unreasonable will depend entirely on her consent. With the negotiation concluded successfully, Shen An flashed a thumbs up to signal his satisfaction. In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, the short-haired woman shouted in helpless frustration. Did anyone bother to ask for my opinion? One day later, in a dense stretch of verdant forest, surrounded by the majestic embrace of nature, Shen An turned to issue an order to his companion. The location marked on the map Elder G provided should be right here. Assistant, take a look. The short-haired woman snatched the map away in a huff. If you keep addressing me like that, don't blame me for getting rough with you. Shen An just let out a mischievous laugh. Hey now, I am currently your boss. This was approved by your former superior Tan Cheng, so you really shouldn't be offending your higher-ups. Still harboring doubts in her heart, the short-haired woman lowered her voice and asked, But really, how do you know about that Dusingue girl? Even I don't really understand her background. Ignoring personal space, Shen An leaned in and whispered, It is a secret, but come a little closer and I will tell you. However, catching her off guard, Shen An deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs, I have plenty of secrets, but I am not telling you any of them. Watching his mischievous retreating figure, the short-haired woman gritted her teeth in fury. Shen An, you are so dead. Just like that, the deep forest echoed with the noisy bickering of the duo. Shen An, stop right there. Don't you dare think you can get away. As expected, after a brief chase, the short-haired woman finally managed to grab hold of Shen An's collar. Seemingly unable to quell her anger, she started shouting furiously in his face. Do you have a death wish? Or do you just not know how to spell the word? Shen An showed absolutely no fear, casually spouting some flirtatious nonsense. Help someone is harassing an innocent young man. Suddenly, while the two of them were distracted, a massive tentacle shot out from the distance hurling toward them. With his sharp reflexes kicking in, Shen An shoved the short-haired woman aside just in time. Watch out. Unfortunately, right after saving her, the tentacle used its momentum to wrap tightly around Shen An's wrist instead. Witnessing this, the short-haired woman frantically rushed forward to assist him. Shen An. Without hesitating, she used her own body to block the incoming barrage of tentacles. Are you all right? Caught off guard, Shen An looked at her with concern. Are you hurt? I can handle this myself. You do not need to worry about me. The short-haired woman replied with brimming confidence. I have skin of copper and bones of iron. Attacks of this level cannot break my defense. Hearing that, Shen An immediately sat back obediently to watch. Man living off a sugar mama really does taste sweet. As predicted, his teasing made her snap fiercely. Hurry up and get the hell away from me. After battling the tentacles for quite some time, the short-haired woman wiped the sweat from her forehead and finally let out a sigh of relief. The short-haired woman had just finished changing her outfit, but she could not help gritting her teeth in annoyance. Why are your clothes so short? Hearing her complaint, Shen An responded with sheer shamelessness. Well, how about I take the short end of the stick then? Seeing that he was actually preparing to take off his pants, the short-haired woman flushed with embarrassment and scolded Shen. And you rotten hooligan. Pausing for a moment, she aggressively pointed a finger right at his face. You hurry up and walk in front of me. This shirt of yours does not even fully cover my rear end. Shen An chuckled awkwardly and replied, my apologies, my apologies. Just like that, after a bit of back and forth, the two of them finally began to focus on clearing out the mass of thorny vines. With just a few basic moves, Shen An was able to easily slice through the tentacles. After a long while, Shen An suddenly cried out in excitement. We have arrived, this is the place, take a look. Gazing at the green canopy heavy with fruit, the short-haired woman was immediately astonished. Is this not the type of exotic fruit that can cause a person to awaken upon eating it? Shen An held one of the fruits in his hand, evaluating it seriously. Not bad. The quantity of exotic fruits here is enough to build a group of troops, right? Old G really spared no expense. On the other hand, the short-haired woman was secretly pondering. Could it be that Old G wanted Shen An to build his own forces and then deal with those three major families? But what if he later turned against Shen, and this was truly a double-edged sword? Just as this thought crossed her mind, both Shen An and the short-haired woman were startled once again by a series of mysterious rustling sounds. It turned out that a pack of wild wolves was growling and charging right into their view. Accompanying them were aggressive gorillas lying in wait on the tree branches above. Quickly realizing the urgency of the situation, Shen An and the short-haired woman stood back to back. This is bad, it seems we are surrounded. I might not be able to protect you later, so be careful. Do not worry, they cannot hurt me. True to their calculations, as soon as their words fell, the alpha wolf immediately lunged forward with a powerful attack. Facing this perilous situation, Shen An wasted no movements, swinging his sharp sword at the beast. Leave these wolves to me. Just as he planned, the remaining wild wolves began to swarm towards Shen An. Seeing this scene play out like a leveling manhwa, Shen An showed no mercy and unleashed a special technique, and in the blink of an eye, those wolves were suddenly tossed into midair, eventually crashing down one by one onto the hard ground under immense pressure. At the same time, the gorillas on the short-haired woman's side had also been handled neatly. However, unfortunately, contrary to their expectations of a conclusion, Shen An looked helplessly at the glowing red eyes inside the bushes. Will it ever end? With no other choice, he hurriedly grabbed the short-haired woman to drag her away. Go quickly, the number of variant beasts is too high to handle. It seemed misfortune was piling up as Shen An had only been running for a moment when he was shocked to find his foot stepping into a hole. You have got to be kidding me. Being dragged into the deep pit for no reason, the short-haired woman screamed in shock. As for Shen, and hearing that he could only let out a startled cry. Apologies for the rough landing. Falling from an unfathomable height, Shen An and Vivi plummeted toward the ground with no end in sight. Suddenly, her entire body slammed directly onto Shen, and turning his face a shade of purple from the impact. At the same time, Vivi whispered a question. Shen An, are you all right? His voice trembled as he replied, all right, with a body weighing dozens of kilograms crushing me. Do you really think I could be fine? Hearing this, she couldn't hold back her rage, snapping. Who are you accusing of weighing dozens of kilograms? Do you honestly have a death wish? Thinking fast, Shen An pulled her tightly into his arms to calm her down. Vivi, flushing with embarrassment, stammered. What are you doing? However, he simply replied in a cold, curt voice. Don't look back, just keep walking forward. That comment made her cheeks burn even brighter. What do you mean by that? Just then, giant centipedes appeared right before their eyes. Terrified at the sight, Vivi screamed and instantly leaped onto his body. Shen An was left completely speechless. He had explicitly told her not to look back. Resigning himself to the situation, he hoisted her onto his back and said, anyway, let's try to head back up for now. And just like that, the two of them navigated through countless dangerous obstacles together. Noticing their movement speed was painfully slow, Vivi sighed with a hint of disappointment. I actually thought you were like Superman and could fly or something. With this performance, you wouldn't even make it past the preliminary round of the Olympic Games. Shen An shot her a glance and shifted the blame. Hey, isn't it just because you're too heavy? Feeling completely body-shamed, she opened her mouth wide, chomped down on his head, and challenged, I dare you to say that again. Afterward, his expression suddenly turned serious as he thought to himself. Something isn't right. The gravity in this place seems much higher, like a high-level zone in a leveling manhwa, and there appears to be a barrier. Hey, future self, are you there? After receiving absolutely no response, Shen An came to a conclusion. It seems he has fallen asleep again, so I will have to rely on myself for the time being. A second later, Vivi regained her composure and let out a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that these centipedes aren't actively attacking us. We need to find our way back immediately. No sooner had the words left her mouth Then the massive centipedes began to approach them again. Panicking, she quickly retracted her previous statement. Just pretend I never said anything at all. From that Shen, and silently confirmed that there were more enemies ahead. Meanwhile, she kept trying to shoo them away, screaming, "Get back!" Vivi was pale with terror, but Shen An quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid, I have a plan." He stood calmly in place and unleashed a few skills, creating brilliant bursts of flame. As soon as the battle ended, Shen An's eyes lit up with excitement as he remarked, "That smells incredibly delicious." Before he could even think about tasting it, Vivi preemptively blocked him, shouting, "Shen An, if you dare to eat those things, I swear I will absolutely never speak another word to you for the rest of my life." However, he quickly countered with a hypothetical scenario. "But if we truly cannot find a way out of here, won't we eventually have to eat these things to survive anyway?" She trembled with fear and pleaded, "Stop talking about it." At that moment, Shen An suddenly closed his eyes to focus on every sound. There was a breeze. In a split second, he was able to sense the direction of the airflow. The two of them slowly ventured deeper into the darkness to explore. Suddenly, Vivi spoke up with a sense of unease. "Shen and I get the feeling that something is staring right at us." Shen An quietly raised his head, cold sweat pouring down his face as he realized that terrifying red-eyed bats were indeed huddled together, watching them without blinking. When they were discovered, the swarm of bats relentlessly chased after them, causing Shen An to hurriedly urge, "The bats are right behind me. Run." Vivi looked helpless and dissatisfied, sighing. Not again. The cave was now filled with nothing but the chaotic scene of a non-stop pursuit. At that same moment, he suddenly found a glimmer of hope. "There is light ahead, hurry up and charge forward." As soon as they stepped out, a dazzling light poured down, making it impossible for them to look straight ahead. Before their eyes lay a dense forest filled with lush greenery. They were bewildered, asking themselves where exactly they had ended up. Shen An looked around in shock and exclaimed, "That grasshopper is huge. Why have you come to the entrance of the monster realm?" Suddenly, within his subconscious, a quiet voice spoke up. "You have finally arrived. This place is the monster realm." The unseen figure slowly explained, "This area is the transition zone between the monster realm and our world. We call it the entrance to the monster realm. I have heard the true monster realm is much more terrifying than this." From this, Shen An vaguely guessed that this map was provided by Elder G. "Does Elder G know about this place too?" Vivi frowned and retorted, "Impossible. Elder G obtained this map from a hunter outside the Imperial Hotel. At that time, the hunter claimed he ate a fruit in the mountains and awakened an ability, a classic start to an awakening manhwa, and was looking for someone to test his strength at the hotel entrance. That fact made him more amused than anything, his heart blooming with joy. Great, so Elder G's big gift was just picked up like that. Now I really need to question the sincerity of your cooperation." Suddenly, a strange creature appeared, obscuring that dazzling light. Upon seeing it, Shen An immediately got excited. "All right, then do moths really have wings? This massive..." It is not just that. As soon as she glanced to the side, Vivi discovered many other gigantic things. Shen An cheerfully grabbed his phone and ran close to them to take a selfie. "This place is just like the prehistoric world in Jurassic Park. One photo and I could become a famous internet idol." However, things did not go smoothly because there was no signal. Vivi put on a serious face, showing her annoyance. "Think about it. If this place became known to the public, imagine the massive uproar it would cause. Even if you uploaded it, it would be deleted immediately." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, causing the space to shake ceaselessly. Both stood unsteadily, guessing vaguely, "Is it an earthquake?" Then a giant turtle rose up. It turned out they were frantically standing on the turtle's back. They shouted in panicked confusion, "Good heavens, what do these things eat to grow so big?" Hearing the strange noise, other creatures swarmed over all, appearing at the same time, creating a shocking atmosphere. Shen An dropped his jaw in amazement. What is going on? Right before their eyes was a white snake flicking its tongue to threaten its prey. Before she could react, Vivi was tossed aside by it. However, he felt intrigued instead. "Just in time, I will use you to test the current strength of my physical body." Seeing this, she could not help but worry, shouting a reminder, "You be careful." Shen An did not bother to care, even playing with the white snake with great delight. Witnessing this scene, Vivi feared he would be in danger and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't do it." Before she could finish speaking, the white snake's tail quickly struck Shen An, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. His entire body slammed straight into the cliff face. Shen An felt the impact as his head began to swell from the blow. Vivi sighed in sheer frustration, lamenting, "I didn't even have time to stop you." Trying to fight a beast of this rank right now is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moments later, Vivi approached him and quietly asked, "How are you holding up? You're not going to die, right?" Shen An sat up and replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "I am fine." The danger was far from over. As the Baisha beast continued to swing its attacks, he noticed the movement and dodged just in time, but the creature refused to let them go, snapping its massive jaws as it chased them down. Vivi gasped for air as she ran frantically, saying, "What do I do now? If I kick the bucket, you are going down with me. With our current strength, we would not survive half a day at the entrance of the demon realm. We need to leave here immediately." Faced with this perilous situation, the two decided to temporarily take cover behind a cliff, while Shen An calculated their next move with a serious expression. "Being chased like this isn't a sustainable strategy. We have to figure out a way to leave this place or head back into the cave." Since the exit was right there, she panicked and argued against it. "But if we go inside the cave, we will be like fish in a barrel." Even so, standing before such a dire predicament, they had no other options and could only gamble on this chance, as he grabbed her wrist and pulled her along. In this urgent situation, they decided to run straight into the cavern. Shen An could not help but feel anxious, knowing he was forced to come up with a way to obstruct the beast's path. A second later, he hurriedly unleashed a technique to protect the entire area. Vivi skeptically asked, "Will that actually work?" To which Shen An replied with little confidence, "I am not entirely sure. Let's just wait and see." 2 hours later, he thought to himself, "It seems we are safe for the time being. Let's move." By that time, she was so exhausted that she had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Shen An could only smile at the sight. "How can you sleep in a situation like this? I don't know if you are just carefree or simply fearless." He then decided to scoop her up and carry her gently in his arms. Shen An calmly took step after step deeper into the cave. A while later, Vivi fluttered her eyes open, startling herself when she realized she was resting comfortably in his embrace. Shen An smirked and asked, "You are awake. Sorry, but it is likely we cannot get out today, so just rest for a little while longer." Spotting a stream of toxic gas ahead, the two of them abruptly stopped. It was likely some form of poisonous miasma, so they decided to wait for daybreak to figure it out. That night, they huddled together by the warm fire. Seeing that Vivi looked rather uneasy, he offered, "You sleep first. I will keep watch and I will wake you up to switch shifts later." Vivi immediately agreed, saying, "Okay." The next morning, she woke up with a start, only to see Shen An lying right beside her. Vivi wondered to herself, "How long have I been asleep?" It turned out that the previous night, the two had been lying close together with zero distance between them. When suddenly, Shen An jolted awake and shouted, "This is bad, the giant python has found us." Immediately, the creature lunged with its mouth wide open, looking as if it wanted to swallow them whole. As soon as he saw it, Shen An's entire body stiffened as he exclaimed, "This guy is really tough," yet he remained calm enough to unleash a terrifying burst of power, channeling the energy of a true awakening Manhwa hero. The giant python took the full brunt of the energy Shen An released. Seeing it react slightly, he felt an immense joy in his heart, thinking, "It looks like this big guy is also afraid of turning into snake soup. It is a pity we won't get to eat our fill though." Their joy was short-lived as the giant python pounced once again, causing both of them to jump in fright and turn to run. Realizing fire was useless against it, Shen An tossed the firearm to Bywei, his gaze steely as he signaled her to take the shot. They synchronized instantly. The deafening roar of gunfire was relentless as they unloaded their clips into the colossal python. A dense hail of bullets struck its body, but to their horror, the monster remained unscathed. Its scales were as hard as steel, rendering every single shot completely futile. Unable to penetrate that natural armor, despair washed over them. This place would likely become their tomb. Just then, the python unhinged its massive jaws, preparing to swallow both Bywei and Shen An whole. Suddenly, the voice of the future, Shen An, echoed in his mind. "Standard weapons are useless. Use the guns Chen gave you last time." He chided himself for being so dense. Why hadn't he realized it sooner? That's right. Those rounds were crafted from special materials that had undergone mutation. How could he have forgotten? Instantly, a different firearm materialized in Shen An's hand. He passed it to Bywei. Without a single second of hesitation, the two resumed their ferocious assault on the python. This time, as the specially crafted rounds dug into its flesh, the snake spirit finally felt the pain, letting out a shrill shriek. The ammo was effective. Bam! He didn't waste the chance, continuously aiming straight for its fatal weakness, the eyes. A precise shot landed home. Terrified, the python spirit lost all its initial aggression. It hastily turned and fled, vanishing into the darkness. Shen-an let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. They had finally won. They were saved. His gaze was suddenly drawn to something glinting on the ground. It was a massive fang the python had dropped. He quickly bent down to retrieve it. Bywei asked curiously, "What do you want that snake tooth for?" He smiled, utilizing his crafting skills like a protagonist in a system manhwa, combining the black iron wood with the fang to create a sharp, exquisite weapon. "It's beautiful. I'm gifting it to you for self-defense." Bywei let out a surprised cry. Shen-an looked around and urged, "Since the fog has cleared for now, we should get out of here immediately." 1 hour later, using his powers, Shen-an constructed a long flight of stairs, stretching from the abyss floor all the way to the cliff's edge. The climb was grueling, taking another hour before they reached the top. Finally made it. That cave must be a few thousand meters deep. My arms feel like they've doubled in size. Shen-an collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. It's a good thing that cavern is deep enough, otherwise those beasts would crawl up here and we'd be done for. Bywei looked at him with a gaze of adorable reproach. Ba Shen is truly a busy man. You go missing for one night, and who knows how many little girls are waiting anxiously for you. Hearing this, Shen-an could only look at her with eyes questioning the meaning of life. Bywei instantly blushed crimson, scolding herself for letting such silly words slip out. Just then, Shen-an's phone vibrated the screen, displaying a barrage of missed calls. Mu Lin Shu had called 12 times, Wang Meng 6 times, and He Zhou 3 times. Sensing something was wrong, he hurriedly called Mu Lin Shu back. The moment it connected, an anxious shout rang out from the other side. "Shen-an, where on earth have you been? We've been looking for you for an entire day." Shen-an gave a wry smile and replied, "I was with Bywei, looking for supplies, but we ran into a bit of trouble. There was absolutely no cell service in that area. Something happened. What is going on? He Zhou had been kidnapped." This bad news struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving both Shen-an and Bywei stunned and worried. Without hesitating for a single minute, they both climbed into the car and sped back toward the city. On the way, Mu Lingqiu recounted the entire story over the phone. "Yesterday, He Zhou's father suddenly came to the hotel, looking for you, boss, but he refused to say what was wrong when asked. However, because he really could not get in touch with you, he finally explained the situation to us. Yesterday afternoon, father, he received a phone call saying He Zhou was in their hands, but they did not seem to mention any ransom. Wang Meng has already led a team to search. Rest assured, Boss Meng's pressure is enough to handle any opponent under the second rank without issue. Experts above the second rank would not resort to such low-level tactics like kidnapping." He immediately replied, "I understand. Wait for me to return, and we will talk." As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Mu Lingqiu rushed out to greet them. Shen turned to instruct Bywei, "You go with Lingqiu to find a set of clothes first. I need to check on the situation." Mu Lingqiu glanced at Bywei with an indescribable look, secretly wondering when this girl had managed to latch onto her boss, thinking she certainly moved fast. But she quickly switched to a professional tone and asked Officer Bai, "Please follow me. What size do you wear?" Her eyes swept over Bywei's curves as she dropped a teasing remark. "Oh, perhaps a bit smaller than mine, but it can still be worn." Meanwhile, Shen-an had approached Uncle He Zhou's father to comfort him. "Nothing bad will happen. Ideally, she is safe. Surely she is safe." "Uncle He, what exactly happened? How did you find your way to this place?" Uncle He tearfully explained. "Shen-an, you have finally arrived. For the past 2 days, Zhou was preparing to return to the city. I thought I should buy some good food to make a delicious meal for her. Who knew that when I returned from the market, she was nowhere to be found. Her luggage was still at home, and she did not take her phone. Then, I received a call from the kidnappers. The kidnappers said she was in their hands, told me I was not allowed to call the police, and said to wait for their news regarding everything else. I thought of you, Shen, with your vast abilities, and since you saved Zhou before I came to trouble you. I found your number in Zhou's phone, but I could never get through. My heart was so anxious that I entered the city." Hearing this, Shen-an was puzzled and asked, "But I only took over the Imperial Hotel a few days ago. How did you know I was here, Uncle He? It is possible that heaven really took pity on me. While I was on the bus, I heard people discussing it nearby. They said the Chen family, one of the 4 great families, was defeated by a young man named Shen-an. Currently, Shen-an has taken over the Chen family assets, and that he is recruiting awakened individuals at the Imperial Hotel, so I found my way here." This incredible coincidence made Shen-an pause. Perhaps events in this awakening manhwa world were not as simple as they appeared. Just at that moment, Mu Lingqiu ran over in a panic. Boss Wang Meng has returned. Hearing the news, Uncle He was overjoyed. He is back. Then has Zhou been saved? Uncle He, please wait a moment. I'll go take a look. Rest assured regarding Dandan's safety. Having said that, he and Mu Lingqiu rushed outside. The scene that greeted them left him completely stunned. Wang Meng was being carried in his body, riddled with injuries. What happened? As Wang Meng was set down, it was evident his entire body was covered in layer upon layer of wounds. Shen, and hurriedly asked, "What on earth is going on here? Who beat him? Why didn't you take him to the hospital first?" An accompanying subordinate stammered Boss. "Boss Shen, we don't know. Brother Meng told us to wait at the door, but there was no movement for a long time. When we finally entered, he was already in this state. It was Brother Meng who insisted we bring him back here first. He said he had something urgent to tell Boss Shen." Wang Meng's injuries appeared extremely severe, and his arm seemed to be broken. Although his pulse remained stable, and his life was not in immediate danger, the sight was still incredibly tragic. Wang Meng struggled to open his eyes. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't save Miss He." Shen gently placed his hand on the man's shoulder, his voice reassuring. "It's all right. You just focus on recovering from your injuries first." As for the person who inflicted this on him, he paused, his eyes turning cold and sharp, his voice hardening with resolve. "I will kill every last one of them for you." After receiving first aid, Wang Meng sat up and recounted the entire story. "Boss, this situation. This isn't a simple matter. At the time, I called Uncle He's contact back and had someone trace the signal. But the other party surprisingly gave me the address very cheerfully, and the location was right here. Upon arriving, he instructed his subordinates, 'You guys keep watch outside. If anyone runs out, subdue them immediately. I will go inside to check.' Understood, Brother Meng. We won't even let a mosquito fly out." As he stepped inside, a strange silhouette appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding spotlight shone directly into his face, forcing him to squint. "Who is it?" A surprise attack struck, before Wang Meng could even react. The attacker stepped onto his body, his voice full of disdain. "Too weak, you are not Shen-an. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping people? You don't have the qualifications to know who I am." The man laughed viciously. "Tell Shen-an to come here, or don't blame me for doing the same thing to the girl." Back in the present, hearing this, Mu Lingqiu pressed for details. "You said that person was a bald man. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Wang Meng replied. "I am certain. It was a middle-aged bald man wearing an old suit and glasses." Someone asked, "Do you know this person?" "He is the expert guardian of the Song family, Song Zhongji. This guy is very mysterious. We only know he helps the Song family execute assassination missions, and has never failed. He stands at the top of the assassination list, consistently ranked in the top 3. Mu Lingqiu interjected. "He's not that mysterious. It's just that your intelligence capabilities are poor. The Shadow Group investigated this person before. At the very least, we know he is proficient in mechanism arts." Shen-an immediately asked, "Top 3 on the assassination list. Then Lingqiu, what are you ranked?" Lingqiu replied, "A gentle lady like me doesn't like killing. Why would I be on such a list?" Bywei spoke up. "Mechanism arts aren't exactly a superpower. So has your Shadow Group figured out his awakening ability?" Yet Mu Lingqiu answered, "The Dark Organization intended to recruit him, not treat him as a hostile. So why did they research him so thoroughly? It is just baffling why such a figure would resort to something as low as kidnapping." Wei felt offended upon hearing this and shouted, saying it was clearly directed at Shen-an. Could they not see that? "Shen-an, what did you do to the Song family?" Caught between two women, Shen-an awkwardly replied that he did not even know the people of the Song family, but regardless of the reason, given that he kidnapped Zhou and injured Meng Zi, this man must die. The voice of the future Shen-an rang in his head again. "Hey kid, what on earth did you do to these two girls? I am actually enjoying this jealous rivalry. This Song Zhongzi has some skills, so if you go there carelessly, I fear you will suffer a loss. The Song family will not harm He Zhou, yet so seize the opportunity to improve yourself first." He is not only an expert in mechanical traps, but he can also see through an opponent's abilities in this awakening Manhwa world. I have suffered losses at his hands before. The warning caused Shen-an's expression to shift with worry. "I need some time to rest, so you ladies should take a break as well. Let me think about my next move." Saying this, he entered his room and immersed himself in the exotic fruit space to cultivate. Energy points, plus 1,000 energy points, plus 1,000 energy points, plus 1,000 available talent points, 95,000. Talent shop offers Clairvoyance for 100,000, psychic mentalist ability for 500,000, and primordial body cultivation for 1 million. This growth rate is still insufficient. I need another 5,000 to reach the 100,000 required to exchange for Clairvoyance, but I am out of time. That is right, absorbing spiritual power here doubles the points. So what if I consume a spirit fruit? Actions followed thoughts, and he immediately took a bite of the exotic fruit. Immediately, a massive surge of energy rushed in, adding 15,000 energy points. This spirit fruit is incredibly effective. I have finally gathered enough potential points. Clairvoyance. The system panel appeared, with a notification asking if he wanted to use 100,000 points to exchange. He unhesitatingly selected yes, and immediately, Clairvoyance was activated. Perhaps I have stabilized at the intermediate stage of the 3rd rank. Let us test this vision. He used the new ability, and a completely different sensation enveloped him. Everything around him appeared crystal clear. So this is what Clairvoyance is like. Sensory power can perceive the shape and aura at close range. But this feels more like stereoscopic visual perception. Damn it, Chu. Just then, his vision accidentally swept across Mu Lingqiu's bathroom. It seems the weather has changed. He could not stop the nosebleed flowing before that perfect beauty. Suddenly, a slapping sound rang in his mind. It was the future, Shen, and you pervert. What do you think you are doing? Zhozhou's whereabouts are still unknown. Yet you have time to think about this. At least rescue Zhozhou first. So that is how it works. Clairvoyance can clearly see the layout of mechanisms. Shen An suddenly rubbed his eyes. Ah, this ability consumes too much energy. With my current cultivation, I cannot maintain it for long. No need. After all, you are a government official, and since you haven't openly turned against the Song family, it isn't convenient for you to get involved in this mess. I appreciate your kindness. Mu Lingqiu suddenly cut in. But can you really go alone? A voice replied. Who said our boss is going solo? This is our corporation's business, and we will handle it ourselves. Shannon looked at Mu Lingqiu, trying hard to suppress the steaming hot image from earlier that almost made his nose bleed. Noticing his strange expression, Mu Lingqiu asked boss, are you injured? Shen An pointed at his nose and said, I'm fine, just a bit of internal heat. She then began introducing the people accompanying them. Since the 2nd floor opened for registration, they had recruited quite a few experts typical for a leveling Manhwa progression. Hearing that the boss was in trouble, everyone was willing to lend a hand. A massive burly man stepped forward from the crowd. Ah, aren't you the hunter who sold the map to Elder Ji? Hey, my name is Wang Bao. My stomach has a mind of its own and craves good food. I heard this place covers meals, so I came. I'm strong enough to fight a bear. It's just that my rice consumption is not small either. Shen An thought to himself. It looks like he ate a spiritual fruit to awaken his ability. This guy is actually quite interesting. Then he spoke aloud. Wang Bao, you claim you have great strength, but do you dare to compare it with mine? Wang Bao immediately replied, Boss, if I win against you, you won't get angry and deny me my meal, will you? If you beat me, this hotel will belong to you, and all the chefs will obey your orders. Deal. Saying that, Wang Bao immediately grabbed Shen An's shirt, trying to use his strength to throw him down. But strangely, Shen An stood as firm as a rock. Is this all the strength he has? Wang Bao roared, channeling every ounce of his power to lift him up. After a struggle, he finally succeeded. Shen An chuckled internally. Damn, this guy is actually pretty good. Wang Bao threw him onto the floor and panted heavily. The boss is really strong. I'm impressed. I'll be going now. Shen An smiled and asked, aside from having great strength, how are your skills in concealing your presence and tracking targets? Wang Bao immediately turned his head and replied, that is naturally top tier. Concealing our tracks is a special skill for us hunters. Shen An patted him on the shoulder. All right, you are coming with me this time. From now on, as long as the Emperor Hotel stands, I guarantee you will be fed until you are full every single day. Really, it's a promise. Mu Lingqiu stood nearby and asked with concern, Boss, is it okay to bring him along? Our opponent is the Song family. Shen An answered her, precisely because it is the Song family we must guard against their plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lingqiu, you lead everyone to protect this place well. If anything happens to me, I hope the government can step in to save He Zhozhou. I believe their target is me, so they won't make things difficult for a girl because of me. Bywei immediately spoke up. You want to trade 1 for 1? Is it worth it? Shen turned his back to leave laughing, as he said, of course, if these demons and monsters want to keep me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. You must be careful. Shen used his clairvoyant eye, a classic skill in a system Manhwa, to observe the building once more. This Song Zhongji really had some skills. The traps were interlaced in layers ring upon ring, and if he hadn't been certain beforehand, he really would have fallen for his tricks. Where is Zhou Shen? Shook his head to deactivate the eye skill. Wang Meng asked with concern. Boss, what is wrong? Did you overexert yourself last night? Shen angrily replied. Get lost. I am marking the ambush coordinates for you. Go take them out, while I rest for a moment. Wang Meng marveled. Good heavens, boss. How did you pull that off? He secured his earpiece, maintained communications, and commenced the operation. A lookout scanning with binoculars muttered, I wonder when they will show up. He remained completely oblivious to Wang Meng looming directly behind him. A sudden strike rendered him unconscious. Wang Meng checked off the first objective, thinking to himself, great, so many traps. It feels like a dungeon in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the rear, and a guard holding a flashlight called out, Number 3. Wang Meng quickly ducked into cover, mentally cursing, I am done for. I need to lure him away. He quickly grabbed the unconscious guard's hand and waved it around. The other man barked, You are supposed to be on guard duty, not napping. Watch out, or old Song will beat you. The guard walked away. Wang Meng let out a sigh of relief, but a moment later, the unconscious body slumped over loudly. Who is there? Wang Meng panicked. It is over. I am going to ruin the boss's plan. Goodbye to my delicious food. Who are you? Before the guard could react, Shen ambushed him from behind, knocking him out cold. Shen asked, What is the situation? Ah, boss, you scared the life out of me. There were 2 in the control room and 4 in the stands, meaning they had eliminated a total of 6 enemies so far. What exactly are these mechanisms, boss? The spotlights overhead have been modified. Those lasers can rob a person of their vision in the blink of an eye. The controls are in the stands. One operates the hidden compartments under the field. One controls the heavy weights on the roof. One triggers the small mechanisms inside the compartments. And the final one is the detonator. Good heavens, anyone forced to run this gauntlet would not survive, even with 10 lives. Whoever set up these traps is definitely an expert hunter. Shen replied sternly. They might be talented, but since they kidnapped Jojo and severely injured you, Wang Meng, that person has signed their death warrant. My energy is significantly depleted, and my spiritual sense cannot yet locate Jojo. You search for her covertly, while I attract their attention, but you must be careful. Wang Meng gave a thumbs up saying, Leave it to me. Shen then leapt towards Song Zhongji, announcing, Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am. Upon seeing him, Song Zhongji remarked, Oh, so the main character finally shows up. You are not sending nameless pawns to their deaths anymore. Shen retorted, I do not know how I have offended your Song family. But since I am here now, you can release Jojo. Song Zhongji laughed savagely. Your acting skills are not bad at all, Mr. Shen. You single-handedly destroyed the Chen family, so I dare not underestimate you. Only with Miss He in my hands do I feel a sense of security. However, if you were to surrender peacefully, I would feel even more reassured. Shen quipped, Is it because you have no hair on your head that you cannot protect your brain, leading to brain damage? Do I look like that kind of idiot? Release Jojo right now. If you do, I will only kill you. Otherwise, I will wipe out the entire Song family. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. Haha, Shen you certainly talk a big game. Why do you think I waited for you here? Because within my domain, I am the king. The 2 sides fell into a heavy silence. He whipped his head around and barked at his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? Attack Shen. And chuckled upon hearing this and remarked, My apologies for wasting so many of your traps. However, courtesy demands reciprocity. So now it is my turn. Without warning, he dashed forward with incredible speed. Song Zhongji barely managed to dodge the strike. I have never underestimated an opponent in my life. I already guessed those initial traps could not confine you. I just wanted to see how you would get thrown out. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, another trap suddenly descended, swallowing Shen whole. This looks bad. This cage is specifically manufactured to counter masters of physical cultivation, a common trope in this awakening manhwa. Just give up resisting. I do not know if this mist is toxic gas or an anesthetic, but if I do not find a way to break out, I fear I will fall here. I already used up all the special bullets from the Chen family during the fight with the giant python. Wait, the giant python and its scales. Brother Python, I am counting on you. He immediately retrieved the snake scale from his inventory. Song Zhongji laughed and said, stop struggling. Not even an AK-47 can break this cage. But to his shock, Shen An pierced right through it. Song Zhongji screamed in disbelief. How is that possible? Then Shen An punched straight into the glass panel, shattering it instantly. Just wait to die. Shen An rushed forward and grabbed the old man by the collar, but Song Zhongji held up a remote control device. You are indeed not simple. It is not over yet. Suddenly, a net dropped from above. Shen An instantly materialized his sword, slashing furiously until the net was shredded into pieces. He pointed the blade directly at Song Zhongji and demanded, do you have any other tricks? The old man simply replied with a calm demeanor. If you kill me, he Zhou will be buried right alongside me. Do you have the heart to let that happen? It is quite rude to hold on to your weapon like that. Shen An darkened his expression and said, I will not kill you, but I have 10,000 ways to torture you. Suddenly a ringtone echoed. Buzzed, buzzed, buzz. Boss, can you hear me? The voice on the other end reported. We found her. We found her. The 2 guards in the VIP room on the grandstand have been taken down. Hearing this, Shen An pointed his sword at the villain with absolute resolve. Now, you can rest in peace and die. Do not be so hasty, keep listening. Report to the boss there is a bomb on Miss Zhou. Shen An was startled and asked, do not panic, what kind of bomb is it? Song Zhongji gestured to Shen An, why not ask me directly? Originally, it was just a standard bomb unlocked by a passcode, but I added a few extra layers of anti-tamper protection. However, you need not worry. The power of this bomb is not actually that large. At most, it will only kill the person, probably not enough to blow them into smithereens. Shen An, enraged by the man's indifference, squeezed his throat tightly. Say that again. The timer shows only 3 minutes left. Take me there now. At that moment, Wang Bao was pacing back and forth anxiously. What do we do? What do we do? Seeing that Shen An had dragged the old man over, he shouted, Boss, what is the password inside? However, the villain tried to stall for time. I have low blood sugar. Without sugar, my head hurts and I cannot remember. The code is my ID number, but I seem to have forgotten my own birthday. Shen An roared in fury. I do not know where I ever offended the Song family. If you people have a problem, you should have aimed it at me. What kind of low-life tactic is targeting an innocent girl? Song Zhongji glanced over and remarked, touching the Song family's goods comes with a price. The code is 20, and there will not be a next time. Having said that, he sprinted off as Shen An rushed to input the code, leaving Wang Bao to keep an eye on the villain. Meanwhile, Dan was tied up inside her body, laden with explosives. She stammered, Shen, and why did you come here? You need to leave immediately. But he replied, it is okay, I am here to save you. Rest assured, you will be fine. After entering the password, he realized he had been played, it was a fake, and now the timer showed only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. As the iron gate began to slam shut, Wang Bao screamed frantically from the outside. Boss, that door is made of special alloy, do not waste your energy trying to force it open. Wang Bao continued shouting, catch him, force him to spit out the password, do not you dare run. But the old man just laughed sinisterly, holding the remote as he said, good luck to you all. We are done for Shen An thought as the door sealed them in. With time running out rapidly, he frantically searched for a solution. Shen An, please just go. I know that with your abilities a place like this cannot trap you. Shen An looked up at Dan and asked, are you not afraid? To which she wept sorrowfully, I am scared. I am scared I will never see my parents or you ever again. Shen An, hurry up and leave, I beg you. Please take care of my parents for me, okay? Just tell them I went overseas. Shen An quickly tried to calm her down. Stop talking like that, and trust me. Hey future, do you have a quick decoding program? Or something? I am about to get blown up. Meanwhile, outside, someone asked, is Shen An dead yet? And the reply came, not yet, but he will be soon. Just wait for the fireworks show. However, this Shen An's strength is truly formidable, and he has plenty of tricks. Not only did he see through my trap, but he also managed to escape the cage earlier. It is a bit of a pity that he has to die actually, but fortunately, the Mr. knew Shen An's weakness and captured that popular internet girl. The mysterious figure spoke up. You cannot underestimate this guy. He single-handedly toppled the Chen family, and grandfather Chen lost because he underestimated his enemy as well. What are your plans for the future, mister? Why not join the Song family? With your abilities, you would be highly valued in the Song household. We merely share a common enemy. If that enemy no longer exists, there is no need for us to have any further association. With those words, he instantly vanished, leaving Song Zhongji to wave and say goodbye. He has character, I like that. Inside the trap, Shen An was thinking, furiously frustrated that his future self, like a glitch in a system Manhwa, always seemed to vanish when needed most. The iron door instantly shattered into pieces. Wang Bao, convinced that his boss had perished, clutched his head and wailed apologetically. I'm so sorry, boss. I promise I will try my best to avenge you. Please bless me from down there. Hearing this, Shen An immediately kicked him. Bless you, my foot. I am not dead yet. Are you trying to curse me to death so you can inherit my assets? Seeing he was still alive, Wang Bao rushed over in delight to hug his leg. Ayo, boss, you are alive. That means my steady supply of exotic delicacies is secure after all. Just then, multiple missed calls appeared from Bywei and Mulinchu. He immediately called Mulinchu back. Has something happened? Who told you guys that I was dead? Mulinchu replied, Boss, you really are alive. The hotel is currently under siege. A massive crowd has gathered right in front of the entrance, and there are quite a few top-tier experts among them. We have had several clashes with our people, and there have been casualties on both sides. Moreover, their leader claimed that you, our boss, had been executed, which dealt a heavy blow to our morale. But knowing you are safe, we can rest easy. Did you manage to rescue Miss He? Dandan spoke up. I am fine, thank you everyone. Shen An added, everyone hold the line a little longer. I will be back right away. Understood, boss, do not worry. It is fortunate that you predicted they might launch a sneak attack, so we were on guard. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Meanwhile, Song Zhongji was observing from above. Huh, the bomb did not detonate. Did I wire it incorrectly? I always said modern firearms cannot compare to cold steel, though keeping an opponent alive like this makes the game much more entertaining. Dandan and Shen An returned to the scene. What is going on here? This road was not blocked earlier. Shen An stepped out of the car and said, Why are these people blocking my hotel? The mob blocking the hotel entrance kept setting fires. One of them, holding a torch, laughed maniacally and shouted, Hey, you brats. From the future group, here is a taste of something hot for you. Shen An instantly hurled a dart at him, striking his hand. The flask of flammable liquid he was holding dropped, crashing down, and engulfing the man himself in flames. Ah, Dandan screamed and closed her eyes in terror, while Wang Bao let out an excited, whoa. Water Dragon Fist, activate Shen, and immediately extinguished the fire on the burning man. The attacker stepped forward, puzzled. To think there is actually an expert hidden here. Let us see who can withstand my attack. Suddenly, Wang Bao seemed to unleash all his strength, lifting an entire car and hurling it toward the crowd. One of the enemies used a special ability, causing the car to instantly freeze in midair before gently lowering to the ground. Shen An was surprised. There are many experts here. Judging by the energy, he is likely no lower than second rank. The Song family really has some impressive capabilities. Shen An commanded Wang Bao. Wait a moment while I charge in to open a path. Then, you and Jojo follow close behind me. You got it, boss. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out. It was the policewoman Bywei firing warning shots to suppress the crowd. This is official police business. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to gather here. Disperse immediately. A squad of officers rushed in to surround the mob. A mysterious stranger stepped forward and said, Today's operation is over. We will be returning tomorrow. As the group scrambled into their vehicles and sped away, Bywei turned to Shen An and asked, Are you holding up? All right. Earlier reports claimed you had died, so seeing you, unharmed, is a relief. Shen An replied, Let us head inside before we talk. Inside the hotel, dozens of people were already lying on the ground. Spotting Mulinchu, Shen An hurriedly asked, Mulinchu, are you all right? The call was suddenly cut off earlier. I am fine. Someone threw a Molotov cocktail in here earlier. It just gave me quite a fright. She then turned to Dandan and added, As long as Miss He is safe, that is what matters. Suddenly, a waiter ran over, shouting, Boss President Mu, another large group of people is heading straight for us. Shen An was surprised. It turned out to be Chu Yushi who had arrived. Shen An immediately asked Superstar Chu, Why have you come here? Chu Yushi anxiously responded, Are you all right? I heard rumors that you had been harmed. I'm glad to see you are safe. The Chu family has many undercover scouts, and we received intelligence that the Emperor Hotel was under siege. So I quickly brought people over. Shen An questioned her. You led these people here. Does the head of the Chu family know about this? She replied. father is aware of the situation. It is just that, on the surface, he still has friendly relations with the Song family patriarch, so it is inconvenient for him to appear personally. However, my father stands on your side, which is why the people I brought are all top-tier experts of the Chu family. Hearing this, Shannon smiled and said, I am very grateful that you could come. I have received the goodwill of the Chu family, so please thank the Chu family head on my behalf. Chu Yushi adopted a cold attitude, remarking, I did not come here just to express the goodwill of the Chu family, you blockhead. Bywei walked over and asked Yushi, why did you come here? Sister Wei, you are here as well. You must have been worried too. Are you here to assist the future group Shen? And realized that Chu Yushi must have been personally worried about him to lead people here herself? Chu Dongyang would not openly break ties with the Song family for his sake right now, and Bywei definitely used her government status to help the future group quell the chaos because she was worried about him. So, he was well aware of their true intentions. The future Shenan popped up in his mind and teased, why is your luck with women so prosperous? In this system Manhwa, you seem to have quite the harem building up. These two girls become prominent figures in the future. So why have they both set their sights on you? Oh well, I really do not want to praise myself, but it feels like praising myself is just giving you credit. He then invited everyone inside, thanking the two beauties I have taken your kindness to heart. At this moment, Bywei crossed paths with Mu Linqiu. Shen and immediately asked Mu Linqiu. Linqiu Song Zhongji claimed we stole goods belonging to the Song family. What is this all about? Mu Linqiu replied with a hint of surprise. Steal their goods? How is that even possible? I have checked the business operations we took over from the Chen family and found no contact with the Song family, nor does any competition exist, let alone any robbery. Why do you ask Boss Shen? And continued earlier, when I was confronting Song Zhongji, I asked him how we had offended the Song family. He claimed the future group stole something from the Song family. That reminds me, where has Viper gone? I sent him to investigate Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. I have a feeling this matter is not simple. Night fell. Master is Shen, and dead yet. The future group should be in the hands of the Song family by now, right? No, he is not dead yet. What is going on? He glared with intense fury. His subordinate, trembling with fear, explained that the Emperor Hotel had essentially been surrounded. They thought they had the situation under control after a few waves of attacks, but Shen An returned at the most critical moment. It was not just him. Even the government police arrived to maintain order. The Song family had no choice but to retreat first, and subsequently, Chu Yushi of the Chu family appeared on the scene. The master smashed the table in a rage, growling, Shen, and I have still underestimated you. It is not just the government, even the Chu family is standing on his side. His disciple quickly tried to soothe him, saying, Master, please quell your anger. It is fortunate that you ordered us to disguise ourselves as members of the future group to rob the Song family's goods. We also kidnapped Shen An's female companion and handed her to the Song family to ignite the flames of war between them. This way, we can remain in an invincible position. As Shen An's side grows stronger, the probability of the future group and the Song family destroying each other increases. We will simply sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. I do not care about the fate of the Song family, but Shen An must die. He must pay with his life for what happened to Master Yan of the Chen ancient martial arts family. However, this tactic of robbery and kidnapping is unstable. Song Zhongji is a man of deep schemes, and Shen An is not simple either. After all, Shen An survived this time. If both sides analyze this matter carefully, I fear our loopholes will be exposed. We must do something extra to pour more oil on the fire. The disciple nodded in obedience. This guy is awake again. He is so noisy. Give him some more drugs. Just ensure he does not die. I must take this firewood to further stoke the flames between the Song and Shen families. He pushed the door open and walked in to find a tightly bound figure. Hey brat, time for your medicine. He yanked off the face covering, revealing Tian Bai, who could only make muffled noises. How am I supposed to handle this kind of scene in the future? Why do I feel like you are just showing off? What am I showing off? Just hurry up and tell me. At any rate, you have eaten rice for 10 years longer than I have. I am just a clumsy rookie in this awakening Manhwa world. No girls have their eyes on me. I have not enjoyed the kind of treatment you are getting. Otherwise, you could just let them sit down and play a few rounds of mahjong. Hearing his future self speak like that, Shen An got angry and thought, this kid is truly unreliable. He then looked at Dan Dan with a smile and said, well Jojo, you have suffered a fright today, so go and get some rest. Uncle, he is very worried about you. Okay, thank you for today. He then looked at Chu Yushi. and Bywei suggesting, "Why don't you two sisters catch up on old times?" Mu Lingxiu burst out laughing. "I have never seen you act like this before." Shen, and immediately shouted, "Stop joking around. This matter is not over yet. Go rest and prepare for the upcoming battles." Saying that, he bolted away, thinking I am leaving first. Oh, mother, women are too terrifying. The situation today was very passive. It seems my strength is still far from sufficient. I nearly allowed the people I want to protect to fall into danger. If my energy could sustain the clairvoyance eye for a longer duration, I would not need to be so wary of Song Zhongji's traps and mechanisms. That is right, the spirit fruits. I need to quickly use the spirit fruits to level up first. What the hell? What is this situation? Shen An's jaw dropped as he stared at the scene of his spirit fruit garden, which had been completely burned to the ground. It turns out the damage was caused by that bomb I tossed into the barrier yesterday. Well played, Song Zhongji. You didn't kill my people, but you blew up my crops instead. I am definitely not letting you off the hook for this. He walked away, looking utterly depressed. Since my plants are gone, I have to resort to the old-fashioned cultivation method you often see in a leveling manhwa. Potential points plus 500 potential points, plus 500 potential points, plus 500 potential points, plus 500. Once this whole mess is sorted out, I will have to head deep into the mountains to gather some spirit fruit saplings. 1 hour later, after finishing his meditation session, he muttered to himself, "Even though I cannot use the spirit fruits to boost my potential by 10 times, right now, my energy reserves are actually quite full. It is time to test the absolute time limit of my clairvoyant eye, just to avoid getting knocked out on the battlefield in the future." He immediately activated the clairvoyant eye, thinking, Jojo must be traumatized by now. Wait a second, is this what they call friendship between girls? Is this content even legal to watch for free? At that moment, Chu Yushi and Bywei were giving each other a massage. Shen Anxiang suddenly appeared, and bonked Shen An on the head to snap him out of it. "You brat, tell me what you see right now. I cannot synchronize with the vision from your clairvoyant eye." He immediately started slapping his own face to wake himself up from the trance. "You shameless pervert. In the future, I will be the one delivering those slaps." That looks like a delivery guy sneaking around. He is just a normal courier, so why is he acting so suspicious? Something is definitely wrong. That is the Song family's official seal. The guy then dismantled the security camera and stepped inside. It looks like this is where the Song family's lost cargo is ending up, and someone is clearly trying to frame us for the theft. He immediately called out, "Lin Chu, come to my room." Lin Chu entered the room with her hot, naked body and asked, "Boss, what do you need?" "Holy crap, this is not suitable for children. Where on earth are your clothes?" He shyly covered his eyes. Lin Chu looked puzzled and asked, "What is wrong with my clothes?" His expression instantly changed. Actually very tidy. Damn it, I was in such a rush, I forgot to deactivate the clairvoyant eye." She transformed into a docile cat. "Boss, you seriously have issues." "Ahem. Alright, listen. Lin Chu, I need you to tail someone for me. I saw a guy sneaking around and planting the Song family's goods inside our storage room." She followed the guy to see who was pulling the strings from behind. Before long, the delivery guy's silhouette disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. "Master, everything has been handled perfectly. I am heading back now." Understood. I know what to do." After hanging up, he revved the engine and sped off toward the harbor like a madman. Lin Chu quickly grabbed onto the back of the cargo truck to track him. It seemed like this was their destination. "I really want to see who you people actually are." Hyping Road. Isn't this area part of the Song family's estate? Sure enough, they are staging a robbery just to cry victim. I have to go back and tell the boss. She immediately rushed back to report to Shen An. Behind her, the delivery guy turned his head, revealing a mysterious smile, as if he had predicted everything. He immediately called his master, "Master, your calculations are truly godlike. You warned me just in time to change the route to the Song family warehouse. I did not even detect this person hiding nearby. Her stealth technique is merely at the peak of the second rank, so it is completely useless against me. Originally, I wanted to plant the Song family's private goods at the future group and then lead the Song family there to catch them red-handed with undeniable evidence. With this, the future group will have no path left for excuses. I never expected Shen An to uncover it so quickly. But this actually works out even better for us." On the other side, the master slammed his hand down in anger and spoke. "It is all because this Song Zhongji is utterly useless. Originally, we could have finished Shen An once and for all, saving me the trouble of worrying about future complications. Neither of these two are simpletons. using Shen An's identity to hijack the Song family's goods, and simultaneously using the Song family's identity to rob Shen An's people. Both were plans that could not be properly balanced. Now that the plan has failed, there are many matters that need to be resolved. Zhao Heng continued asking Master, so what must we do next? Do we wait for Shen An to go to the Song family to demand answers? What if they confront each other and laugh off the misunderstanding? Master Yan replied confidently, impossible, because I still have a backup plan. The next morning at the hotel, Lin Qiu returned to report, here is the situation. The cargo truck stopped right at the center of the Song family's warehouse. It appeared that the driver was very familiar with the staff of the Song family. Shen An immediately began to analyze the situation. So, it is not someone instigating conflict from the inside, but rather the Song family playing both the thief and the victim, looking for an excuse to deal with us. Is that really all there is to it? Let's go see what their cargo actually is. Boss, how did you discover this? It was hidden so incredibly well. Laser eyes. Do you believe me? She shyly hugged him and teased. Does that mean you have seen everything of me too? Shen An hit the nail on the head, saying, pfft, you are talking nonsense. Boss, you are acting very suspicious. Shen An kept denying it. Stop joking around. Let us get some serious work done. Inside the crate were items of immense value. The price was staggering. She walked over and asked, what are these things? Is that dense spiritual energy? These were materials from the mutated earth, top-tier items used for forging weapons or armor, like rare loot in a leveling manhwa. This matter has become even more bizarre. If these were just meant to be pawns, to frame us using such precious items is excessively wasteful. So what should we do now? We remain constant to handle 10,000 changes. Let's see what the Song family actually plans to do. Meanwhile, at Song Zhongji's residence, Master Yan spoke up. It seems we need to collaborate once more. This Shen An is not easy to deal with. Why is that? Suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report. It looks like someone has arrived. The alarm has been triggered. He smirked and said, what is the panic for? Do you think my mechanisms were set up for nothing? At that moment, traps were already laid out outside the apartment. He pressed a button to raise the trap, revealing an unconscious Bai Tian inside. Turning the body over, he said, yes, it is you, the Viper of the Shadow Group. Or perhaps I should call you the Viper of the Future Group. What is your take on this matter? My thoughts align with yours. Someone is playing tricks from the inside. Logically speaking, you have only just climbed up the ranks. Trying to use your hand to destroy the Song family is unrealistic, so there's only one possibility: they want to use the Song family's hand to eliminate me. I only slept for a short while. Who could I have offended? I just casually destroyed the Chen family, then beat a big snake like Mu Linqiu and also the Shadow Group. He hurriedly called for Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, has the Shadow Group caused you any trouble recently? She replied, no, they haven't. Come to think of it, it is quite strange. The Shadow Group has remained completely silent without any movement. Shen An seemed to sense something amiss. It felt very strange, almost like a sudden plot twist in a leveling manhwa. Based on the dark organization's vindictive nature you described, where they seek vengeance for every slight, and the fact that I poached both you and Viper. How could they possibly let me and you all off the hook so easily? Call Viper immediately and halt his mission. Tell him to return. I have a nagging feeling that there is a massive problem with the recent events. That is odd. Viper's phone is switched off. He has never turned off his device before. Let me try reaching him again. She temporarily set aside the work in her hands, focusing all her energy on locating Viper first. Meanwhile, over at Grandmaster Yan's location, the man remarked, now that the gasoline known as Viper has been poured, the flames of conflict between Shen An and the Song family will not be easily extinguished. Song Zhongji will undoubtedly use Viper as leverage to trade for the merchandise with Shen An, and Shen An actually holds the goods right now. However, if Shen An refuses the exchange, then not only will he lose a capable right-hand man, but it could also dishearten the former members of the Dark Organization who recently defected to him. But if he does trade the goods for the man, then it effectively confirms that Shen An's future group was responsible for hijacking the Song family's cargo. At that point, not only will the major families turn against him, but the government will no longer offer him protection. Director Shu's strategy is indeed extraordinary. Shu Tianming chuckled and replied. Although Grandmaster Yan was not present at the time, Shen An was able to single-handedly annihilate the entire Chen family. That level of power is truly terrifying. If we hadn't dragged the Song family into this war, we honestly wouldn't have any certainty of victory. How is the Grandmaster's cultivation progressing? Grandmaster Yan clenched his fist and declared, my way of the sword is on the verge of a breakthrough. If the Song family can hold off the other experts of the future group and simultaneously weaken Shen'an's combat power in the short term, I am confident I can kill him. I hope this item can assist the Grandmaster in breaking through to the next realm. This is an improved elixir. It has no side effects and is not a forbidden drug that merely boosts strength temporarily. Although it cannot cause a massive surge in power like the forbidden drugs, it allows for a solid increase in cultivation base. Furthermore, this item will also be of great benefit to the Grandmaster. This is a level 1 spirit fruit. Grandmaster Yan looked surprised. Tianming smiled and explained. Correct, a level 1 spirit fruit can induce awakening in an ordinary person and allow an awakened individual to advance their strength by half a rank in the blink of an eye. I originally intended to keep it for myself, but even with the aid of the spirit fruit, I would still not be a match for Shen'an. I must rely on the Grandmaster. Many thanks. Grandmaster Yan then departed. Aren't you perhaps overestimating Shen'an a bit too much? I witnessed with my own eyes how Shen'an crushed Chen Longhai, even after Chen had consumed forbidden drugs, and it was very clear that he still hadn't exerted his full strength. I am uncertain just how high his power actually reaches. I will not undertake any action that I am not sure of. The masked man spoke up. You assisted the Chen family remnants and plotted to drag the Song family into the conflict. Now, you have sought out our dark organization, mobilizing 3 forces to deal with a single Shen'an. Is such a huge price really worth it? The Chen family remnants already harbor a deep-seated hatred for Shen'an, and your dark organization had a capable general poached by him. Don't tell me you gentlemen have no desire to deal with him. Eliminate Shen'an, and the Chen family assets currently in his possession will be all yours. I have no interest in the money. I just want to vent my anger. Though I admit to being a bit curious. What kind of grudge do you hold against Shen'an that makes you willing to pay any price to take him down? By the way, do you know the story of how Chen Longhai built his empire? The files have just arrived. There might be something in here that catches your interest. Shen'an asked. How exactly did Chen Longhai get his start? Bywei immediately replied. Rumor has it that the Chen family discovered a specific method back then. A method capable of delaying the progression of cancer, and that discovery was the catalyst for the Chen family's rapid rise to power. Chen Longhai used to work in pharmaceutical research and development, spending many years at Jicheng Pharmaceuticals, before eventually leaving the company. That departure led to the cancer drug, and the birth of the Chen family dynasty. Shen'an's expression darkened as he spoke. So you are the ones behind it all. Jicheng Pharmaceuticals. Lin Mukyu spoke up. I have tried every secret communication channel used by the Shadow Unit, but I have not received a single response from Viper. It is highly likely that something has happened to him. Shen'an fell into deep thought. They had just deduced that the power backing the Chen family was actually Jicheng Pharmaceuticals. And now Viper had gone silent right while investigating that very company. The connection to Jicheng Pharmaceuticals was becoming undeniable. Suddenly his phone rang, and he picked up the call. A voice on the other end said, "Good evening, Boss Shen." Shen gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this Song Zongji?" Song Zongji laughed loudly in response. The fact that Boss Shen remembers a small fry like me is truly touching. However, remembering me is one thing, but sending someone to assassinate me, that actually makes me a little angry. Shen asked in confusion. Who tried to assassinate you? The man immediately replied, Viper, from the Shadow Unit. Don't tell me he isn't one of your people, Boss Shen. So Viper is in your hands. How is he? Do not hurt him. I have no interest in killing such a minor character. You know exactly what I want, Boss Shen. Bring our goods to exchange for your man. I will send you the time and location. Shen stood up abruptly and said, the mastermind hid the Song family's goods within our territory. And then they deliberately directed Viper towards Song Zongji. This scheme is truly insidious. Bywei chimed in. If you take the goods to exchange for him, you will be publicly admitting that you stole the shipment in the first place. And at that point, no one will be willing to help you. Lin Muchu realized they had been set up and said, indeed, such a move would plunge the corporation into a situation of eternal damnation. However, we cannot simply abandon Viper. Shen turned to leave, placing a hand on Lin Muchu's shoulder as he spoke. Don't worry. Every member of our future corporation is family, and I won't let anything happen to him, Lin Muchu asked. But what exactly can we do? I need you to arrange a meeting. On the day of the exchange at the port warehouse, Tian was tied up tightly in the back. Master Yan looked over and said, "Everything is ready. Wait for Song Zhongji's mechanism to activate. Once Shen An is restricted, I will strike and kill him." If this Master Yan succeeds, the real masterminds won't even need to show their faces. Shen An had arrived at the harbor, his truck loaded with a massive pile of cargo. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Song Zhongji, the goods you asked for have arrived." Song Zhongji immediately rushed out and replied, "Boss Shen, what kind of fancy ride is this? It is quite unique. Hand over the cargo to them, and bring Viper out." "Yes, sir." With that, Wang Bao carried the crates inside. Song Zhongji let out a faint smile and said, The goods are fine. Release the hostage." Hearing this, Wang Bao felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, Song Zhongji laughed loudly. "Boss Shen, your strength is simply too overwhelming. So we could not defend against it properly. Please Boss Shen move to the center area." Shen and quickly followed his instructions, but suddenly, the situation changed. What a trap immediately slammed down, and he hurriedly covered his nose with his hand. Song Zhongji's men swarmed out one after another, shouting, "This smoke is a sleeping agent concocted by Big Brother Long Hai. Even an elephant cannot withstand it. Shen An, you are dead meat. The time is just about right." On the other side, a group of people wielding swords charged forward, and one of them suddenly screamed, "Hey, you, are you surprised? Does this feel unexpected? Are you having fun?" It turned out Shen An had been prepared all along. What Song Zhongji grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "Boss Shen, I leave the rest to you. I am not exactly an expert at fighting." Mr. Yan's group roared in anger. "Song Zhongji, what on earth are you doing? You sold me out, you despicable villain." Song Zhongji retorted, "You dared to scheme against my Song family and use us as a tool. Boss Shen, please deal with them thoroughly." Shen An turned his head, smiled and said, "Piece of cake." Flashback to one day earlier, outside Song Zhongji's villa. "Boss Shen, is there a reason you asked to meet me?" "Shen An," replied Mr. Song by agreeing to meet. "You must have realized there is a problem, right? The Song family's cargo is indeed in my hands, but I was not the one who hijacked it. Rather, someone secretly transported your family's goods to the Emperor Hotel. Why does Boss Shen think that I would believe you based solely on your word? Because there is no person or force in this world that can make me lie out of fear. And the Song family is certainly not qualified to do so." He laughed loudly and said, "So you think our Song family wrongly accused you of playing the victim while committing the crime?" Shen An also smiled and responded, "I thought the same as you, until I saw what the cargo actually was, which erased that suspicion. If it were merely intended as bait, using a heavenly treasure overflowing with spiritual energy would be far too precious." "That is right, although I may be a petty person. You must have guessed why I realized this situation is not simple, right? Is it about Viper?" "Correct. I have researched the operating styles of all my rivals and other factions. Every assassination Viper has executed in the past involved poison. However, someone with his combat expertise surprisingly chose a frontal assault this time. When things happen abnormally, there must be a deeper issue. Not many people have brains, but you do. So can you tell me who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? You will know when the time comes. However, we can certainly cooperate for now." Grandmaster Yan grit his teeth and growled, "Do you think we are just sheep waiting to be slaughtered? If you want to take us down, you better check if you have the weight to back it up." Shen An instantly materialized a sword slashing straight at him, a classic move in any leveling manhwa. Grandmaster Yan immediately moved to block the strike. Immediately, his sword withered and shrank in size. Shen An smiled and asked Master Yan, "How is it? What do you think of my blade?" Master Yan shook with rage and said, "You dare to humiliate me. You killed my disciple and my older brother. I will fight you to the death." Saying that, he rushed forward. Humph. He then continuously unleashed power toward Shen An. Shen An was surprised by this and used his sword to block repeatedly. Master Yan frowned, lunging his sword toward Shen An, while laughing loudly. "Haha, Shen An. Let us see if you can survive this time." Suddenly, his hand trembled violently. Shen An had caught his sword, using only 2 fingers. "Is this all the skill you have?" Since it had come to this, he spun his blade aiming to stab Shen An's eye. "Not good, it is the mother-child sword." Shen An quickly dodged the attack, then fled to widen the distance first. The other guy screamed, "Shen An, do you only know how to run away? Even the mother-child sword ultimate technique could not hurt him at all. It seems the gap between us is hard to bridge." Big brother, I am avenging you now. Burning jade and stone together. It seems I cannot hide this move any longer. He picked up another sword. Shen, An, accept your death. Has he finally unleashed his killing move? Shen An coldly swung his sword. The opponent created a vortex. Your electric dragon drill is far inferior to mine. Suddenly he turned around in surprise, then crouched down and kicked the opponent hard. The man took the hit and fell. Suddenly, a sound came from nowhere, and he stood frozen for a few seconds. Someone is launching a sneak attack. A blade was rushing toward him at extreme speed, then plunged straight into Shen An's back. Ugh, not good. That is a weapon made from mutated products common in an awakening manhwa world. A direct hit. Unexpectedly, the rope in the attacker's hand suddenly snapped. How is that possible? My hook sickle is a divine weapon that electric saws cannot cut and guns cannot destroy. Shen An clutched his wound. Damn it, there are more of them. If Master Yan still wants to block me, then I will finish him off first. With that, he immediately struck. Master Yan dead. The masked leader ordered. He has been poisoned. Take this opportunity to deal with him. Let us attack together to avenge father. Go die. Shen An seemed to erupt with power, creating a protective circle. Where is it coming from? What? A masked man charged at him repeatedly with extreme speed. A top expert could not even track the movements, and he was slashed across the body. Shen An cried out in pain. The leader in black glanced over and said, "You have been hit by my poison, yet remain so fast, but this is where you stop." He then leaped high. Shen An tried to sit up and questioned him. Who do you work for? Are you old subordinates of the Chen family? Is he stalling for time? Stalling. The longer my poison stays in the system, the deeper it goes. If he continues to drag this out, we won't need to act. He will die on his own. One of the group licked his sword lightly. Dark Fang Organization. Here to take your life. He swung his blade at Shen An, but unexpectedly, the knife in his hand shattered. That dagger was forged from a mutated divine object. Shen An smiled and said, "When I was young and read martial arts novels, I heard that if a blade is fast enough, you would not even know you were already a dead man. So, do you feel the chill yet?" The man's face turned pale, and before he could finish his sentence, he was torn into shreds. Shen An glanced over with a stern expression and said, "You are next." But peekaboo, surprise old man, there is no one standing behind you anymore. Huh, where is he? Suddenly, Shen An appeared from behind to ambush him. The man tried to use his ability to attack, but he was unexpectedly countered by Shen An. The magic circle in his hand gradually shrank down. He gasped in surprise, asking, "What exactly did you do?" A handsome man of quality like myself always returns a borrowed head intact. Suddenly, numerous cracks began to appear on the man's palm. Huh. He swung his knife once again toward his own hand, but Shen An wrapped an arm around him and whispered gently, "Hey, what are you doing? Your body is a gift from your parents. If you chop off your own arm like that, do your parents know about it?" The man wept in sheer terror. "Shen An, you are too cruel." Shen An simply waved his hand, and the guy instantly exploded into scattered flesh. He then turned to look at the group standing behind. They flinched in fear. "Forget it, you guys, disperse." Old song, withdraw. But unexpectedly, the ground suddenly rumbled as a pile of rocks and earth rose up, revealing Master Yan rising from the debris. His physical strength had surged significantly compared to before. This guy was tenacious, and judging by his appearance, he had taken forbidden drugs, making his combat power much stronger than even Chen Longhai. Master Yan lunged forward, swinging his sword at Shen An, but he dodged the attack. Too fast. Shen An laughed and said, "Haha, so you are a dual-wielding user. Let my dual-wielding style give you a little lesson then." The two immediately clashed in a violent duel. As the music reached its peak, Master Yan took the full force of Shen An's blade, screaming, "Ah, ah, ah." Shen An smiled cheerfully. "Haha, it is over." He then used his dual swords to dash past Master Yan, ending Master Yan's screen time permanently. Over on Song Zhongji's side, he thought Boss Shen is truly powerful. His strength is so immense, he could easily rank at the top of any leveling manhwa protagonist list in all of Huaxia. Careful Shen, and threw his sword, which zipped past Song Zhongji's neck to block a bullet for him. The projectile ricocheted off the blade. At this moment, Song Zhongji was crawling on the ground, wiggling. Do you think crawling makes you invisible to the assassin? You might as well summon all your defensive cages. He remained focused on observing and said, "It is an SVD sniper rifle. This is a long-range rifle capable of shooting up to 1,300 meters. Based on the faint sound I heard earlier, and the time it took for you to deflect the bullet, the assassin's position. He suddenly turned and shouted, "Is likely extremely far away from us." Standing right there next to him was the guy named Shu Tianming. Shannon was a bit surprised, realizing that Shu Tianming of the Jicheng Pharmaceutical Company was indeed the man before him. "Boss Shen, previously, my family drove a wedge between us, creating a grudge, and I nearly harmed your friend. I am truly sorry. Now, you have even saved me, but I must clarify that I really do not like men." Hearing this, Shannon immediately threw an uppercut from below to punish him for his delusional fantasies. Damn it, checking into the hotel and then leaving. Did she want him to leave too? Dan endlessly plucked off flower petals, confused and struggling to decide whether she should stay or leave. When she reached the final petal, she suddenly stopped and tossed it aside, laughing as she said, "The branch counts too, which means it wants me to stay. It must be that way." Shortly after, she hopped on a live stream. "Hello everyone, long time no see. I came on to say goodbye to all of you. Why is that, Joju? Everything is going well, so what is wrong? You cannot go. Do not leave." She addressed the audience. "Lately, my life has changed too drastically, and I did not know how to handle it. I have thought about this for a long time. I know I cannot keep live streaming forever. I hope everyone can understand my decision. I am truly grateful for your support all this time. Next, I plan to go to the future company to work. I heard that place is hiring people, and moreover, my major is actually in management." At this moment, Shannon was sitting in meditation. The future Shannon then spoke. "It seems the breathing modification method has a huge effect on you. How do your strength and physical body feel right now?" "Third grade mid-stage, and my body feels significantly reinforced, but my spiritual energy points are increasing sluggishly, typical of the grind in a leveling manhwa." "That is true. Without spirit fruits to provide extra support, your cultivation speed cannot increase." "That is right. Go into the deep mountains to find some spirit fruits and come back." He immediately went to see Mu Lingqiu and told her, "For now, Jicheng Pharmaceutical is being held in check by the Song family, so they probably will not struggle much in the short term. We must find the best resources to treat Viper's injuries." Mu Lingqiu looked a bit worried and asked, "Boss, where do you want to go again? Are you eyeing some cute girls again?" Shen, and panicked upon hearing that, and said, "How could I be that kind of person? Do not slander me. I have to go take care of serious business." At this moment, Bywei also poked her head out and said, "Isn't Boss Shen's serious business just chasing after skirts? Otherwise, do you dare to tell us what you actually want to do?" Shen An froze after hearing that. "My two female CEOs, I surrender. I want to go into the deep mountains to search for spirit fruits. You still want to go to that terrifying place? Fine, then I will go with you." Shen An immediately teased, "Then this time you have to wear clothes that are a bit more durable." Bywei shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to speak." Mu Linqiu chimed in, "I want to go too. Why are you going? If she can go, I can also go, and I can protect you as well." Afterward, the three of them climbed into the car and headed to the back of the mountain. Shen An felt a bit awkward and very depressed. Did these two really consider themselves his babysitters? "I need to keep an eye on you to ensure you don't drag any more romantic baggage back to the firm. We have barely started yet. The animosity against us is piling up." Wang Bao shot him a glance and teased, "Boss, you really are blessed with luck." Shen An immediately snapped back, "Just focus on driving." Suddenly the car slammed to a halt, causing Shen An to faceplant right into the seat. "What is going on? What are you doing?" Wang Bao asked, his face filled with panic and confusion. "What is all this commotion?" A massive wall of fire was blazing ahead, completely blocking their path forward. "It appears that someone is very keen on preventing us from ascending the mountain. Who could be behind this? Since they are here, we might as well ask directly." A group of villagers approached, wielding cold weapons, and immediately demanded, "Who are you people? What is your business in this place?" At this moment, Shen An turned to Bywei and Mu Lingqiu, remarking, "With you two protecting me, I look exactly like a kept man." Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. "Ahem, may I ask the respected villagers, what exactly has happened here? Why are you blocking the road?" An elderly man with silver hair stepped forward from the group and spoke up. "This path leads directly up the mountain. Is that where you folks are intending to go?" Shen An replied firmly, "That is correct. We are heading there." The old man pressed on. "What are you looking for up there? The last time someone went up that mountain, terrible monsters appeared shortly after." Shen An looked surprised and asked, "Sir, what exactly happened here?" "We have come to investigate the situation." Bywei stepped forward to present her credentials, stating, "We are officials from the government, so you can rest assured and tell us about the situation." The elderly leader sighed heavily and explained, "Alas, A few days ago, a mysterious figure dressed entirely in black ascended the mountain from this very spot. Not long after that, a massive explosion rocked the mountain. Once the man in black had departed, monsters began to appear all over the slopes. All the livestock we graze on the mountain have completely vanished. A woman trembled and began to weep, saying, "My husband led a group up there to check, but none of them have returned." Bywei immediately stepped forward and declared, "We will head up the mountain to investigate immediately. Everyone should return to the village and await our news." The group then proceeded to a clearing of empty ground. Mu Lin Chu crouched down and observed. The soil here is quite soft, and you can clearly see distinct drag marks on the ground. Shen An responded, "I am going to get to a higher vantage point to take a look." Having said that, he leaped up to observe. It is that thing. Could it be the giant python? Theoretically, this should not be happening, as the barrier of the cave cannot simply lose its effectiveness. Let's go check it out. The group immediately followed, running toward a large deep crater. Using his special vision typical of a system Manhwa, he realized it was explosives. Someone had intentionally destroyed the barrier, and the pillars of the barrier have dissipated too much. At this moment, they were unaware that the giant python was looming right behind them. Bywei turned her head around and gasped, "You have got to be kidding me." The massive giant python lunged forward, snapping its jaws at them in a single strike, but missing its target. Shen An hurriedly pulled Lin Qiu down, shouting, "Watch out." He suddenly realized something. "Oh no, Bywei." Shen An immediately drew his sword, preparing to confront the beast once again. On the other side, Bywei screamed loudly, "Shen An, why did you completely ignore me just now?" Shen An felt a bit awkward and forced a laugh, saying, "Well, you are hard, while Lin Qiu is soft." Wait, that came out wrong. I meant your bones are as tough as steel." Perhaps at this moment, Bywei flew into a rage and furiously punched the giant python. "I dare you to say that one more time." Her reaction left even the monster feeling confused, as the innocent giant python suddenly received a punch out of nowhere. Shen An immediately barked out orders. "Lin Qiu, hide yourself well in the back. Bywei, we are splitting up to run." He then shot up into the sky to distract the giant python. "Come and chase me, you idiot." The giant serpent immediately gave chase to Shen An. Shen An conjured fire to scorch the beast. The giant serpent screamed in pain, and seeing his plan work, Shen An smiled to himself. The fire from the Yuan mountain did not deal actual damage to it, but fortunately, the flashy visual effects were good for intimidation. "Since that is the case, I will use your own body parts to deal with you." He grabbed its fang to use as a weapon, but was knocked back by the beast. Surprisingly, the giant python remained standing tall like a boss in a leveling manhwa, prompting Shen An to curse "Son of a b times tech. You actually leveled up your intelligence." He flew up, determined to unleash a barrage of attacks on the giant python, but the creature quickly dodged them. Seeing this, Shen An exclaimed, "It is too fast." He continued to use the Iron Mountain Lean's secret technique to attack, but it appeared to be useless. The power of the giant python had decreased after leaving the demon world. But even so, it was not something he could handle alone. Damn it, the giant serpent opened its mouth and lunged. At that moment, the superheroine Bywei stepped forward to shield Shen An. "Bywei, danger." She immediately punched the beast, causing it to howl in pain. The giant serpent was now blind in one eye and seemed very fixated on him, so they needed to shake it off immediately. Suddenly, Mu Lin Qiu grabbed his hand. Shen An looked over and saw she was using invisibility. "Go quickly." The giant serpent swung its tail. Mu Lin Qiu was unexpectedly struck by the serpent's tail and cried out. Shen An saw her get hit and called out anxiously. Lin Qiu, coughed violently, collapsing to the ground as she told Shen An, "Do not stop. Cough, cough. I can still walk. We must leave this place." Shen An said, "All right, stop talking for now. I will transfer some spiritual power to you to stabilize your injury." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bywei was also facing down the giant python. Her face betrayed her confusion and panic, but then she glanced in a specific direction, seeming to be calculating a plan. At that same moment, Shen An grabbed Bywei's hand. The three of them then turned invisible, and he really felt bad for her. "Did you get my permission for that? Do not be like that. We are all on the same side." The giant serpent curled its tail and left. "Huh? Where is it going?" Shen An turned back to look with a panicked expression. "This is not good." The giant serpent suddenly changed direction to another path. Shen An immediately said, "It is moving along the road we took up the mountain. Its final target is the village at the foot of the mountain." We cannot let it go down there. Hey, Big Loach, your grandpa is right here. The giant serpent immediately stopped and turned its head. Bywei also ran after Shenan. Why are you here, Wei? Replied. Cut the crap, I am from the government, and protecting the people is my responsibility. Mu Lin Qiu sighed. Sigh, you two idiots. He suddenly laughed out loud, pulling the two girls into his arms and said, haha, with you ladies by my side, even if I die, it will not be in vain. Is this really the time for jokes? After speaking, he abruptly changed his attitude, pushing Mu Lin Qiu and Wei away, and charged forward alone to attack that vicious giant serpent. Boss Shen, and you bastard. The giant serpent opened its blood-red eyes wide and flicked its tongue. Shenan was surprised and said, huh, why did it stop? In the direction it is looking, could there be a monster even more terrifying than itself? Suddenly, a weasel appeared behind him, leaving Shenan looking rather confused. Then, without warning, the gray weasel mutated, sprouting a pair of long razor-sharp claws. It grew to a massive size, its eyes radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. Shenan stammered, What on earth is this? The mutated gray weasel instantly lunged toward the giant serpent to attack. The giant serpent didn't back down. Seeing the threat, it whipped its tail to counterattack. However, the mutated weasel managed to grab the serpent and hurled it 100 meters away, as if tossing a tiny earthworm. The giant serpent was thrown right toward the spot where Mu Lin Qiu and Wei were hiding nearby. The mutated weasel showed off its kung fu skills once more, leaping up and tucking one leg, but unexpectedly, the serpent managed to coil its tail around the creature's leg, causing the mutated beast to lose its balance and crash down. Regaining the offensive, the serpent hoisted the mutated gray weasel into the air, shaking it back and forth until the creature became dizzy and passed out. Then it opened its massive jaws wide. Breaking into a cold sweat, Shenan shouted, Not good. Is that snake trying to swallow it whole? He once again pulled a gun from his mechanical storage and rapidly fired multiple shots at the giant python. Struck by the attack, the python was wounded, its mouth agape as blood splattered everywhere. It quickly recovered its wits, growling angrily in front of Shenan. Not stopping there, Shenan pulled out a hand grenade, letting out a scoff. He leaped right in front of the python's maw, decisively tossing the grenade into its mouth while shouting, Eat my hand grenade. Witnessing this scene, Mu Lin Qiu said, This is bad. Is the boss trying to go down together with that python? Meanwhile, Wei tried to stop him, yelling, Shen, and don't. The mutated gray weasel had woken up by now. It instantly climbed onto the giant serpent, sitting triumphantly on its body, before opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs. It took a vicious bite out of the serpent. The snake, torn apart by the attack, collapsed. Mu Lin Qiu cheered happily. We won. Shenan walked over to inspect the giant serpent's corpse. He reasoned that the python's hide was incredibly durable. Storing it in his spatial inventory to craft armor later would make them invincible, a loot strategy typical of a leveling manhwa. The python slowly began to shrink, causing Shenan to panic and shout, Why is it shrinking? The gray weasel also started to gradually reduce in size. Why are you shrinking too? Hopefully, it's just exhaustion causing the coma. Saying that, he hurriedly administered first aid to the unconscious weasel. My savior, please don't let anything happen to you. He took out a backpack and tucked the gray weasel neatly inside. There are so many monsters in this place. Once you recover, I'll bring you back. Suddenly, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent watched him from behind. It was Wei. She kicked him hard and yelled, The weasel is fine, but you're the one in trouble. Just after getting kicked, a clump of mud smacked into his head. Mu Lin Qiu angrily warned him, If you ever dare to push me away again, I will end you. Shenan said in pain, Well, I didn't hope for you ladies to follow me to your deaths either. Both women gritted their teeth and shouted in unison, Shut your mouth. Shenan shivered slightly upon hearing the details. He smiled, pointing deeper into the forest, noting that he had spotted residual traces of high-grade explosives at the bottom of the cave earlier. He expressed his intent to investigate, but Bywei argued that the cave was at least 100 meters deep, questioning how he could see the bottom. Shenan dismissed it, saying 100 meters was nothing. He claimed his clairvoyance eye could see up to 1,000 meters. Bywei and Mu Lin Qiu immediately shot him furious glares, demanding to know what he meant by having peeping Tom vision. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Shenan stammered to cover it up, denying he said anything about clairvoyance, and claiming they were the ones imagining things. The trio proceeded deeper inside. Shenan took the lead, warning them that the area below was teeming with monsters, and suggesting the ladies wait above to avoid the danger. Bywei cut him off, asking if he was trying to push her away. Mu Lin Qiu seized the chance to mock her, calling Bywei a useless meat shield, who contributed nothing but taking hits. Bywei could not tolerate the insult, and snapped back asking, what made Linqiu so special, when she was as fragile as cheap paper glue? Linqiu retorted that her invisibility was crucial, reminding them that without her help earlier, they would have died 100 times. The two women continued to trade distinctively hostile glares. Shen An quickly stepped in to mediate, assuring them that they were both indispensable, before telling them to stay close and descend with him carefully. The two women grabbed onto Shen An's arms, and together, they leaped into the abyss, landing squarely at the bottom of the deep crater. Shen An scanned the debris on the ground, but found no insignias. Linqiu identified the residue as special explosives used by the 3 envoys of the Dark Organization. She explained that these devices detonated 3 times consecutively with amplified power. It was clear now that the barrier had been breached by the Dark Organization. A strange noise suddenly echoed. In a split second, Bywei spread her arms to shield Shen An from an incoming blast. Shen An shouted in shock as the explosion engulfed her. She coughed up blood and collapsed trembling. Using his clairvoyance eye, Shen An realized the triple blast nature of the bombs and gritted his teeth, glaring toward the source of the attack. Cursing the Dark Organization, he saw a barrage of bombs raining down. Shen An instantly deployed a mechanical ring to shield Linqiu and the injured Bywei. He instructed Linqiu to support Bywei and retreat deeper into the cave for cover. Linqiu told him to watch his back as she complied. After absorbing the shockwaves with his gear, he launched himself upward. A stray bomb flew straight at his face, causing him to shout in alarm as he barely dodged the impact. Although the barrier was down, ability restrictions persisted in this leveling Manhwa scenario. He needed a foothold to exit, but the dense artillery fire made escape impossible. He used his backpack to deflect the shrapnel. The purple-haired girl watched with intense worry, praying that Brother An would survive the bombardment. Seeing her breathing heavily, he feared she had internal injuries. Sweating profusely, Shen An scrambled for a solution, realizing he could not stall any longer. Just as the enemy fire finally ceased, Shen An turned his head and spotted a strange object falling from the sky. A figure in a black cloak appeared, leaving Shen An in a state of shock. What on earth is this, a human flesh bomb? Suddenly, the men in black collapsed to the ground, their backs riddled with arrows. He turned around with a smile. You guys arrived just in time. It turned out that Dan and Wang Bao had come to support him. Wang Bao looked down into the depths and said, what are they blowing up down there? Are they playing whack a mole? Isn't Brother Shen An down there? Are they attacking him? Unexpectedly, the 3 of them leaped up to the edge of the pit. Ah, Wang Bao Zuzu, why did you 2 come here? Dan beamed with joy the moment she saw Shen An and ran over. Brother Shen An, are you all right? She suddenly froze when she saw Vivi nestling against Shen An. I am fine, but Vivi is injured. Her condition is considered stable for now. Wang Bao immediately spoke up. Miss Zhu. Zhu said she wanted to find the boss to negotiate a job application, but she discovered that both you and Miss Mu were not there. Then she heard that you all went on an adventure and was afraid something might happen to you, so she urged me to contact Brother Meng to come find you guys. Wang Bao pantomimed the action as he explained. Just as we came up the mountain, we met a few guys who opened fire on us without saying a word. I got angry and killed them all. Shen An said, it is fortunate that you 2 appeared in time, otherwise we would have been roasted alive down there. However, the barrier has been broken. The destruction caused by the exotic beasts was becoming increasingly severe, and they were now able to break through the barrier to enter the human realm, making it only a matter of time before the villagers at the foot of the mountain suffered harm. So they needed to find a way to repair the barrier immediately. However, the current situation was extremely difficult. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen An, and he muttered, that is right. Doesn't that guy specialize in making protective covers? Exactly 1 hour later, the person he summoned had arrived. Boss Shen, did you find me for something good? Shen An did not beat around the bush and asked for help right away. Old Song, can that lid of yours cover this entire cave? Hearing this, Old Song immediately turned his head and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, do not turn off the engines. We are heading directly back. Seeing that attitude, Shen An's face darkened. Old Song, is this how you treat your benefactor? Are you asking for a beating? Old Song had no choice but to throw a pink ball at him, grumbling. Here, take it, you tyrant. Shen An quickly caught it and replied with a smile. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the ball toward the mouth of the pit. Immediately, it unfolded into a membrane that completely covered the opening. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. You truly are a genius to use this kind of worldly item to replace a sealing barrier. If the sealing object is not found, this place will become a massive gateway for the demon realm to invade the human realm. At this moment, Shen An was conversing with a future version of himself. If this place turns into an entrance to the demon realm, then the first place to suffer a disaster will be Silver City. How can I repair the barrier? Should I use spiritual energy? This intense situation is exactly what you expect from a top-tier awakening manhwa. The future Shen An replied with full sarcasm. You want to use that meager spiritual energy of yours to repair the barrier? That is like trying to buy a Ferrari with 10 yuan. Do you remember the seal on the stone pillar you saw on Chen Family Street last time? Shen An responds that he remembers. So the seal placed on that stone pillar is actually the primary energy source for the entire barrier. The mysterious figure explains. That is correct, but not entirely the whole picture. The sealing medium is not limited to stone pillars. There are other varieties as well. We collectively refer to them as holy artifacts. You are required to locate these holy artifacts to re-establish the barrier. Shen An exhales a long sigh of relief. Man, you scared the life out of me, so I just find the items and we are good. You made it sound like the apocalypse was arriving. His future self issues a grim warning. There are only a few of those holy artifacts. If you move an artifact from its location, the barrier in that specific region will be weakened or completely shattered. Hey, why aren't you acting anxious then? Shen An puts his hands on his hips, feigning deep understanding. Don't I know your speaking style by now? Always acting all mysterious and spooky. Why is someone like you so obnoxious? So, what exactly am I supposed to do? The future Shen An admits defeat. I have not figured out a perfect solution. For now, we can only temporarily borrow the holy artifact from the wilderness. Give me some time to calculate the specific coordinates of the other artifacts, and then I will transmit a portion of the map to you. However, you must also prepare yourself thoroughly to lead humanity in the war against the demon race. Hearing this, Shen An tries to comfort himself, telling himself not to psyche himself out before the battle. Suddenly, Shen An remembers his badger friend, who risked its life saving him during the python battle. Ah, I forgot my backpack took a bunch of high explosive missile hits earlier. I wonder how Mr. Badger is doing. Please don't be dead. Carefully unzipping the bag, Shen An sighs with relief, seeing Mr. Badger still sleeping soundly, although there are a few pitiful bumps on his head. Mr. Badger. As soon as he speaks, the spirit badger snaps its eyes open and lets out a ferocious roar. Shen An jumps back in terror, stammering, Mr. Badger, I didn't do it, it was the dark. Before he can finish, the creature lunges as if to attack, causing Shen An to scream. Run away. The badger is enraged. However, the beast unexpectedly swerves and directs its aggression toward the other group of people. One of them asks in panic, what is wrong with it? What did you do to it? Another remarks, this thing is tough, it even handled that giant serpent, we can't take it. Shen An explains his innocence. What could I possibly do? It is just that I used the backpack to block missiles from the Dark Organization earlier. I totally forgot this big shot was still inside. Wang Bao immediately raises his bow, aiming to shoot, and says excitedly, awesome, a badger this big could feed us for several meals. Shen An quickly slaps Wang Bao on the head hard. What do you think you were doing? That is my life-saving benefactor. Just then, a voice shouts out, Miss Xia, look out, it is dangerous. Turning around in a flash, they see the spirit badger growling right in front of Dan Dan. Shen An hurriedly warns, Zhu, do not move. Absolutely, do not move a muscle. Just wait. Strangely enough, the badger, which had grown to a massive size, suddenly stands motionless in front of Dan Dan. The girl boldly reaches out and touches its nose. What a surprise. Dan Dan laughs radiantly. Haha, turns out you are just a little badger so cute. Shen An almost forgot that monsters seem to really like Zuzu. He immediately asks Zuzu, would you agree to raise it? Dan Dan hesitates. About that am I allowed to? Shen An calculates. He has quite a few enemies now, and in this dangerous awakening manhwa world, Zhu lacks self-defense capabilities. I cannot be by her side to protect her 24/7. However, having this ferocious beast act as her bodyguard ensures that no one below the 3rd rank will dare to approach her. I intended to bring it back to the base, but this creature seems attached only to you. If you can take responsibility for raising it, consider this your very first assignment upon joining the corporation. Hearing this, Dan Dan smiled and readily agreed. If that is the case, I am more than willing to bear this burden. Thank you, brother Shen An. After finishing her sentence, he turned his attention to Wang Bao. Wang Bao, would you mind lending me your bow and arrow for a moment? Wang Bao, beamed with pride as he showed it off. I crafted this myself using the tendons and bones of a mutant beast. Some time ago while hunting, I encountered a ferocious black bear with immense strength that destroyed my previous bow. After I managed to kill it, I used its components to fashion a new one. This bow is leagues better than the one I used before. Shen-an examined the unique arrows and asked, "Wait, did you actually shoot those bullets out of the air using these arrows?" Wang Bao replied, "That is correct. The velocity of the bullets appeared super slow to me." Shen-an was astonished. "It seems I have misjudged you. You truly are the ultimate long-range support." Meanwhile, in another location, a sinister plot was being hatched. One man stated, "I have uncovered the secret behind how Shen-an became so powerful." The other urged him on. "Let me hear it." The masked man began to recount his findings. "I found it strange before. The mutation event has only been active for a short time. At his young age, how could he have cultivated to such a high tier? It felt like I was reading a leveling manhwa. So, I kept sending people to monitor his movements. A while back, he went to explore a mountain, and can you guess what was hidden inside?" Shu Tianming interrupted impatiently. "Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly." The man continued, "There was an entire forest of spiritual fruits. I initially thought he was just some kind of prodigy, but it turns out he simply had resources. I have since harvested every single spiritual fruit of various attributes from that entire area. The power of the 8 groups also needs to be enhanced, especially since this operation cost us quite a few lives that now need to be replenished." Shu Tianming then asked, "Why did you suffer a loss of manpower? Did Shen-an have an ambush waiting for you?" The masked man explained, "My men discovered a deep, eerie cave. In addition to the spiritual fruits, fearing an ambush, they threw explosives into the cave. Unexpectedly, it flushed out a giant python the size of a train. In my opinion, the fruits inside the cave must be even more mature. That is what caused the snake to mutate into such a colossal beast. The only hateful part is that the giant python is too strong. My men were fundamentally unable to inflict any damage on it. With no other choice, we had to go to the bottom of the cave to search. So did you come to me to demand people or resources?" The masked man continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Dealing with Shen-an is not solely a one-sided operation from my dark group. In short, we cannot be the only ones making sacrifices here. Isn't that right, Boss Shu? However, my dark group is not to be trifled with. Shen-an poached my staff and then killed 2 of my veteran generals. This feud is irreconcilable. I only hope Boss Shu can help handle the Song family of Jinhan. I have no desire to start a war with both the future group and the Song family simultaneously." Shu Tianming then asked, "How do you intend to deal with that giant python?" He suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, what does that have to do with me? It is merely the villages down below suffering a disaster, just a bunch of ants dying." Shu Tianming replied, "You should still have some reverence for human life. Besides, does Shen-an not understand righteousness? He likely will not just stand by and let those monsters poison living beings. And having them keep Shen-an occupied is not a bad idea either." At this moment, Shen-an was relaxing by throwing darts at a can. He said with delight, "Excellent. This long-range attack power is max level." Wang Bao chuckled. Hey, piece of cake." Suddenly, Shen-an's phone rang, and a voice from the other end spoke up. "I have drawn a map for you, clearly marking the location of the monster." Shen-an looked at the map and teased, "Oh my, even though I am terrible at drawing. How have you not made a single bit of progress after 10 years? The other person argued back. "Is it not because your fundamentals were shaky when we were kids, and now you are blaming me? I have checked. That small island in the Pacific Ocean is currently the most suitable target. Even if we move the holy relic from there, with the ocean separating the beasts, it will not pose a threat to humanity too quickly." Shen-an immediately replied, "Understood. It looks like I need to form my own suicide squad." Later, Shen-an went over and spoke to everyone. "Everyone here is family, so I will speak plainly. That cave back there is the entrance to the monster realm. The situation is exactly like that. So I need to gather a team to go to the island with me to retrieve the holy relics and rebuild the barrier in the deep cave. But this task will be very dangerous." Wang Bao immediately volunteered with enthusiasm. "Boss, I will go. My home is near this village. If something happens here, my family will definitely suffer disaster too." "Let me go, Shen," patted his shoulder and said, "Count yourself in. Later, I will craft a more perfect long-range weapon for you." A decisive female voice rang out. "Count me in too." Mu Lingqiu and Wei also raised their hands simultaneously. Suddenly, the 3 of them glared at each other with attitude. Shen-an said, "Wei, you are with the government. And I do not want that side to know about this too soon. You need to find a reason to explain things to him. And Linqiu, you have always managed the affairs of the future group big and small. If you leave. Mu Linqiu immediately replied, if humanity is doomed and if something happens to you boss, what is the use of keeping the future group? Shen An laughed in appreciation. Haha, well said. Dan Dan also wanted to join in. I want to go too. Shen An stopped her. Zhu Yu. We will not be able to protect you when the time comes. This trip is filled with danger, so it is better if you do not go. Did you not want to join the future group? Could you help me look after the group? Dan Dan scowled in anger, and the ferret in her arms looked furious too. Did you forget what Sister Mu said? I definitely have to go. Shen An looked terrified at the ferret's expression and had to give in. I completely forgot about your battle beast. All right then, he continued. The skin of that giant python is incredibly tough. Normal firearms will not be able to wound it. Tell you what, I will craft a set of battle armor for each of you. Wang Bao held the iron armor in his hands and laughed. Boss, your taste is truly pedestrian. Another person chimed in. Shen. And did you really have to make it so revealing? Shen unscratched his head and replied, well, after the giant python was defeated by Brother Huanzi, it shrank down to that tiny size, so that is the best I could do. Mu Linqiu sneered at Bywei. I have the capital to flaunt it, so I do not mind wearing less. If you are jealous, just stay behind. Where else would you find a figure like mine? Dan Dan said softly. If Brother Shen An likes it, then I have absolutely no problem with it. Shen An made the decision. All right, then our little suicide squad is officially established. On the way back, Wang Meng puffed out his cheeks and said, Big brother, is it because you think I am too weak that you do not want to take me along? Shen An smiled awkwardly. Your ability has only just awakened, and you lack combat experience. This operation involves a rare mutant beast, and unlike a typical awakening manhwa, going in unprepared would be extremely dangerous. Besides, the corporation needs someone I trust to look after things for me. Hearing this, Wang Meng grinned widely. Rest assured, big brother. I might be terrible at business, but guarding the house is something I can do with ease. When they arrived at the hotel, Chu Yushi was already waiting for Shenan in the lobby, smiling as soon as she saw him. Shenan. The girl in the red dress immediately linked arms with Shen, and chuckling softly, come here, it is time for the official meeting with the parent. Shenan looked bewildered. Huh, what is this? A mature man in a suit spoke up. I seem to have surprised Mr. Shen here. My daughter has been spoiled rotten so she can be a bit unruly. It turned out this was the red-dressed girl's father. Shenan replied bashfully. Haha, it is fine, it is no trouble. The girl in red turned to Shenan. Hey, Shenan. My dad wants to have a word with you, so hurry up and come over here. The scene shifts to a luxurious room. I sought you out this time, because I wanted to know your perspective on the future situation. The world outside changes every single day, leaving people feeling deeply uneasy. Shenan replied, since you asked, Uncle, I will speak frankly. I have some cultivation and decent social experience. Otherwise, I would not dare to debate the state of the world. But my philosophy is simply to put people first. The older man pondered. Put people first. Shen. Uncontinued. If it is possible to cultivate, why not let everyone cultivate together? If techniques have been created, why not share them so everyone has access to these methods? A cultivator should not only worry about their own training, but also consider how to strengthen their subordinates. Hearing this, Chu Jiang remarked, too young, you are far too young. He silently praised him. Shenan's character and vision were indeed worthy of admiration. If he had possessed such a mindset in his youth, his achievements would surely have surpassed his current level. But saying it is easy. Perhaps anyone hearing this idea would find it absurd, but if humanity cannot raise its overall strength, wait until the demon realm invades, and humanity will have no path to survival left. Techniques and secret manuals will be useless then. After speaking, he turned away with Uncle Chu. Chu Yushi immediately said, Shenan, you are being biased. Shenan asked in surprise, huh, what did I do? Chu Yushi suddenly put on a sad face. I heard everything from Wei. Everyone is gearing up for an adventure, and you have even prepared combat gear for them. I want to go too. I really want to join. Shen and quickly stepped in to stop her. Wuxi, this operation is not just beating up some low-level thugs in Silver City. We have to cross the ocean. How could a big superstar like you possibly endure such hardship? I recall that director Zhang Daiyu was looking for you to film a movie. Wuxi lowered her head and whispered, filming means nothing to me right now. Deep down, I know my abilities probably won't be of much help anyway. Shen An hurriedly comforted her. All right then, I will count you as part of the team, but I cannot take you along on this specific trip. When there is a local mission later, I will let you know immediately. As for combat gear, if you do not mind using this. He pulled out a piece of armor and added, materials are limited, so this is the best I could craft for now. Wuxi picked it up, beaming with joy. Isn't it just a lack of materials? Making it look like proper battle gear is not hard at all. I will just have my exclusive fashion designer tweak it a bit, and next time, I will wear it to fight alongside you. Shen An was taken aback by how quickly her attitude flipped and muttered, am I hallucinating? Just a moment ago, she looked like she was about to cry from grievance. Sigh, I should probably look away. He turned toward Wang Bao. Wang Bao, I crafted a custom weapon just for you. In future operations, I need you to take on the role of a long-range support marksman. This bow will help you save time drawing arrows, and its range is significantly greater. Make sure you practice hard with it. Wang Bao picked up the bow, trembling with excitement. This is incredible. How can it look this cool? Lin Chu immediately spoke up to ask Big Brother, when do we set off Shen? And replied, no rush, I still have some unfinished business to take care of first. The Dark Organization. This time, I intend to completely uproot their entire base in Silver City. The Song family might be able to stall the drug production, but if the Dark Organization intervenes, the Song family will be in trouble. The Chu family has Chu Yushi to worry about, so I do not want to drag them into this mess. The government is just watching the show from the sidelines, so we have to rely on ourselves. Lin Chu was shocked by the answer. You want to declare war on the Dark Organization and all of Silver City. They are not something the Chen family can handle. This isn't some simple leveling manhwa plot where we just grind for experience. Under the Silver City Dark Organization, there are 6 great envoys assigned to guarding assassination pharmaceuticals, interrogation, and intelligence. Shen unnoted. A large organization with such clear divisions is never easy to deal with. Do you really think that if I do not deal with them, they will just leave us alone? I hate being a passive target waiting for a beating. Furthermore, unless we can completely eliminate them, we will never be able to set sail with any peace of mind. Suddenly, another voice rang out. If you are planning to take down the Dark Organization, then count me in too. Viper Tian Bai leaned on his cane, but still radiated intense energy. Boss, I have fully recovered from my illness. If we are going to handle the Dark Organization, you absolutely must include me. Shen unhappily agreed. Good, this time we will take care of them together. A female voice spoke up. All right, when it comes to being familiar with the Dark Organization, no one can surpass Viper and me. She continued confidently. I used to be the trump card of the 5th assassination envoy, and Viper was the elite of the 3rd pharmaceutical envoy. Please allow us to take the lead command for this operation. Shen An nodded in agreement. Agreed. Consider this operation as the first live combat drill for our team. A voice suddenly echoed from inside the car. We still have not been able to make contact with the operations team in the deep mountains. The voice on the other end of the line trembled with fear. I apologize, boss. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is there a matter I should be aware of that you have failed to disclose to me? The person on the phone hastily divulged the intel. The action team reported seeing intruders entering the mountain yesterday, and the wood unit was spotted among them. The leader of the wood unit is Mu Lingxiu, and it appears Shen An is with them as well. The white-haired man's anger flared. Why did you not report this to me sooner? The subordinate panicked. I am sorry. I intended to eliminate them before reporting the situation to you, boss. The white-haired man's face darkened instantly. Prepare yourself for death. He crushed the phone in his hand, gritting his teeth in fury. Shen An, it is you again. Meanwhile, traffic was flowing along the highway. Inside a red sports car, a pink-haired girl was acting coquettishly with the blonde man beside her. Look, darling, a Maybach, that is the car I love the most. The blonde man laughed sinisterly. That piece of trash, watch me handle it. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the blonde man slammed on the accelerator. The red car swiftly overtook the Maybach. The white-haired man demanded an explanation when his vehicle came to a sudden halt. What the hell are you doing? The subordinate in the driver's seat trembled as he explained. Apologies, boss. It is because of the car in front of us. The blonde man extended his arm out the window and flipped the bird at the car behind him, taunting, pass me if you can. Moments later, the white-haired man's vehicle caught up to the red car. The blonde man shouted arrogantly. What? You got a problem? Want to fight? Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. The white-haired man was pointing a gun directly at him. After the shot was fired, the red car began to lose control. The white-haired man holstered his weapon and commanded return to headquarters. Their base was concealed in a desolate suburban area, reminiscent of a hidden dungeon in a leveling manhwa. The white-haired man issued orders to his subordinates, members of the second unit, and above each person receives one spirit fruit. Members of the third unit and above will receive spirit elixirs in addition to the fruits. Make the arrangements immediately. A figure in a black cloak bowed respectfully. Understood, boss. The white-haired man's voice dropped a few degrees colder. Shen An, if you dare to show your face here, I will ensure you do not leave with your life. On the other side, Shen An sneezed abruptly, wondering who was cursing him. He wiped his nose and asked, "Are you certain about this? Is this really the headquarters of the Dark Organization?" The purple-haired woman replied, "To be precise, we are currently standing directly on top of the Dark Organization's base." She pointed out the path. That farm over there acts as the entrance, and their territory extends several floors deep underground. Shen An found it strange, yet somehow unsurprising. The man beside him explained, "The Dark Organization naturally avoids the light, so hiding underground is standard procedure." Shen An pushed the door open. "Boss coming through. But is there really no one standing guard here? You would think they would keep a few watchdogs around at least." Just as he spoke, several dark shadows materialized from thin air. The purple-haired woman sighed. "Oh, my dear boss, you truly have a jinxed mouth. What do we do now?" The group of black-robed figures raised their guns in a threatening manner. "Nobody move." The white-haired man spoke through a microphone. "Shen and the Dark Organization has no desire to fight you. Just hand over the two traitors Mu, Lingshu, and Viper, and we will let you leave." The white-haired man's voice rang out. "Have you finished thinking yet?" Shen An smiled and whispered softly, "That is enough time." He pointed his finger forward in the shape of a gun and said, "Pew." That single sound caused one of the men in black to collapse instantly. Seeing their comrade fall for no apparent reason, the others were startled and looked down. Staring at the guy lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, they wondered, what is going on? Meanwhile, Shen An was acting incredibly chill, like the main character in a manhwa recap. He used one hand to mimic a gun and covered his mouth with the other, making pew-pew sound effects like a voice actor. With every single pew, another man in black hit the deck. They watched their people drop one by one without knowing why, and screamed in panic. "What is happening here? What is wrong with you guys? Is this the time to sleep?" But wait, looking closer, they realized everyone had a tiny arrow stuck in their body. Looking back at the mountain far away, a man wearing a hat looked down at the crowd. He happily blew on his crossbow and proudly declared, "Please call me the Sniper King." Bywei standing next to him teased, The Sniper King is so formidable." Hearing Bywei say that, he felt like something was off. When he realized it, he shouted bashfully, "No, there is no is just a modal particle." Dan stood nearby, listening to the two of them, and could not help but burst into laughter. Returning to Shen An's side, looking at the group of people lying flat on the ground before his eyes, he shouted to the central controller, "Are you satisfied with this response?" Immediately after, a mechanical voice rang out, "Shen An, do you want to turn completely hostile?" Hearing that voice, Shen An's face turned cold. He looked up at a certain empty space and said, "Back when Master Yan arranged a duel, experts from your Dark Organization launched a sneak attack. Was that not burning bridges?" Hearing Shen An's words, the mechanical voice felt a bit guilty, but it still tried to argue. "This is the organization's center for experts." The mechanical voice hesitated. Shen An shrugged and lazily said, "Of course, you can claim that it was not your order, and I do not have any evidence either." However, pausing for a moment, Shen An smirked. He continued, "From the moment you took a sniper rifle and stood on the tower aiming at me, consider the bridges burned right." As he spoke, Shen An's eyes lit up, and a small star appeared in his pupil. Shen An thought to himself, "You did not expect this, did you? I will give you a taste of your own medicine." Thinking this, Shen An stared intently toward the bushes. With a whoosh, the image of a long-haired man wearing a mask covering his face appeared. He did not realize his cover was blown and was still wondering, how did he see me? Shen An grinned brightly and cheerfully said, "You want to ask how I knew, right? Or perhaps you should go ask around about the relationship between Director Shu and me. I do not know your name, but since you like wearing a gold mask, I will call you Goldie." Shen An teased him. "Goldie, wait for me down there, okay?" Hearing Shen An's mocking tone, the masked man became furious. He smashed the table below with his bare hands, veins popping out all over his face. He was seething with rage but couldn't lay a finger on Shen An. Meanwhile, Shen An just rubbed his chin quietly, marveling at the situation. "What? That sounds incredibly ominous." The scene shifts to the wooden house, where Mu Lingqiu turns inside and orders everyone change into combat gear and follow me. After a short while, the three ladies had changed into their battle outfits. Bywei, Dan, and Mu Lingqiu were now fully geared up for combat. Although the uniforms were identical, each woman radiated a unique beauty while wearing them. Once changed, the trio joined Shen An and headed down to the basement. Shen An glanced around, assessing the surroundings before speaking in a reproachful tone. Humph, is there no one here to welcome me? Mu Lingqiu, standing beside him, replied, the first gate is a mechanism trap, so naturally there are no guards stationed here. This place is fraught with danger. One slip up, and we're all dead. Suddenly, Tian dashed out from nowhere, laughing hastily, as he said, boss, let me lead the way. Mu Lingqiu warned, everyone must stick close to me. Caught off guard by Tian's sudden dash, she couldn't react in time, and instinctively shouted, wait, but Tian was one step ahead. He eagerly rushed into the basement, but unluckily, his foot landed squarely on a trap tile, causing it to sink. By the time he realized his misstep, it was already too late. From directly above, three glowing red swords were plunging straight toward him. Terrified and pale-faced, he thought he was done for. But right at that moment, Shen An's hand shot out, grabbing his collar and yanking him back so hard he choked and coughed. Thanks to Shen An's rescue, Tian avoided being skewered by those three swords. Sprawled on the ground, he looked up at Shen An and thanked him profusely. Thank you, boss. Mu Lingqiu stared at the three swords embedded deep in the floor and asked, Shen, unworriedly, we betrayed the organization. Do you really think they kept the old methods for breaking this formation? Shen frowned as he considered her question, replying, the mechanism only activates upon contact. She countered, then what if we simply don't touch the ground? Hearing Shen An's explanation, Mu Lingqiu raised her head, scanned the basement, and analyzed. That won't work either. This place is filled with hidden lasers, invisible to the naked eye. You can test it out. Taking her advice, Shen An pulled out a dry branch and tossed it into the center of the basement. With a sharp zapping sound, dozens of lasers converged on the dry branch, slicing it into tiny pieces. Seeing the branch obliterated, Shen An couldn't help but curse in surprise. Damn it. Tian witnessed the scene from behind and couldn't stop himself from trembling, as he said, unless we shut down the activation mechanism, there's no other way to break through. Hearing this, Shen An suddenly had an epiphany. His face lit up as he turned to him and said, to solve this mechanism, we naturally need to ask the ambassador of mechanism breaking. Moments later, the call connected. It turned out Shen An was calling the bald ambassador. As soon as the ambassador saw Shen An's face, the voice sounded a bit annoyed, but he still greeted him first. Boss Shen, what do you need help with this time? Then noticing Bywei, he asked in confusion, hey, what is with the getup? Are you watching an opera? Hearing the ambassador's remark, Bywei sulked and smacked Shen An on the shoulder. She complained, it is all your fault for giving us this kind of stuff to wear. Shen An just gave a hollow laugh, but he still had to answer the bald ambassador's question. Shen An told him, we are stuck inside a mechanism formation. You are the mechanism ambassador, so take a look and help us break this formation. Hearing Shen An mention a mechanism formation, the ambassador's tone shifted with surprise. Breaking into a sweat, he said, do not tell me you are inside the dark organization's mechanism formation. Shen An replied, yes, stop acting and just tell me how to break it. Shen An smiled broadly as he spoke to the ambassador. Who knows what he was so happy about, perhaps thinking this was just another easy quest in a leveling manhwa. But the bald ambassador's voice came out harsh like a slap in the face to Shen An. It cannot be broken. Without waiting for Shen An to speak, he added information the group did not know. This is the work of Ambassador Ban Jiaying. His family's designs have no solution. Pausing for a moment, the bald ambassador's final sentence sounded a bit pitiful. He said, you guys are not getting out. Shen An gave a thumbs up and signaled, that damn habit of yours always involves scaring people. If we cannot break the formation, we will just turn around and leave, the man explained. There is no path to life, meaning you cannot get out. There is no way back. Breaking into a cold sweat, Shen An turned to look behind him in panic. The entrance had indeed disappeared, and his face turned serious as he asked, what do we do now? Is there really no chance at all? The man frowned slightly and offered a solution, phrasing it positively. Ambassador Ban Jiayang's killing formation will not actively attack people, so if you just stand still, you will be fine. But the downside is that you might starve or die of thirst. Hearing this, Shen An got furious and threatened. Do you believe I will beat the stuffing out of you? The person on the other end of the line started sweating bullets, hurriedly correcting himself to say that all formations have a matrix eye. Boss Shen, you possess vast magical powers. If you can find the matrix eye and destroy it, you can break the formation. After speaking, he placed a hand behind his bald head and said with a headache, however, the matrix eye could be hidden in any tiny corner within the walls. And if it is not destroyed directly, it will trigger the self-destruct system, and by then, you will all be cooked. Shen An looked away coldly and demanded, what does this matrix eye look like? Describe it in detail. The other side did not hesitate and rattled off Ambassador Ban Jaeyoung's matrix eye is very special. It looks somewhat like a screw the size of a fingertip. But even if you know, so what? Unless you have clairvoyance and can see through the walls otherwise. Before he could finish, Shen and quickly cut the connection, muttering he talks way too much. Then he immediately reassured those behind him. Everyone, do not panic, I will definitely lead you all out. After saying that, he turned his head to look at everyone and was taken aback. And immediately a question was posed to the group standing behind him. Didn't you hear what that bald guy said? How can you remain so calm? Dandan clenched her fists, offering him a gentle smile, full of determination. Because we all trust you. Shen and froze for a few seconds upon seeing this. Turning away, his eyes flashed with a blue light as he responded to her. All right, I won't let you ladies down. His gaze pierced through the spatial dimensions, searching every nook and cranny. Where was that fingertip-sized screw? After scanning around, a golden screw finally appeared, filling him with joy. Found it. Withdrawing from his penetrating vision and returning to reality, Shen An gave the order, I'll point out the direction, and you take aim. Shoot with full power and make sure it's accurate. Are you confident? The arrow was raised and he took aim precisely at the target. The arrow was released instantly, shattering the wall. The purple-haired girl behind him asked doubtfully, is it really over just like that? His eyes lit up as he thought happily. Success. He stepped forward without hesitation, while the girls behind him anxiously warned Shen An. Be careful. He turned back calmly. It's fine. The mechanism has been disabled. Surprised, he asked. Why are you all looking at me like that? The girls shyly covered their bodies with their hands. Song Zongji had mentioned earlier that unless one had penetrating vision to see through the wall, finding the array's core was impossible. So, does he actually have it? He was immediately berated, hooligan pervert. He didn't know how to handle this awkward situation. The main character stammered, Hey, can you listen to my explanation? Dandan, unaware of what was happening, walked over from a distance. She looked at everyone with concern. What's wrong with you guys? The other two used their hands to shield Dandan, glaring warily at him with daggers in their eyes. Sai, being misunderstood, pained the main character's heart. It really wasn't what they thought. Suddenly, an unfortunate situation occurred, making his head spin. Oh no, this is bad. He immediately collapsed to his knees, and a girl ran over to support him, asking worriedly, Boss, are you okay? Although he was in pain, he pretended to be normal. I'm fine, just a bit drained of energy. Let's go. As he walked, he pondered that this penetrating vision consumed too much spiritual power. Hopefully, the next stages wouldn't be this difficult. In this awakening Manhwa scenario, the scene shifted to the next door. A majestic scene appeared, awaiting everyone. Standing there were individuals fully equipped in armor, swords at the ready in their hands, prepared to accept a challenge at any moment. The purple-haired girl was astonished. What, the 6 martial warriors? The main character asked blankly. What are the 6 martial warriors? Why are you panicking like that? She replied uneasily. The 6 martial warriors are supposed to be the guardians of the 5th floor, so why are they appearing here? The purple-haired girl and the guy in the hat were also very surprised. Hearing this, Shen An turned back and asked, Why are they very formidable? They just look like a bunch of playboys from the outside. The purple-haired girl slowly explained. The 6 martial warriors are the ace card of the Dark Organization. They were originally sextuplets from the same mother. An image of 6 children appeared as she continued. Their father is unknown, and their mother died due to complications during birth. But their peculiarity began right from that moment. Then came the image of the 6 toddlers growing up playing on the body of a giant ape. The purple-haired girl continued her explanation, noting that rumor had it these fighters were raised by a mother ape, which explained why their coordination was unlike that of ordinary humans, and their speed was far superior. Later on, they encountered a grandmaster, who instructed them in martial arts and combined attack formations, allowing them to achieve great success on their martial path. By that time, the 6 children had matured into adults. Clad in black robes and wielding swords, they turned to a life of banditry. They raided trade routes with such ferocity that no one could stop them, eventually drawing the ire of the four great families who joined forces and dispatched top-tier experts to besiege them. Only through such measures were they successfully subdued, but in reality, the six brothers did not perish. Instead, they were retrieved by the leader of the Dark Clan. He not only used medicinal baths to heal their injuries and temper their bodies, enhancing their defense and combat power, but he also utilized rare metals to craft their equipment. The guy in the cap, hearing her explanation, looked stunned and remarked, "Simply put, they are incredibly powerful," while Shen felt a flash of anxiety regarding his penetrating eye. He realized that due to the exhaustion, he would be unable to utilize his spiritual energy for a short while. A dire situation typical of a leveling Manhwa, meaning his odds of victory were not even 1 in 10. Furthermore, Wang Bao lacked melee combat training. Mu Lingqiu's expertise lay in stealth rather than offense, and Viper had only just recovered from severe injuries. Sighing, he turned back to address the others. "I will go," he said, but just as the words left his mouth, he saw Wei step forward ahead of him, prompting him to hurriedly stop her by shouting, "Come back," to which she turned and looked at Shen. "It is all right, Shen. You once said that if we are to form a team, then everyone must contribute and prove their worth." She remained resolute, stating, "I cannot simply let you shield me forever, can I?" And Wei's sudden action caused great worry for the purple-haired girl, the cap-wearing guy, and Dan, who were watching from behind. Shen forced a smile and replied, "All right, fight with peace of mind, and I will support you from the sidelines," while Wei clenched her hand into a fist, facing a group of burly, armored men wielding weapons. She dashed toward the crowd, like the wind, shouting, "Bring it on," as one of the men raised his weapon to engage her, managing to catch her hand mid-strike. This took her by surprise, causing her to exclaim, "What?" before he launched a powerful punch that sent her flying backward. Following up, he raised his leg to kick Wei, making her scream in pain before she crashed to the ground. He then advanced and began to strangle her, eliciting a choke sound as she struggled. Then one enemy grabbed Wei by the arm, while another seized her leg, causing her to curse "damn it" as she was restrained. Seeing this, the purple-haired girl panicked, crying out, "This is bad." That is their signature move, body rending. They intend to tear Bywei into 4 pieces, while Shen looked on in terror, muttering, "We are finished." One of the men holding Wei's leg began to pull downward, while a black-haired man in orange gear aimed his crossbow at them, his face twisted in anger. "I despise those who rely on numbers to bully the weak," he yelled. But Wei suddenly escaped, jumping backward with a smirk. "Thanks, but I can handle this myself." Then, clutching the dagger concealed behind her back, she prepared to strike. The guy in orange attempted to rush in to help, but Shen held him back, saying, "No need for assistance. I trust that she can handle this." Dan voiced her worry from behind. "But those guys look incredibly tough. Can Sister Wei really do it?" Orange Shirt looked at her and laughed heartily. "Haha, surely it is no problem. Would the boss's woman lack real strength?" Hearing this, Shen rapped Orange Shirt on the head and scolded, "Why are you talking so much? Just watch closely." By now, Wei was standing ready to battle the men in black wielding chains. Shortly after, they advanced, one by one, swinging their weapons at her. She engaged in a fierce melee with the black-clad figures darting around like the wind. One attacker stood behind Wei, limbs spread wide, while she turned with a look of momentary concern. Purple Hair assessed the situation, judging that the attacks were coming from high, low, and middle angles. Left, right, and rear are all blocked with no room to hide. It seems she can only jump into the air to evade. But once airborne, she loses the initiative and risks having her limbs ensnared. Shen smiled and remarked, "This combined strike formation is indeed interesting. We could certainly learn from it. However, this attack style found in a leveling Manhwa won't work on our Wei. She is, after all, made of steel tendons and iron bones." Disregarding the iron chains closing in, Wei charged forward with a powerful punch, aimed straight at the enemy. The black-clad man nearby merely sneered at Shen's claim. Steel tendons and iron bones. So what does she think she can pierce through this special armor of mine? However, he had completely underestimated this young woman. Wei launched a surprise attack from his rear, causing him to stumble and fall face first by reflex. Coldly, she raised her bloody dagger. Looking down at the figure flattened on the ground, the fallen man screamed in panic, "No." Meanwhile, his accomplices shifted their target to Wei, their chains swiftly wrapping around her arm. But reacting on instinct, she gripped the chains tight. Immediately, other chains bound her legs. Losing her balance, Wei crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. Seizing the moment, the group leaped up in unison to attack. Orange Shirt shouted in panic, Boss, they knocked your woman down. Shen An snapped back. Shut your mouth, what nonsense are you spouting? Just then Bywei unleashed a sudden kick, sending the attacker rushing toward her flying. Using her dagger as a prop against the ground, she sprang to her feet and shouted, "Still coming. Do you all want to go down to hell together so you won't be lonely?" The black-clad mob did not flinch, continuing to swing their weapons as they charged their chains once again, wrapping her limbs. Bywei laughed aloud as she looked at them. Humph. Is this the only move you know? It is useless against me now. With that, she unleashed a powerful strike, blasting the entire group away amidst their frantic screams. Ah. They toppled over, one by one, sprawling on the ground right before Bywei. She smiled softly, turning back to Shen. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Orange Shirt gazed at her with eyes full of admiration, saying, "Big sister Bai, you are amazing." Hearing this, Bywei shouted angrily in his face, "Who is your big sister?" Shen An steps forward and pats Bywei on the shoulder. "I have always believed in you. Let us proceed to the next door. It seems the 6 embryos were not all that powerful. My sister can handle them all by herself," Wang Meng declares with confidence. Mu Lingqiu asks in confusion, "Is that not a divine weapon in her hand? Ordinary weapons cannot pierce the armor of the Green Warriors, so how could she possibly fight?" "Exactly. And for this we naturally have to thank the dagger Shen An gave me." Bywei smiles and explains to Lin Chu, "Boss Shen An knows how to share his blessings, right? Are you being that biased?" Lin Chu turns to stare at Shen An, causing him to look away in embarrassment to dodge her gaze. "There will be a chance. There will be a chance. It is all his fault." Shen An angrily lands a blow on Wang Ming's head, making him wince in pain. "Ouch, why me?" Suddenly, Dandan closes her eyes, sensing a strange fragrance in the air. "Wow, it smells so sweet here." They are instantly enveloped by a mystical pink mist. So comfortable. The little girl immerses herself in the sensation, raising her hands happily as if she wants to dance. Wang Meng and his dog also dreamily inhale the scent. "Brother, the berry wine smells so fragrant. Let us go back and have a drink." A Yu acts like a drunkard, hugging the dog to confide in it, and the dog responds in kind. Yeehaw. Lin Chu cracks her whip hard against the ground. "Listen to me closely. If you do not hear me clearly, I will punish you by keeping you after class for a private tutoring session." Bywei acts out a one-woman show, jumping to one side with tears in her eyes. "I am listening," then hopping to the other side, covering her ears irritably. "I am not listening. I am not listening. Aha, isn't this just great?" Shen and also loses his sobriety, drooling and muttering. "This is bad. They have all been poisoned." Only Bai Tian remains normal, frantically realizing that this door conceals a poison formation. "I was wondering who had such strong resistance. It turns out to be you, the traitorous venomous snake." Just then, 3 figures in black robes and masks appear, the toxic gas radiating from their very bodies. "It is you guys." Bai Tian stares at them in shock. "Since when do the 3 envoys guard the doors?" As he speaks, a poison gas explosion erupts. Behind the toxic screen, a hand suddenly reaches out, giving Bai Tian no time to react. In a different world, everyone is submerged in hallucinations, imagining a resort with a swimming pool and warm sunshine. "Brother An, come over here." Dandan is in the water, holding a swim ring, waving her hand. Hee hee. Shen unlies blissfully under a parasol, enjoying the moment. On either side, Lin, Chu, and Bywei lie close to him in alluring swimsuits. One holds his arm, while the other touches his chest. Shenan is going crazy with joy inside a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa, but his mouth feigns resistance. "Everyone, this is not very appropriate, is it? Do not stop, do not stop, do not stop. Ha ha ha, come down here and play in the water." Dandan splashes happily, but reality is far from joyful. Bai Tian is struck by an attacker until he coughs up blood. Careful. Suddenly Shen An appears to catch the falling Bai Tian. Immediately after, he lunges forward to attack the enemy, catching him completely off guard. "What, you took that hit just to protect me, right? Otherwise, with your agility, you probably could have avoided it." Shen An asserts this, while looking at Bai Tian, who sighs in relief sitting on the ground. "I am saved. Retreat." Seeing the tide turn against them, the 3 cloaked figures immediately fled the scene. It is fortunate the injuries are not severe. As Shen An treated Bai Tian's wounds, the latter asked in confusion, "What exactly happened to me?" He replied, "It is a poison array." Bai Tian explained with a grave expression that the substance poisoning everyone was known as devil heart grass. At first, the victims will begin to experience vivid hallucinations, which is followed by a total loss of sanity, eventually turning them into soulless walking corpses. Boss, your spiritual energy is profound, and combined with the toxicity of my own blood, I was able to help neutralize the poison in your system. However, if the toxin is not completely cleared within 2 hours, the situation will become critical. Since you know what poison this is, do you know how to cure it? Shen An asked urgently. Bai Tian replied with a look of regret. I can craft an antidote, but the ingredients I carry are insufficient. I can only make a single pill. Boss, who do you wish to save? Shen An did not hesitate for a second, declaring, I will not abandon a single person. I possess great speed, so I will go search for the necessary medicinal herbs. Give this antidote to Lin Chu. Her specialty is stealth, so if you cannot win a fight, she can help everyone hide. At this moment, Lin Chu was still groggy, waving her hands around aimlessly. Ugh. A moment later, she clutched her head in agony. My head hurts so much. Have I been poisoned? She had finally regained her consciousness. Shen An spoke quickly. Lin Chu, everyone has been poisoned. Right now, the antidote is only enough to save one person, so I must go find the ingredients for more within a very short time frame. I need you and Viper to hold the fort here. I will return in 30 minutes. Can you handle that? Does this prove that, in a crisis, I am more reliable than that Bywei? She smiled to reassure him. I understand the situation. You can rest easy. I have always trusted you, Shen An said gently, patting Lin Chu's head. But you must prioritize protecting yourself. Just give me the time it takes for one hourglass to run out. He materialized an hourglass and said, wait for me. Lin Chu gripped the hourglass tightly and promised, don't worry, I will definitely protect everyone to the best of my ability. After Shen An departed, Lin Chu issued an order to Bai Tian. To prevent any unexpected incidents, knock the others unconscious for now and hide them away. Understood. Bai Tian quickly complied. The others were still in a state of utter chaos. Dan Dan was dizzy and disoriented, while Wang Ming shouted out, damn it, brother, you just vomited all over me. The beast in his arms grimaced and covered its nose. Bywei was crying while trying to dodge, your majesty the empress, it really wasn't me. Do we need to find a corner to hide them in? Bai Tian had gathered the three of them in one spot and asked for instructions. Lin Chu decided to take a gamble, reasoning that perhaps the most dangerous place would turn out to be the safest. The group of black-cloaked figures focused their search. The aura of the others is still lingering. We must kill them while Shen An is away. Where are the others hiding? One of them wondered aloud. The other narrowed his eyes, his tone certain, that traitor Lin Chu must have used a stealth technique. Spread out and search every single corner. They split up to search the area. Bai Tian observed in surprise, realizing she had calculated every move perfectly. However, deep down, Lin Chu was worried. Maintaining such a large-scale stealth technique in this intense awakening Manhwa scenario consumed far too much spiritual energy. How long could she actually keep this up? If Shen An had not helped her cultivate over the past few days, she feared she would have collapsed by now. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her bloodline. Groaning, Lin Chu coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling under the strain of shielding yet another person. The pressure she has to bear will increase several times over. I cannot drag her and everyone else down. Bai Tian looked apologetically at Lin Chu, who was coughing incessantly, her whole body trembling. Cough, cough. You protect everyone, and I will buy you some time. Bai Tian made his decision. She turned back to look at him in astonishment. Viper, hang in there. Bai Tian decisively stepped out of his stealth. All right, little ones, your grandpa is here. He charged straight toward the group of enemies. Seeing this, they sneered. You are seeking death. No, it is you who are seeking death. He leaped up, kicking the speaker right in the stomach. The guy was tripped up and fell backward. Bai Tian continued his assault on another thug with his dagger. They all fell, eyes rolling back, as they hit the ground weak as fodder, in a leveling manhwa. It seems none of you have any real skill. He smiled triumphantly. What? Just when Bai Tian thought everything was over, a dart flew from behind and struck his shoulder. Viper, just be obedient and accept your death. Another group emerged, the leader holding a dart with a cold tone. For the sake of our past, I might just leave your corpse intact. Bai Tian glared at them. Just you lot, I'm afraid that is not enough, he shouted, as both sides clashed. The battle raged intensely. Is there anyone else? Bai Tian was gradually running out of stamina, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. Junior brother Viper, truly worthy of being in the top 3 envoys of the Dark Organization. It seems you have improved recently. A handsome man with purple hair walked over, offering praise, but his tone quickly shifted to disdain. But so what? Upon seeing this man, Bai Tian panicked, sensing something was wrong. Senior brother you. Before he could finish, the man punched him straight in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. He stomped Bai Tian's head into the ground, smiling down from above with mocking eyes, as everyone witnessed the scene. Chop this traitor up and feed him to the dogs. Seeing that Bai Tian could no longer endure it, while not even half the time had passed, Mu Lin Qiu looked at the hourglass extremely worried, but unable to think of a solution. The sand in the hourglass has not even halfway fallen. What should I do? After thinking for a moment, she bit her lip and made up her mind. Forget it, I have to risk it. She then rushed out. Just as the man in black raised his dagger to strike, a figure flashed past to stop him. Mu Lin Qiu had approached from behind, without anyone noticing. Great beauty, Mu. I finally forced you to show your hand. The purple-haired man rejoiced with a lecherous expression, jumping up to unleash a barrage of hidden weapons. Mu Lin Qiu quickly dodged, leaving only afterimages behind, as she continued to attack the others, and closed in on Bai Tian. The purple-haired man was terrified, and in disbelief. Mu Lin Qiu. She shot him a sharp glare, raising her fist and aiming right for his face. He turned pale with fright. She delivered a powerful punch. He felt the agony of a broken nose, stumbling back in anger as he roared. Mu Lin Qiu, you dare hit me in the face. You are finished. He wiped the blood from his nose, realizing he had lost a tooth, and was so furious that veins popped out on his forehead. Mu Lin Qiu ignored his words, looking at him as if he were a mere object, and landed another blow to his face. Thud. A one-for-one trade is not too bad. A sudden voice from behind made her freeze in her tracks. A figure shrouded from head to toe was seated right in front of Bywei. If you kill him, I will kill you. Lin Qiu tightened her grip on the other man's throat, eyeing the stranger with caution. The purple-haired victim clawed at her wrists, his eyes rolling back as he trembled. Master, master. Bai Tian broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in pure terror. I dare not call myself your master. You clearly have a brighter future than I do. The man looked up, revealing a massive scar that stretched down from between his brows, set upon an aged face with a chillingly calm gaze. It was over. Victory was impossible. This was the third envoy, Elder Ku Rong. Overcome with despair, Bai Tian collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth as tears streamed down his face. The elder struck. Arg. Lin Qiu could not deflect the attack, and was instantly sent flying. To him, they were nothing, mere insects. Listen, you two juniors, don't say I never gave you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will let you go. What do you say? With the terms set, and no other options, Lin Qiu had to agree, despite the uncertainty. Bai Tian was horrified that she accepted. A full power strike from the master. I fear we won't even leave a corpse behind. Lin Qiu spoke with great difficulty. Do you think? I don't know that, but this is the only way we can stall for time. She glanced at the hourglass. It was still nearly half full. They had to take the gamble, or everyone would die here. Suddenly, Bai Tian stepped forward. Master, let me take this first strike. Lin Qiu looked at him in shock. Then I shall grant your wish, Ku Rong said, emotionlessly certain that Bai Tian could not survive his attack. He immediately launched a palm strike. What Bai Tian didn't even have time to defend Ga. The palm print slammed squarely into his chest, forcing him to cough up blood, as he was blasted backward. Bai Tian fainted on impact. Lin Qiu was furious. She couldn't believe this old man was so shameless. He was a senior expert, yet he resorted to a sneak attack. Ku Rong remained self-righteous, believing he had done nothing wrong. You accuse me of a sneak attack. Do you really think I need to do that? Very well. Tell me what I must do for it to be considered fair. Lin Qiu's mind raced. If I push my cultivation technique, I can only hold on for 3 minutes at most. She needed to stall. She decided to provoke him. My internal energy is turbulent. Give me 2 minutes to regulate my breath. Do you dare? Fine. Ku Rong waved his hand dismissively, knowing that even with more time, she could not change the outcome. Lin Qiu took deep breaths to stabilize herself, and after 2 minutes, she was ready. Come on. Lin Qiu assumed a combat stance, and Ku Rong instantly charged. As his fist approached, she raised both arms to block, but the force was overwhelming. Although her armor absorbed some of the impact, it was nearly impossible to withstand the remaining power. Lin Qiu's body suffered internal damage, her face turning pale as she coughed up blood. Your armor is actually quite impressive. Once you are dead, I will strip it off and study it, he said with glee, surprised to find such a treasure here. Cough, cough. Lin Qiu collapsed to her knees, coughing uncontrollably. There is still 1 strike left. Who will take it? Ku Rong asked relentlessly. I will, Lin Chu stammered, as she struggled to stand up, forcing the words out. Give me 2 minutes. By this time, the sand in the hourglass had nearly run out. Big boss, I held the line. She felt a wave of satisfaction, happy that she had not failed the task he entrusted to her. The old man had also noticed the hourglass running low. Stalling for time, Ku Rong roared in anger at being deceived, launching a fatal strike at Lin Qiu. Die, she was exhausted, and decided to let go, a faint smile remaining on her lips. Goodbye, boss. Just as she resigned herself to death, Shennon's voice suddenly echoed in her ears. She jolted, and her hand unconsciously followed Shennon's instruction, striking Ku Rong squarely. Arg! Ku Rong screamed as he was sent flying by the force of the punch. You finally came back. Lin Qiu stumbled, unable to stand steady. She had successfully waited for him. Yeah, it was hard on you. Shennon gently caught her as she fell into his embrace. Eat this, rest well, and you will be fine. He fed her a golden fruit. With her pillar of support back, Lin Qiu felt at ease. He also handed a similar fruit to Bai Tian. Boss. The man trembled as he reached out to take it, weeping tears of joy. Shen uncomforted him. Don't worry, eat it, and recover some strength. He continued. Although I haven't gathered all the antidote materials yet, I brought some items from the spiritual land. I leave the rest to you. Bai Tian chewed vigorously, while gesturing his agreement. With that settled, Shen En turned to deal with Ku Rong. He proposed a condition just like the one the old man had made earlier. Just now you made my subordinate take 3 moves from you. So now, you should also receive 3 moves from me, to see how it goes. If the boss attacks, even my teacher wouldn't stand a chance, Bai Tian shouted in excitement. Lin Qiu, however, was more alert. She observed Shennon, and realized something was amiss. This is not good. The boss's status seems unstable. She noticed one of Shennon's hands trembling slightly, though he tried to control it. Ku Rong remained indifferent. He did not believe this kid could defeat him. However, if you want to pass this stage, I do not mind fighting a fair battle with Boss Shen. The spiritual energy Shennon had painstakingly accumulated had been transferred to Lin Qiu earlier. Currently, he was like a spent arrow at the end of its flight, and he feared he could not outmatch this old man. What should I do? His thoughts were in chaos, but Shennon kept a calm face. Suddenly, a small figure appeared, guiding him like a tutorial in a leveling manhwa. That old thief Ku Rong prides himself on his poison arts and invulnerability. Why not challenge him to a poison duel? Do you think I am a supreme poison master? Shen En immediately retorted. I neither know how to craft poison, nor do I. He stopped halfway, suddenly realizing the strategy. I understand. The little figure saw he understood and praised. As expected of the chosen one, not too stupid. Shennon said to Ku Rong, I usually like a challenge, but fighting you is not interesting. Your strength is far lacking compared to Chen Longhai. I do not want to bully you. You are most skilled at using poison right. Why don't we have a duel of poison arts? He provoked. Ku Rong felt interested in this proposal. How do we compare? We will separately craft the poison we understand best, then exchange and drink it, to see who can hold out without dying. How about it? Bai Tian thought he was crazy, and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Boss, no. His master achieved total immunity to all poisons 10 years ago. Winning a toxic duel against him is impossible. Viper, you are severely underestimating Boss Shen. A man of his word like him would not back down just because of your threats, right, boss? Shen Ku Rong grinned wickedly, never expecting Shen An to willingly walk into his own grave. Fearing he might change his mind, he quickly added, It is a deal then. Fighting poison with poison to save lives. Lin Qiu crossed her arms, trusting that if Shannon proposed this, he had a solution. It is fine. These things are just trivial matters for the boss. Bai Tian remained skeptical, but hearing her confidence, he had to agree. All right, fine. Ku Rong retrieved a poison pill covered in exquisite patterns that radiated a purple glow. This is the poison pill I have spent my entire life's skills refining. I named it the one-breath fatal pill, he stated with confidence. Shen An raised the object in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Qiu could no longer remain calm. Oh boss. Is that poison not? This is a toxin I casually threw together called Jasper. The object resting on his middle finger was nothing more than a slimy brown lump. Both Bai Tian and Lin Qiu stared with dropped jaws and asked in disbelief. Is that seriously a booger? Are you trying to trick me? Ku Rong eyed the object, suspecting Shen An was mocking him. If you do not want it, then forget it. He happily tossed the old man's poison pill into his mouth. This little animal dares to humiliate me. Let us see how you die. Ku Rong grimaced in rage as he endured the humiliation and forced that lump into his mouth. Ugh, what just happened to me? Bywei woke up, touching her head confused by the situation. Wang Meng also wore a blank expression. Lin Qiu turned back to remind them, the boss is in a poison duel. With the gatekeeper, keep it down. On the other side, Shen An and Ku Rong sat facing each other. Are you reacting first? Arg. He broke into a sweat, clutching his throat and screaming. We are finished. The boss is poisoned. Even I cannot cure my master's toxin. Tian was terrified, and Lin Qiu was equally anxious. Suddenly, Bywei rushed forward, kicked him hard in the head, and scolded his clumsy acting. Do you think you are an idol? Shen An groaned. Ouch. Hee. How did you know? He rubbed his head and asked sheepishly. Bywei glared, as if she understood everything. I saw through your little scam, back in chapter 2. Boss, you should really form a group and debut. Tian looked helpless at his prank. Lin Qiu pondered. She still understands him better than I do. It seems neither of us is affected. How about we call it a draw? Shen An stood up and proposed to Ku Rong. The old man suddenly twitched. He exclaimed in confusion. Immediately after, Ku Rong lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The group shouted in shock. He is dead. Shen An rushed over to shake him. Hey, are you okay? Did you actually kick the bucket? Tian hurriedly asked boss. How did you do that? Did you really eat master's poison without feeling any discomfort? Bywei quickly said to him. Shen An, I did not expect you to have a poison attribute as well. I see that a few more pages will need to be added to your profile in the police records. Lin Qiu also suggested they should probably examine his nose a bit, wondering how he made even a booger carry such deadly toxicity. Shen An grimaced and said, Eat my foot. I just used my spatial devouring skill, like a cheat in a system Manhwa. That booger was merely a tiny fragment from the liver of the giant python. Having said that, he fell into deep thought. The beasts from the other world were truly terrifying. Even the top poison expert among humanity possessed zero resistance against the toxicity of an otherworld beast. If these otherworld beasts actually invaded, I fear. He shook his head to banish those negative thoughts, deciding to focus on solving the immediate problem instead. Lin Qiu spoke up. He did not die from the poison, but it seems his brain got fried. He was not exactly bright to begin with, but now he is beyond saving. Dan burst out laughing. You two really have sharp tongues, but honest hearts. Wang Bao, standing nearby, chimed in agreement. That is right. He turned to look behind him, thinking about how Lin Qiu had just unleashed a burst of power. Her strength would drastically decline for a short while, requiring recuperation. Viper appeared fine on the surface, but in reality, she was heavily injured, with hidden damage to her bones and meridians. The only one truly capable of fighting right now was Wei. There were still 2 stages left. Wei saw him standing there in a daze and urged him on. What are you spacing out for? Let us go. What a bunch of dimwits. At the 4th gate, Wang Bao looked around and said, There is not a soul here. Could it be that they were afraid of us and ran away? Or maybe they were afraid your bad jokes would freeze them to death. Suddenly, a foul stench wafted up. What in the world smelled so rotten? Could it be another one of those bizarre creatures? No, there was no toxicity detected. Wang Bao immediately said, this seems to be the smell of wild beast droppings from our mountains. Shen An instantly went on alert. This is not good. There is a high probability of mutated beasts here. Suddenly, a tiger stepped forward. With its massive frame and bloodshot eyes, it began stalking toward their group. Over on this side, Wei spoke up immediately. Shen An, these mutated beasts are even larger than the ones we encountered before. Could the Dark Organization have dosed them with strong stimulants just to deal with us? Shen An shouted loudly. The speed and power of these mutated beasts are terrifyingly high. We must gather together immediately. Do not act rashly. What should they do now? This time, it really seemed like even the gods could not save them, and his wits would be useless in tricking these beasts, a desperate situation typical of a leveling manhwa. Why not let me give it a try? That is right. How could he forget about this prince-like brother? Dan hugged the weasel and smirked. It is all up to you, little Huan. The gray weasel quickly flew out and then immediately underwent a mutation, transforming into a massive and powerful figure. Seeing this, the mutated tiger opened its mouth to reveal sharp fangs and lunged forward. Little Huan used his claws to shred the beast into tatters. Little Huan let out a sudden roar. Unexpectedly, a black panther appeared out of nowhere and bit down hard on little Huan's leg. Little Huan screamed in agony, and then he swung his leg. kicking the Black Panther far away. The tiger took the dart and let out a furious roar, directing its rage straight at Wang Bao. Terrified Wang Bao screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah! Meanwhile, Shannon nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Beautifully done, growl." Little Huan relentlessly clawed at the tiger's body, before climbing onto its back, to deliver a flurry of strikes. Shannon wiped the sweat from his brow in relief and addressed the group. "Everyone, don't worry. I reckon Prince Brother will likely let you purchase those tickets." As he turned around, he realized the rest of the group was sitting back and relaxing, as if they were watching an intense action movie. Realizing it was outmatched, the tiger roared to summon its pack. Suddenly, mutant tigers began emerging from every corner of the pillars. Wang Bao shrieked in terror. "Oh crap, have we stumbled into a tiger's den or something? Why on earth are there so many of them? This dark organization really has no humanity." At this point in this leveling Manhwa, Huan began to show signs of exhaustion, and Huanzi seemed a bit hesitant to engage in battle, his voice growing noticeably hoarse. Bywei chimed in, but he managed to take down a prehistoric beast like the giant python. Isn't a giant python supposed to be more terrifying than a giant tiger? Wang Bao turned back to explain, honey badgers are the natural predators of snakes, so the bloodline suppression gives them an edge. However, the tiger is the king of beasts, and honey badgers hold no racial advantage against them. We plan to conserve our spiritual energy for the fifth and most difficult trial. If we expend it all now, we won't have enough strength left for what comes next. So what are we supposed to do? Suddenly, a singing voice echoed through the air. It was Dan using her vocal talents. Her song seemed to carry a resonance of spiritual energy, and Brother Huan appeared to be recovering. Thanks to Dan's song, Huan not only regained his strength, but saw it multiply. Good heavens, is this some kind of buff stacking? Reinvigorated, he charged straight at the pack of tigers. Suddenly, a tiger bit down on one of his arms, but he used his free claw to stab deep into the beast's flesh before being tossed aside. Shen An, watching from the sidelines, couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration. "It's all right, he's got this." As another wave of tigers lunged forward to attack Dan raised her voice in song once more, seemingly infusing Huan with fresh power and motivation. He proceeded to slaughter them one by one. Wang Bao quickly interjected. "Allow me to translate for Brother Huan. He says he wants to take on 10 at once." Zhou kept screaming, "No, stop." At that moment, the bear dropped Wang Bao. Zhou, meanwhile, was struggling to breathe, unable to speak a word. She clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. Nearby, a ferocious tiger was fiercely pouncing on the black bear. Witnessing this, Shen An froze for a moment and exclaimed, "This isn't good." Although he didn't know exactly what ability Zhou had awakened, she was only a beginner. Overusing her spiritual power had clearly caused internal damage to her vitality. He made a firm decision to step forward and transfer some energy to her. Startled, Zhou called out, Brother Shen An." He gave her a serious look and instructed, "Focus your mind and regulate your breathing." Delighted by his concern, she felt overjoyed, and her cheeks began to flush red. Watching his actions closely, Wei frowned in judgment. That guy Shen An is trying to cop a feel again. Suddenly, Wang Bao spoke up boldly, "Let's just..." Before he could finish his sentence, a bear appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. Wang Bao managed to dodge just in time, and while fighting back, he shouted out a warning. "It's a bear, run for your lives." At that exact moment, he leaped high into the air, aiming to deliver a fatal critical strike. The savage beast roared, violently, baring its razor-sharp, terrifying fangs. Sensing the imminent danger, anxiety washed over the entire group. "Wang Bao, what's happening to you?" Confronted with this terrifying scene, his worry began to mount. "We are absolutely finished." Suddenly, the ferocious bear swiped its massive claws, snatching up Wang Bao. Witnessing this, Wei stepped forward to engage the beast, shouting a warning. "Everyone find cover immediately." Wielding her blade, she charged forward like a true heroine, but this only served to provoke the beast further. With a thunderous growl, the bear knocked Wei off her feet and onto her back. The rampage didn't stop there. The beast shifted its gaze to a new target. Shen An panicked internally, thinking, "It's over. This massive bear has the overwhelming combat power of a boss in a leveling manhwa, but if I let go now, the situation will become impossible to handle, and Zhou will surely suffer grave injuries. Yet, if I don't step in, what will become of Lin Qiu?" Just then, Songsai stepped forward with reassuring words. "Boss, don't worry, watch me poison this thing." Instantly, the ferocious bear froze in place, yet the toxin wasn't potent enough to eliminate such a powerful creature in a single strike. Terrified, he let out a stream of curses. At that moment, Lin Chu also launched his own attack, while Bywei remained determined to fight until her very last breath. Get out of the way. The overwhelming pressure took its toll, causing her to cough up blood. However, it seemed her attack had struck a vital point, leaving the beast's body as stiff as a giant log. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bao charged in with fury, punching and kicking wildly. Black Bear, I'm going to beat you to death. But moments later, the bear's razor-sharp claws hooked precisely into his collar. The beast hoisted Wang Bao high in front of its gaping maw. He lamented, "Damn it, am I really going to lose my life to this blind bear after all?" Seeing this, Zhou turned and screamed, "Don't!" Miraculously, Wang Bao escaped the jaws of death, just as he thought he was about to become a meal. Delighted, he laughed. "Oh my god, that was too surreal." Suddenly, the brown bear shifted its aggression toward Zhou. Terrified, she retreated, hiding behind Shen An. What is this creature trying to do? Then, abruptly, it froze. 4 eyes locked in confusion, leaving everyone speechless, including a stunned Shen An. "Wait a minute, you're Big Bear, the same Big Bear that took Zhou back at Wanyuan Mountain." Recognizing an old acquaintance, the massive bear broke into a friendly grin. It raised 2 fingers, in a peace sign to say, "Hi," implying, "Hello to the couple, it's been a long time." Zhou instantly realized, "Ah, it's you." Upon seeing Zhou, the brown bear's eyes lit up, as if it had just spotted a superstar. It spread its arms wide, intending to embrace her. "Hey, don't Shen," and rushed in to block the bear, declaring, "Don't push your luck, she's mine." Zhou quickly commanded Big Bear, "Go help them." The brown bear let out a roar, and dashed toward where Huan was fighting. Huan was struggling desperately against a tiger, when the bear grabbed the tiger's jaws and ripped them apart. Big Bear followed up with a massive punch that knocked the beast to the ground. With the powerful bear joining the fray, the pack of mutated wolves began to tremble in fear. The 2 super wrestlers, now in their element, proudly flexed their 6-pack abs and bulging muscles. Then, roaring in unison, they both charged toward Zhou. Grr. Zhou suddenly let out a small shriek. Abruptly, the 2 creatures halted, locking eyes like fated rivals meeting on the battlefield. Shen An hurriedly asked her, "Zhou, when did you awaken?" Awaken? I do not really know. It was just that fruit jam Brother Wang Bao gave me earlier. After eating it, I felt super relaxed and really wanted to sing. And then I noticed that when I sing Huan gets incredibly excited." She beamed with joy, asking Brother Shen An, "Is this what awakening is? Have I finally become like the rest of you?" Shen An patted her head and smiled, saying, "That is correct. You are now a bona fide warrior and a support type at that. So now I am the same kind of person as Brother Shen An, and there will be no more barriers between us." "Hey, kid, what is the deal with that fruit jam?" Wang Bao immediately pulled out a pile of preserved fruits to offer, asking, "Boss, do you want to eat some too? I made these from fruits I gathered in the mountains. I still have quite a few left." Shen An chuckled wryly, thinking this guy actually turned spirit fruits into jam. What a truly unique treasure of a man. He immediately went around sharing them with everyone. The group thanked young Master Wang Bao for the spirit fruit jam, knowing that eating it would likely fully restore their stamina. "Say what?" Wang Bao exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" "These are spirit fruits. Oh my goodness. You guys save some for me. Do not eat them all." As night fell, someone behind a screen was closely monitoring Shen An and his group. The masked figure chuckled and said, Shen. And I never expected you people to make it this far. However, this just means I finally get to deploy my secret weapon. Traps, formations, and poisons have all been utilized, and even the livestock was sent out. What do you all think this final checkpoint will be? Someone suddenly smacked Wang Bao on the head, saying, "It does not matter what it is. Anything that faces us is in vain." Should there not be applause here? Wait, am I being separated from the group? Suddenly, a voice echoed out. "Shen An, do you still remember me?" This voice was all too familiar. It was the head of the Chen family coming to claim a life. "Pay for my life with yours." Shen An was taken aback and said, "Are you Chen Hailong? How is that possible? Stop playing ghost tricks. If you want my life, come and take it." With that, the figure rushed forward to strangle Shen An. Why is his strength so overwhelming? Shen An immediately threw a punch at him, but his fist suddenly passed right through, unable to make contact with the man's body. What in the world? How is he able to hit me? Right at that moment, Master Yan also appeared, transformed into a living corpse, descending from above, snarling, "Shen, and give me back my life." Shen An looked up and said, "Master Yan, are you not dead either?" But once again, he could not make contact, even with a direct frontal attack. He simply could not touch him. He was immediately struck by a heavy punch from Master Yan. Shen An coughed up blood, realizing their fists could land on him, while his could not. Master Yan and Chen Hailong rushed forward with pitch-black eyes, devoid of pupils, their mouths ceaselessly screaming, "Shen An, come down here with us." Shen An clutched his head and screamed, "No." It turned out he was having a nightmare, flailing his arms and legs in fear. Bywei saw his strange behavior and asked Shen An, "What is wrong? Could it be that you have been poisoned?" Bai Tian immediately replied, "That is impossible. The boss is currently invulnerable to all poisons like a hero in a system Manhwa. What is going on? Does the Dark Organization still have some hidden expert? Who exactly is the gatekeeper?" Lin Chu responded. The Dark Organization boasts 3 masters at the 3rd rank or higher, but honestly their strength probably just rivals Chen Hailong's. Considering how our boss instantly wiped the floor with Chen Hailong, clearing this hurdle shouldn't be too difficult. I honestly don't think we need to sweat it over the boss. You're right, instead of worrying about Shen An, we really should be worrying about our own skins right now. Hey, look out! Bai Tian stepped in to shield her, but he got knocked back instantly. Oof. Well, us 3 old geezers might not be enough to handle Shen An, but taking care of you lot won't be a problem at all. The 3 guardian elders. What are you doing here? Meanwhile, on the inside, Shen An still hadn't managed to break free from that terrifying nightmare. The leader brought in a secret weapon, specifically to deal with Shen An inside. As for you, traitor, it's time to die. With that, he charged forward to attack Mu Lingqiu. Suddenly, an arrow flew through the air, but he caught it with ease. "You scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack?" Wang Bao shouted out in anger. "You shameless old man trying a sneak attack," while Sister Mu was distracted peeking at the boss. "Your mouth needs to be shut permanently." Bywei immediately rushed in to block the blow for Wang Bao. "Not bad armor you've got there, girl. Once I kill you, I'll be stripping that armor right off your corpse." Bywei wasn't intimidated in the slightest, rushing forward as she retorted, "We'll see if you actually have the skill to pull that off. Bring it on." Mu Lingqiu quickly went to support Bai Tian. "Viper, are you badly hurt? Thank goodness the boss had Brother Wang Bao give us those spiritual fruits earlier. It feels like my strength has achieved a breakthrough, much like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Otherwise, blocking that blind elder's attack would have surely killed me. But now, honestly, I get the feeling they aren't actually that strong." Mu Lingqiu let out a scoff. "I'm eager to test out just how much our combat power has improved under the boss's guidance. These 3 elders will make for perfect practice targets." The granny elder whipped out her cord, sneering, "You overestimate yourselves. Come and try it then." Dan immediately let her knife drop to the ground. That male elder stepped closer to her and sneered, "I don't want people saying I bully little girls. If you want to keep your body intact, you should just end it yourself." Any last words? Suddenly little Huan burst out from behind Zhou, taking the elder by surprise. A mutant beast. He let out a laugh, saying, "I didn't expect a little girl to possess a war beast. I suppose I underestimated you after all." Then the elder began twirling his staff, declaring, "My dog beating staff hasn't seen action in a long time, so this is perfect timing." He swung his staff violently toward Huan, but the creature leapt up, dodging his attack in a single motion. It then swiped its claws at the boastful elder. However, he suddenly pulled a dirty trick, moving as fast as lightning to appear right in front of Zhou. The best way to deal with a war beast is to take out its master. Before the little girl could even react, the massive paw of the brown bear came swinging down. Because he was too arrogant and relied solely on his strength, he was caught off guard, taking the hit and getting sent flying. The bear and the weasel teamed up perfectly, glaring at him with their glowing red mutant eyes. Zhou began to sing with her crystal-clear voice. It was as if the brown bear and gray weasel were surged with new power. And it wasn't just them, even Mu Lingqiu felt it. The Black Panther was flung into the distance, yet it retained its combat effectiveness. Without missing a beat, it lunged back at little Huan for another strike. However, the beast was truly no match for little Huan in her current state, and with a powerful heave, she knocked the creature flying through the air once more. "I will repay you all with my life," Shannon declared. Seeing that he intended to commit suicide, Zhou screamed in panic to stop him, crying out, "Don't do it." Mu Lingqiu turned to ask Zhou, did Bywei say that as well? In that split second of distraction, the enemy seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack against both of them. "You dare get distracted in the middle of a battle?" "Huh." All 3 girls ran anxiously toward Shen, and screaming his name, while the masked figure behind them witnessed this suicide attempt. He burst into loud, raucous laughter. "Excellent, Shen. Shen An, even with your 3rd-tier strength, do you not realize you are still dancing in the palm of my hand? It appears the expert I hired with half the fortune of Dark Ancestor Silver City was worth every penny. Suddenly, familiar footsteps approached. It was Miko, the powerful woman with red hair whose body radiated intense energy. An imposing figure, she walked over and arrogantly placed her foot on Shen, unspeaking with dripping sarcasm. Is this meager strength really worthy of my personal intervention? How dull. But abruptly, Shen An sprang up, his face turning cold and dark like a corpse rising from the grave, wailing in a mournful voice. Give me back my life. I died so unjustly. Give me back my life. Terrified beyond measure, Miko collapsed to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. She never suspected this was merely a theatrical performance by Shen An, who was using a flashlight to play ghost. Witnessing the scene, Wang Bao suddenly burst into tears. We are finished. It is over. The boss has turned into a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, Shen An signaled Bywei. She smirked, thinking to herself, you damn rascal. Immediately after, she lunged forward, delivering a thunderous kick toward the enemy. The one-eyed elder, seeing the situation flip, instantly felt his expression change drastically. What is happening? Why hasn't this girl's mind been shattered yet? Very well, it is my turn. As he spoke, the elder unleashed a technique at Bywei, but she moved with lightning speed to block the attack with her hand, then suddenly launched a counter-punch, leaving him scrambling and unable to react in time. The one-eyed elder, finding himself at a disadvantage, hastily retreated. Standing on the sidelines, Wang Bao cheered ceaselessly. Sister Wei is mighty. Meanwhile, Mu Lingqiu refused to yield, thinking she could not lose to that woman, and that she must avenge the boss. Regaining her spirit instantly, her figure blurred past like lightning as she flew in to attack the elder. The old woman smugly launched a counter-strike, asking, "What can you possibly do to me?" Suddenly, Bywei tossed a knife toward her ally, shouting, "Catch this." Mu Lingqiu caught the blade with a look of slight surprise, but without hesitation, she charged forward to deliver a fatal slash at the elder. On the other side, Miko was still reeling in shock, muttering, "No, my immortal binding rope. How could you destroy my artifact? I want you to pay with your life. No one can escape my illusion techniques." "How is this possible?" she gasped in disbelief. Shen An simply replied with a calm demeanor, "You are indeed powerful, but I never fight alone." As the words left his lips, two undead figures stumbled toward him. He conjured his dagger once more, but suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Hey, what are you trying to do to my body? I am haunted by these ghosts. It is annoyingly loud. I cannot hit them. It hurts, and it is frustrating. I cannot take it anymore." It was future Shen, and desperately stopping his present self from committing suicide. "What are you talking about? Aren't you fine? Can't you see the ghosts of Qin Longhai and Master Yan?" Future Shen An turned his head and snapped angrily. "I don't see a single thing. The only thing I see is you trying to mutilate our own body. You have fallen into an illusion. Close your eyes right now. Ignore any sound you hear. Since you cannot hit what you see anyway, you might as well trust your instincts. Is all the damage external? No. This is a high-level illusion combined with psychological warfare. In this awakening Manhwa world, I have heard of experts capable of such feats in the future. Then, how do I deal with this kind of opponent? I am afraid that if I open my eyes, I will be controlled by another layer of illusions. I don't know where the enemy is, so counterattacking is hard. But since you said this guy is playing ghost to trick you, why don't you play dead to trick him back? The moment he reveals himself, the illusion will break. That is your chance to win." Miko screamed in despair. "Impossible. I am unsolvable. I am invincible." Shen An rushed forward, grabbed her by the head, and slapped her repeatedly. "I promised myself I would beat you for scaring me with those ghosts." "Ouch. Ouch. I won't kill you, but don't even think about seeking revenge. Your illusions are useless against me, and you are certainly not invincible. Get lost." She trembled with hatred and hissed, "I will not let this go. Mark my words. Sooner or later, you will die by my hands." With that, she scrambled away, still muttering about killing him. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Bywei was fighting with all her might while Mu Lingqiu received support from Tian. As for that elder, he was currently locked in a struggle with a gigantic mutant bear. Suddenly, Shannon drew his sword from within the barrier and swung a warning strike, shattering the glass-like wall instantly. He grinned triumphantly. "Bullying my family, are we?" The staff-wielding elder turned and shouted, "Shen An, you are still alive." Suddenly from behind the gray mutant weasel, Huan lunged forward to launch a sneak attack. "A tiny beast dares to challenge me." He swung a punch, straight into Huan's stomach. Seeing its teammate getting hit, the large brown bear immediately rushed to ambush him from the rear, causing him to scream in agony. Afterward, the bear flashed a thumbs-up sign to Jojo, looking incredibly proud of its strength. Jojo simply smiled and nodded in return. Shen An immediately regained his composure and shouted, "Is everyone all right? You three old bullies think you can push us around? Come at us all at once." Suddenly, Bywei pretended to ignore him, saying, "Is someone speaking? Why can I only hear a voice but see no person?" Still holding a grudge from earlier, Mu Lingqiu quickly played along. Since that person is already dead naturally, you would not be able to see them. Hearing this, Shen An's spirit plummeted as he sadly pleaded, "Two big sisters, I really had no other choice." However, Mu Lingqiu and Bywei angrily scolded him. "You only pretended to be dead so you could meet that pretty lady, didn't you? And in the end, you did not even have the heart to kill that woman." Shen An was speechless, clasping his hands together to beg, "Ladies, I was wrong. Please forgive this humble one." Zhou could not help but burst into laughter. Wang Bao and Bai Tian hugged each other while sobbing uncontrollably. "That is great news, boss." The one-eyed man shouted furiously, "You shameless bunch, daring to flirt right in front of me. Do you have a death wish?" Shen An immediately retorted, "I have not liked the look of you since the beginning, so why don't you die first?" Bywei stepped in front of him and said, "There is no need for you to lift a finger. A third-rank elder is nothing special. Let me handle this myself. I can take care of it so that a certain someone does not have an excuse to feign death next time. You are completely unreliable." "Okay then." Seeing their fighting spirits soaring, Shen An smiled and said, "Then I will cover the rear for you two ancestors." With that said, Bywei charged forward. "You wretched little girl, you talk big. I will kill you first, as an appetizer, and Shen An will be next." Shen An thought to himself, "Tisk, how annoying. What are you afraid of? It is just energy force. Has it actually hurt you yet? Who says the snake fang dagger cannot pierce through his energy shield?" Bywei gave a soft hum of agreement and drew her dagger. She gripped her blade and rushed straight in. The third-rank elder screamed loudly, "Ah, die!" Before he finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying backward. Watching from the side, Shen An nodded proudly. Not bad at all." Meanwhile, on Mu Lingqiu's side, her opponent sneered, "Himph, you little brat, do not get too arrogant." He used sound transmission to speak to Lingqiu. "Lingqiu, your stealth technique is superb. Under normal circumstances, even I would not be able to detect you. Head-on collision is not your strong suit. Conceal your movements, wait for the right moment, and kill with a single strike. Remember to suppress your aura completely so no one can find you." Then he turned and asked Bai Tian, "Do you know how to sing?" The man shouted in surprise. "Huh, me. After all, Lingqiu could not sustain a prolonged battle in this leveling Manhwa scenario. Even though she suppressed her aura, her breathing had become slightly rapid. A first-rate expert could use their hearing to pinpoint her location, so you must sing to disrupt the opponent's senses." Bai Tian stammered, "But I do not sing very well." Shen An immediately replied, "It is not like we are holding an idol debut audition. Just singing loudly will suffice." Then he took a deep breath and screamed with all his might, causing Shen An to cover his ears in horror. "You have got to be kidding me? You call this just not very well?" Bywei, Wang Bao, and even Brown Bear were all terrified by Bai Tian's singing voice. The old woman roared in anger, "Shut your mouth." At that precise moment, Mu Lingqiu appeared right behind her and struck her down with a single palm strike. Seeing the battle end successfully, Shen An offered his praise. "You are all excellent talents." This old man is very reassured. Suddenly, Mu Lingqiu and Bywei looked at him with dark expressions and said, "In the future we will beat you just like that." He quickly replied, "I was wrong." The heavy gates to the deepest level swung open, revealing a man waiting in the shadows. It was none other than the masked leader Wang of the Dark Organization. As the mastermind behind the shadows, his overwhelming aura proved his reputation was well earned. Leader Wang wasted no time on pleasantries. The moment they made eye contact, he unleashed a ferocious energy tiger straight at Shen An. Unfazed Shen An effortlessly sidestepped the massive attack with nothing but his bare hands. Shen An chuckled, shaking his head as he addressed his opponent. "You are one strange individual. As the final boss, aren't you supposed to monologue for a few minutes before we start fighting?" The leader's reply was grim and pragmatic. "Villains usually die because they talk too much, and I have no intention of dying today. Besides, would my vicious words actually frighten you? If I begged for mercy, would you grant it? There is nothing left to discuss." Shen An covered his mouth in mock surprise internally, admitting that this guy's pragmatic attitude was actually kind of cool. He is actually quite handsome, and makes a solid point. I suppose I will give him a chance to speak his last words later. Just then, Leader Wang manifested a colossal deity avatar looming behind him. Shen An looked up and nodded approvingly. I have to admit, your visual effects are incredibly impressive. As he spoke, the giant avatar summoned by the leader brought a massive fist crashing down toward Shen An. That power level is insane. Bai Tian and Mu Lingqiu watched in terror. Leader Wang was undeniably powerful, and his assault was far from over. The leader swung both fists in a pincer attack, forcing Shen An to charge forward to meet them, only to be sent skidding backward by the impact. Stabilizing himself, Shen An muttered, I guess it is finally time. Bai Tian leaned over to Mu Lingqiu, whispering urgently, if the boss starts losing, we need to jump in and help him immediately. Bywei, however, had complete faith in Shen An's combat prowess. She smiled and said, relax, he is perfectly fine. In fact, in this Manhwa recap, the protagonist is just about to launch his counterattack. Shen An actually turned his head to scold her. Hey, quit spoiling the plot. Leader Wang was baffled, thinking, what on earth? He is in a fistfight with me. Yet he still has the bandwidth to listen to their conversation. Furious, the leader unleashed a barrage of punches to prevent any further distraction. Shen An simply grinned, bracing himself. The wait is over. Surprise. Shen An flared his spiritual energy, manifesting a majestic demon-subduing tiger avatar behind him. The leader stared in shock. How is this possible? How do you know my demon-subduing tiger fist technique? Shen An laughed casually. I learned it from you during our exchange just now. Did you really think I let you land those hits earlier because I enjoy getting beaten up? I was draining energy from you like I was making a withdrawal from an ATM. With that, both he and his tiger avatar launched a synchronized punch forward. Leader Wang was caught completely off guard. Unable to react in time, he took the full force of the blow. The impact shattered the mask on his face, finally revealing his true identity to the world. Bywei gasped in disbelief. Wait, you are the CEO Song Chengshen. Song Chengshen clutched his chest, grimacing in pain as he struggled to stand. Shen An looked confused. Song Chengshen. You mean the movie star Bywei quickly explained. No, he is the younger brother of the Song family patriarch, the second master. He was also one of the previous masters of Song Zhongqi. He managed to straighten his posture and sighed. As expected, I cannot defeat you. I surrender. And you, little girl, you are surprisingly knowledgeable to recognize even someone like me. Impossible. The Dark Organization partnered with Xicheng Pharmaceuticals, specifically to solidify their connection with the Song family. If the Song family were actually pulling the strings from the start, none of this maneuvering would have been necessary. Song Chengshen countered immediately. As expected of a prodigy, groomed by the Dark Organization. Your intellect is clearly sharper than some of those dullards sitting in the government. Ha! Does the Song family retain even a shred of their former regal aura? A clan run by incompetence is nothing more than a pile of refuse. After a moment of contemplation, Shen An finally spoke up. I see now. You didn't orchestrate this conflict between us and the Song family, hoping they would destroy us. No, you wanted us to inflict heavy damage upon them instead. The man continued, years ago, Song Chengtong used despicable methods to ruin me and seize the position of family head. Don't I deserve my revenge? Your future group is undeniably powerful. You possess both financial might and unwavering unity. Given enough time, even the 4 great families combined couldn't match your achievements. It is a tragedy, really, that such potential must end here with your deaths. Having you as opponents was truly an honor. With those words, he moved to press a red alert button. Shen An immediately shouted, what are you planning to do? Buried within this dark organization, underground palace, is a miniature atomic bomb. All I have to do is press this switch to let it fulfill its purpose. You all have exactly 5 minutes to say your final prayers. Song Chengshen slumped back into his chair with an indifferent air, remarking calmly, that is correct. The underground palace is already sealed tight. Mu Lingqiu, you should know better than anyone that this place is a fortress with no exit. Just enjoy the final 5 minutes of your lives. Shen An turned to Mu Lingqiu and asked, do you have any idea where the nuclear warhead is located? She shook her head, replying, I didn't even know there was a nuclear device down here. He immediately activated his Clairvoyance eye, a skill typical of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa thinking. If he lured us into this specific room, the nuclear warhead must be hidden somewhere in the immediate vicinity. Shen An scanned the surroundings, and finally pinpointed the location of the warhead. With a scoff of realization, he rushed over to retrieve the device, before stepping right up to the leader's face. The leader didn't look the least bit surprised, merely commenting, "I suspected as much, when you saw through the secret mechanism at the first gate. It seems you really do possess the clairvoyance eye." Bywei seized the opportunity to curse at Shen. "You pervert," Shen En shot back. "Stop looking for excuses to insult me." The leader of the dark organization interrupted. "Are you people truly unafraid of death? This nuclear warhead is rigged with a timer that cannot be disarmed." Shen En turned back to him and asked, "Are you genuinely willing to just die like this? After being used as a tool by so many people, you decide to go for mutually assured destruction against your manipulator's enemies. You really are a filial son. Say that again, I dare you." Shen En stuck out his tongue in a mocking gesture, such powerful filial piety truly enough to move the heavens themselves. "Chus." He continued, his face devoid of emotion. "You are implying that Shu Ming Tian sold me out, correct? Even if I knew that, what difference would it make? You have already slaughtered your way in here. If I cannot defeat you in the end, do you expect me to get on my knees and beg for mercy? Would you even spare me if I did?" Shen En replied instantly. "Why don't you try and find out?" The man burst into laughter, saying, "You are an oddly interesting person despite your dull appearance." Shen En set the nuclear warhead down and said, "If we share a common enemy, then even if we aren't friends, we don't necessarily have to be in a situation where one of us must die." Mu Lingqiu cut in. "The police have your file, but how did you end up as the leader of the dark organization? Is the Song family pulling the strings behind the scenes? If you could choose again, would you seek revenge on Shu Tianming?" He looked gloomy and said, "I would definitely kill him, but it is too late for words now. How much time is left on the countdown? I have dismantled it all. Why don't you guess if this thing will explode?" That Song fellow finally changed his expression, asking in shock, "How? How did you do that, Shen?" And just smiled lightly and replied, "Sick, I will not hide it. Before I became the boss, my dream was actually to be an outstanding magician. Damn it, I should have just devoured the timer device earlier. Last time I used Devour on a C4 bomb to destroy my own spirit fruit tree. So next time I will beat Song Zhongji to a pulp to vent my anger." The leader accepted his defeat, saying, "I admire you. I only want to die at the hands of the strong, so do it yourself." "Boss Song, those are heavy words. I was hoping Boss Song could help me out a little." The leader smiled and replied, "Rest assured, if I do not die today, I will definitely do my utmost to take revenge on Shu Tianming." Hearing this, Shen En smiled broadly and replied, "Then thank you, Boss Song. But I hope the news that Shen En destroyed the entire dark organization gets spread around." Song Zhongji looked confused and asked, "Why?" Shen En calmly explained, "After this battle, the vitality of the dark organization has been severely damaged. You would not stand a chance in a head-on confrontation with Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. The dark organization should return to the shadows and act as assassins in the dark." Hearing this, Shen En just smiled and said, "Boss Song, take care." Later, in a place with lush greenery, he stretched lazily and said, "I want to go back and sleep for 3 days." But before he could enjoy the moment, Bywei grabbed him by the collar and scolded, "You need to explain the clairvoyance issue first." Shen En was awkward, not knowing how to explain. "It is not like that." At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He happily answered the call. A loud voice came from the other end. "You brat, it is your second uncle here. You finally turned on your phone." Shen En froze, asking in confusion, "Second? Uncle, why are you calling me?" He slowly explained, "Wenjing and I have arrived in Yincheng. Your father said he wanted to visit you, but his phone got stolen." Suddenly his father's voice echoed through the speaker. "You rascal, you have not been home in so long. Did you get a little successful and decide not to acknowledge your father?" He laughed awkwardly and retorted, "How could that be, Dad?" Internally, he thought that ever since his awakening, he has always encountered trouble, and he did not know how to explain things to his family, yet now they had come to find him. Not wanting to delay any longer, his father spoke up softly, "I am almost at the Yincheng train station, come and pick us up." But suddenly things seemed to go wrong on his father's end, and a scream rang out. "What do you people want?" Shen En felt uneasy and froze, asking, "What is wrong? What happened?" His hand trembled, and his face turned pale. Lin Chu walked over with a bewildered look on her face, and asked, "What is going on?" Shen En looked downcast, as he recounted, "My family might be in trouble at the train station. I need to hurry over there to check on them." Hearing this, she excitedly offered, "Let me go with you." Suddenly, a phone call came in, causing Lin Qiu to lower her voice in displeasure. All right, I understand. She felt a bit apologetic and said, Boss, I have to return to the group headquarters to handle a few matters first, so I cannot go with you. However, he did not hold it against her, replying, You go back first. At the same time, Bywei stepped forward and declared loudly, Then let me go with you. Shannon coldly refused. No need, Bywei. You should just return to the military side to report in first. I will be faster going alone. Speaking of which, in a split second, he vanished into thin air, showcasing the terrifying speed, typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Meanwhile, at the train station, the troublemaker was shouting loudly, Old man. One moment you accuse me of stealing your phone, the next you say, I harassed your granddaughter. You must be tired of living right. Father Shen was determined to demand justice. My phone rang right inside your pocket, and I saw you get physical with Wen Jing with my own eyes. You thug, you scoundrel. Hearing this, the blonde man angrily stomped on him. You are tired of living. You dare call me a scoundrel. I will show you what a scoundrel really is. Beside them, the second uncle panicked, grabbing the arm of the bald leader and begging Big Brother, We do not need the phone anymore. Can you please tell them to stop hitting him? The bald leader looked straight at Wen Jing and smiled sinisterly. It is not impossible, as long as this little girl follows me for 2 days. As he spoke, the black-haired man behind him quickly approached her. Wen Jing immediately screamed, What are you doing? Let go of me. The second uncle could not hold back, rushing in to protect her. You dare bully my daughter, I will fight to the death with you. Then the bald leader punched him straight in the face. You are all a bunch of ignorant fools. Beat that old man until he is nearly dead and throw him onto the train tracks. As for this old guy, I will handle him myself. Hearing the command, the blonde man grabbed a large crate, aiming it at Father Shen. You got it, boss. Suddenly, he froze as his collar was seized from behind. The blonde man grit his teeth and questioned, You, who are you? Put me down immediately. Shannon looked up arrogantly and replied, I am here to take your dog life. As he spoke, he exerted immense force to tighten his grip on the man's head. Instantly, the blonde man lay unconscious on the floor. Shen An hurried to Father Shen's side and asked concernedly, Dad, are you all right? The old man hurriedly urged him, Hurry and go save your second uncle. At this moment, the uncle was being tortured by the bald leader. Wen Jing watched with heartbreak. Seeing this, Shannon rushed over and twisted the man's wrist. The bald leader screamed in agony. It hurts so much. Shannon kept a stern face and spoke coldly. Pain. The pain will stop soon enough. Wen Jing, close your eyes and do not look. She quickly obeyed, squeezing her 2 eyes shut without moving. The pathetic screams from the man continued to echo endlessly. My hand. The black-haired man was so frightened he could not stand steady. Seizing this opportunity, Wen Jing rushed over to her second uncle, crying out, Dad. He shook his neck a few times and replied, Dad is fine. As soon as things temporarily settled down, Shen An asked curiously, Dad, what is this all about? Father Shen began to recount. These people stole my phone on the train. When Wen Jing called my number, the phone rang in one of their pockets, but they refused to admit it, and even started getting physical with Wen Jing. Seeing Shen An shift his gaze, the thug in the gray shirt shrank back like a turtle hiding in its shell, trembling uncontrollably. He began his interrogation. Wen Jing, which of these guys laid a hand on you earlier? She pointed straight at the gray-shirted man, just as he was attempting to sneak away. Singled out, he immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, I'm sorry, I'll punish myself. He began inflicting pain upon himself, gritting his teeth to suppress the agony. Terrified, Wen Jing hid behind Shannon's back. All right, that's enough, just let it go. As they turned to leave, the bald guy, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted a provocation. You have the guts to leave your name. He even hurled a threat. We are subordinates of the underground emperor. If you dare offend us, the emperor won't let you off the hook. He confidently introduced himself. Future Group Shannon. Tell that bastard emperor of yours to come find me at the Imperial Hotel. I am always ready to welcome him. As soon as he finished speaking, the thug smirked disdainfully. Future Group. Even Lu Dingji, the boss of the Future Group, is nothing but a lackey for our emperor. You wait. Hearing this, Shen An ground his teeth in annoyance. What did you just say? The bald man, amused by the reaction, repeated himself. Kid, you dare use the Future Group to threaten me? Don't you know who your boss works for? Shen An thought to himself, Lu Dingji seems to be just a minor manager in some department. If his name wasn't so strange, I wouldn't even remember him. So how did he become the boss? At this moment, he quickly tried calling Lin Qiu, but couldn't get through. Sorry, the subscriber you are calling is currently unavailable. This made Shenan even more confused. Lin Chu never turns off her phone, so what could be going on? I need to go back and check. Seeing him hesitate without reacting, the bald man became smug. Scared now, aren't you? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down right now. Annoyed Shenan kicked him straight in the mouth. You're too noisy. Then he awkwardly suggested to his family, there might be an issue at my company. Can I take everyone to a friend's house first? Father Shen was understanding and agreed. Just take care of the important matters first. At this point, Shenan decided to reach out to his last hope. Surely the authorities could offer some assistance. However, things did not go smoothly. Sorry, the subscriber you are calling is currently unavailable. What on earth is going on? Feeling a bit inconvenienced. Second uncle spoke up. Little Ann, how about we just check into a motel for now? Shenan turned around and replied, Second uncle, I don't know what kind of people these guys are. So let me find someone to look after everyone first. He immediately called Chu Yushi. Oh, Big Boss Shen has time to call me. This is truly such an honor for me. Shenan quickly asked her. It's like this, my family is here. Could you temporarily take care of them for me? I have to go back and handle some business. Sure, my dad happens to be home too. I didn't expect us to reach the step of meeting parents so quickly. Hearing her teasing words, Shenan blushed. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Father Shen hurriedly asked him out of curiosity. Does our little Ann have a problem? Over 10 minutes later, Chu Yushi smiled and waved to everyone. Seeing Shen and step out, she immediately rushed over and threw herself into his arms. I was so happy you remembered to reach out to me. Wen Jing was surprised, covering her mouth with her hand. You are the superstar Chu Yushi. Yushi signaled for silence. Shh. She turned on the charm, beaming as she ushered them in. Dad second, Uncle little sis, hop in the car. Let's head to my place. All right. But Shenan wasn't having it. Hearing her address his father as dad made his blood boil, and he immediately demanded an explanation. Wu H simply offered a gentle reassurance, telling him to focus on his own affairs and promising that his family remained untouchable. With that, she floored the accelerator and sped away. Shenan didn't waste a second, immediately dialing Wang Bao's number. Bao, what's the status on Lin Chu, boss? It's bad. Brother Meng is in critical condition. What happened? Just get to the #1 hospital immediately. The doctors say Brother Meng might not make it. Upon hearing the news, Shenan vanished, sprinting toward the hospital with supernatural speed. The moment he arrived, Wang Bao spotted him and cried out, Oh boss, thank God you're finally here. I'm fine, but what about Brother Meng? I won't let anything happen to him. Give me the short version, what went down and where is Lin Chu? Wang Bao took a breath and began to explain. We returned to the hotel, and since I was starving, I crossed the street to grab a bite while Director Mu went inside. That's when I saw a group of men in black chasing Brother Meng. He was already sustaining heavy injuries by then. I fought them off, managed to retrieve Brother Meng, and made a run for it. The doctors say his prognosis is grim, and they've barred me from entering the operating room. Shenan immediately activated his X-ray vision to peer into the operating theater. Wang Meng was lying on the table, fading fast, yet the doctors surrounding him were wasting precious time arguing with each other. Shenan's eyes narrowed in fury as he shoved the doors open and stormed in. Damn it. Why are you arguing instead of saving the patient? Hey, who are you? You can't be in here, one of the doctors shouted. Who authorized this? Get out immediately. I'm his boss. You lot aren't capable of treating these wounds. The doctor scoffed at Shenan, retorting, You're just a kid, yet you speak with such arrogance. Which attending physician are you interning for? Get out this instant. Ignoring him, Shenan placed his hand on Wang Meng, prompting the doctor to lunge forward to drag him away. Listen here, brat. Are you trying to cause a scene? Do you think this is a playground? Shenan's expression darkened as he shot a sharp glare. Get lost. The doctor collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a nurse cried out, Ah! The patient's vitals are stabilizing. The medical staff stared in shock. What? How is that even possible? Shenan examined Wang Meng, analyzing the situation. The external wounds weren't life-threatening, but he was perplexed by the strange ring of energy constriction wrapping around the heart. If I recklessly attempt to shatter it, I might rupture his cardiac vessels. However, if I delay, the heart will suffer irreversible damage, and saving him will become an impossibility. What should I do? He recalled the spirit lake within his dimensional space. Soaking in it always boosted his spiritual power. It was time to put that mystical resource to the test. Shenan retrieved a bottle of the water and barked an order at the doctor. Administer this to the patient immediately. Every second counts. Understood. Prepping for intravenous line now. Shen An began channeling spiritual energy directly into Wang Meng's body. A skeptical doctor pointed an accusing finger. This is reckless. The patient's body is showing dark anomalies. Immediate surgical intervention is the only option. Shen An ignored him, weaving the spiritual energy with a wave of his hand. The doctor gasped, Is that magic? Phew, it's done, Shen An whispered, collapsing from exhaustion as if he had overused his skills in a leveling manhwa. Mengzi. What on earth actually happened? He immediately replied. There was a traitor within the corporation who invited an expert from the outside. That man struck me squarely in the back with a single blow. My chest felt heavy, as if I were falling into a black hole. At first I could still sense the situation outside, but I could not wake up, and eventually, I lost consciousness completely. I am sorry, boss. I failed to keep watch properly. Shen An listened and immediately reassured him. It is all right, they were targeting me, and you just happened to get caught in the crossfire. You said you could sense the situation outside, so how is Lin Chu? What about Viper and Jojo Mengzi? Replied Director Mu arrived alone, but she was subsequently captured by that expert. I did not see the others. Something feels wrong here. Mengzi, you focus on healing your injuries. I will handle everything else. He walked out of the operating room, his mind filled with racing thoughts. Mengzi said that after the attack, he was like a vegetable, unable to move at all. So why did Wang Bao claim he saw him being chased down? However, Wang Bao would certainly not lie to me. Just then, Wang Bao called out loudly, "Boss," but he paid no attention, continuing to stay lost in his own deduction. It appears someone is secretly helping us. Mengzi was rescued by this person, but who could it be? Furthermore, the attacker could have killed Mengzi instantly, so why leave him alive? Is this a warning, or are they testing my progression in this leveling manhwa? After the battle in the tunnels, Lin Chu had reached the 3rd rank. What kind of expert could possibly capture her? Among all the opponents in Silver City, only Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals possesses such capability. He immediately asked Wang Bao, "What about Jojo and Viper?" Wang Bao quickly explained. Sister Chu received a call that seemed important. She told Jojo to go shopping and relax, then return to the hotel a bit later. Brother Viper was assigned to stand guard outside. He unlocked his phone and muttered, Lin Chu must have known something happened at the corporation, and fearing danger for the others, decided to go alone. Hoping Viper was able to track Lin Chu's location. I need to ask Old Song if there has been any recent movement from Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. Old Song, is something wrong with your voice? On the other end, Old Song frowned and said, I apologize, Boss Shen, but the Song family can no longer restrain Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. I am truly sorry. What exactly happened, Sai? I should not be disclosing these matters, but since it is you, Boss Shen, I will speak the truth. The family head has ordered that from now on, we are not to oppose Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. In fact, we must fully support every action taken by Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals. Shen An pressed for more details. So the Song family and Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals are in the same boat now. Does that mean we are enemies again? Old Song continued. Previously, the Song family knew Zhicheng colluded with the Dark Organization, so we decided to counter them. However, the night before last, an uninvited guest arrived, and no one in the Song family could stop him. Yet, he did not harm anyone in the clan, and went straight to see the family head. After that, the master issued the order. As for me, because of my relationship with Boss Shen, I have been relieved of my duties. Boss Shen, that person's power is likely not inferior to yours, so you must be careful. However, even if the Song family truly confronts you, Boss Shen, I will simply retire early and not get involved. Thank you, Old Song. He sank into deep contemplation once more. That technique, striking Mengzi's heart meridians, even I cannot replicate it. If this assailant is the same mysterious figure who infiltrated the Song family, then the true power backing Zhicheng Pharmaceuticals is simply terrifying. Shen An then handed Wang Bao a flask of spirit water, a staple item in this system manhwa world, and gave him strict instructions. Take good care of Mengzi here. This is spirit water. If you feel your injuries flaring up, drink a cup. Ensure Mengzi does the same. Have him drink plenty to restore his vitality. Wang Bao immediately complied. Understood, boss. Where are you heading? Once Brother Meng is discharged, I will come find you. Shen An's expression darkened as he replied. Naturally, I intend to make that person pay back tenfold. After leaving the hospital, Shen An constantly checked his phone, hoping Viper could provide a lead. Viper, did you manage to track? Before he could finish his sentence, a voice on the other end interrupted Viper. To think someone would bear such a lowly name, it is truly a laughingstock for the whole world. Shen An asked in surprise. Who are you? Where is Viper? The voice on the other end replied, Boss, Shen, you and I have never met. That girl and Viper are in my hands. I require a certain object. Boss Shen can bring this object to exchange for the hostages. What do you want? The item I need is useless to you, Boss Shen. It is a stone pillar carved with a totem. I heard it was previously stored at the Chen family estate. Perhaps you have seen it, Boss Shen. The object he demanded was actually the sealing stone pillar. Just who exactly is this mysterious figure? Shen and hurriedly said, Where are you? Once I retrieve the item, where should I go to find you? Do not be in such a haste. I will notify you in due time. Shen, and consumed by anxiety, continued to press him. I need to know if the two of them are safe right now. Let us do a video call so I can see them. This is a prerequisite for the transaction. What is a video? Boss Shen, cease your chatter and await my notification. However, be warned that I have used a unique sect technique to control their heart meridians. Boss Shen should be well aware of my ruthless methods, so do not attempt to delay. Wait. The call was abruptly disconnected on the other end. Shen An gritted his teeth in fury. What is going on? This guy's tone is so strange, and he does not even know what a video call is. Is he playing dumb? Shen An returned to the compound and stood beside the sealing stone pillar. Why do they need the sealing stone pillar? Is something hidden inside? Saying that he used his clairvoyance to peer inside, but suddenly let out a scream. It really is a divine artifact. There must be a restriction on it that suppresses abilities. Bywei once said that once the sealing stone pillar is opened, places that should not exist will appear, such as the spirit lake. Could it be that they intend to break the seal? Shen An tore at his hair in frustration. Damn it, what exactly is this sealing stone pillar? Bywei has been out of contact for so long, and I do not know if something has happened to him. According to what Bywei revealed, if the seal is unlocked, the world will definitely fall into chaos, potentially endangering all of humanity. But if I do not hand it over, Mutation and Viper will be in grave danger. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Consumed by rage, he punched the wall with full force. Suddenly, a message appeared on his phone screen. If you want to save Mutation and Viper, come immediately to the stone bedding peak on Phoenix Mountain. There is no other option. I will trust you this one time. He immediately headed to the designated meeting point. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lurked nearby. Who goes there? It is me, boss. Shen's son Yuan. Why is it you, Shen? And instantly grew furious, walking towards Sun Yuan with murderous intent. You know the whereabouts of Lin Chu and Du Shi. Was it your doing? Sun Yuan hurriedly explained. Boss, Shen, you have misunderstood. I know where they are because I have been secretly trailing them all along. Wang Bao had once mentioned. That group was chasing an injured man, engulfed in flames. Shen immediately asked. At the Emperor Hotel. You were the one who saved Ming and fought off the pursuers. But why were you there? Sun Yuan replied. That day after we parted, I intended to return to the Dark Organization. However, due to the rebellion of Mu Linqiu and Du Shi, they assumed I was also a traitor and launched several assassination attempts against me, leaving me constantly in life or death danger. I completely lost faith in the Dark Organization. Du Shi once told me how much Boss Shen actually cared for him, and I wanted to seek refuge with you, Boss Shen, but I was too ashamed to just show up. I went to the Emperor Hotel to find Lin Qiu and discuss matters, but I encountered an internal riot. I guessed that the unconscious man might belong to Boss Shen, so I snatched him out. Afterward, I saw a crowd tailing Du Shi, so I immediately followed them in secret all the way to the foot of the mountain where Du Shi was discovered. That person used just one move to knock Du Shi out cold, and I knew I was no match for them, so I immediately notified Boss Shen to come here. Hearing this, Shen An spoke softly. Thank you. Meng Zi is safe now. Fortunately, thanks to you. Sun Yuan clasped his hands and pleaded, Boss Shen, so may I follow you from now on? Shen An turned his back and said, after we rescue Lin Qiu and Du Shi, the whole family will share a drink together. Sun Yuan was overjoyed to hear this, but Shen An added, however, your bloodlust is too heavy. If you follow me, you must not kill innocent people anymore. Sun Yuan submissively obeyed. Yes, big brother Shen. Let us wait until it gets a bit darker, then we will sneak inside. As night fell, Shen An and Sun Yuan attempted to infiltrate the premises. He activated a barrier, conjured 2 darts, and launched them at the guards, causing them to scream out in sudden pain. Afterward, he used his clairvoyance to locate the prisoners. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. Sun Yuan hurriedly supported him. Boss, are you all right? There is a restriction here, suppressing my awakening abilities identical to the sealing pillar. Just what is the background of this person? He replied. I am fine. I just need to regulate my breathing a little. Then Shen An began to restore his spiritual energy. He turned to Sun Yuan and said, "The person inside might be no ordinary figure. So if anything happens later, you take Lin Qiu and Du Shi and leave first. I will hold off the opponent." Sun Yuan looked confused upon hearing Shen An's words. "Boss." Back in the Dark Organization, low-level members were always cannon fodder for the superiors, yet you prioritize our safety first. Shen An turned and said, "Stop babbling. If I do not do it, do you think you can hold them back? Let us go in." Inside, a monk was meditating. They were trapped within a bell, but their breathing was still steady. Was this the individual who captured Lin Qiu and the others, despite his power seemingly being only at the second rank? Sun Yuan remarked. Just the second rank. Perhaps the Viper had already fallen for his trap. Suddenly, the man glanced over, wondering who had arrived. Sun Yuan rushed out with a mocking grin, saying, "It is your grandfather right here." The cultivator immediately turned to launch an attack. "You arrogant brat, daring to play tricks on me." Seeing that his opponent also utilized a fire ability like him, Sun Yuan felt a surge of excitement and laughed. "This ox-nosed priest knows how to play with fire. That is perfect." Saying this, he immediately charged forward to deliver a punch, but the opponent dodged it with ease. "You dare underestimate me. You seek death." The man remained silent, but swung his arm in retaliation. Sun Yuan was sent flying back a great distance, screaming, "Ah!" before slamming into the wall. Only now did he realize the terrifying strength of his opponent. What dreadful power! Shen An, observing from the sidelines, thought that this individual was far from ordinary. He then stood up and walked inside. Upon seeing Shen An, the man asked, "Who are you?" Shen An retorted, "Do you not know who I am?" The man spoke with contempt. "Die." He then unleashed a palm strike. A ferocious flame roared toward Shen An. But our protagonist was certainly no pushover. He immediately countered with a thunderous punch. The two figures instantly clashed, unleashing a ceaseless storm of attacks against one another. Witnessing the fiery confrontation, the cultivator gleefully remarked, "How interesting." In contrast to his opponent's composed demeanor, Shen An could not help but feel astonished. A trace of suspicion rose within him. This man's true strength had certainly not reached the third rank, yet the power he displayed seemed not to belong to him. What is going on? Is he using forbidden drugs? Not giving Shen An any more time to think, the man charged forward once again like a fierce tiger. Shen unhurriedly swung his mace, blocking the attack neatly. The man sneered and replied, "Do you think possessing a spatial ability makes you invincible under the heavens?" As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a barrier and drew out a long, cold sword. Shen An was genuinely surprised to see that his enemy possessed a superpower similar to his own. He blurted out, "Are you a spatial ability user?" The man did not bother to answer, simply rushing silently toward Shen An with overwhelming killing intent. He swung his sword with lightning speed so fast that Shen An could not defend in time and could only exclaim such powerful strength. Immediately after he opened his own barrier and drew a sword to engage in battle, a bold speculation flashing through his mind. Something is off about him. You are not a person of this world. Hearing this, the cultivator stopped his eyes, filled with scrutiny. Why do you say that, Shen? And calmly analyzed, the awakened ones of this world are at most at the third rank, yet your combat power has already exceeded the middle stage of the third rank. Furthermore, you are not using any forbidden drugs. Judging by your current reaction, it seems my guess was correct. Having his secret exposed, the cultivator angrily swung his sword to strike. You simply know too much. Shen instinctively raised his hand to block, but the overwhelming force dealt him a stinging blow. Clutching his injured arm, he interrogated, "So, were you the one applying pressure on the Song family as well?" The other side arrogantly admitted, "It was I. With your immense strength, why act as a henchman for Xu Tianming?" The man closed his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. "What is Xu Tianming? He is nothing but a mere servant to us. Who exactly are you, and how do you know of Xu Tianming's affairs?" By now, Shen An had unsheathed ink, gripping the pitch-black blade firmly in his hand. He spoke coldly. "You don't know me yet. You snatched my people. Doesn't that mean you are actually the one being used by Xu Tianming?" Upon hearing this, the opponent seemed to realize something. He glared at him. "So you are Shen An?" Shen An demanded. "Where is the sealing stone pillar? I am no match for you, so I will hand over the sealing stone pillar, hoping you keep your promise to release my people. But I want to know why you need the sealing stone pillar. Then I shall tell you so you may die a knowledgeable ghost." He leaned close to Shen An's ear, whispering in a ghostly tone, "We are the true masters of this world while all of you are merely outsiders. His words struck like lightning, leaving Shen unshaken. Outsiders. Could it be that the ceiling stone pillar was actually suppressing the original world? The spiritual revival began with an earthquake, which must have broken the seal. So the spiritual energy of the original world entered here, causing humans to awaken. If the people of that world possess combat power like his, can this world even resist? The earthquake has occurred. Who knows how many from the original world have entered this one? Thinking of the terrifying prospect, Shen An couldn't help but shout, "How many of you have entered this world?" The man cackled. "Although it is only me for now, once the seal is lifted, this world will return to our hands. Enough, hand over the stone pillar, and I will leave your corpse intact." Saying this, he pointed his sword straight at Shen An. However, Shen An gently waved his hand, pushing the blade aside with a smirk. "If there is only one of you, then what on earth do I have to fear?" His attitude made the man grind his teeth in rage. He hadn't expected a dying man to be so steely. "You Shen?" and scratched his head, smiling nonchalantly. "I've dug up enough of what I wanted to know. Now, let's get down to business." The cultivator roared. "Then I will grind your bones into dust." He swung his sword, creating powerful circles of magical fire. Shen An was no longer passive. He braced himself to unleash all his latent power like a scene from a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, a thick fog obscured the enemy's vision. "What are you looking for me?" A voice rang out from right behind him. The cultivator started and turned around to see Shen, unlooming there. The being from the other world angrily swung his fist, shouting, "Since when?" A powerful punch hurtled toward Shen An. Yet he effortlessly blocked the strike and sneered, "Is this all the power a native of the original world can muster? Should I cremate you early while I'm at it?" Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, as his body was instantly engulfed and consumed by the fires of hell. Witnessing this terrifying display of combat, Sun Yuan couldn't help but marvel, thinking his boss was simply too overpowered. In a mere moment after being incinerated by Shen An's blazing projectile, the formidable enemy was reduced to a heap of ash. Returning to the dust, Shen An fell into deep thought. This adversary's strength was immense, and likely few in all of Silver City could stand against him. Are all beings from that other realm this terrifying? With otherworldly beasts involved, what will become of this world once the seal is broken? It felt like a crisis straight out of an awakening manhwa. While he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Shen An immediately barked an order, "Sun Yuan, go save the others." "Yes, sir." Sun Yuan dashed off without hesitation. Shen An began channeling his energy to heal Mu Lingqiu and Duza. Mu Lingqiu slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness. "I'm all right now, big brother boss. Everyone is safe." "Good." Shen An then hurriedly dialed Jojo's number. Brother Shen, and save me. Where are you? What's happening?" On the other end of the line, Jojo sobbed uncontrollably. I'm at the Imperial Hotel." At that very moment outside Jojo's room, a gang of thugs was relentlessly banging on the door, shouting, "Open up, let us in so we can have some fun. I've never slept with a famous internet influencer before. Ha ha ha, open the damn door." A few hours earlier, at Hizojo's home, Brown Bear and little Huan were sneaking around outside the bathroom, peeping at Jojo through the window, drooling with anticipation. She was happily singing while showering, but the moment she stepped out and spotted the two beasts, she let out a startled scream. Jojo scolded you two, but they remained shameless, staring blankly. After getting dressed, she announced, "I need to go out and buy some new clothes. So you two better stay here and guard the house properly." Seeing the two beasts look dejected, she added, "I can't take you with me. You'll scare the people on the streets. I'll sing for you when I get back, okay?" With that, she left happily, her heart filled with excitement at the thought of buying a stunning outfit to look beautiful for Shen An. Arriving at the Imperial Hotel, with a haul of cosmetics, she intended to hand them over to manager Jiao Jiao for safekeeping. Suddenly, the sound of a heated argument erupted nearby. "I don't want to. I'm not going. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Don't push your luck." Jojo stepped forward and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The female employee, restrained by two lecherous men, cried out, "Jojo, help me." One of the men turned and growled, "We are just handling standard personnel transfers for the hotel, so don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Unafraid Joe pointed a finger right in his face and yelled, "Since when does transferring personnel involve being so violent with women? If you don't let her go right now, I'll tell Ba Shen to deal with you." The two thugs burst into mocking laughter. "Ba Shen? Are you talking about that old boss who's nowhere to be found? The current owner of the Future Group is Mr. Liu. Since you seem to be an employee too, you might as well come along with us. Jojo stood there, frozen in shock. Jojo could not believe her ears. What? How could the owner be replaced just like that? Where was Director Mu? Suddenly, a hand gently grabbed her from behind, causing her to scream in shock. A pervert laughed obscenely. Pretty little sister, you are quite hot. How about having some fun with Big Brother first? Without hesitation, Jojo stomped hard on his foot. He shrieked in pain. Ah, damn it. Immediately after she used her handbag to strike the pervert repeatedly. Her only thought was to find Brother Meng and Sister Lin Chu for help. Seeing this, the thugs switched targets and rushed toward her. This chick is tastier, forget the other one. I will catch her. Do not run, little sister, you cannot escape. Hearing this, Jojo ran for her life. Reaching the lobby, she shouted loudly. Sister Mu, Brother Meng. A woman in a green dress appeared out of nowhere, glaring at her suspiciously. Are you one of Shen An's people? Jojo asked in confusion. Who are you? The woman viciously ordered seize her. What should she do? By now, Jojo was surrounded by men on all sides, forced into a corner against the wall. In that critical moment, Mu Yingmeng cracked a door open and yelled, Sister Jojo, over here. Hearing the call, Jojo rushed toward Meng, escaping by a hair's breadth. They hurriedly locked the door and blocked it with a chair. Terrified Jojo quickly called Shen and Brother Shen and save me. Outside, the banging of the thugs echoed relentlessly. Open the door and let us have some fun. I have not slept with a hot girl in ages. Ha ha ha. The malicious woman barked orders outside. Jam the signal here, do not let her call for backup. You guys go find an electric saw. Yes. Others went downstairs to stand guard, preventing them from jumping out the window. Beep. Suddenly, Jojo's phone lost signal. They cut off the connection. Mu Yingmeng, trembling with fear, asked, Sister Jojo, will Boss Shen come to save us? Jojo gripped Ming's hand tightly, trying to reassure him. Brother Shen An will definitely arrive in time. We just have to hold on. But moments later, they used the saw to cut through the door. Drag the table over to block it. The two of them used all their strength to push the table against the door. They hoped to buy a few more minutes for Shen An to arrive. Jojo encouraged herself. Just hold on a few more minutes. Brother Shen An will be here. Suddenly, a thug appeared from the ceiling. He grinned lewdly. A few minutes. Is that enough for you? You might be quick, but I am known for my stamina. Finally, the door was smashed open. Mu Yingmeng screamed. They lunged forward and pinned Jojo down. She struggled violently, shouting for help. Let me go, do not touch me. The thugs tore at her clothes, laughing maniacally. Hee hee, do not struggle, little sister. The more you fight, the more excited I get. Do not. At the moment of absolute despair, a voice cold as ice rang out. What is going on here? Shen An had arrived. Just in time, his fury blazing like the protagonist of an awakening manhwa, seeing his loved ones hurt. His face hardened, eyes burning as if ready to devour them alive. The thugs screamed in terror. Monday. Monster Jojo looked up and saw Shen An, calling out hurriedly in tears, Brother Shen, you are finally here. Without saying a word, Shen An rushed over, grabbed the blonde man by the neck, and roared, Do you want to die? I. Damn it. Before that guy could finish his sentence, Shen An strangled him to death right on the spot. The other one retreated in fear. Humph. As for the remaining one, Shen An spewed fire, burning him to ashes. Fire. The guards hurriedly rushed inside. Shen An held Jojo tightly in his arms, comforting her. It is okay. No one will bully you anymore. I have killed them all. Jojo buried her head in Shen An's chest, sobbing, I knew you would definitely come. I knew that when I was in danger, you would definitely come. Seeing Shen An, that vicious woman stammered in fear. President Shen, how did you come back like this? Then she hurriedly shouted, Call the experts to the second floor. Otherwise, we are all dead meat. Shen An turned to ask Mu Meng, what happened to the corporation during these past few days? Tears welling up, she recounted the events. President Shen, while everyone was away, President Liu and Vice President Liu brought a group of experts from outside and killed everyone in the corporation. After that, they even forced us to work as hostesses, serving guests. And where is manager Jiao Jiao? She was taken away by Vice President Liu Jin. Shen An gritted his teeth, his killing intent flaring. Take me to find Liu Jin. A group of thugs wielding cold weapons rushed out, blocking Shen An. Kill them, everyone gets a reward. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground dead. The thugs were panic-stricken. What is going on? Is that invisible sword energy? Shen An lowered his voice and ordered scram, and you might live. Scared out of their wits, they fled for their lives in a split second. not a single one daring to fight back. Outside the main hall, at that moment, a voice filled with indignation rang out. You are a beast. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. I must personally kill you. The lecherous old man, having just finished enjoying himself, turned away with a sinister laugh. Become a ghost. Wait until I have played enough, then you can be a ghost. Haha. Zhou called out Sister Jiao Shen and immediately asked, is this that? Vice President Liu, it is him. Vice President Liu broke into a cold sweat from fear. You people. President Shen, you are not dead, Shen, and stepped forward, asking coldly, where are the other girls? He was tongue-tied and stammered, President Shen, spare my life, I will tell you. Oh, you want to negotiate terms with me? He then regained his composure, using a threatening tone. Anyway, the worst-case scenario is losing my life. If President Shen does not agree with me, surely you would not be heartbroken if those other girls were buried along with me, right? Shen immediately agreed. Fine, I will not kill you, speak. President Shen keeps his word. They were taken back to the fortress by President Liu Tingji, saying it is to entertain the emperor of the underworld forces. That underworld emperor, again, it seems I must go see who this guy is in this leveling Manhwa world. Zhao walked out, shouting loudly, I must kill him. Vice President Liu laughed triumphantly. President Shen has agreed not to kill me. So what can you do? Jiao stammered in surprise. What? Jiao turned to Shen An, asking tremblingly, Shen, President Shen. No more talk. Shen An threw a dart, instantly taking his life. Shen An headed outside, dialing his phone as he walked. Bywei knows who I am. Surely the government has a dossier on this underground emperor. However, the subscriber he called was currently unreachable. Switched off again. Could the government have assigned him to another secret mission? Who else in Silver City might have intel on the fortress? Ah, I know just the person. Suddenly, the phone rang at the Chu residence. Master Chu picked it up in a hurry, laughing as he spoke. Little brother Shen, to what do I owe the pleasure of a call today? Shen An replied with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Chu, please, how could I dare to be considered your brother? If we did that, wouldn't it mess up the hierarchy between Yushi and myself? You can just keep calling me Little Shen. Hearing this, Master Chu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you make a valid point. We certainly can't have the generational roles getting all mixed up, can we? I wanted to ask you to look into someone for me, specifically the underground emperor of the fortress. Is this a figure you are familiar with, Uncle Chu? Upon hearing this, Master Chu suddenly paused. He asked in a grave tone, why do you need information on him? That man is no simple character. It is nothing too serious. I just have a disobedient kid here, who seems to be mixing with that crowd lately. I just wanted to find out exactly what kind of deity this fellow thinks he is. Master Chu then explained. The underground emperor's real name is Gu Chengwang, and he has been famous for a very long time. It does not matter if it is a street peddler or a beggar. Anyone struggling to survive can go to him for a bowl of rice. Later on, he constructed the fortress to serve as a sanctuary for the lower-class citizens. As time went on, almost every person in the lower strata of Silver City came to obey him, revering him as the underground emperor. Shen An was surprised. He has that much power. Does the government not manage that area? Master Chu explained. The underground emperor has controlled that region for decades without causing any trouble. Because of that, the government simply turns a blind eye and allows the fortress to exist. I do not know what kind of business you have with the underground emperor, but I advise you not to provoke him. Trust me on this, he is not someone you can afford to offend. Thank you, Uncle Chu. After hanging up Shen An fell into deep thought. Based on what Uncle Chu said, this underground emperor could be considered a righteous man. So how could he possibly force young women into prostitution? I need to go see for myself first. He then hailed a taxi. The driver hurriedly said, Apologies, sir. I am in a rush to hand over my shift, so I can only drive towards the fortress. Please do not give me a bad rating as I cannot wait for you. That is fine, take me to the fortress. Really? That works out perfectly then. The driver laughed as he spoke. My luck is good today, I was almost running late. And if I were late, I would get a beating from the fortress people. Shen An was curious and asked, I heard the underground emperor manages his subordinates strictly. You are just late. So why would you get beaten? The driver sighed. Back when the underground emperor was in charge, there were no issues. 6 months ago, news spread that the emperor had fallen ill and charge was taken over by his servant, the grand butler Wang Yanjunlin. But ever since Yi Zheng took the reins, the folks inside the stronghold have turned incredibly violent. Keep this between us though. I really cannot afford to get on their bad side. Hearing this, Shen An mused to himself that the situation was unfolding just like a generic system manhwa plot. It appeared someone else was stirring up trouble, which actually made things much easier to handle. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out from the Qing stronghold. Get lost. If you do not have money, then get far away from here. A blonde woman clutching a baby begged relentlessly. I thought the Qing stronghold accepted refugees. I can sew and do housework. I just want to find a place to stay and something to eat for us. My son is on the verge of starvation. The redhead barked back. Damn it, everyone comes here looking for a free meal, but where the hell are we supposed to put you all? If you want in, you better cough up some cash. I really do not have any money. Please, I beg of you. The redhead slapped the girl hard across the face and sneered. If you had any good looks, I might have considered compromising. But take a look at yourself. Just then, a kind old woman approached and said, My dear, why do you not come to my place for a little food? We cannot let that child go hungry. The redhead shouted loudly. Is this old hag trying to start trouble with me? I said she is not getting in, and I meant it. The old woman glared back at him, but she still managed to leave a bag of food for the poor mother and child. Thank you, ma'am. Suddenly, the thug stomped on the food bag. Did you not hear a word? I just said, old woman, if you feed her now, every beggar around will flock here, and who is supposed to feed them all? He continued to berate the old lady fiercely, before shoving her to the ground. You want to interfere with my business, do not expect to live comfortably then. Ouch. Shen An rushed over to help the grandmother up. Careful now, please sit here and rest for a moment. Seeing him meddle, the redhead walked over and demanded, And who the hell are you supposed to be? Before he could even finish his sentence, Shen An delivered a swift slap across his face. You actually dare to hit me? Boys, get over here and skin him alive. Shen An glared furiously and growled in a low voice. I would like to see who has the guts to try. The thugs were instantly terrified. Just you wait. I am calling backup. But Shen An quietly appeared behind him and whispered, No need to call anyone. I will go with you to meet your boss personally. Over at the nightclub, a voice complained, Xiaoji, why are there so few girls this time? The waitress gave a nervous smile and replied, Well, Master Yan, I had to discipline a bunch of stupid girls, so they are all bruised up. I was too ashamed to bring them out to serve you, gentlemen. The man beside him scoffed. You really have no appreciation for delicate beauty, do you? If they do not listen, just offer them a little more money. Why resort to beating them? He then turned, squeezed the waitress's face, and asked if she agreed with him. Little beauty Master Yan makes a very good point. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was kicked wide open. What the hell? What is going on? Who is there? Shen An walked in looking incredibly cool and coldly announced, Your grandpa has arrived. Seeing him, the captured girls screamed, President Shen, please save us. Master Yan looked at Shen An, clearly taken aback. Shen, and you are not dead. How is that even possible? Shen An looked at him with a smirk. Did I disappoint you? Is this the behavior of the new boss of the Bright Future Group? Maybe I should be calling you Wei Xiaobao instead, huh? Master Yan immediately ordered his subordinates, acting like a villain in a typical awakening manhwa. All of you get him right now. But before they could even make a move, Shen An sent the whole group of henchmen flying out the door with a single kick. Terrified Yan shouted, Don't you come any closer. Shen An calmly told the women, You ladies go on ahead, and I'll see who dares to stop you. His accomplice slammed his hand on the table, roaring in anger. You don't have the right to speak on my turf. Shen An rushed forward, retorting, Then today, I'm taking this turf back from you. Suddenly, an iron rod whistled through the air towards Shen An. He dodged the attack, thinking there's actually an expert here. Take this. The assailant charged, slashing at Shen An and tearing his outer coat. Shen An tossed the ruined jacket aside and actually complimented him. Not bad skills. The freakish-looking man pointed at the silver-haired guy and said, You can't touch him. The silver-haired man immediately shouted a command. Kill him for me. The strange man glared back and replied, I don't kill people. Hearing this, Shen An thought, This guy is pretty interesting, isn't he? Then he said, It's fine. You couldn't kill me anyway, so just keep fighting. The man retrieved his iron staff and began swinging it in an attack pattern, the fifth son's 8-diagram staff. Shen An activated his barrier and drew his sword, saying, Then let me use my void-breaking blade style to take on your 8-diagram staff. Saying that, Shen An leaped high and swung his sword. The other guy threw his iron staff, knocking Shen An's blade aside. Fortunately, Shen An quickly regained his composure, gripping his sword to slash at the man. The opponent jumped up to block the strike. Shen An chuckled, but suddenly his expression changed and he collapsed to the ground right in front of the staff wielder. The man was surprised. What are you doing? The silver-haired boss retorted. Do you think I have time to watch you two perform? If you won't kill him, I will. The staff wielder turned to leave, saying, "You have a gun and don't need protection, so I'm off." The silver-haired man scoffed. "Get lost." Shen An had taken a bullet, but still managed to stand up. "You want to kill me?" With just that, the silver-haired man gritted his teeth. Why isn't he dead? Did I miss? What the hell? In an instant, Shen An dashed forward to attack him, but suddenly stopped short. The staff wielder appeared once again to block the path. "I told you already. You can't kill him." Shen An thought to himself, "If I don't use my third-rank spiritual energy, I definitely won't be a match for him." Suddenly, the gunman aimed his barrel at Shen An again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Shen An immediately deployed his barrier, sucking the bullet inside, then fired it right back. Yu Yi jumped in to take the bullet, for the silver-haired man screaming in pain. Arg blood began to pour from his body, but he steadfastly said, "I won't die." The silver-haired man gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, even that didn't kill him. What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, an old woman walked in and dropped her bag, revealing herself as the very same elderly lady Shen An had saved on his way here. She trembled as she approached the wounded man, crying out worriedly, "Yu Yi, you're injured." The mother looked at her son, whose body was riddled with bullet wounds, and wept in anguish. Yu Yi hurriedly tried to reassure her. "Mom, I'm fine." Then, the woman did a complete 180 and turned toward Shen An. She repeatedly knocked on Shen An's head, ignoring Yu Yi's attempts to stop her. "I thought you were a good person. Why did you harm my son?" She then looked back at her poor boy, with tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for the offer, but we wouldn't dare accept your help." Shen An turned his head and asked, "Are you afraid of him?" "It's okay, I will kill him right now." Saying that, he instantly knocked Yu Yi unconscious. The old woman screamed in terror, "Yu Yi!" Shen An stepped forward and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I just knocked him out for a moment. If he gets caught in the middle, he will only get hurt even worse." After that, he walked over to the silver-haired man and muttered, "You damn scumbag." The villain began to speak. "When I was young, my damn father taught me that those with soft hearts can never achieve great things." Disagreeing Shen An thought, "But these are all just ordinary people, mostly women, and the elderly at that. How should I handle this? No, this isn't allowed. I won't allow it." The silver-haired man pointed his finger at Shen An and said, "So what if you know how to fight?" Shen An looked at the group of frail elderly people, trembling as they held weapons to attack him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, they are all old, sick, and disabled. How can I possibly attack them? I will come back to settle this debt. Out of pity for those poor, weak, elderly people. He quickly dashed away, sparing that Yan family member's life for now. A disciple of the Yan family, Wei Bao, walked up and said Shen An is so powerful, and he even has someone from the dark organization Lin Muchu by his side. What if he breaks in during the middle of the night? The silver-haired Yan family member looked smug and replied, "It's better if he does come. Otherwise my little performance won't be a success." The silver-haired Yan family member turned to scold. "Yu Yi, I told you to kill him, so why didn't you do it? Do you dare to defy me?" Yu Yi, clutching his bullet wound, immediately replied, "I don't kill people." The Yan family member shouted in rage. "If you don't kill people, then what use do I have for keeping you around? Ha! You useless piece of trash, then I'll just grant your wish." Seeing her son being tortured, the old woman cried out in pain and begged, "Please don't hit my son, I beg you." But she was being held back tightly by a subordinate. The Yan family member grabbed a large butcher knife and ordered hold him down. The old woman struggled free and ran toward him. She rushed over and hugged the Yan family member's leg. "Please have mercy. It doesn't matter if you cut off my hand or kill me, just please don't touch my son." The Yan family member kicked the old woman away, screaming, "Get lost." Seeing his mother suffering for his sake, Yu Yi screamed, "You dare hit my mother." Immediately after, he was struck on the back of the head with a stick by Wei Bao. Someone spoke up. "Who do you think you're hitting? Let them go. The mother and son are pitiful enough." Hearing this, the Yan family member quickly said, "Forget it, throw the two of them into the pigsty." Lin Muchu then asked, "Why has the stronghold become such an ungoverned place?" It wasn't because of their terrifying power, but rather the massive and united population. Nobody dared to lay a hand on so many civilians. Zhao Zhao suddenly screamed out, "We absolutely cannot forgive him." Jojo quickly went over to comfort her. Sister Zhao Zhao stopped talking. Shen An also hurriedly consoled her. "Zhao Zhao, rest assured. I will definitely seek justice for everyone." Mu Linqiu began to analyze. Although the underground emperor Gu Chenghuang was domineering in the past, he was considered chivalrous. Therefore, the stronghold had never committed any acts against nature or reason before. The hostile forces fundamentally just wanted to annex them. With Gu Chenghuang's personality, he would never tolerate trash like Lu Dingji. Shen Yun hummed in agreement after hearing this, and he and Mu Lingqiu immediately turned invisible to exit. Surprisingly, there were no guards here. Shen An remarked. Daring to use commoners as meat shields, he is truly shameless. You, Yi's mother and son, are truly pitiful. How could a pigsty be a place for humans to live? Moreover, with injuries on their bodies, how could they survive if infection sets in? The man beside him whispered, a reminder. Keep your voice down. Who dares to disobey Yi Zhengwang nowadays? But we still shouldn't treat human lives as a joke. I'm going to bring them some food. If you are afraid, then don't follow me. Shen An and Lingqiu immediately followed to keep watch. Let's follow. This Yu Yi fellow isn't bad and possesses some strength. Yu Yi and his mother were thrown into the pigsty. Shen An approached, shouting in anger. You animals. Subsequently, the mother and son accepted food from Auntie Rong. Auntie Rong left immediately in a hurry. The old lady saw Shen An and asked in surprise, oh, is it you? What happened to you? She then clasped her hands, pleading. Could you please save my son Shen? And immediately asked, Auntie, can you tell me where Gu Chenghuang is? The emperor must be recovering in the courtyard, at the center of the stronghold. If you go into the middle, you will see a huge banyan tree. That is the place. The emperor is a good person. You must not hurt him. Shen An replied. Please, rest assured, Auntie. Then a subordinate following Shen An called to report. Brother Hai, that person you mentioned has arrived. He just left Yu Yi's place. Can our rent for this month be reduced a little bit? Thank you, Brother Hai. Lingqiu grabbed his hand and pulled him along. It must be over here, beneath a gigantic ancient tree. Luo was trying to climb up. Xiangxiang, come over here. Xiangxiang reached out her hand toward the girl, their hands almost touching. But unfortunately, Luo slipped and fell downward. The girl fell freely toward the ground, screaming in panic. Shen An anxiously ran toward Luo. This is bad. Finally, he caught the girl. It's okay, don't be afraid. At this moment, someone heard the noise and ran out asking who is there. He shined a light toward Shen An. Hey, you there, but in the blink of an eye, no one was there. He was shocked. What happened? It was Lin Cho who had shielded him, making him invisible to this person. Am I hallucinating? He walked his dog back, muttering to himself. Brother Hai warned us to watch out for unusual movements, but how exactly does one spot an invisible person? Just then Luo ran out, calling Dad. It is me. The man asked angrily, why are you not asleep in the middle of the night? Get back inside with me right now. He muttered, damn it, you scared the life out of me, go to sleep. Shannon exhaled in relief. It is lucky you reacted so quickly. Otherwise, we would have definitely been exposed. Lin Qiu shook her head wearily and said, Boss, oh boss, if I stick around you any longer, the constant stress is going to turn my heart into a block of cement. They continued their search mission, but noticing his strange demeanor, Lin Qiu asked Boss, is something wrong? He immediately voiced the suspicion growing in his mind. This Gu Chenghuang is supposed to be a regional overlord. Even if he is recovering from an injury, why is there not a single guard posted anywhere with focused eyes? Lin Qiu analyzed the situation carefully. Although Gu Chenghuang is known as the underground emperor, he actually dislikes large-scale conflicts. He usually keeps a low profile and primarily uses public transportation when he goes out, so this lack of security is not entirely surprising. As she explained this, she did not forget to issue a warning. However, we should still remain cautious. Shen An agreed with that sentiment. True to their word, a moment later, the two of them were standing directly in front of Gu Chenghuang's room. To prepare for any possible scenario, Shen An immediately activated his clairvoyance ability, gazing through the walls to see everything inside, a classic move for a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. He observed the situation inside for a moment before telling Lin Qiu, it looks like there is no one inside except for Gu Chenghuang, so let us go in. As Lin Qiu was preparing to turn the handle and step inside, Shen An suddenly stopped her for a few seconds and asked, wait, what level has Gu Chenghuang's strength actually reached? Lin Qiu replied, I heard before that Gu Chenghuang is at least at the 3rd rank of strength. He should be just as powerful as Chen Longhai. Hearing this, Shen An frowned slightly, his tone becoming firm. In that case, the person inside is not Gu Chenghuang, as the strength of this individual has not even reached the 1st rank. With her sharp intelligence, Lin Qiu realized that something was amiss. She immediately made a deduction. Could it be that they knew we were coming and set a trap here in advance, feeling that the situation might unfold exactly as Lin Chu suggested? Shen An focused intensely, using his clairvoyance to scan every nook and cranny of the city. After getting a grasp of the surrounding situation, he immediately reported to Lin Chu. There is no ambush within a few miles, so it does not look like a trap. But if Gu Chenghuang is seriously ill, why would he need a substitute? Lin Chu stepped decisively toward the sickbed. Well, then we just need to ask this guy for his identity. She grabbed the person by the collar and yanked him up in one motion, shouting an order for him to sit up. The old man panicked. Who are you people you came here to? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chu pressed a cold blade against his neck. Her face darkened, and her sharp, threatening gaze made the old man tremble, not daring to move a muscle. She then spoke in a cold, menacing voice. Try making a single sound and see what happens. You had better answer my questions. The old man replied in fear. Okay. At this moment, Shen An stood behind her and questioned, Who are you? Why are you impersonating Gu Huangcheng? The man stammered in response. My name is Sa Wujin. The Yan family ordered me to pose as the emperor. Shen An's voice grew stern as he pressed further. Why did you agree to this charade? And where is the real Gu Huangcheng right now? The old man decided to answer honestly. The Yan family claimed the emperor wanted to cultivate in secret, but I honestly have no idea where he actually is. Just then, a group led by Xiang Feng aggressively stormed into the room, shouting, Hey old man, keep your wits about you for these next 2 days. He mentioned that the Yan family warned that the brat might come asking about Gu Huangcheng today. By this time, Shen An and Lin Chu had vanished from sight, leaving only the old impostor lying on the sickbed. With a guilty tremor in his voice, he replied, All right, I understand, boss. The old man's face turned increasingly pale. Noticing the strange behavior, Xiang Feng asked, What are you so nervous about? Sweating cold bullets, the old man forced himself to reply, I am fine. He was the only one aware that a sharp blade was currently pressed against his back. However, his clumsy demeanor only served to arouse Xiang Feng's suspicions. He ordered his subordinates to shut the door. The henchmen immediately obeyed, closing the entrance and positioning themselves to block the exit. Nervous, the old man asked boss, What are you planning to do? At that moment, holding a spray can with a meaningful smirk, Xiang Feng confidently declared, According to my sources, that brat has a companion from the Shadow Sect who knows stealth arts, but I have a way to force that invisible rat to appear. Xiang Feng raised the can, shouting, Reveal yourself. A cloud of red mist surged toward Lin Chu, just as she held the knife near the old man on the bed, causing the tip of the blade to prick his body. The old man let out a cry of pain. Xiang Feng, annoyed, snapped, What are you screaming for? The impostor quickly improvised. I thought I saw something flash under the door just now, and I wondered if someone was outside. Xiang Feng barked an order to his men, Go check it out. One of the thugs peeked outside, then turned back to report, There is no one out there. Xiang Feng glared at the old man and scolded, You are acting very strange today. Is there something you haven't told me? The impostor hurriedly explained. Of course not. How would I dare? Xiang Feng sprayed the area a few more times before concluding, It seems they aren't here after all. Let's move out. His subordinate replied, Understood. Once they had left, Lin Chu, who was hiding under the bed, whispered a reminder, Boss, you are touching me. Shen An awkwardly pulled away. What? No, I wasn't. When the two of them finally revealed themselves, the old man sighed helplessly. You two saw it for yourselves. How could they possibly trust me with important matters? You would be better off following them. Shen nodded in agreement. He makes a valid point. Lin Chu knocked the man unconscious, saying, Then, we're off. As soon as they stepped outside, they overheard a thug asking, Has Miss Gu Tian been causing any trouble lately? The other replied, None at all. The eldest Miss Gu goes to church by day and hits the nightclubs by night. She probably has no idea that Emperor Gu Huangcheng is actually being held under house arrest by Jun Lin. Xiang Feng angrily snapped, Shut up. Those words are not something you can just spout carelessly, so watch your mouth while we are outside. Another lackey whined, I do not know what Jun Lin is plotting with Gu Huangcheng by keeping him locked in the boxing gym, but it is stopping the brothers from training. My hands are itching to punch something. Xiang Feng ordered, Let us go, we should check on Miss Gu Qian first. Lin Chu revealed that Gu Qian was the only daughter of the Emperor Gu Huangcheng, but there was very little news about her other than rumors that she was quite rebellious. Xiang Feng's group observed the crowd ahead, saying, Do not be so arrogant. The Emperor is seriously ill, so no one is going to pamper you anymore. That is right, stop causing trouble. He looked at them with disdain. They were just some outsiders acting high and mighty because of a little business with Junlin just waiting to be dealt with. A subordinate asked for instructions. Should we help? Suddenly, the arrogant guy in the distance took a full-force kick and went flying straight towards Yongfeng. He stepped aside and remarked coldly, "Do you think she needs help?" Gu Qian was the one who delivered that kick, and she warned the other girl that if she could not protect herself, she should not visit such chaotic places. Go home immediately. The girl burst into tears, saying, "I am sorry." Xiongfeng waved his hand to greet her, calling out, "Eldest miss." Gu Qian immediately turned around when she sensed something unusual, but there was not a single soul on the street corner. Shen An was hugging the wall, hiding in the shadows. The five senses of this young lady seemed different from ordinary people, right? It appeared she was also a high-level expert in this awakening Manhwa world. Lin Qiu sighed, annoyed that there was yet another beautiful expert out there. Zhang Feng asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" She replied, "It is nothing." Shen An gave an awkward smile to Lin Qiu, saying, "Now we know that Gu Huangcheng is being kept under house arrest by Yan Junlin at the boxing gym. So let us go directly to the gym to find him, or maybe grab a lackey to interrogate." The two of them moved to a dilapidated building. Lin Qiu confirmed that this must be the place, as she could sense the aura of an expert inside. Shen An sensed that although the presence was weak, it was definitely grade 3 or higher. He looked at the lock with concern. Breaking it would surely alert everyone that an intruder had arrived. Seeing him climb over the wall, Lin Qiu was not surprised at all. "I guessed you would do that." She assessed that the boss was simply a natural-born cat burglar. He pulled the window shut, leaving Lin Qiu feeling helpless about his antics. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who are you? Are you here to kill me?" Looking at the man in the ring, Lin Qiu confirmed that this was likely the real Gu Huangcheng. He was indeed the underground emperor, Gu Huangcheng. In the sick room, Master Yan lit a cigarette and took a drag. Zhang Feng returned to report, "Master Yan Shen An has arrived at the walled city." And Old Song also discovered that they went to meet Yu Yi. But after that, they vanished without a trace. He exclaimed, "Is this not happening right under my nose?" Xiong Feng could not believe it either. What is the meaning of this? Back on Shen An's side, he walked toward Wang Cheng. Although Wang Cheng was tied up, his tone was still incredibly arrogant. "Does that brat Yan Junlin lack the guts to kill me himself? Did he send two nameless nobodies to do his dirty work? I haven't seen you around before. Are you new to the walled city, Shen?" An asked curiously. "There are 10,000 people in the walled city. Do you really remember every single one?" He replied, "Those who enter the walled city are my family. Would you fail to recognize your own kin?" He introduced himself. "Senior Gu, I am Shen An, the leader of the future group. At present, I have come here boldly to ask for a favor from you, Senior Gu." Huang Cheng didn't recognize him. Shen An future group. I have never heard of them. It seems I have been imprisoned for so long that I no longer recognize the rising stars. I am merely a prisoner now. How could I possibly be of assistance to you? Shen An replied. "To be honest, Senior, there is a wicked man within the future group who forces others to commit atrocities. My intention is to kill him, but he is hiding within the walled city, and Yan Junlin is using the residents as human shields. That is why I need your help, Senior, to persuade the people, so they stop being manipulated by Yan Junlin." Huang Cheng was enraged upon hearing this. Yan Junlin, that beast, worse than a dog, actually dared to exploit innocent citizens. Killing intent radiated from his body. "I will kill him myself." Lin Qiu spoke up with doubt. Senior Gu is incredibly powerful. And following the logic of a leveling Manhwa, even if Yan Junlin cultivated for another 30 years, he wouldn't be able to harm you. "So, how did you end up imprisoned here?" Huang Cheng explained. "If it were just Yan Junlin, even with his entire army, they couldn't harm me. But he brought in reinforcements." That day, Yan Junlin had arrogantly declared, "Huang Cheng, it is time you considered stepping down." He responded firmly, "Yan Junlin, how many times have I told you? There are certain businesses strictly off limits. That is the rule of the walled city. Do you really think you can touch me with this rabble?" A chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. Ghost 4's whip lashed through the crowd with precision. He charged forward, chasing Yan Junlin. "Don't you dare run." Huang Cheng watched the unfolding scene in shock. Ghost 4 was blasted backward, and he quickly caught him. "What, Ghost 4, are you all right?" he urged urgently. "Huang Cheng, run." Then Zhu Yun's cold voice resonated. "Run, run," where he cried out in worry as he saw him charge at the opponent. Ghost 4, don't do it. The enemy's hand condensed flames, engulfing Ghost 4's body in fire. Huang Cheng charged forward in a rage. I will kill you. As their powers collided, he was shocked by the opponent's strength. Huang Cheng collapsed to the ground, powerless. Gasping. Impossible. Yan Junlin ran over laughing. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable One. Men take Huang Cheng away. He spoke with bitter regret. I couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Shen An then revealed, I have already killed that man. Not even his ashes remain. This news stunned Huang Cheng. You killed him. You are sure he was burned to ash. Suddenly, Huang Cheng went into a frenzy. Why did you kill him? Why? Lin Chu questioned. What's gotten into you? You couldn't fight back, and the boss avenged you, so why are you mad at him? Huang Cheng lamented. It turns out it was because he had harmed Ae, my wife. I have never seen a technique capable of damaging the heart meridians like that. If he is dead, I fear there is no one left in this world who can save Ae. Seeing Shen and point to himself, he clung to a shred of hope. Are you saying you can do it? The young man replied. If I have the power to kill him, surely breaking his technique is nothing difficult for me. It is merely a trick that shrouds the heart meridians in energy, leaving behind only a sliver of life force. Why wouldn't I be able to resolve it? First, let us get the senior out of here. Huang Cheng refused. I am not going anywhere. Ae is still in Yan Junlin's hands. If I leave, he will certainly kill Ae, unless you can bring her back here for me to see. Shen An admired his resolve. You really are a devoted lover, aren't you? Very well, I accept. Lin Chu whispered. But none of us know where Yan Junlin would hide someone. Are we just going to search blindly, Shen? And suddenly remembered something. That's right. Is Gu Qian your daughter senior? Why does she seem completely unaware of what has been going on? Huang Cheng replied. It was all part of Yan Junlin's scheme. He lied to Qianer, telling her that I went mad, practicing a cultivation technique critically injured her mother, and then vanished. Qianer was always close to Ae growing up, but now she surely hates me to her very core. Shen An could not stomach such underhanded tactics. Manipulating human emotions was a heinous crime. Senior, please leave this to me. Back at the hotel, he issued orders to his subordinates. Here's the situation. Yan Junlin has likely hidden Gu Huang Cheng's wife somewhere outside the stronghold. Go and investigate immediately. The subordinate complied. Yes, boss. Suddenly, a shout rang in his ears. A life for a life. Shen An looked out the window. Why were so many people gathering in front of the hotel? Lin Chu rushed in to report, boss, something has happened. He asked. In surprise, Lin Chu, what is going on? Who are these people? She replied. They are all residents of the stronghold. From outside, a subordinate reported, boss. It seems someone died in the stronghold last night. Now, they have surrounded our hotel and are demanding an explanation. He was skeptical. Someone died. Let me go take a look. Lin Chu advised against it. Boss, you shouldn't go out just yet. Let me check the situation first. Perhaps this can still be resolved peacefully. Shen An agreed. Then please be careful. She had barely cracked the door open when the chanting erupted around them. A life for a life. A life for a life. Shen An thought to himself. Even if someone died in the stronghold last night, why come to this place? Furthermore, who exactly was the victim? Could it be Yu Yi? Lin Chu walked back in, muttering, this is bad. He stepped forward and asked, who is the dead person? She looked stunned as she said, the underground emperor, Gu Huangcheng, is dead. Shen An was shocked. That is impossible. As soon as the crowd saw him emerge, they shouted, the door is open. It's him. He has come out. Yan Junlin stood at the front, leading the accusations. Shen An, the emperor, had no grievance with you. So why did you kill him? I was the one who had a conflict with you yesterday. If you had a problem, you should have come for me. Why did you murder the emperor? The angry crowd pelted Shen An with rotten vegetables and eggs. Pay with your life. His subordinates immediately stepped forward to shield him, shouting, boss, watch out. Shen An was deep in thought, wondering where this sudden accusation stemmed from. He pushed his men aside, saying, I am fine. He then confronted the instigator Yan Junlin. On what grounds do you accuse me of killing Senior Gu? Did you, or did you not, sneak into the fortress last night to meet the Emperor Shen? An was rendered speechless, unable to refute the fact. Seeing his silence, Yan Junlin pressed the advantage. Well, do you dare to answer? Did you really think you could stealthily infiltrate the fortress without anyone noticing? Yan Junlin signaled his men to bring out a laptop to display the evidence. But Heaven's Net is vast and inescapable. Let everyone see for themselves. A familiar voice emanated from the computer, recording the moment the newcomer had the audacity to confront the two of them, something never seen before in the fortress. He never expected they had set such a trap. What is this? Yan Junlin let out a cold laugh. Unexpected, right? You really are an excellent supporting actor, playing along with my script perfectly, just like a villain in a leveling manhwa. He turned to the crowd and explained. When the emperor was cultivating his internal energy, he accidentally injured his wife. Feeling that he might hurt others, he requested that I lock him inside the boxing training room. You sinister and vicious scoundrel. You took advantage of the emperor's restricted movement to assassinate him. You are truly lower than a pig or a dog. Shen An radiated a terrifying killing intent. You dare frame me. Suddenly Gu Qian charged from behind to attack him. Lin Qiu quickly shoved Shen An aside, shouting, "Careful," before turning to scold the attacker. Are you out of your mind? Nothing is clear yet, and you already want to commit murder? Gu Qian retorted sharply. The witnesses and material evidence are irrefutable. What is left to justify? Lin Qiu questioned her. Did you actually see the boss meet the emperor and strike the killing blow? Yan Junlin interjected, arguing that due to their previous conflict, Shen An had infiltrated the fortress under the cover of night. If he didn't come to kill, did he come to apologize? The emperor was assassinated the very moment you arrived. So who else could it be, if not you? Gu Qian barked an order. Step aside. But Lin Qiu refused to budge. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching the boss. Gu Qian decided she would deal with her as well. Fine. Then you are complicit as well. You can die first. After saying that, she rushed toward Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu leaned her body, barely dodging a punch from Gu Qian. Lin Qiu was initially overconfident, thinking her opponent was nothing special. However, when she turned invisible and threw a punch, Gu Qian managed to dodge it. She was shocked, thinking, what? How did she know where I was? Gu Qian closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. So, what if you are invisible? Even without using my eyesight, my speed is still superior to yours. Lin Qiu refused to believe it, shouting, "You're talking nonsense." But instantly, she took a heavy punch straight to the gut from Gu Qian. Shen An rushed to support her, asking Lin Qiu, "Are you all right?" She responded resiliently, "I'm fine, keep going." Gu Qian kept her eyes closed, sensing every movement of her opponent, before launching a precise kick at Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu planted her hand on the ground for leverage, then vaulted her body upward to return a kick at Gu Qian. However, Gu Qian firmly grabbed her ankle, sneering, "I caught you." The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as Lin Qiu screamed in agony, her face drenched in cold sweat. Seeing this, Shen An called out her name in distress. Gu Qian turned her attention to him. "It is your turn now. I am going to kill you." Shen An's subordinates immediately stood in front to block her path, shouting, "Don't come any closer." He pushed them aside, warning that she was out of their league, and to stay back. Then Shen An stepped forward furiously and said, "Gu Qian, I guarantee I did not kill your father." She threw a punch straight at his face, forcing Shen An to stumble back. He repeated once more, "I did not kill Senior Gu." But Gu Qian turned a deaf ear and delivered a kick that sent him flying. Shen An's subordinates anxiously called out boss, but he reiterated, "I really didn't kill him," leaving her speechless at his stubbornness. Lin Qiu rushed over and hugged Gu Qian's leg, pleading, "It's true, it wasn't us," but she kicked him away with a straight leg, shouting, "Let go," while Zhu Zhu panicked and ran out, calling for Sister Mu. Gu Qian's fist was right in front of her face, but Shen An blocked it, saying, "This has nothing to do with her aim at me," leaving her shocked at when he had arrived in front of her. Why hadn't her five senses detected him? Was he concealing his stats like a protagonist in a system? Manhwa. Gu Qian's knee drove hard into Shen An's stomach, causing him to cough up blood in agony. She questioned, "You could have actually dodged that. So why didn't you?" To which Shen An slumped to the ground and replied, "I understand your emotions, but I truly did not kill anyone." Jun Lin sharply noticed the situation wasn't good and instigated Shen An. "You are a petty villain. You don't even have the courage to face the young miss in a fair fight. It is obvious you only excel at assassination and murder. Young miss, don't let this beast escape. Young miss, you must avenge the emperor. Young miss, don't let this kind of scum get away." Lin Qiu stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment. Currently, there is no direct evidence proving we killed the emperor. What you saw was merely us bringing the emperor for a meeting. The reason we hid and sneaked in was because we feared Yan Jun would use ordinary villagers as weapons to control us." Shen An is a good person, little Luo also shouted. "Big brother is a good person," before her father quickly pulled her away. "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense," Lin Qiu continued asking. "You also want the cause of your father's death to be clarified, and don't want to let the real culprit go right. But if you beat Shen An to death right now, it will only pain your loved ones and delight your enemies." To which Gu Qian replied, "What do you propose?" And Lin Qiu sighed, saying, "Call the authorities." About 15 minutes later, A fleet of police cars arrived at the scene. Shannon reassured everyone before being taken away. Don't worry. I didn't kill anyone. The authorities will surely investigate and find the truth. Gu Qian spoke up. I will give you guys time to investigate. But if it is later proven that my father was indeed killed by you, I will make you suffer. After saying that, she turned sharply and left. Lin Qiu breathed a sigh of relief that the troublesome people had finally gone, then suddenly remembered something and picked up her phone to check. A notification sounded from the phone. The number you are calling is powered off, and Lin Qiu was surprised. Why is it still off? What on earth is going on with this damn girl? Playing the disappearance act during a life or death situation. Zuzu worriedly asked Sister Mu, what should we do now? Could Brother Shannon be in danger? But she guaranteed, rest assured, with the boss's strength, unless he seeks a dead end himself, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt him. Everyone join me in the conference room. We need to brainstorm a solution together. They obeyed the command and followed the assignment. Meanwhile, on the road, a car was already driving away. The person inside the vehicle issued an order. The show is over, let's move out. Shen, Anne, I'm watching to see how you break this deadlock. The scene shifts to an archipelago in the vast ocean. A group of people in the forest was sprinting toward a cave. Vivi was locked in a fierce battle with a giant beast, leaning her body to narrowly dodge its snapping jaws. Her blades sank deep into the monster's flesh. As the chaotic melee continued, the beast was flung to the side. The captain of the other group shouted loudly, "Hurry, run inside." Vivi warned them anxiously, "Do not go in there." But before she could finish her sentence, a strange sound echoed from within the cave. A team member cried out in terror, "Captain, there's a monster inside." Before he could finish speaking, a beast impaled him. Vivi gasped in shock. How is that possible? Enraged, she charged with her blade. "You filth, I'll kill you." Inside the cave stood a monster with glowing red eyes. Vivi's jaw dropped as she realized it was a variant. She was now surrounded by monsters on all sides. Vivi prepared to fight to the death against them. "If you won't let me live, I'm taking you all down with me." The giant beast saw her try to run, so it spun around and swung its massive arm, slamming Vivi violently into a nearby tree. A split second later, she let out a scream, filled with agony. Before she could even regain her senses, the monsters swarmed toward her simultaneously. However, Vivi had absolutely no strength left to mount a defense. And in that moment, her eyes slowly closed tight, resigning her life to fate. In Vivi's mind, a memory from 3 days ago unconsciously surfaced. Old G had told her, "Vivi, we have a secret mission to execute." He pointed seriously at a screen displaying a clear image of an island and continued to explain. "Our surveillance system has detected a massive number of monsters appearing on an island in the Pacific Ocean. Although they haven't moved to inhabited areas yet, once those monsters set foot on the mainland, Silver City will be the first place to face destruction." Meanwhile, Vivi recalled earlier instructions. "Vivi, you belong to the organization, and I don't want Old G to know about this too soon. Find your own excuse to handle him." Old G added, "As law enforcement and the organization responsible for stability, we have an obligation to protect the people. Therefore, I will personally lead a team to that island to conduct a sweep." His voice remained steady. "This matter has massive implications and could easily cause panic among the populace. Therefore, all our communication devices will be controlled. Absolutely no news can leak out. Not even Shenan is allowed to know." The scene transitions to the sky above the monster-occupied island, where a military helicopter was circling mid-air. They disembarked from the chopper. Soldiers took the lead, while Old G and Vivi quickly followed behind. Old G immediately began formulating a strategy. "First, we will establish a temporary command post on the high ground. You will lead a squad to scout the perimeter ahead, but you must exercise extreme caution. Do not engage in reckless combat." Vivi replied, "I understand, rest assured." She immediately discarded her outer coat, revealing the combat suit beneath. She then issued a stern command. "Tactical team, check your gear and follow me." The entire squad acknowledged the order in unison. "Roger." Barely a few steps into their march, the squad led by Vivi witnessed an astonishing sight. Multitudes of monsters of every species were jostling for space on the island, creating a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa. One member exclaimed, "Good heavens." Vivi, equally stunned, remarked, "Is this the prehistoric world?" Just as everyone's guard was down, suddenly, a monstrous bird snatched a squad member by the arm and hoisted him into the air, eliciting a terrified scream. A teammate nearby frantically ordered the others to shoot it down. Cutting back to the present sometime later, Vivi remained unconscious from the earlier trauma. A stream of drool from somewhere above was trickling down her face. A second later, Vivi's eyes snapped open, jolting her from her stupor. She froze, realizing she was about to become a delicious meal for the monster, gaping its maw right before her. With the beast's mouth descending upon her, Vivi had no choice but to dodge narrowly, escaping the fate of becoming fodder. She realized she had been dropped right into their feeding bowl. Vivi gripped her knife tightly. This was dire. She assumed a defensive stance, wondering if she could possibly survive this nightmare and escape. The monster charged thunderously toward Vivi, and she slashed her knife across its neck. Unfortunately, her arm was immediately clamped down upon by another beast. Vivi instantly raised her knife to strike, but before she could retaliate, her other wrist was bitten. Vivi mentally cursed. Not good. Pinned down from both sides, she could only cry out. Shen and Vivi has lost all hope this time. Shen and I'll see you in the next life. However, a figure suddenly appeared and punched the monster squarely in the head. It was this stranger who pried open the monster's jaws to rescue Vivi, leaving her in utter disbelief. Vivi assessed her savior. His entire body was covered in scales, resembling an upgraded version of her own steel-reinforced physique. Sun Ming single-handedly dispatched the monsters in the cave, and the remaining beasts, realizing they were outmatched, immediately fled. He extended a hand toward Vivi and asked, "Are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine. Are you human?" Faced with Vivi's skeptical question, he could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. "Hey, don't be so scared, I am indeed human." To prove it, he reverted to his human form, revealing his rock-hard abdominal muscles, then introduced himself clearly. "My name is Sun Ming. I'm with the military. You must be from the government, correct?" He suggested they leave the area immediately. "There are too many fierce beasts here. Let's head back to camp first." Sun Ming then asked Vivi, "Can you still walk in your current condition?" She replied, "Yes, I can walk on my own." Internally, she pondered his introduction. The military, I've never heard old G mention him. It appeared that the military had also joined the operation, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the name Sun Ming sounded incredibly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The two of them immediately sprinted away from the area, heading straight for the exit. Upon reaching the rendezvous point, Sun Ming waved his hand to greet Old Kai and Old K, shouting, "Hey there, old-timer. I have officially returned." Seeing this, Old Kai immediately rushed over to ask, "Were you able to locate the people from the government side?" He went on ahead, "So I arrived a bit too late and only managed to rescue one person." Just then, Bywei followed close behind him. Old K asked if she was all right, but her mood was clearly plummeting. She turned to him and confessed, "Old K, I failed to take proper care of my brothers." Hearing this, the old man could only sigh with deep emotion. "The danger within this place has far exceeded my imagination, but I am relieved that you are alive and have returned. Come now, let me introduce you to Old Kai, the military officer in charge here, and this is Sun Ming, Old Kai's beloved disciple." Old Ka then gestured toward the woman to introduce her, saying, "Let me present Bywei, an official government agent, and also my capable right-hand assistant." Sun Ming looked shocked and exclaimed, "You are Bywei. No wonder I just heard you calling out for Shen An earlier. So it turns out, you are the Steel Slayer that Shen An mentioned." Weiwei's expression darkened as she asked, "Is that really how he described me to you? What else did he say? Tell me every detail." Her intensity terrified him, so he stammered, "That is everything." Weiwei looked at him thoughtfully and said, "I remember now, you are Shen An's best friend. It is no surprise your name sounded somewhat familiar to me." Old Kai stepped forward and said, "Well, that is good. Since we are all old acquaintances, we can focus on the situation at hand, which everyone has seen is far more critical than we imagined." Old Ka continued, "The dimensional gate has been torn open, and human society will face a threat reminiscent of a chaotic awakening Manhwa, potentially leading to our total extinction." Old Kai explained. Initially, the military was assigned to eradicate the mutant beasts, but their terror level exceeded all expectations, leaving Sun Ming as the sole survivor of his squad. Weiwei replied, "Old K, actually I have known for a long time that the dimensional gate was opened. Please forgive me for not reporting this to you sooner." Old K asked with curiosity, "Why do you say that?" She then explained the entire sequence of events, mentioning that Shen An had spoken about the destruction of the dimensional gate and the need to reconstruct the barrier. Perhaps he would have a solution. Old Kai asked skeptically, "Do you really believe his words? Shen An is merely a young man who is just starting to step out into the world." Sun Ming stepped up to speak for him. "I believe in him, absolutely and implicitly." The old man asked his friend, "What do you think?" Old K replied, This talk of sealing the barrier is not entirely unreasonable. However, even we are not privy to this information, so how could Shannon possibly know these details? Is there anything else you are keeping from me? Bywei nodded. That is all. Sun Ming clearly showed his displeasure. What is the matter? Shen An is my best brother. Everything he wants to do is for the sake of humanity, so why suspect him? Old Kai looked ready to knock some sense into him, and said, This brat is being too impudent. Regardless of your feelings, this is a grave matter concerning the safety of the entire human race. Elder G's cautious approach was definitely the right course of action. Elder G proposed, I am actually acquainted with young friend Shen An. I have a lot of confidence in that boy. Since that is the case, how about we let Sun Jiaoge and Bywei go look for Shen? Sun Ming was thrilled to hear this. That works. I have not punched that brat in ages. Bywei was concerned about Elder G's situation, but we do not have many people left on this side. What will you do, sir? Old Guy guaranteed. Rest assured, with me here, your Elder G will not be dying anytime soon. Going to find Shannon quickly is the important task. He instructed the old man. Old Guy, then you better look after yourself properly. I still want to come back and find you for a drink. The helicopter whisked them away from the island. Meanwhile, at the detention center where Shen An was locked up, he lay on the bed thinking. Based on Huang Cheng's words, the person who made a move against him was that monster I had already disposed of. That monster was on Shu Tianming's side. So the mastermind behind the scenes is definitely Shu Tianming. Shu Tianming surely knows the monster was handled by me, and fearing I would cause him trouble, he came up with this plan. He lost his powerful support from the dark organization, and knew that opposing me directly offers no chance, so he used the forces of the walled city to bog me down. First shaking hands with Huang Cheng to prop up the puppet Yan Junlin. Then using Yan Junlin to support Lu Dingji, letting Lu Dingji pick fights within the group to cause a conflict between me and the walled city. At a moment like this, killing Huang Cheng and going with the flow would allow him to successfully shift the blame onto me. Given Huang Cheng's status in the hearts of the walled city people, the entire walled city is now effectively in a dispute with the future group. Shu Tianming is conspiring with the monsters of this world, and there is definitely a conspiracy behind it. He pinned me down because he did not want me ruining this plan, but he is assessing me too highly. I am still just thinking about the barrier seal issue. Future Shen, and cursed angrily. You brat, you are really something. How did you manage to infiltrate a prison like some twisted manhwa recap plot? So, does this mean I will become someone with a criminal record? My innocent body Shen An was also annoyed. You finally knew to show up. The future self asked. Things are in hot water on my side too. What on earth happened to you? Shen An replied. I was plotted against by Shu Tianming. He ignited a conflict between me and the walled city. And after that? But what is his ultimate goal in doing this? Future Shen, and revealed, I suspect he is helping the people of that other world recover. This person is too terrifying, but the crux of the problem right now is that you must escape this predicament first. He sighed. This prison cell cannot actually hold me. But if I just leave like this, the pot of filth will be dumped on my head for sure. I hope Lin Chu's association can find a way to resolve this. On Lin Chu's side, Zuzu was pacing back and forth anxiously. Brother Shen An must be having a very hard time living in there. Sister Mu, what should we do now? She reminded her, Zhu, do not be so impatient. With your brother An's strength, no one can bully him. Wang Bao proposed. The way I see it, just capture that bastard Yan Junlin. I will use the method I used on the Black Bear to force him to confess everything. Another person beside them chimed in. We also have that guy Lu Dingji. Force him to cough up his true objective for colluding with the Yan Junlin family. Lin Chu immediately rejected this suggestion. Absolutely not. The reason the boss chose to alert the officials was precisely to prevent the conflict between us and the fortress from escalating into an all-out war. We must find a way to clear the boss's name of these suspicions. Mai Han then brought them some troubling news. The incident was spreading too rapidly, and online public opinion was claiming the future group was abusing its power to bully others. They were even painting the boss as an enemy of the people. A flood of comments discussed the case, with some mentioning he was a high-level esper, a classic trope in an awakening manhwa scenario gone wrong. He killed the underground emperor. Before that, this guy wiped out the head of the Chen family and seized their assets. Isn't that just bandit behavior? Why is no one stepping in? I heard the officials are in cahoots with him. There's a short-haired woman by his side who seems to be some minor officer within the government. There is no justice left. If the officials dare to cover for him, we'll make a huge scene. That's right, organize a protest. A life for a life. Zuzu could not understand the hostility. What is wrong with these netizens? They don't know the cause or the consequences, but are already jumping to wild conclusions. Do they have any idea how much effort Brother Shenan put into protecting them? Lin Chu understood the situation all too well. No need to look further. They are definitely being led by the nose. The person manipulating opinion is likely the mastermind who planned this whole affair. Zuzu was fuming with anger. I'm going to start a live stream to clarify things for Brother Shenan. Lin Chu thought helplessly to herself. This silly girl, the Fortress faction, has millions of people and public opinion spreads easily. Right now, someone is intentionally manufacturing conflict. It might be useless, but perhaps it will make you feel a little better. Lin Chu eventually relented. Fine then. You can mention things like how the boss saved people at Wanyuan Mountain before. She then instructed Wang Bao's group. For the next few days, everyone try not to go out alone. Wang Meng, Wang Bao, you two are responsible for protecting Zuzu. Wang Bao promised. Don't worry. Zuzu then asked curiously, Sister Mu, what do you plan to do? She replied, if there is someone willing to believe in the boss and speak up for him, perhaps this stain can be washed away. Wang Bao was surprised. Does such a person actually exist? Is it Sister Wei? Lin Chu, revealed Bywei's whereabouts, are currently unknown, so we can't count on her. The person I am talking about is Huang Cheng's daughter Gu Qian. At the building where Gu Qian was staying, she stood before Huang Cheng's memorial altar and issued an order. It is getting late. Everyone go and rest. I wish to stay by my father's side. The people behind her offered advice. Miss Gu, please restrain your grief. Gu Qian remained silent until everyone had left. Then she called out to the person hiding in the shadows. Show yourself. What business do you have with me? Lin Chu replied. I wanted to find you to discuss something. Gu Qian frowned and asked. Discuss? What is there for us to talk about? I suppose we can talk, but only if you survive without being beaten to death by me. Lin Chu sighed and replied. I understand your current mood. But, before she could finish, a fist came flying straight at Lin Chu. She hurriedly leaned her body to dodge to the side. Gu Qian continued her assault. That move is useless against me. She then closed her eyes to sense the movements. Lin Chu warned. If you refuse to see with your eyes, why not try using your mind to grasp the entire situation clearly? Gu Qian retorted stubbornly. I will take my time analyzing it after I have beaten the life out of you. Lin Chu absorbed the full force of her opponent's punch, collapsing onto the ground. Gu Qian gloated triumphantly. Once I am done finishing you off, I will go take care of your boss next. Lin Chu issued a warning. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will not show you any mercy. The other woman asked with disdain. Is your boss just some leech who hides behind a woman's back? In that case, I will grant your death wish. As the words fell, Gu Qian swung her fist straight forward. Seeing that her opponent was attacking seriously, Lin Chu hesitated no longer. She clenched her fist tight, power surging as she prepared to counterattack. In the very next instant, both of them threw their punches simultaneously. As their fists collided, a violent shockwave exploded outwards, with red sparks flashing in midair. Gu Qian's hand visibly turned red, and she gritted her teeth to endure the pain. Her eyes flashing with a mix of annoyance and admiration. That armor was incredibly tough, reminiscent of high-level gear in a leveling manhwa. Before Gu Qian could even regain her composure, Lin Chu had already taken a step forward, her arms spinning with lightning speed to launch the next punch. Gu Qian instinctively raised her hand to block immediately, retreating a few steps to quickly stabilize her body. Her gaze hardening with determination, Lin Chu reiterated, I did not come here to fight you, but only to show you that we are not afraid of you. Now, are you ready to discuss business? Gu Qian asked angrily. You think you can challenge me just because you have some gear? Who gave you that kind of confidence? You are missing the point. Do you not want to save your mother anymore? She paused abruptly. What did you say, my mother? What exactly do you know? Lin Chu revealed. Gu Huangcheng has already told us the entire truth. Is it true that your mother had her heart meridian sealed? Yan Junlin told you that Gu Huangcheng was the culprit, so you believed him and hated your father to the bone, didn't you? Gu Qian remained steadfast in her belief. Uncle Yan would never lie to me. And besides, who else in the stronghold other than Gu Huangcheng possesses such a divine beast? Lin Chu pointed out a flaw. Just because there is no one inside the stronghold, how do you know there is no one outside of it? In this world, there is always a mountain higher than the one you stand on. However, the technique to attack the heart meridian is indeed something ordinary people cannot do. Have you ever actually seen your father use this skill to deal with anyone else? Gu Qian was shocked upon hearing this, and her face darkened. Lin Qiu continued, you have never seen it because he does not know this technique at all. In fact, perhaps no one in this entire world has mastered this method. Gu Qian asked curiously. No one in this world knows it. Then, where did my mother's injury come from? Lin Qiu revealed the secret. The person who injured your mother must have come from a completely different world. Obviously, she did not believe it. I gave you a chance to speak properly, but now you are just spouting nonsense at me. Where would another world come from? Why don't you just come out and say it was an alien? Lin Qiu pointed at herself and replied, because I have also suffered from that exact same type of injury. This revelation made Gu Qian freeze, as if she had been paralyzed. Yu Lin Qiu recounted, a few days ago, a mysterious person came to our corporation and used that heart meridian locking technique to kidnap me. Anyone struck by this technique remains conscious in their mind, but cannot physically wake up effectively, becoming a vegetable. Gu Qian mused thoughtfully. Uncle Yan said the exact same thing, claiming that even the best doctors could not treat it. So, how did you manage to recover? She continued. The person who injured me is actually my boss, and he was the one who healed me. But the crucial question is, how did Yan Junlin know your mother's specific symptoms? My boss once stated that this condition is undetectable even by top-tier modern medicine, unless the victim wakes up to describe it. Therefore, if he could describe the state of the injury, there is only one possibility: he knows the attacker personally. She looked shocked. That is impossible. Why would Uncle Yan want to harm my mother? Lin Qiu pointed out the reality of who currently held the power in the stronghold. Yan Junlin was originally the regent, but now that Gu Huangqing is gone, he is poised to become the next emperor of the underground world. Gu Qian began to sway, seeing the logic in her words. Just then, Yan Junlin walked in saying, Niece, you are being tricked by her. She claimed earlier that no one in this world could use that technique to harm people, yet her boss supposedly has the cure for it. How could Shen An possibly cure an injury that allegedly does not exist in this world? There is only one explanation: he is the culprit who inflicted this wound. Was it Shen An who hurt my mother? It must be him. Shen An harmed my sister-in-law, framed the emperor, and then killed him to silence witnesses. Kill her now. They all turned their gazes toward Lin Qiu, and the minions rushed in to attack. Their fists condensed with firepower as they simultaneously struck toward Lin Qiu. The flames illuminated the corner, but Lin Qiu stood safely to the side, unharmed. Gu Qian, I've revealed the truth to you. Whether you believe it or not depends on your own perception. We will meet again. Seeing her vanish in the blink of an eye, the minion was astonished. Where did she go? Yan Junlin advised Miss Gu, do not trust the words of an outsider. She is trying to sow discord to destroy our stronghold from the inside. Gu Qian replied solemnly, I understand now. I regret not killing Shen An, and sooner, allowing the culprit to remain free outside the law. Yan Junlin was stunned. I want to. She appeared furious. I want to go kill him right now. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Uncle fully supports you. And to ensure your safety, I will send 2 subordinates to assist you. That night, at the Imperial Hotel, Wei returned and asked Wang Bao, where is Shen? On hearing Wei approach, Wang Bao's voice instantly turned joyful. Bywei, you have finally decided to show up. However, a second later, he urgently announced that the boss had been framed by Yan Junlin and was currently in the detention center. Upon hearing the bad news, Wei froze, her eyes filled with shock. The detention center. At that moment, Wang Bao suddenly grabbed her hand, crying and begging for her help. You must save the boss. Wei replied indifferently. Relax, he is so powerful, like the hero of a leveling manhwa, so he certainly will not die. That evening, Wei and son Ming decided to set out for the detention center to rescue Shen An. Wei said, let's go. We need to check out the detention center. Sun Ming wasn't the least bit worried. Instead, he was eager to crack some jokes. To think that brat Shen An actually got himself captured. Once I get inside, I am definitely going to roast him relentlessly. 1 hour flew by, and finally, the pair arrived at their destination. Vivi stood there, staring down at Manager Qi, who was shamelessly dozing off on the job. A split second later, she slammed her hand onto the desk in frustration. She screamed right in Manager Qi's face, "Hey, wake up!" startling him out of his beautiful dream. The officer saw her approach and demanded to know who she was disturbing people's sleep in the dead of night. Vivi replied plainly, "I am here to see Shen An. Here are my credentials." The officer was stunned. You are a government agent." He quickly unlocked the door for her to enter. Shen An is right inside. The officer stepped aside, letting them pass. Vivi signaled the person behind her, let's move. Meanwhile, Shen An was relaxing on the bed, like the hero of a leveling manhwa, when a massive noise and an explosion suddenly erupted. He sat up in a panic, shouting, "Who's there?" It was Guqian, accompanied by 2 henchmen. "Shen, and long time no see. I have regrets, and now I am going to kill you immediately." She threw a punch, screaming "Die Shen," and leaned back to dodge the terrifying blow. The henchmen in the back cheered, "Miss Gu, you can do it." The surveillance cameras captured the entire scene. Junlin watched the situation unfold on his computer with crossed arms. He gloated, "Miss Gu, I hope you won't do anything that surprises me." Shenan angrily criticized. "Gu Qian, don't go too far." She raised her middle finger and cursed. "Trash, do you not even have the courage to fight me head-on?" He thought to himself that dragging this out wasn't a good strategy. He had to defeat her first. Then he counterattacked. "If you want to fight, then bring it on." Gu Qian looked on tensely as the powerful strike approached, and her 2 henchmen were immediately hit. Junlin was surprised to see his screen suddenly go black. Was the signal cut? Shenan shouted to Gu Qian, "Come on." She signaled him to stop. "Wait." Shenan was confused. "What are you doing now?" Gu Qian was searching the body of the henchman, and she pulled an object out. It was a hairpin that had been taken from Gu Qian previously. He was surprised. This was the elephant head soul hairpin. She curiously asked Shen An, "Did you come here this time to kill me?" He was confused. "Since when did you unlock your acupoints?" Gu Qian explained. "Lin Chu found me and revealed the truth, but I did not fully believe him, so I came to see you to confirm it." Shen An replied, "Your mother's injury was not caused by Gu Huangcheng, but asking me to prove that might be difficult. She only cared about one thing. Can you find and treat my mother?" Shen An replied with confidence. "That is something I am quite certain I can do," Gu Qian explained. "After my mother was injured, I saw her only once, and then she vanished. I did not think much of it before, but now it seems like a major issue. If you can cure my mother, the truth will come to light." Shen An had to look at her with new respect. "Gu Qian, I admit I underestimated you before." The 2 of them shook hands happily, agreeing to cooperate. Suddenly, there was a strange commotion outside, and Gu Qian looked terrified. "Not good, someone is approaching," she muttered, before hastily making her exit. "Run fast," Bywei's voice shouted loudly from outside, calling for Shen An, causing him to turn his head in surprise at the familiar sound. Seeing her standing outside, Shen An was astonished. "Bywei, wait a second. Why is Sun Ming here as well?" From outside came the voice, "Shen An, I have come to rescue you." Gu Qian asked curiously, "Do you know them?" He replied, "They are all friends of mine." Bywei came over, grabbed his hand to pull him back, and asked Shen An with concern, "Your life inside this prison is not too bad, is it?" He laughed and denied it. "It is a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. By the way, why are you 2 together? And how did you manage to find this place?" Bywei began to recount the story. "It happened like this. As the sky outside grew darker late into the night, Shen An finally understood the entire sequence of events inside the room. So that was the case. It seemed that the gate to the demon realm would open sooner or later, a classic turn of events for a system manhwa." She reminded him, "Shen An, let us solve your problem first, before discussing anything else. I have a contact within the walled city who can help you find the location of Gu Qian's mother." Hearing this, she was overjoyed. "That is wonderful." Several hours later, the moonlight outside illuminated the ground below. Bywei led the group to a location. The informant stated that Gu Qian's mother was in the building ahead, but the specific spot was unclear. Shen An closed his eyes to focus his mind. "Let me give it a try." Finally, he detected the presence of those 2 men and Gu Qian's mother lying in a hospital ward. He had determined the location. It was on the 3rd floor, room 302. Seeing her rush forward, Shen An stopped her. "Gu Qian, wait." The subordinate was shocked to see her. "Miss Gu, why have you come here?" Gu Qian replied, "I want to go inside." The man blocked her, saying, "Wait a moment. This is a restricted area. You cannot enter." She did not agree. "This place is the walled city, my territory. Are you people still unclear about your own identities?" The 2 men hesitated about this. "We are in a very difficult position." Gu Qian was determined not to leave, and threw a punch, shouting, "Get out of the way." These 2 were naturally no match for Gu Qian. She waved to Shen An's group. "It is fine, come over here quickly." He swiftly ran toward them. "Let us go," Gu Qian spoke up. "Shen An, if things are truly as you said this time, then I consider myself owing you a favor." He calmly replied, "We must find your mother first, before saying anything else." The door to the ward clicked open, and the man inside spun around abruptly to ask, "Who is it?" Gu Qian stepped in and said, "It is me." They were terrified. "Miss Gu, why did you come up here?" She walked in and questioned, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed up here?" They stammered, "No, that is not it." She said, "I want to go to room 302. Move aside." The man resolutely blocked the path. "No. Room 302 cannot be entered." Gu Qian was displeased by this. "Why do you people always forget your status? Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." The man took a solid punch, and his entire body flew far backward. The remaining two charged forward. "Miss, we are truly sorry." Their swords slashed down. Gu Qian tilted her body to dodge. She grabbed the heads of these two men. "Do you want to die?" Then Gu Qian decisively smashed their heads together with a loud thud. Sun Ming watched with trembling fear. This woman was absolutely ruthless, having handled the mob with clinical efficiency before ordering them to scramble. Gu Qian threw the hospital room door wide open, revealing her mother lying still on the sickbed. Tears welled in her eyes as she called out Mom. She grasped the older woman's hand, sobbing, "I am so sorry I let you suffer like this." Shen An stepped forward to examine the patient. The heart meridians were indeed sealed, but the situation was not entirely hopeless. Clinging to a fragile thread of hope, Gu Qian asked, "Is it true? Can you really cure my mother?" "It goes without saying," he replied, taking hold of the older woman's wrist. Moments later, Shen An announced, "All done." Gu Qian snapped back furiously. "Who do you think you are fooling? Do you take me for an idiot? You did not even do anything." Just then, Yihan's eyelids fluttered open. Gu Qian spun around in shock to see her mother sitting up and whispering, "Qian. My little Qian." Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed to the bedside. "Mom, you are actually awake." "Oh, thank heavens, I was terrified just moments ago." Sun Ming watched the scene with visible curiosity. Since when did this kid pick up medical skills like some protagonist in an awakening manhwa? That is impressive. Gu Qian immediately pressed, "Mom, who did this to you? Can you tell me?" Yihan replied, "It was a masked stranger. He injured your father and sealed my meridians. I do not remember anything after that." "Wait, where is your father? Why is he not here?" Gu Qian's voice broke with sorrow. "Dad, he passed away." Yihan gasped in sheer horror. "What did you say?" She walked over to address Shen An. "I apologize for misjudging you. I promise to help clear your name regarding this incident. However, right now I have urgent family matters to attend to. You all should head back for now." Shen An offered, "Do you need any assistance?" She shook her head firmly. "No, I can handle this." He nodded and turned to leave. "Take care of yourself then." A car sped aggressively down the highway. Inside, Junlin was gloating. "I knew my prediction was spot on. That brat Gu Qian actually uncovered the truth." Tian Ming replied with chilling confidence, "It does not matter. The game is only just beginning. However, now that the truth is out, you have outlived your usefulness." Junlin tensed up, panic setting in. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Meanwhile, at a hotel in the city center, Lin Chu questioned Wang Bao. "Can you confirm that Bywei came here earlier?" "That is correct. I gave them the boss's location, so she likely went to rescue him." She sighed deeply. "I certainly hope that is the case." Just then, Shannon walked in with the others. "I am back." Wang Bao's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss," he lunged forward to bear hug him. "Boss, you are okay? That is a relief. I was worried sick about you this whole time." Lin Chu asked with concern. "Did anything bad happen while you were inside?" He shrugged me. "What could possibly happen? Gu Qian's issue is resolved, and she agreed to help clear my name." She cheered. "Really? That is fantastic news." "That is great." Shen An suddenly remembered. "Right, I just came to check in. Bywei has some business to handle, so I'm going to go assist her." Lin Chu proactively asked, "What is happening? Do you need my assistance?" He declined. "I can handle this trip alone. You all just stay and guard the future group for me." Lin Chu agreed. "Understood." The following day, a helicopter soared toward an archipelago in the open sea, slowly touching down on a patch of flat ground. Suddenly, a strange noise rustled in the high canopy, causing Sun Ming to pause. What was that? A ferocious bear lunged out, and spotting its eye, Sun Ming knew instantly. That is a massive blind bear. Shen An sat down, motionless, warning. "Be careful, that bear is highly dangerous." Sun Ming raised his fist to charge. "I told you, just hide behind me." His fist slammed squarely into the bear's abdomen, but it had absolutely no effect, shocking Sun Ming. Is this like punching cotton? The beast let out a roar to intimidate him. Sun Ming retreated backward, barely escaping with his life, realizing this bear was quite powerful. It refused to give up and lunged forward again, preparing to maul Sun Ming. He was punched into the air before crashing down right at Shen An's feet. Helping him up, Shen An asked, "Need help?" Sun Ming refused. No need, that was just a minor slip-up. Shen An was skeptical. Really? That is a beast approaching the third rank. The bear charged at them once more, and Sun Ming braced himself for another round. Shen An could not wait any longer, and stepped in. "Watch me." Sun Ming worriedly shouted, "Shen An, do not be rash, you could get killed." Just before the bear roared. Its claws swiped toward Shen An, but the bear froze when it realized it could not harm him. Shen An raised his fist. "Relax, I am not going to die that easily." The beast took a direct hit from him, its entire body flying backward as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Sun Ming watched in terror. "Shen An, since when did you become this strong?" Shen An announced, "It is done, no problem." Sun Ming looked at him with new eyes, thinking this twist was like an awakening manhwa. "Shen An, you really hid your skills deep. How did you get stronger than me so fast?" Shen An countered, "You little brat, you have been hiding plenty from me too, right?" Sun Ming dodged the question. "Not at all." Suddenly, booming explosions echoed from afar. Bywei cried out in panic. "Big trouble?" "That is Old Ji's direction." Something happened. Shen An took the lead. "Let us go there." Elsewhere, amidst piles of beast corpses, near a spatial crack, someone exclaimed, "The monsters running out now are much stronger." The person beside him continued, "The entrance to the other world must be blocked as soon as possible. If the beasts escape, it will be a disaster for humanity." A giant claw extended from the spatial hole. Old Guy wondered, "What is that thing?" Old Ji looked out. "Careful. Another one is coming out." A gigantic tiger charged toward the two men. Old Ji stepped in front of his friend. "It is a demon tiger. Leave this one to me." He launched a palm strike at the tiger's leg. Old Ji rushed from behind. "Blitzkrieg tactics, we cannot delay any longer." A fist struck the tiger's back, sending its massive body flying backward. With its arm mangled and bloody, the heavy creature crashed to the ground. Old Ji understood clearly. Continuing like this is not a solution. If the exit is not sealed tight, the monsters will cease to stop coming out. Old Guy was waiting. One day has already passed. Sun Ming should be leading everyone here shortly. Elder Ji suddenly spotted something behind his companion. "Old Guy, watch your back." Just as the old man turned his head to identify the threat, a tiger standing on its hind legs let out a ferocious roar. Old Guy looked terrified. "This is bad. The beast has evolved." The savage tiger charged toward him with a terrifying bellow, prompting Old Guy to conjure a shield for defense. "Elder Ji, we absolutely cannot let this demon tiger escape." His companion replied, "I understand." However, a single punch from the tiger shattered Old Guy's defensive barrier into pieces. He was stunned. How is that even possible? Elder Ji provided support from the rear, shouting, "Old Guy, get some distance. Don't let yourself get hurt." He then unleashed a barrage of countless ice arrows toward the beast. The tiger roared once more, creating a shockwave strong enough to blow both men backward. Old Guy clutched his chest, eyeing the creature warily, while Elder Ji asked with concern, "Old Guy, are you all right?" Old Guy tried to reassure him. "Don't worry. It is just a petty demon tiger. How could it possibly trouble me?" Suddenly, a sword materialized right above the tiger's head, but the beast casually blocked the strike. Elder Ji's jaw dropped in disbelief at the sight. Meanwhile, Shen An had just arrived and asked curiously, "Vivi, is this the entrance to the other world you were talking about?" Elder Ji sighed in relief. "Everyone has returned." Old Guy asked suspiciously, "Is that kid Shen An?" Shen An inquired, "Are you okay, sir?" To which Old Guy replied, "I am still very stable." Shen An turned to look at the opponent. "Is this the monster that escaped?" Elder Ji advised Shen An, "This demon tiger is no ordinary beast. You should step back and let us two old men handle it." The boy retrieved his sword. "Since I am already here, I should stretch my muscles a bit." Old Guy retreated to his grandson's side and offered a sarcastic compliment. "Sun Ming, your brother sure knows how to brag, doesn't he? Just wait. He is bound to taste defeat soon enough." Shen An pointed the tip of his sword toward the tiger. The sword dashed toward the demon tiger. The beast threw a punch, but the blade curved to dodge the impact. While the demon tiger was confused, the sword tip suddenly appeared behind it, and the blade thrust straight into the demon tiger's buttocks. Sun Ming winced in sympathy. "That thing is so scheming." Elder Ji marveled. "This kid really does have some skill. He is stronger than I imagined." The demon tiger gripped the sword, pulled it out, and threw it back toward its source, but the weapon spun right back toward the beast. With another strike, the sword stabbed into the other buttock for symmetry. Shen uncharged forward. This place is not for you. Die. His fist aimed straight for its face. Shen An punched the tiger so hard it spurted blood. Its entire body flew backward, snapping a large tree behind it before the demon tiger crashed heavily to the ground in pain. Shen An recalled his sword. With the threat handled, Vivi began the discussion. Elder G, is the crack in the otherworld gate getting larger? He replied. Compared to when you left, it has strengthened significantly. Sun Ming called out to the boy, hurry and check the otherworld gate. The situation seems unstable, like the climax of a leveling manhwa. Shen An looked up at the otherworld gate in the sky, sensing an overwhelming aura. Vivi asked expectantly, well, is there any way to seal it? Shen An confirmed. There is a way, but my current strength is insufficient to use that method. Zhang Lai mentioned that the Song family sealing pillar can seal the otherworld gate, but currently I am unable to unlock it. Old Sai concluded. If sealing it is not an option, then our only recourse is to station guards there immediately. He revealed, I cannot seal it permanently, but I can utilize my origin energy to temporarily barricade the otherworld gateway. Old G turned to him and asked, how much origin energy will that require? Have you lost your mind, Shen? Unblasted a stream of origin energy toward the gateway. Rest assured, my reserves are more than sufficient. The energy surged violently toward the dimensional rift. Moments later, the gateway began to seal itself shut. He dusted off his hands, stating, it is done. The breach is temporarily secured. Old Chai wondered, with curiosity, where on earth did this kid acquire such a vast amount of origin energy? Old G muttered to himself, Shen En certainly harbors quite a few secrets. He then turned to address the group. Although the otherworld gateway has been temporarily blocked, it would still be prudent to station personnel here to stand guard. Old Kai acknowledged the order. I will make the arrangements immediately. Shen En disclosed. If we can manage to unlock the seal of the Song family, we will be able to permanently seal the otherworld gateway. Let us return and devise a solution first. Bywei concluded. All five of them cast one last glance at the site before departing. In the grand hall of a mysterious organization, Tian Ming knelt groveling to report master. The plan was sabotaged by Shen An, but everything remains under control. The mysterious master warned, do not disappoint me, for failure will absolutely not be forgiven. He bowed his head in agreement. Yes, please grant me a little more time, and I will definitely locate that item. Even when dismissed with a harsh command to leave, Tian Ming remained completely respectful. Understood. Upon leaving, he swore a silent oath, Shen An, this time I will absolutely eliminate you. Meanwhile, Shen An was intently reading the news on his phone, asking, in the future, the entrance to the other world will gradually expand. Is there any way to seal it quickly? The person standing beside him revealed there were two methods. One is to cultivate oneself, to unlock the sealing pillar of the Song family, while the other is to find the black jade stone and use it to break the seal. He continued to ask, is there any way for me to accelerate my cultivation speed? The other person replied, 3 days from now, a new catastrophe will occur in UR town to the east. Upon arrival, you will be able to find a golden spring there. If you can collect the golden spring into your dimensional space, you can accelerate your cultivation process. Shen An was astonished. A catastrophe in 3 days. The helicopter flew back to the old city. At the hotel where Lin Qiu was staying, she was worrying about him. Shen An has been gone for so long without any news. I wonder what is actually happening. Wang Bao reassured her. The boss is so powerful. Sister Lin Qiu, you do not need to worry. Just as predicted, Shen An returned announcing, I am back. The two of them immediately approached him, calling out boss. Shen An got straight to business, asking Lin Qiu what is the current situation in the stronghold. Are there any new developments? She replied, I've been constantly tracking the location of Lu Dingji, but for now, there hasn't been any news. Shen An sat down in his chair and continued. This issue needs to be resolved immediately. Leaving Lu Dingji here poses a massive hidden threat. Sun Ming noticed the situation and asked Shen An, I heard Bywei mention that this property belongs to you. Is that true? He nodded in confirmation. That is correct. I took it over not long ago, and it is now known as the Future Group. What is happening? Is that an earthquake? A subordinate rushed in from outside, shouting, Boss, we have a major situation. Shen An remained composed, asking what is the reason for all this panic. The man replied, there is another group of people outside causing a disturbance for you. His expression darkened as he muttered, people are coming to look for trouble with me again. Outside, Lu Dingji was shouting Shen on. Do you take us for fools? You had better give us an explanation today. The crowd chimed in. Exactly, you killed Gu Huangcheng, and you think you can just get away with it. Lu Dingji received an order through his earpiece to keep inciting the riot and used the chaos to assassinate Shen An. He whispered a confirmation. Understood. I will get it done immediately. Lu Dingji bent down and picked up an explosive. Listen to me, everyone. Shen An is colluding with the authorities. Instead of trusting the government, we should take matters into our own hands and punish Shen An. The mob lit the explosives in their hands and yelled, That is right. Let us all throw these at Shen An and deal with him ourselves. Sun Ming stepped in front to shield him, shouting, Watch out. A volley of explosives was hurled at him, detonating on impact. Sun Ming, whose outer shirt was merely torn by the blast, screamed, Shen An, get out of here. These people have completely lost their minds. The mob surged forward to demand retribution from Shen An. Lu Dingji, clutching a knife in his hand, seized the opportunity to lunge at Shen An, snarling, Go to hell. He reacted with agility, leaning back to dodge the attack before landing a heavy punch on the man. Do you have a death wish? At the same time, Bywei stepped forward, pointing her gun at the crowd. Let me see which one of you dares to take another step. The entire crowd froze in their tracks. Shen An dragged Lu Dingji inside while issuing an order. Hold them back here. I'm going to teach Lu Dingji a lesson he will not forget. Lu Dingji, terrified, began to beg. No, please do not do this. The mob behind them went into a frenzy, cursing, You bastards, let Lu Dingji go right now. Bywei fired a shot into the air to intimidate them. And she spoke with a chilling tone. I am waiting to see who is brave enough to cross this line. The crowd panicked, whispering, What should we do now? Meanwhile, Shen An dragged Lu Dingji into a secluded area and threw him onto the ground, causing his body to slam against the wall behind him. Shen An demanded, Who ordered you to do this? Lu Dingji stammered, I will talk. I will tell you everything. Please just do not kill me. Shen An stomped his foot heavily onto the man's chest. Stop stalling and speak. The man confessed that it was Su Tianming who gave the orders. Shen An narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon hearing the name Su Tianming. Lu Dingji continued his confession. He ordered me to kill you. He said that as long as you are dead, the future group will truly belong to me. Shen An asked with evident disdain, Kill me with a weakling like you. The man continued. Furthermore, Gu Qian has already been captured by Shu Tianming. If you do not escape now, it is only a matter of time before you fall into Shu Tianming's hands as well. Shen An was shocked. What did you say? Gu Qian is under Shu Tianming's control. Where is she right now? He replied. She is being held at the stronghold. Wang Bao approached and asked, Boss, is everything all right? Shen An looked at them and said, You all arrived at the perfect time. I am leaving Lu Dingji in your hands. I need to make a trip to the stronghold immediately. He asked, puzzled. Go to the walled city, Shen An replied, Gu Qian is in danger and I must save her. She is the only one who can clear my name. Dingji secretly rejoiced, thinking, he took the bait. That day, Tianming had ordered him, tomorrow go to the Emperor Hotel, to cause a scene and find a way to kill Shen An. Dingji naturally knew the risks. Boss Shu, I am no match for Shen An. He will kill me. Tianming confidently assured him, he will not kill you, because you possess information he wants. Dingji asked curiously, what information? Tianming replied, he definitely wants to know who stands behind you. And when that time comes, just bring my name up. Hearing this, the thug felt bewildered. Tianming continued his instructions. After being caught, remember to leak information about Gu Qian, so that he heads to the walled city. Dingji confirmed, understood, I will definitely follow your orders. Meanwhile, Shen An was searching for where Gu Qian was being held. Shen An carefully observed the location. On the upper floor were Tianming's henchmen. Tianming arrived and handed them an item. This is the latest drug developed, capable of increasing human strength 10 times over. You are truly lucky to be testing this drug. One thug drank it, and his power immediately erupted. With every vein bulging out, the entire group began to explode with power. One guy's muscles swelled massively, his eyes turned crimson, and their bodies underwent a huge transformation. Tianming stood at the window, gazing down. He used binoculars and spotted the boy. Shen An, so you still came. Shen An had reached a dead end down below. The road ends here. Forget it, I will just use my long-range perception. Just then, a girl carelessly fell in front of Shen An, making him suspicious of this sudden situation. The girl ran toward Shen An. Big brother, save me. 3 thugs chased after her. Stand still, you cannot escape. Lan Yu huddled close to him. Big brother, save me, they are human traffickers. Ming Jun warned Brat. Do not meddle in other people's business, or you will find yourself in trouble. Shen An rubbed the little girl's head. Do not be afraid, big brother will protect you. Ming Jun raised his stick to strike. Dare to look down on me. Do you want to die? The wooden stick struck his back and snapped in two. The others were astonished. He is an awakener. Shen unturned and fired his gun at Ming Jun. Fresh blood sprayed from his forehead. The remaining thugs panicked and fled. We are in trouble. Run fast. Shen and continued firing at them. Not a single one could escape. He turned to comfort Lan Yu. It is safe now. Where is your house? Let me take you back. Thank you, big brother. The girl pointed in a direction. My house is over there. She led Shen An toward her home. Looking at the mountain-high pile of trash in front of him, he was surprised. Your house is in the dump. Lan Yu spoke sadly. Sorry, big brother, I lied to you. They used my family to threaten me and trick you into coming here. I did not intend to do this. Tian Ming's men stepped out. Brat, you will not escape today. The man exclaimed. Shen, and I want to see if you can actually escape today. He noticed a distinct chemical smell coming from their bodies. It seemed they had used drugs for enhancement, hadn't they? A burly thug threw a punch at Shen and shouting, die. He agilely leaned to the side, dodging the attack. The fist smashed straight into the pile of trash in front of him. Shen An had to admit, this strength is quite interesting. To think it could be enhanced this much. 4 enhanced thugs attacked him simultaneously. Shen An countered. Your strength is great, but you're still brainless. One of them was immediately sent flying backward. The buzzcut thug looked on in horror as his comrade was punched until blood splattered everywhere. How? How is this possible? Holding his sword, Shen An said, you want to kill me? You're not qualified yet. Shen An rushed toward his opponents with his sword. The group raged. Damn it, he dares to mock us. Kill him. He spun around. A current of power swirling like a small tornado around his body, before transforming into a massive force that blasted the entire group away. Tian Minghe dropped his jaw in shock. How can this be? Lan Yu exclaimed in admiration. Big brother is so amazing. One thug struggled to stand up. Damn it, I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. He noticed the little girl standing nearby and grabbed Lan Yu. You still have some use after all. Dragging her forward, he threatened surrender, obediently, or I'll kill the girl. The little girl pleaded, help me. I don't want to die. Shen An could not tolerate this behavior. Truly trash to think you'd use a child as a shield. The thug reminded his accomplices, what are you staring at? Hurry up and kill him. The group charged forward in unison. Die? A barrage of fists flew toward Shen An, sending him flying into the trash pile behind him, which suddenly exploded. Shen An asked with disdain, haven't you guys eaten? It feels like you're just scratching an itch. The 3 thugs went mad with rage. You dare insult us. You have a death wish. They punched at him simultaneously. The shockwave of this battle spread far. The leader assuming he was surely dead this time. But when the dust settled, there was no one in the trash pile, leaving him stunned. Oh no. Where is he? The leader tightened his grip on the girl's neck. A bunch of trash, you couldn't even take down Shen An. Shen An slashed with his sword from behind. You can let go now. The man looked in horror as the blade descended onto his shoulder. The sword sliced through his neck, sending fresh blood spraying. Even in this final moment, the leader was still in shock. How is this possible? Lan Yu threw herself into his arms. Thank you, big brother. I tricked you earlier, yet you still saved me. You really are a good person. The 3 remaining thugs charged forward. Damn it, we can't let him escape. Shen An swung his sword at them, slashing through their bodies with precise strikes. Tian Ming, watching from the upper floor, cursed. Damn it, is he the protagonist of some system? Manhwa. He is too strong. No matter what, I cannot let him return today. He made a call. Go kidnap Tian for me. I need to use her as a hostage. Shen An appeared before him. Shu Tianming, we meet again. The man gasped in shock. How on earth did you track me down? Shen, and stepped forward calmly. Your aura leaves a trail. So distinct, finding you was hardly a challenge. Realizing he was outmatched, the thug scrambled to escape. Damn it. A wise man knows when to retreat. He leaped down to the floor below, his only thought on survival, but Shen An vaulted over the edge right after him. You think you can run? Did you bother asking for my permission? Ming Tian sprinted for his life, but Shen An closed the gap instantly, driving his blade through the man's chest before retrieving the weapon with a cursed mutter. Serves you right. Lan Yu rushed over her face, full of concern. Big brother, are you all right, Shen? An replied with a gentle tone. I'm fine, though the little girl still looked guilty about the earlier events. Big brother, you really are a good person even though I tricked you before. Lan Yu bowed deeply, her voice sincere. I am truly sorry. He patted her head, offering comfort. No need for such formalities. I still need to find Gu Qian, so you should head home safely now. The girl's eyes went wide as she looked at Shan'an. Sister Gu Qian, she asked before grabbing his arm. Come on, I'll take you to her. I know exactly where she is. Lan Yu pointed toward a nearby building. Big brother Sister Gu Qian is on the 5th floor over there. Shannon raised an eyebrow, curious. How do you know that? She replied. Because my mom delivered medicine there. In a flashback, a bodyguard had stopped Lan Yu's mother. Hold it, what are you doing here? She answered. Someone told me to bring this medicine to room 502. The bodyguard looked surprised, wondering if Gu Qian was actually sick. Hearing this explanation, Shen An pieced it together. It seemed Gu Qian had fallen into the same trap as her father, and both were currently imprisoned. All right, you head back now. Big brother has some business to handle. Be careful, big brother. Lan Yu waved goodbye as she departed. See you later. Shen An approached the 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance. One asked arrogantly, Who are you? Who gave you permission to be here? In response, Shen An swung his blade, decapitating the man in a single motion. The remaining guard blew his whistle to alert the others, screaming at the top of his lungs, Enemy attack. A swift sword thrust silenced him, piercing his abdomen. The rest of the gang emerged shouting, Damn it. Someone actually dared to storm our territory. The first thug charged forward. Brothers, follow me. Kill him. He was instantly sent to meet the Reaper alongside 2 others, and the rest of the group was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Upstairs, the 2 door guards sensed something was wrong. What's going on down there? It's getting really noisy. Are the guys just drinking and partying? But spotting the corpses in the hallway, corner panic set in. What is happening, Shen? And stepped into view, issuing a cold command. If you don't want to die, get lost. Don't waste my time. The guards exchanged terrified looks, guessing, did this guy slaughter his way up here alone? That's absolutely terrifying. We're no match for him. Let's run. As they fled, Shen An kicked the door open and entered. Seeing Gu Qian lying on the bed, he wasn't particularly surprised by the scene. He approached to inspect her condition. Sure enough, she was being controlled by drugs. Shen An took her hand, noting this isn't a major issue. He channeled energy through his palm, and Gu Qian woke up almost immediately. Startled to see Shen An the moment she opened her eyes, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Damn, you get away from me. Realizing she hadn't identified him yet, he blocked her strike gently. Gu Qian, it's me. She paused, confused. Shen An, why? Why are you here? He replied. Shu Tianming had you drugged and controlled, so I came to get you out. Gu Qian was furious upon hearing this and snapped. That's right, it was that scoundrel Su Tianming who injected me with that filth, making my life a living hell. I have to find him and end his life myself. Shen An replied with complete composure, I have already killed him. This revelation made Gu Qian's jaw drop in astonishment. He continued, I came to find you because I need you to help clear my name regarding your father's matter. Because of that, Gu Qian gave her assurance, rest assured, I will clear your name for you. Shen An breathed a sigh of relief, then thank you very much. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to ring. It was a text message sent from his future self. A disaster is about to strike your town. Get there immediately. Shen An exclaimed, this is bad. I almost completely forgot about this event. I need to make a trip back first. Meanwhile, Ming Tian lay dead, his fresh blood staining the ground. Xu Yun appeared and looked down with disdain. Truly a useless piece of trash. I gave you one simple task, and you could not even handle it. If I were not sealed away and unable to leave, I would have slaughtered every single one of you myself. He transformed into a brilliant red aura, which then surged into Ming Tian's body. Xu Yun successfully possessed the corpse, standing up as a crimson mist, swirled ominously around him. Xu Yun smirked with a cold, calculating expression, while our hero had already used the portal to return. As Shen An walked into the hotel lobby, Bywei approached to ask about the situation. Shen An, how was the matter resolved? He replied, Gu Qian is fine now, but I still have something I need everyone's help with. Bywei listened intently. What is it, Shen An? Revealed his plan. A disaster is about to occur over at your town, and I intend to go there. She looked surprised upon hearing this. How could you possibly know that? Shen An scratched his head sheepishly. I was just taking a wild guess, because the energy transmitting from that direction is extremely chaotic. She confirmed his suspicion. That is correct. I actually just received a notification from the organization. Several monsters have appeared in your town, and it might be related to the Primordial Yang. He patted her shoulder. Since that is the case, let's go check it out together. Bywei regained her spirit. Okay, let's go together. Shen An turned to ask Lin Qiu, you should come with me too. Sun Ming and Wang Bao stayed behind at the house. Sun Ming grumbled with annoyance. Taizi, you really just follow your heart when you see a girl taking the ladies along, while leaving us men behind at the house. Shen An smiled brightly and replied, I feel much more at ease with you guys guarding the home base. A helicopter transported them to UR Town. The entire group leaped down from the aircraft. Bywei exclaimed with joy, this is UR Town right here. Before their eyes lay a peaceful-looking town. The three of them quickly touched down on the ground, observing the surrounding scenery. Shen An felt something was strange. There really are traces of monsters around here. Bywei speculated that some monsters from the other world had been detected, and she feared they had scattered everywhere. Future Shen An appeared just in time, announcing that like a classic scenario in an awakening manhwa, a beast king had once appeared in UR Town, and its power was second to none. You need to be careful. Shen An felt a wave of fear upon hearing this. A beast king Bywei pointed toward the forest. Everyone look over there. In that spot, a whole horde of monsters had gathered, each one having a unique and terrifying shape. Bywei gasped, oh my god, there are so many monsters. A blue mist began to rise from a crack in the ground. Shen An immediately recognized it as primal energy. Future Shen An issued a warning. You must not let those monsters get their hands on the primordial yang. Otherwise, this town will be wiped out by them. He was terrified upon hearing this. Vivi raised her gun and took aim. Damn it, these monsters are stealing the primordial essence. We cannot let them succeed. A bullet shot straight at the monstrous bird. It immediately noticed the disturbance. The bird flapped its wings, heading toward the source of the noise. It rushed toward Vivi with incredible speed. She noted that it wasn't bad. The bullets were effective at attracting them. Vivi pointed her gun at the monster bird and declared, let me lure them away. A hail of bullets flew toward the aggressively approaching monsters. Another swarm of beasts charged endlessly as a second volley was fired. This time their bodies were pierced through. Vivi anxious urged, hurry and lure them away. The two ran ahead, leading the monsters on a chase. Shen An exclaimed in admiration, truly a heroine. So I won't stand on ceremony either. He stomped his foot to gain momentum, his body rocketing into the air as the water below fluctuated violently. He gathered a massive amount of talent points, the numbers rising continuously. Talent points plus 1,500. Shen An realized that this spring water was indeed effective, a classic trope in this system Manhwa. The talent points continued to add 2,500. He calculated mentally, if this continued, he could at least ascend to the peak of the third rank. First, let's collect all this primordial nutrition. The water inside the lake was sucked back in. It formed a tall vortex containing countless items. A notification chimed. Congratulations, you have leveled up to the early stage of the 4th rank. Shen An was satisfied. Pretty good, right? To think I charged straight to the 4th rank. On Lin Chu's side, they were being bombarded by fire from the monster bird. Both had to dodge each blast of firepower spewing towards them. Lin Chu was careless and got hit by the fire. Vivi rushed to support her. Are you all right? Lin Chu reassured her. Don't worry, I'm fine. They were surrounded by a herd of beasts. Vivi warned her teammate. Be careful, we're surrounded, Lin Chu suggested. You and I should break through the encirclement together. Both went invisible, confusing the beasts. A lion exhaled a beam of light forward, and that brilliant light exposed them. The monsters immediately stared right at them. Lin Chu cried out in distress. Oh no, our stealth has been broken. The beasts charged aggressively, and Vivi threw a punch at the monster bird. Since we can't hide, then let's fight. She punched it so hard, its neck twisted and it fell. Lin Chu struck several away with a palm strike, needing to think of a way to break the siege. There were too many monsters. Suddenly, a group of people saw the monsters and rushed in. There are monsters here, the captain of this squad shouted. Let the hunt begin. A bloody battle between humans and beasts ensued intensely. Lin Chu was curious. Who are they? Vivi replied. Our uniforms don't look like that. A man stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, we are from the Special Handling Bureau here to exterminate the monsters. Please evacuate this area immediately. Vivi wondered if the Special Handling Bureau was the same unit as Sun Ming's group. A team member reported, Captain, the monsters have been dealt with. Please give your instructions. The captain glanced to the side, and the other members looked in that direction too. A gigantic lion appeared looking majestic. A team member shouted loudly. We are in trouble. One fish has slipped through the net. The vanguard captain charged forward with his blade. Everyone get back. I will handle this beast. He brought his saber down hard toward the lion. Before the blade could even make contact, it shattered into pieces. The captain landed on the ground, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. The lion let out a ferocious roar. It released a shockwave of energy toward them. The entire squad was sent flying, unable to withstand a single roar. Vivi and Lin Qiu took cover behind a wall, and Vivi exclaimed, "That is terrifying. Why is there another monster here?" The wall behind them began to crack, forcing Lin Qiu to dodge to the side. That was too close. As the lion continued roaring at the wall, a team member shouted anxiously, "Watch out!" Suddenly, Shen An's sword appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight into the lion's shoulder. The team member was stunned by the sight. "What is going on?" Shen An landed near the wall and asked, "Is everyone all right?" The two girls replied one after another, "We are fine." "Was that your attack just now, Shen?" An explained. "Fortunately, you guys attracted the monster's attention. I used some elemental power to break through its defenses." The captain looked at him in admiration. "Who is this guy? His aura feels incredibly overbearing." The lion stood up, growling as it looked forward, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. It let out a roar to assert its dominance. Vivi warned, "Be careful, that beast is not dead yet." The creature lunged aggressively toward Shen An. He calmly directed his sword energy. "So stubborn, you are seeking your own death." The sword carved a few basic lines across the lion's body, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to move. One onlooker could not believe his eyes, witnessing power worthy of a leveling Manhwa hero. It was destroyed in the blink of an eye. The two girls marveled. "He has become so much stronger. How exactly did he achieve this?" Shen An pondered to himself. "I wonder if my current power is enough to open the seal pillar." He jumped down to where the two girls were standing. Shen An instructed, "Come with me to a location. There is something there that can completely seal the otherworld gate." Vivi asked curiously. "Where is it?" He calmly replied. "The old Chen family estate." Meanwhile, at the estate, Xu Yun had already arrived before them. The gatekeeper immediately shouted, "Who goes there?" He gave no response and sprinted straight forward. Two guards raised their sabers to intercept the enemy. "Someone is here to cause trouble. Kill him." But their blades swung at empty air. He leaped right over both of them. Xu Yun casually launched two palm strikes to knock them down as he scrambled toward the gate of the old house. Xu Yun entered the main hall, his face lighting up with joy. "The seal pillar, I have finally found you." His hand touched the pillar as he waited in anticipation. "As long as I obtain your power, I will no longer be bound, and can completely descend into this world." The seal pillar radiated a massive surge of energy. It unleashed vortexes of force that knocked Xu Yun far away. He gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. I cannot open it yet. It seems I cannot be too hasty. I must wait for the right opportunity." 1 hour later, Shen An had led his group to the location. He announced, "We have arrived. This is the place." Seeing the deserted gate, Shen An was surprised. "Where are the guards? Why is there nobody here?" Shen An was intrigued by the deserted scene. Not even a single guard is present. Where on earth have they all gone? Lin Qiu began to speculate. Maybe they just slacked off and went to sleep. How irresponsible. On the contrary, he felt something was amiss. This situation is a bit strange. Bywei pointed toward the pillar. Shen An, what is that over there? Shen An revealed. This is the object capable of sealing the gate to the otherworld. Upon hearing this, she closely examined the pillar. Can it really seal a portal connecting to the otherworld? Lin Qiu chimed in. It doesn't seem all that special. He spoke up to request their aid. In a moment, I will open the sealing pillar to extract its power. Please both of you stand guard for me. Shen An's hand touched the pillar. Bywei assured him. Rest easy and leave it to us. He sat down as the power from the pillar began to resonate. Xu Yun was surprised. This guy seemed interesting, almost like a protagonist from a system manhwa. To think he actually knew how to unseal the pillar. His hand extended with red tendrils reaching out. Xu Yun has been waiting, and my chance has finally arrived. Shen An announced that he could already sense the power of the sealing pillar, but he still needed a little more time to fully open it. Bywei cautioned. Shen An is currently in a deep state of cultivation, so we cannot let anyone disturb him. Lin Qiu replied, understood. The pillar began to show signs of cracking, with the fissures growing larger by the second, as a stream of golden power radiated outward. Shen An sensed it immediately. As the yellow aura swirled around, he clasped his hands and commanded, gather for me. Bywei's jaw dropped. What kind of power is this? Lin Qiu was equally astonished. It turned out one could absorb such a massive amount of primal energy. She countered, no, this power isn't simply just primal energy. This was the moment Xu Yun chose to launch a sneak attack. The sealing pillar was open, making it the perfect opportunity to seize it. Two soldiers from behind under control lunged toward Lin Chu. She sensed the danger and terror. This is bad, someone is here. The attacker's eyes turned a soulless white. Both gate guards had lost all reason, brandishing their swords as they charged at them. Lin Chu dodged each strike. Bywei, there are assassins here. Just as she escaped one attack, another sword-wielding foe rushed her from behind. Lin Chu froze, unable to react in time, prompting a worried warning from Bywei. Watch out. She threw a punch at the guard. His eyes glowed a fiery red as he raised his sword high and slashed straight toward the two young women. Chu Yun remarked casually, "These two women are quite agile, but not enough to cause me any concern." Bywei hurriedly leaned back to dodge the strike, shouting, "Move away quick." That single sword slash caused a corner of the room to explode with terrifying power, and as the thick smoke cleared, the two soldiers stood in the center of the hall, their eyes bloodshot and soulless. The two young women were nowhere to be seen in the hall, leaving the guards looking around in bewildered astonishment. Suddenly, Wei's sword pierced through. As she exclaimed, "You dare sneak attack us? Are you tired of living?" Both of them simultaneously stabbed the two gatekeepers, whose mouths then exhaled a glowing red mist, before they suddenly collapsed to the ground unconscious. Wei asked curiously, "What is this stuff?" Lin Chu, "Do you think they were puppets?" Shen An realized. "I was wondering where the guards had gone. It turns out they were murdered by someone else." Lin Chu, "I still need a little more time to absorb the power. Stay alert, as there is definitely someone else hiding here." Wei pulled out a gun, ready for battle, and assured him, "Rest easy with us here. No one can touch you." Chu Yun was caught off guard. How interesting to think they could actually defeat my puppets. A blazing crimson mist manifested before them. Frustrated Lin Chu gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, there was actually someone lurking here all along." She slammed her fist violently into the ground, determined to intercept the enemy. A massive earthen wall rose up to block the surge of energy, but the resulting collision triggered a violent explosion. Lin Chu was blasted backward by the impact, and Wei rushed to catch her, shouting, "Watch out." Footsteps echoed through the smoke as a figure emerged from the red mist. Chu Yun, inhabiting Ming Tian's body, spoke with a sneer. "It has been ages since I felt this loose. You wretches actually managed to get my blood pumping." He lunged toward the two standing women, letting out a cold laugh. Frozen in shock, neither of them could react in time to the sudden and lethal assault. Both women took a heavy palm strike from Chu Yun, who mocked their inability to withstand even a single blow. Turning his attention to the young man, he charged, declaring that it was now his turn to perish. Shen An, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open, revealing a gaze piercing with cold intent. Confident of victory, Chu Yun roared, "Drop dead," as he accelerated toward his target. Shen An deftly retreated to evade the strike before leaping high into the air. He looked down and called out, "Shu Tianming, to think your corpse could be exploited by someone else in such a manner. Allow me to help you put an end to this humiliation." He launched a palm strike straight at Chu Yun, leaving the possessor jaw-dropped in terror at the sheer magnitude of power coming his way. Unable to resist, Chu Yun was sent flying his stolen vessel, enduring wave after wave of radiant energy. Suddenly, beams of emerald light began to erupt from the depths of Ming Tian's body. Chu Yun's soul was forced out of the body, sneering, "Interesting. Your power broke through so quickly. You really are the protagonist of a leveling manhwa." He aimed his hand at Shen, and gathering origin energy. It appears that the seal truly is a magnificent treasure. The mass of origin energy surged toward the boy, but suddenly, a black tornado-like aura manifested and swallowed the attack whole. Chu Yun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "What is happening?" Shen An landed softly on the ground, maintaining a safe distance between them, and asked with nonchalant ease, "Hey, who are you, and why the sneak attack?" Ignoring the question, Chu Yun muttered, "Who am I?" He gripped his sword tightly and slashed violently toward Shen An. "You are not worthy of knowing my identity. Can you also perceive spatial abilities? That old man's aura? It feels remarkably similar to that specific person. Could it be that he is not from this world either?" Chu Yun unleashed a slash directly at Shen An, and screaming, "Just die." Wei watched the scene in panic, joining Lin Chu to shout anxiously, "Shen An, be careful." He reassured them with a calm voice, "Do not worry, this guy cannot harm me." Two blazing torrents of power collided with tremendous force, submerging the entire space in terrifying energy. The firepower completely engulfed Chu Yun's attack, leaving him to stare in horror as the flames rushed toward him. How is this possible? His soul took a direct hit. Chu Yun screamed as the roaring flames enveloped his entire spirit form. Shannon maintained his striking stance, while Wei marveled. Incredible, Shannon has become much stronger again. Lin Chu hurriedly ran over to him, asking worriedly, Shannon, are you all right? He replied with a smile. Look at me. I am incredibly powerful now. What could possibly happen to me? That is correct. I just absorbed power from the seal, and will need a long time to refine it. That is indeed a bit of an issue. Wei looked on with concern as he explained. When will it be possible to go and seal the otherworld gate? Shannon replied. This matter cannot be rushed. I must first refine and assimilate all of those powers. She responded. All right. Then we shall wait a while longer. Shannon took hold of her hand to reassure her. Wei asked in fear. Hey, what are you trying to do? Shannon spoke gently. Do not be tense. You have both been injured, and I simply cannot sit back and ignore it. A stream of spiritual energy flowed into their palms, and a green light enveloped Lin Chu's body, soon covering Wei entirely as well. She let out a small groan of discomfort, and Lin Chu reacted in much the same way. Seeing that the two of them had stabilized Shen, and announced, all right, you are safe now. The two were astonished as their wounds healed instantly, a miraculous feat often seen in an awakening manhwa. It is getting late, so I will take you to one more place. Lin Chu asked curiously. Where are we going, Shen? And hinted mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. He led the group to a bustling street, and the three of them sat down inside a roadside shop. Shen introduced it. This street serves my absolute favorite barbecue, and tonight, it is my treat. Wei looked surprised. You mean this place right here? He asked for her impression. What do you think? Lin Chu was still worried. If we kill Shu Tianming, the Shu family will certainly not let it go easily. Furthermore, he is also a man from Jicheng Pharmaceuticals. Shen An, are you not worried about retaliation? Shen An remained incredibly calm. Have we not been retaliated against enough? Do not worry. Just eat with peace of mind tonight. Outside, Yan Kai was speaking to Ru. I was fired from the company, so let us just eat briefly at this sidewalk stall tonight. She looked annoyed. You have some nerve. If you are out of money, do not ask me out. He tried to coax her. Don't be angry, honey. Wait until I find a new company. I will definitely take you to eat at a 5-star hotel. It took a long time for Ro to finally cool down. Fine, then seeing that you have some sincerity today, I will let it slide this time. Manager Chi saw him and immediately came over to say hello Yan Kai. He was surprised to see this person. Manager Chi. Ru immediately asked Yan Kai. He introduced them. I went for an interview at the Future Group today, and Manager Chi was actually the one who interviewed me. She stood up to greet him. So it is Manager Chi from the Future Group. I have admired you for a long time. Manager Chi sat down next to Ru. Since fate has brought us together, then let us share a table. Yan Kai agreed. Of course that works. It is my honor. Shannon peered over to listen in on the gossip. Is that guy from the Future Group? Lin Chu replied. It seems so. Yan Kai poured beer for the man. Manager Chi, tonight is on me, so everyone please eat and drink comfortably. The manager set the terms. All right, I will drink 1 glass. But you must drain the whole bottle. He hesitated. This is... Manager Chi asked with annoyance. What is it? You do not want to. Yan Kai gritted his teeth and picked up the entire bottle. It is fine. It is fine. I will drink it right now. The manager took the opportunity to turn and ask Ro, where does a beauty like you work? She replied. I work in customer service at a company. Manager Chi held her hand and said, how much money can customer service possibly make? Do you want to come to my place? Working in sales can earn you 30 or 40,000 a month. Yan Kai stood up to interject. Ru does not have experience. It would not be good if she caused trouble for Manager Chi. She snapped back irritably. Why not? I think Manager Chi is right. My job not only pays peanuts, but is also incredibly exhausting. Manager Chi, when can I start? He replied. You can start as early as tomorrow, if you want. But Kai grabbed her hand and stood up, pleading, Ru, don't take this job, just come home with me. Manager Chi's lackeys blocked their path. This girl already agreed to come to my place. So what right do you have to refuse? Kai finally snapped. Manager Chi, she is my girlfriend. Don't cross the line. He challenged the man. I am crossing the line. What are you gonna do about it? Yan Kai smashed a beer bottle onto the table, ready to risk it all. I'll kill you. One of the thugs immediately punched Yan Kai. You dare attack the manager. You have a death wish. He groaned in pain as Ru called out, worriedly. Yan Kai Manager Chi grabbed her hand. Hey, beautiful. How about I take you out for some fun tonight? Ru hesitated. Yan Kai grabbed a broken wine bottle and charged forward. Damn it. I'm taking you down with me. He grabbed a wooden chair nearby and smashed it down. You're asking for death. Manager Chi ordered his men. Cripple him for me. Shen An couldn't watch any longer and shouted stop. Manager Qi turned around and sneered. Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? Shen An walked over calmly. What? You don't recognize me? The manager looked confused. Why should I recognize you? You're mocking people in public and harassing someone else's girlfriend. You're ruining the future group's reputation. Manager Qi scoffed. Damn, are you threatening me, Shen? An announced coldly. You're fired. The manager found it laughable. You think you can fire me? Who do you think you are? Shen An pulled out his phone right in front of him. Manager Qi felt a sudden twinge of fear. What are you doing, Shen An? Made a call and ordered Wang Bao check if this person is on our payroll. If he is, arrange for his immediate termination and fire everyone in his crew as well. The voice on the other end agreed instantly. I will arrange it immediately. Manager Qi obviously didn't believe it. You're a good actor. Just bluffing, aren't you? Just then, his phone rang. Manager Qi answered Manager Zhang. He received the notification. You've been fired. Pack your things and get out now. Manager Qi panicked. Manager, you're not joking, are you? Wang Bao yelled at him. Joke, I'm not screwing around. Did you offend the boss? Get the hell out. Manager Qi was now in total shock. This can't be happening. He's actually the owner of the future group. Yan Kai walked over to express his gratitude. Bro, Mr. CEO, you really did me a huge favor. Shannon turned to assess him. He spoke up. Are you interested in working at the future group, manager? Qi's position is now yours. He was overjoyed. That's amazing. Thank you so much, boss manager. Qi, still in disbelief, hugged Shannon's leg and begged boss, please don't fire me. I have elderly parents and young children to support, I beg you. Shannon kicked him away. Scram. Let's go. I'll take you to headquarters to register. Yan Kai replied. Thank you. Lin Chu walked past the manager and sneered. You reap what you sow. Ru stared blankly as they walked away, unable to believe her eyes. How could it end like this? Have I been thrown aside? Ru ran over, begging Yan Kai. I know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me? Her eyes were glistening with tears. Yan Kai left decisively. Get away. I do not want to see you ever again. He stepped onto the waiting bus. Ru's eyes were filled with tears. Don't, you cannot abandon me. But the vehicle rolled away immediately. Ru coughed a few times. Manager Qi sat there in a daze. Damn it. On what grounds did you fire me? On what grounds indeed? A voice asked from behind as someone approached. Do you truly hate Shen? And that much? Manager Qi turned around in shock to see a man appearing before him. Manager Qi asked in astonishment. Who are you? Tian replied. You do not need to know who I am. I am here to help you. He was surprised. Help me, the man replied. Correct, help you teach that Shen An a lesson. Manager Qi asked joyfully, how will you help me? Tian handed Manager Qi a box of items. He instructed, when you return to process your resignation, place this inside Shannon's office, and you will be able to get your revenge. His face turned pale with fear. Are you telling me to kill the boss? The stranger walked away. I am not forcing you to do it. Make the decision yourself. Tian's figure disappeared in an instant. He was bewildered. Can this thing really kill Shannon? 3 hours later, at Shannon's company, the large main doors were pushed open. Manager Qi walked into the reception hall. He lowered his head and said, I am here to hand over my resignation. The receptionist wondered. Manager Qi, why are you only arriving now? Please wait over here for a moment while I go print the resignation form. Manager Qi carried his backpack and moved away. He was heading toward the young man's room, which was the office of the chairman. Manager Qi's footsteps paused for a brief moment. He furtively observed the hallway, then sneaked into the room. Shannon led Yan Kai into the reception area. He introduced, this is the office zone. You can find a seat wherever you like. He sat down at a desk. All right, Shannon reminded him, you just wait here for a bit first. Someone will come to find you and help you get started. Yan Kai replied, okay, thank you very much. He walked out to the reception desk where the female employee was waiting, then directed, please go arrange for Yan Kai to officially join the company. She agreed. Yes, I will do it immediately. Oh, right, Manager Qi just arrived and has completed the resignation procedures. Shannon was surprised to hear this name. Manager Qi. He felt something was off, almost like a glitch in a system. Manhwa. That guy actually had the decency to come back and follow resignation protocol. Meanwhile, the traitor had finished his task. Shen An, you were the one who did this to me first. So do not blame me for being ruthless. Shen An prepared to open the door and step into the room. The door slammed shut in that very instant. Manager Chi gloated. Excellent, you are already inside. He picked up the remote control. Go to hell. His finger immediately pressed the button, and the entire room suddenly exploded. The explosion spread across the whole floor. Manager Chi laughed triumphantly. Shen-an, this is all because you forced my hand. The receptionist felt something terrible had happened. What is going on? Yan Kai was the first to run toward the noise. This is bad, something has happened. From a distance, someone was observing with binoculars. That person was Ba Tian, the mastermind behind this incident. He gloated. Shen. And, you killed my son Shu Tianming. I have finally avenged him. Ba Tian swooped down from above and left. At the luxurious Shu family villa, the butler greeted him. Master, you have returned. Ba Tian sat in the main hall and ordered the servant. Go summon Shu Wu and Shu San immediately. I have matters to arrange. The old man asked curiously. Master, are you planning something big? Ba Tian announced happily. Shen-an has been killed by me. We need to discuss the plan to merge with the future group. The butler flattered. The master is amazing. Even Shen-an was no match for you. He accepted the order. I will call them at once. Under the blazing sun outside, the butler led the men and master. They have arrived. Both men clasped their hands. Greetings, family head. Ba Tian spoke up. No need for formalities. I called you two here, so surely you must know what has happened. Shu Wu replied. I heard from the butler that you plan to take over the future group. He praised. Excellent. Do you have a plan? He proposed. Since Shen-an is dead, there is nothing to fear. We just charge in and take over. Suddenly, a noise behind made them turn in alarm. Who is it? The person kicking open the Shu family doors was Shen, and dragging Manager Chi. Ba Tian was shocked to see the boy still alive. The other two turned pale as he jumped up. Impossible. How are you still alive? Shen-an calmly tossed Manager Chi back at them. Seeing him fall at their feet, the two exclaimed. Manager Chi. Ba Tian continued to mutter in disbelief. It cannot be. He mocked them. Did you really think I was so stupid that I wouldn't know anything? Shen-an had realized what Manager Chi was doing hiding there. There is something off about him. When entering the room, he checked carefully. Shen-an noticed a strange scent in the corner, smelling of explosives. He laughed coldly at the scheme. So, that is it. Shen-an stepped out and knocked Manager Chi out. That fool failed to hide his aura and was exposed early on. Hearing this, the two frowned in shock. Shen-an stomped heavily on Manager Chi's face. Ba Tian shouted in frustration, trash, and commanded them. Why are you staring? Kill him for me. Shen-an stood ready. Shu Wu activated his body enhancement, his bulging muscles shredding his shirt. He ordered Shu San to stand back. I can handle him alone. Shu Wu unleashed an explosive fist at the boy, but Shen-an condensed energy in his arm. He created a mass of dark power. Looking at his palm, Shen-an sneered. Is that all? Shu Wu was so furious, his veins popped. You dare humiliate me, die. Shu Wu charged again, launching a flurry of kicks. Shen-an's voice turned cold. Since you are actively seeking death, I will not hold back. Shu Wu's entire body was smashed violently against the ground. Shen-an didn't let up, grabbing his ankle and slamming him repeatedly, like a rag doll. He hoisted him high for one final move, before hurling him down with terrifying force. The guy plummeted headfirst into the dirt, utterly unable to resist. The butler watched in horror, thinking this was impossible. Shu Wu was a second-grade cultivator, so how could he not even find an opportunity to counterattack? The young man stepped forward to settle the score. You must be Shu Ba Tian, Shu Tianming's father, correct? The older man asked with a gloomy expression. How do you know that? Shen-an replied calmly. Naturally, I did a thorough investigation before coming here. Shu San interrupted abruptly. Patriarch, don't waste your breath on him. He immediately launched a blast of firepower toward the boy. Let me be the one to avenge Shu Wu. Shen-an looked at him with disdain, noting his lack of self-awareness. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed streaks of primordial energy that sliced right through Shu San's flames. His jaw dropped in shock as he gasped. What in the world? A palm strike slashed toward Shu San, causing him to cough up blood. Seeing this scene, the butler was furious, while Ba Tian charged forward, stomping heavily with each step until the floorboards shattered beneath him. This is my territory. Don't you dare act so arrogant here. Shen-an stood in the epicenter as the ground around him cracked open. Shen-an retreated slightly as the wave of energy washed over him. Not bad at all. You actually have the qualifications to be my opponent. He then utilized a new technique to counter the incoming attack. Ba Tian tried his best to withstand the strike. The boy scoffed. Is that all you have? You are completely unworthy of my concern. In an instant, Shen An had already overpowered him. Tian was so heavily injured that he vomited blood, and the boy pointed his sword tip right at him. You can go ahead and die now. A single thrust pierced straight into the opponent's body, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere as Tian let out an agonizing scream. The boy quickly shifted his position. Shen An sneered, so the Shu family amounts to nothing more than this. Behind them, a crowd rushed in, shouting, "Who dares to break into the Shu residence and cause trouble?" Seeing Shen An standing there next to the slain Tian, the group froze in their tracks. The boy declared loudly, "Your patriarch is already dead. If you want to be buried alongside him, then come over here and die together." One of them stammered, "What exactly just happened here, Shen?" and shouted, "Why haven't you scrambled away yet?" They turned tail and fled screaming, "Let's run for it." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Shen An picked up and said, "This is Shen An speaking." The voice on the other end announced, "Shen An, something happened." He was surprised. "What is it?" The caller replied, "The entrance to the other world that was temporarily sealed at the beginning is now emitting increasingly powerful energy." A helicopter soon whisked them away toward the dimensional rift. Sitting inside, Shen An asked, "When exactly did you discover that the seal on the entrance was loosening?" "It was exposed about 3 hours ago." Sun Ming asked anxiously, looking like a worried side character in an awakening manhwa. "Shen An, are you confident that you can completely seal it this time?" He rubbed his chin, pondering the question. Shen An replied, "I have already absorbed the power of the sealing pillar, so there shouldn't be any problem." The phone in his hand vibrated with an incoming message. Shen An immediately took it out and turned on the screen to compose a text. He was sending a message to the future, asking, "The entrance to the other world has loosened. Can I use the power of the sealing pillar to reseal it?" The future self confirmed that it could indeed be used. "However, I suspect this situation is far from simple, so please exercise caution. A portal to the other world has materialized directly ahead, and another squad has already driven up to stand guard, though they appear confused. Is it really necessary for the old man to station us here? Since Lu Hong has relaxed the restrictions this time, it presents a perfect opportunity for us to earn some merit, so naturally, it is essential." Someone shouted a warning that the energy inside was overflowing, and not to be careless. Suddenly, a massive python emerged from the dimensional gate, causing the captain to yell, "We are in trouble. Something is breaking out." The serpent let out a deafening roar to intimidate them, revealing glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Chen Yi grinned with excitement. It was a beast, and clearly no ordinary one. Wuhan lay in wait, realizing his chance for glory had arrived. Chen Yi charged forward, shouting, "Let us go kill it," as he vaulted high onto the top of the python's head. Intense firepower concentrated in his palm. Chen Yi declared, "Have a taste of my power, just like a hero in a leveling manhwa." He unleashed a strike intended to end the beast, but the attack failed to inflict even a scratch on the serpent. The creature roared and sprayed a jet of venom, striking Chen Yi squarely in the chest. Wuhan rushed forward in a panic, screaming, "This is a disaster, we need to save him immediately." The helicopter transporting the protagonist finally arrived, slowly descending to the ground as the group disembarked. Vivi reminded everyone, "We have reached our destination. The portal is just ahead," but their conversation was cut short by a scream for help. Shen An looked toward the mountains, where the sound originated, and said, "Vivi, scout ahead. Something has happened. Go check it out now." They arrived to find car roofs smashed in, and a group of people lying scattered on the ground. Owen groaned in pain, asking, "How did it end up like this?" Vivi rushed over and called out, "Owen, what is going on? How did you all get so heavily injured?" The man replied, "You must give chase," as he struggled to point forward. "Go after the beast." After speaking, Owen lost consciousness. The pair looked in the direction he pointed. "Look there. You can see the trail the serpent left behind. There is a pungent stench lingering here. It is certain that a monster has escaped. I will pursue the creature, while you two stay here and keep watch." With those words, Shen An departed at a godly speed. He tracked the trail left by the giant snake, which cut through the forest, and eventually led toward Tian village. Meanwhile, a motorbike was traveling down the road. A girl was riding along the familiar route, when a strange noise suddenly echoed, leaving her confused. She wondered what the sound was, as a commotion erupted from within the forest. The girl stared ahead in shock, as the serpent lunged out, opening its massive jaws toward her. Her helmet slipped off, as she fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Shen An was desperately trying to catch up, when he heard a human scream, and sensed immediate danger. He realized there were civilians nearby, just going about their day, carrying goods. Two locals wondered what that noise was, finding it somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow approached. Something zoomed past them, revealing itself to be a gigantic python. Terrified screams echoed in the distance, as the monster brought pain and destruction in its wake. Shen An shouted, "Everyone run immediately, help is needed." A child suddenly tripped and fell, allowing the snake to close the distance. Seeing the beast, the child cried out, "Mommy, I want my mommy," but the distress only seemed to pique the creature's interest. The mother saw the danger and rushed forward, screaming Ah Zhou's name. But just as the massive python was about to strike, Shen An suddenly appeared, snatching the little girl away with lightning speed and comforting her. He assured her that everything was fine now, before returning Ah Zhou to her terrified mother, who cried out that she had been scared to death, prompting a gentle, reassuring smile from Shen An. He told them they were safe, and urged them to flee the area immediately. And as the mother and daughter bowed in gratitude, the enraged python lunged forward again, spitting a stream of deadly venom at him. Shen An dodged the attack swiftly, as an explosion rocked the ground, and as the smoke and dust began to settle, he seized the chance to draw his blade, shouting for the monster to meet its end, before launching his assault. His blade pierced straight into the beast's eye, and after pulling it out, he readied himself and unleashed a devastating sword, severing the python's head in a single fluid motion. The massive head flew into the air, leaving the onlookers in awe of his prowess, realizing this hero was no ordinary person yet. Shen An merely paused for a brief moment amidst the chaos. Before he could depart, the survivors called out to him, praising him as their great savior, and bowing deeply to express their heartfelt thanks, but Shen An simply waved it off. He insisted there was no need for such formalities between compatriots, stating it was merely his duty, before leaping high into the air and excusing himself to attend to other urgent matters. A man below whispered that they hadn't even finished thanking him properly, but suddenly, Ah Zhou froze in place and rushed forward, pointing urgently and asking her mother what was happening near the corpse. Beside the monster's remains, three strange white spherical objects appeared, vibrating slightly before their shells began to crack open, signaling a new threat in this awakening Manhwa scenario. The survivors exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend the situation, while the bald man named Chen Chu stammered in fear, and the young woman beside him stared in total shock. She gasped, wondering if they were eggs, and a split second later, the objects shook violently, as if something was struggling to break free, and just as expected, they shattered simultaneously. Three streams of thick, pitch-black gas shot out from the interior, and the terrifying substance immediately lunged toward the bald man, who had been standing apart from the rest of the group. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was engulfed, but the nightmare didn't stop there, as the dark energy continued its path, rushing toward the blonde mother and daughter, who hugged each other in trembling panic. A black-haired young man standing nearby watched in horror as the bald man, now shrouded in the entity, began to act abnormally, clutching his head and roaring as if enduring a tearing pain. In a fleeting moment, a sharp horn suddenly protruded from his shiny bald head, making it clear that the dark energy was forcibly mutating his body into something grotesque. Looking to the side, the mother and daughter were undergoing a similar monstrous transformation, with sharp horns simultaneously bursting forth from their heads. Their teeth elongated into beastly fangs, their eyes rolled back until only the white showed, and their ears pointed sharply, erasing any remaining trace of their humanity. The two young men witnessing this scene were seized by panic, wondering what was happening, while the bald man, now completely out of control, let out low guttural growls. With razor-sharp claws extended, he lunged with terrifying speed toward the two young men, who found themselves trapped, with no way to escape their cruel fate. The young man who witnessed the incident nearby was brutally attacked. At this moment, the protagonist walked up behind the two of them. Shen An smiled, "I am back." Vivi saw this and spoke up, "Shen An, the dimensional gate is becoming increasingly unstable. We must seal it immediately." He nodded. "All right, you guys, step back a bit." Then Shen An sat down and began to channel his power. Vivi was astonished. His primordial energy was truly potent. Shen An sighed and raised his hand toward the sky, shooting a beam of light into the dimensional space before him, penetrating deeper and deeper until the rift gradually closed. Vivi rejoiced. It was a success. Sun Ming shouted from the side. "Shen An, that was awesome." He stood up and stared intently, having consumed a great deal of energy, his body nearing total exhaustion. Vivi looked worried. "Let's go. I will take you back to rest." The scene shifts to a nearby aircraft where the three of them are resting. Vivi spoke up. "Drink something first and get some rest." "Thanks." Sun Ming observed the view below, To think there is a village out here, but why is it all burnt down? Shen An was startled. What, isn't that the village I visited before? Why has it turned out like this? Sun Ming, Vivi, we need to go down and check. Something is wrong. Vivi blurted out. What is the matter? He stood up. I will explain once we are down there. By this time, corpses were scattered everywhere, and the three quickly ran toward the scene. Shen An muttered to himself. As expected, something terrible really happened here. Vivi continued. What exactly is going on? Shen An fell silent before speaking. I previously slashed a monster to death that ran out from here, so perhaps this incident is related to that creature. Sun Ming noticed something on the ground. What in the world is this? Shen An asked. Is that a remnant of that giant python monster? Hearing this, Sun Ming recoiled, looking at the leftover fragment. I am going to be sick. Vivi replied. The monster's aura has vanished. Could there be something else wreaking havoc here? He nodded. This matter is indeed not simple. We were far too careless. Sun Ming's face turned pale as he asked, so what do we do now? Vivi crossed her arms. Let's return for now. I will notify the organization to conduct a deep investigation and report back with clues. He rubbed his chin. That is the only option left. The scene shifts to the desolate Future Group building, where a helicopter is parked on the roof. Vivi spoke up. That is all we can do. Everyone worked hard today, so go home and get some good rest. Shen An replied, I will do that. Vivi waved her hand. Wait for good news from us. He agreed. Don't worry, I will see this through to the end. At that moment, a car appeared below, and a group of people were engaging in some unsightly behavior. He grew suspicious. Isn't that the office building for Jicheng Pharmaceuticals? Why are they capturing beggars? A shout rang out from below. Hurry up and get inside. The victim pleaded in fear. Please spare me, I don't want to die yet. Shen An was curious. Strange, what kind of scheme are they up to? At this moment, Shen An hid in the corner of a small alley to observe the situation. He muttered to himself, I already killed Su Tianming, and Jicheng Pharmaceuticals was under his control. So could there be some new movement suddenly appearing like a twist in a leveling manhwa? The future Shen and stepped out of the void and called out Shen and walked over to the future version of himself and said, You have arrived. The face of the future, Shen An, was obscured by a hazy mist. He replied, That is correct, but I currently lack sufficient energy, so I cannot assist you at all times. After hearing the situation, Shen An could not help but ask suspiciously, What exactly happened? Why do you not have enough energy? The young man from the future explained concisely, The oxygen level is insufficient right now, and my power is running low, so I no longer have enough to maintain this form. Shen An voiced his confusion once more. So, how much time do you have left now? Does this mean you will have to enter a deep slumber later? Understanding the current Shen An's anxiety, the future version added, It is not that serious, but every time I come out, I need to rest for a while. However, I will tell you something in advance to prevent you from getting into trouble. Shen An stood to the side, silently listening to him speak. According to my knowledge, a large number of ordinary people are going to disappear in Silver City. And simultaneously, Jicheng Pharmaceuticals has created many high-level experts. These two events might be related to each other. Afterward, the future Shen An turned his back and repeated his words once again. According to my knowledge, a large number of ordinary people are going to disappear in Silver City. Simultaneously, Jicheng Pharmaceuticals has created many high-level experts. These two events might be related. Seemingly realizing the anomaly, the future Shen An touched his forehead and said, My memory might be incomplete, and it seems I have forgotten many things. Immediately after the future, Shen An's body began to fade from reality. He used the little time remaining to utter his final words, so you must handle what comes next on your own. In just a split second, that person from the future vanished completely into the void, leaving the present Shen An standing there alone. He pieced together all the information he had just received, and came to the conclusion that Jicheng Pharmaceuticals was indeed making a massive move, so he could not afford to ignore it. While he was deep in thought, a car suddenly rushed out from the alley opposite him. Shen An noticed it just in time, and immediately decided he had to give chase to investigate. Without wasting a second, Shen An chased after that suspicious vehicle. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the sky had already turned to late afternoon. Only now did the car finally come to a halt. It stopped by a desolate riverbank, and inside the vehicle were numerous large white bags, wrapped with extreme care. Two men stepped out of the car, and the one in the white shirt spoke up. This place is deserted. We can dispose of the cargo here. Hearing this, the man in the blue shirt hurriedly hoisted a white bag onto his shoulder. It looked quite heavy. Each of them carried a bag, and the man in the blue shirt, his face pale, urged anxiously, "Hurry your hands up, do not let anyone discover us." Hiding near a tree nearby, Shen'an had also caught up and was observing their every move. The next second, Shen'an's eyes burned red as he activated his clairvoyant sight to see more clearly. Thanks to his ability, he discovered that what was hidden deep within those carefully wrapped layers was the unmistakable shape of a human body. Shen'an saw that they showed absolutely no signs of life and realized they were dead bodies. He stood stunned for a moment before speaking. These corpses have been completely drained of all their blood. What kind of twisted game is this Jicheng Pharmaceutical Group playing? Shen'an's patience with them evaporated instantly. He charged forward shouting, "You inhumane monsters!" A cold chill of murderous intent ran down their spines, causing the group to spin around and scream in unison. "Who goes there?" Shen'an didn't hesitate for a split second. He swung his fist forward with tremendous force. "Go to hell." The man in the white shirt took the full force of the powerful punch, flying straight over the railing, which caused the corpse he was carrying on his shoulder to plummet to the ground. He absorbed the thunderous blow, his eyes rolling back as his mouth gaped open in a scream of pure agony. In the next second, the white-shirted thug fell straight into the water below. The man in the blue shirt stood frozen, witnessing the unbelievable scene. He stammered in panic, You are Shen'an." The farmer cracked his knuckles and replied, "Congratulations, you got the right answer." Then Shen'an looked at him with a chilling smile. "I'm going to give you a special reward." As soon as the words left his mouth, he pivoted and strode rapidly toward the thug. Shen'an didn't hesitate to gift him a thunderous punch. The man in blue was launched backward by the immense force, smashing violently into the tree trunk behind him before finally coming to a stop. Shen'an looked down at the body on the ground. Knowing that uncovering such mysteries is essential in a leveling manhwa, he decided he needed to take the corpse back for a thorough inspection. Everything happened so quickly, all within a single afternoon. Meanwhile, in another location, hurried footsteps echoed. A figure rushed into an exquisitely decorated luxury room and shouted, "Boss, something terrible has happened." The man addressed as the boss was sitting casually in his chair and immediately asked, "What are you so panicked about?" The subordinate quickly explained the situation. "The guys who went to dump the bodies yesterday have vanished. We sent people to search, but they only found the truck. There was no sign of the men, so they are likely dead." Upon hearing this, a look of deep anxiety appeared on the boss's face. "What did you say?" He slammed his hand on the desk and barked an order. "Go investigate who did this immediately. We are at a critical moment requiring a massive blood sacrifice, so I will tolerate no delays." The subordinate immediately opened a laptop and reported, "I've already investigated." The security guard said the central camera captured someone with suspicious movements. "I will show you the surveillance footage." The computer screen displayed Shen'an's face in high definition. The boss leaned in for a closer look and immediately furrowed his brow, asking angrily, "It's him." The underling hurriedly explained, "This guy is named Shen'an, and he is definitely not an opponent that will be easy to deal with." Meanwhile, at another location, a man spoke up. "If a mercenary has been discovered, that might actually be better." The subordinate asked, "Do you have a plan, sir?" He replied, "We'll lure the snake out of its hole and lead him to a place where the dried corpses are stored." Shen'an had brought the body back and called Bywei to bring a medical examiner to inspect it. Though he didn't know when they would arrive, Bywei walked in. "Shen'an, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing? Why is there a dried corpse here?" he replied. "It's a long story. To put it briefly, this whole situation is linked to Jicheng Pharmaceuticals. Since those dried-up corpses were shipped out from their facility, I have a sneaking suspicion they're conducting some sort of twisted experiment." The doctor chimed in. "Let me take a look first." He sliced into the cadaver to extract a sample for analysis. Wei asked, "What's the verdict? Any new findings?" He replied, "There are unidentified infected cells within the desiccated tissue. It's highly likely they are man-made." The two were taken aback. "Sure enough, there's something fishy going on at Jicheng Pharmaceuticals. We can't overlook this. We need to infiltrate and investigate further." He turned to ask, "Can I tag along with you?" "Sure." Just then, a vehicle pulled up outside and a group of thugs shouted, "Get out of the car." The two terrified women asked, "Where are we?" but got no response. Instead, the thugs beat them, yelling, "Get inside now." They scrambled, pleading, "Stop hitting us, we're going." The thugs looked on with disgust. These women clearly preferred the hard way over the easy way. Serves them right. Another guy showed up and seeing Sun Ming's crew, he shouted angrily, "There are still people out here." Suddenly Shen'an stepped into view. "If everyone isn't inside yet, why close the door? Let's head on in." It was quiet inside, confirming his suspicions, so he said, "Let's check downstairs." Suddenly, a cry rang out. "Help me." The man inside mused. "First I'll draw a little blood to match the genes. It won't hurt a bit." The terrified group asked, "What are you planning to do to us?" He replied, "Experiments, obviously." As he approached the two kids, a knife flew through the air, drawing blood from one of the henchmen. He was furious just as our main duo arrived on the scene. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Outsiders actually barged in here." Having said that, he turned and fled. Clearly, a wise man knows when to retreat. Shen and coldly gave chase. The guy ran into a room. Shen An called out, "Let's see where you think you're going." Suddenly, he sensed something and froze. Just as Bywei pointed, Shen An, "Look over there." Test tubes were lined up, row upon row, and someone was coughing violently. The victim screamed, "Help me." Shen An was surprised. "Aren't these the beggars we saw earlier?" Suddenly, sharp spikes sprouted all over the man's arm. He looked at his own body in terror. Not just him, but everyone was mutating. At that moment, a thug stepped out laughing. "I sneaked in here specifically for the sacrifice. Anyone who stands in my way dies, no questions asked." These three are the latest test subjects, perfect for testing their efficiency on you too. Bywei warned anxiously, "Be careful, these guys look like mutant variants." He seemed to focus, his body tense and ready to launch an attack, radiating an intense pressure. He extended his hand. "Stand back, I'll deal with them." A suction force materialized instantly. The enemy gasped in terror. "Is that a spatial ability?" Shen An pulled a sword from his inventory, a classic move in any system Manhwa, saying, "My turn." He charged forward, knowing he couldn't let the mutants escape, or the consequences would be dire. But the enemy also sprouted blades. Screaming, "You think you can kill me? You're not even close to my level." Shen An attacked, but the two mutants launched a sneak attack on him from the side. It roared, but was met with a black hole, sending it flying backward. The captain watched in disbelief. "That's impossible. Forget it. I have to get out of here today, no matter what." The attacker lunged forward, screaming for him to drop dead. Shen remained completely composed, landing a single kick that launched the man through the air and plastered him against the wall, leaving a witness in shock. "This brat actually has some power. It seems I underestimated him," the observer thought. "But a sacrifice of his caliber will certainly be of excellent quality." Bywei interjected with concern. "Hold on, Shen An, I think we've been tricked. It seems like that guy knew we were coming." The realization hit him, and he decided, "If that's the case, I will go ask him personally." With that, he charged through the doorway, fists tight and eyes cold, throwing a decisive punch that struck fear into the figure inside. He marched in, standing directly opposite his target. Shen An demanded, "Who are you? And why are you carrying out these cruel experiments?" However, the man remained arrogant and dismissive. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that these experiments serve a magnificent plan. As for you, perfect. I truly enjoy finding such an interesting sacrifice." Shen An was puzzled by the remark. "Sacrifice," Shen An repeated. The enemy began channeling energy into his hand, looking down with contempt. "Precisely. You are going to be my sacrifice."